Reborn is a newly hatched Tier 1 hatchling stage. You thought you were doomed to die until that breathtaking six-winged angel big sister slapped a marriage contract onto your face. Diablo, do I look good? Sign this, and from now on, I'll take care of you. Her voice was so gentle it made your soul tremble, and the six-winged angel exuded a holy buff all around her. You simply couldn't resist that overpowering skill, charm. A red light indicating a god-class mind control attack flashed in your mind, frantically refreshing on your retina. Ding. Detecting a god-level mind control attack, forcibly binding soulbound companion pact. Lines of pale golden ancient dragon scripts appeared, and your paw uncontrollably signed your true name soul ID on the parchment. From this moment on, you, the miracle dragon awaited by the Empire for 1,000 years, have completely become the personal belonging of the Empress, leading to a tragic life of practicing spells during the day and serving as a personal cuddle pillow at night. Diablo, do I look good? A voice so gentle it made the Tier 1 hatchling stage feel their heart melting echoed around, as the newly born Tier 1 hatchling stage sleepily looked at the graceful, dignified, and breathtakingly beautiful angel big sister in front of them. Pretty. Still unable to adapt to the environment, the dazed Tier 1 hatchling stage nodded with a heavy head, feeling sleepy. Then will you follow your big sister from now on? Is this really happening? The Tier 1 hatchling stage immediately forgot their drowsiness. In an instant, the Tier 1 hatchling stage felt that the entire world around them had lost its colors, with only the angel big sister radiating holy buff. Is that all right? Sure. What is there to hesitate about? The Tier 1 hatchling stage nodded vigorously. Then go ahead and sign this soulbound companion pact. After signing, I'll take care of you. Chapter 1, The Wife Delivered to Your Door. Click. A paw covered in transparent slime smashed through the hard eggshell, followed by another paw adorned with fine golden scales, faintly shimmering with mana glow. Crack. With the crisp and dense cracking sounds, two claws that appeared to be a bit translucent shattered the upper part of the eggshell. Then, amidst the broken eggshell, a creature larger than an adult warhorse groggily opened its eyes, but when it saw its surroundings, this little guy was left stunned. Where is this? The Tier 1 hatchling stage, who instinctively tore apart the eggshell, looked around the empty hall with confusion. The air was filled with colorful mana glow, extravagant and dreamlike. Beneath it was a broad platform resembling an altar, with 3 tiers of steps, and it stood right at the center of this altar, surrounded by a flat metal floor without any similar altar structures. Above the empty hall's dome, walls, and floor, brilliant metallic patterns glimmered with dazzling mana glow. Clearly, this was part of some man-made building, not a natural wonder. What is this? Waking up suddenly in an unfamiliar environment, the Tier 1 hatchling stage widened its eyes, because it saw, in the center high above the strange and vast hall, a gigantic glowing sphere suspended overhead. System hub? The Tier 1 hatchling stage trembled, its expression turning a bit fearful. Out of nowhere, it found itself in an empty hall with a massive glowing sphere based on its experience. It could only link this to the infamous system hub known for scamming. However, the Tier 1 hatchling stage stared wide-eyed at the glowing sphere for quite a while, long enough that it began to notice something was off about its body and still didn't receive any communication from what might be the system hub. What? Originally anxious, the Tier 1 hatchling stage realized something was amiss with its body. It felt awkward regardless of its current position or the extra long tail protruding from its back. So, it lifted its right hand, or rather its right claw, and saw that like a human hand, it had 5 fingers, but it also had pale golden scales and sharp claws that shouldn't be there. The newly born creature twisted its massive head, confirmed the pair of soft wings still sticky with transparent slime hanging from its back and the long but slightly limp tail beneath it, and then fell into silence. Goo! The silence didn't last long, as the hunger pangs from his body began to disrupt his thoughts. Following his instincts, the newly hatched Tier 1 hatchling stage lowered his head to look at the shell beneath him. Eat the eggshell? What a joke, thought the reluctant Tier 1 hatchling stage as he turned his head away, but a sudden inflow of information, or rather a legacy, told him that the eggshell was his first meal after birth. I can't use my mind to guess what my body is feeling. Let's have a taste. Not long after, the will of being human retreated under the onslaught of hunger, and the Tier 1 hatchling stage, almost panicking from hunger, lowered his head and tried to take a bite of the still slightly slimy eggshell. So delicious! The Tier 1 hatchling stage widened his eyes as the shattered eggshell mixed with egg fluid was easily crushed by his dragon teeth, and after swallowing it, he felt an unprecedented feedback. He could distinctly feel the warmth rising in his abdomen after the eggshell was consumed, spreading to all parts of his body, making him grow stronger and more powerful. Crack, crack, crack. Thus, the sound of hard objects being bitten into echoed continuously in the empty hall, alleviating the hunger within the newly born Tier 1 hatchling stage. I never thought eggshells could taste this good. In less than half an hour, the shattered eggshells on the ground were completely cleared away, and the somewhat unsatisfied Tier 1 hatchling stage licked the remnants from the corner of his mouth and sighed softly. What a shame, there probably won't be another one for a while. The Tier 1 hatchling stage could clearly feel the changes in his body at this moment. His wings were no longer drooping on his back, and his long tail was no longer flopping like a dead snake. His limbs, wings, and tail were much stronger than when he broke out of the shell. At least now he could move about without staggering and wobbling as he did before eating. Having satisfied his hunger, the Tier 1 hatchling stage finally regained the rationality suppressed by hunger, lifting his head to survey his surroundings, his attention ultimately falling on the large glowing orb above. Although the mana runes on the floor and walls could also induce dizziness if stared at for too long, they were still not as intriguing as this glowing orb, which potentially held the solution to his current dilemma. The Tier 1 hatchling stage stumbled down from the altar, for this body felt incredibly foreign to him. It can't be the system hub, right? As the Tier 1 hatchling stage circled around the altar to observe the large glowing orb, perhaps due to having eaten, his eyesight had improved from when he was just born, allowing him to see through the brilliance and discern the essence of the orb. It was an irregularly shaped luminescent sphere, embedded evenly with 18 crystals radiating 5 colors of light, and the light emanating from this sphere actually originated from these crystals. An egg? The Tier 1 hatchling stage wasn't quite sure. Although the orb appeared to be formed from 18 crystals along with some golden chitin resembling biological material, calling it an egg would be quite strange. You have finally been born. But just as the Tier 1 hatchling stage was deep in thought, a gentle voice suddenly echoed in the vast and silent space, startling him. Who? Although he wanted to ask that, the moment the Tier 1 hatchling stage opened his mouth, a low roar escaped instead, with scattered sparks and faint arcs bursting forth, but at that moment, he didn't care what was coming out of his mouth. Because at the same time as his first low roar echoed, a long string of draconic characters, etched deep within his soul since his birth, materialized before him. True name Soul ID. The Tier 1 hatchling stage instantly knew what this long string of text signified. It was his own name. So long? That was the Tier 1 hatchling stage's first impression after glancing at his true name Soul ID, but now wasn't the time to ponder that. What is that? This time, it wasn't a low roar, but rather an innocent-sounding draconic voice. Supreme Dragon Lab Faction, System AI Radiance - sends you greetings, Your Excellency Diablo. Suspended in the air, the colorful lights converged in front of him, forming a humanoid lifeform with transparent horns on its forehead and a face covered in fine dragon scales, male. The being known as Diablo cautiously observed the creature formed from light before him. Diablo was indeed his name, but he had only just learned his true name Soul ID, yet this being had directly called it out. That was quite unusual. How do you know my true name Soul ID? Tier 1 hatchling stage Diablo looked up at the glowing sphere above the hall, doubting whether this thing was the true form of the guy in front of him. Although the middle-aged man before him looked tangible, like a real living being, the way he had just appeared made it obvious that this was merely a temporary projection. I have been looking after you for over 1,000 years, replied System AI Radiance - Is there a necessary relationship between the two? Diablo maintained a calm demeanor. The System AI was clearly evading the question, yet that was not a reason for him to get angry. The true name Soul ID should logically not be known by anyone other than himself unless he said it. Although Diablo was merely a tiny fragment of his true name Soul ID, the nature of this matter was very serious and quite bad. Everything you wish to know will be answered by your guardian. My responsibility now is to bring you before your caretaker. Still evading the question, System AI Radiance seemed unwilling to engage more with Diablo. What guardian? Diablo's heart felt like it was being clawed by a cat, this guy clearly knew a lot of the information he wanted but wouldn't he tell him. An entity that can ensure your safe growth to adulthood in the Dragon Realm server. The third question asked by Tier 1 hatchling stage received a straightforward answer from System AI, yet it left Tier 1 hatchling stage with more confusion. Unfortunately for Tier 1 hatchling stage, he had no more opportunity to ask, as everything in front of him distorted, all the scenes elongated, and finally transformed into a beam of light. It seemed like only a fleeting moment. Fresh and moist air rushed into his nostrils, the endless vast blue sky unfolded before him, and the ever-changing white clouds danced in the wind, the vast earth. Wow, that's really high. When Diablo realized he was in the sky, above the clouds, his acrophobia kicked in. He felt a bit dizzy. Although he was now a dragon, he was still only a Tier 1 hatchling stage without flying ability and had yet to adapt to his current identity. Is this the miracle dragon? An entity enveloped in a layer of holy buff radiance glared at Diablo with a solemn, sacred, and inviolable presence. That's right, this is the dragon you have been waiting for 1,000 years. Can he really take me away from the Dragon Realm server? Not yet, you have to raise him first, System AI confirmed while transporting Diablo outside the research facility. I see, that's fine. The cold and elegant female voice mixed with the familiar gentle voice of an uncle urged Diablo to turn his head. He immediately saw the familiar middle-aged dragon man and a beautiful angel that looked somewhat unreal, like a dream. It should be an angel, right? With 6 wings of light on her back, Diablo, who was about to get dizzy from his acrophobia, tried to distract himself. Diablo, do I look good? The voice that was so gentle it felt like it would warm the heart of a dragon rang in his ears as the newly hatched Tier 1 hatchling stage looked dazedly at the angel big sister flying before him, radiating an elegant and pure aura with an absolutely stunning appearance, her eyes sparkling with a dazzling yet gentle light. Pretty. Still unable to adapt to the environment, the dazed Tier 1 hatchling stage nodded with a heavy head, feeling sleepy. How about I become your wife? Such a good thing? A wife offered right to him? Tier 1 hatchling stage instantly perked up and lost all drowsiness. Not hearing a response from Tier 1 hatchling stage, the angel let out a soft hum, and in an instant, Tier 1 hatchling stage felt that the entire world had lost its color, with only the angel big sister before him glowing with holy buff. What do you think? The angel big sister asked again in a gentle voice. Okay. What is there to hesitate about? Tier 1 hatchling stage Diablo nodded heavily. Then go ahead and sign this soulbound companion pact. After you sign, I'll take care of you. Seeing this, the Tier 1 hatchling stage, seemingly trembling all over, agreed. The king from the Dragon Realm server took out a piece of soft, snow-white soulbound companion pact paper, unfolded it, and placed it in front of the Tier 1 hatchling stage. Chapter 2, The Miserable Life After Marriage. Ophelia, this is a Tier 1 hatchling stage, surely you wouldn't use skill, charm. The System AI radiance looked in shock at the light in the Queen's eyes. As a System AI, he wasn't affected by this kind of mental control, but how could this freshly hatched Tier 1 hatchling stage withstand it? After all, she was an apex existence within the Dragon Realm server. Just giving it a try, it's my first time using it too, but it truly lives up to the name of the miracle dragon, just freshly hatched and already susceptible to skill, charm. Truly extraordinary. Ophelia, the king of the Dragon Realm server, gazed at the Tier 1 hatchling stage that was captivated by her. Her gentle smile as an intellectual, elegant older sister gradually turned into a somewhat playful expression. The miracle dragon is called a miracle because it embodies the crystallization of all the wisdom accumulated by the Supreme Dragon Lab faction from its establishment until the last Grand Archmage's departure. Radiance felt exceptionally helpless. As a System AI of the Research Institute, he had seen many absurd things that dragon species could pull off, but what was happening before him was still eye-opening. A top king who dominated the Dragon Realm server actually used skill, charm on a freshly hatched Tier 1 hatchling stage. That king had been fighting since childhood, so it was understandable that he was naive about such things, but the problem was that the Tier 1 hatchling stage, whom he had praised for nearly 1,000 years, actually responded to skill, charm. Unbelievable. I didn't notice that, but it's okay. I believe my little husband will show me his extraordinary traits as he grows up. Ophelia watched as the Tier 1 hatchling stage diligently wrote her true name Soul ID on the soulbound companion pact, revealing a heartfelt smile, for things were simpler than she had imagined. Sigh. The system AI let out a long sigh at such a distressing scene, unable to say anything. After all, how could the miracle dragon that he had boasted about for 1,000 years be so disappointing? However, having signed the true name Soul ID with skill, charm wasn't a big deal. The terms of this soulbound companion pact weren't entirely beneficial to Diablo, but at the very least, there wasn't a single harmful clause, since he had reviewed it and even had lengthy negotiations with this queen. Wow, my little husband's true name Soul ID is so long. As the Tier 1 hatchling stage continued writing on the soulbound companion pact, Ophelia, waiting for a long time, couldn't help but lean over to take a look, immediately startled. Of course. System AI Radiance said dismissively, he has inherited so many powers, so it's only natural that his true name Soul ID is long. Writing the true name Soul ID consumes power. I'm afraid my little husband will faint once he finishes, right? As soon as the words left her mouth, Diablo had already completed writing the final dragon character of his long true name Soul ID, and then the dizzy little dragon rolled its eyes and fainted cleanly. Soulbound companion pact established. Almost at the same moment Diablo collapsed, Ophelia reached out to embrace him, simultaneously retrieving the soulbound companion pact that was floating in the air. I'm taking him away right now. Okay, take good care of him. Seeing the actions of this king from the Dragon Realm server, the system AI did not intervene but reminded her earnestly. I know, he is my partner now, I won't let him come to any harm. After finishing speaking, he embraced the 6 wings of the Queen of Diablo, which trembled slightly, transforming into a golden stream of light that fell from the distant heavens to the vast earth below, attracting countless gazes. Hungry. When Diablo's consciousness awakened again, a wave of maddening hunger gnawed at his brain. Under the torment of hunger, he could think of nothing but searching for food to fill his belly. However, he didn't need to exert effort, as he was surrounded by fragrant large pieces of roasted meat and fresh fruits. Although they seemed overly large, that was the least of his concerns. He could even gnaw on the eggshells, so why worry about the food being strange? Whoa! Tier 1 hatchling stage let out a low growl, using its claws to grab a bone and piece of roasted meat from the tray, chewing through bone and meat in a few bites and swallowing it down, immediately alleviating his hunger. At the same time, a warm sensation rose from his belly, spreading to his limbs, and a satisfied expression appeared on Tier 1 hatchling stage's face. After devouring roasted meat equivalent to his own body size, the hunger had completely disappeared. Yet, still enjoying the food's deliciousness, Tier 1 hatchling stage surveyed the surroundings. It was still the wide, bright, and clean hall. However, compared to the metallic hall where he was born, the one he currently inhabited seemed out of place, but it allowed him freedom of movement. Of course, most importantly, he noticed the numerous doors branching out in all directions within this hall. At the same time, he also saw the silent giants standing guard by these portals. They should be giants, right? If it weren't for the overwhelming bloodlust aura emanating from these humanoid armors, Diablo would have thought they were merely decorations. How's the food, my king consort? While Diablo ate, contemplating the possibility of escaping this hall under the watch of the armored giants mob, pure white light gleamed before him, and then a dreamlike, ethereal 6-winged archangel appeared. As always, she amazed Diablo. However, this being their second meeting, he could slightly control himself, stealing glances at the archangel. Not an angel, at least not a pure-blood archangel, because on her forehead, there were slightly curved golden dragon horns. A few tiny scales were faintly visible on her cheeks, and there seemed to be a tail behind her. Not bad. Diablo secretly scrutinized the incredibly beautiful archangel before him. That's good to hear, Ophelia nodded. During this time, she planned to shift her focus in life, transferring the bulk of her energy from her territory to this miraculous dragon. Wait a moment. At that point, Diablo jolted, suddenly realizing. Excuse me, what did you just call me? My king consort. Ophelia blinked, her lips curling up slightly. What's the matter? Regretting it? If you are, it's too late. You've already signed the soulbound companion pact with me. What soulbound companion pact? Trying to maintain his composure, Diablo, overwhelmed by this massive surprise, quickly inquired. The soulbound companion pact binding you and me as partners. The rolled-up soulbound companion pack suddenly appeared in the air and floated before Diablo. Tier 1 hatchling stage quickly opened this soft, cold, snowy white soulbound companion packed paper and carefully read the content. What on earth is this saying? Diablo was completely bewildered. While he could recognize the words thanks to the continuous stream of inherited knowledge from his birth, being able to read did not equate to understanding the sentence's meanings. So, even though he was reluctant to admit it, he was currently illiterate. Reading through the entire soulbound companion pact, he could only understand what appeared to be his own true name Soul ID written by himself. The rest was gibberish. Of course, given enough time to ponder the language knowledge in his mind, he could eventually decipher the soulbound companion pact, but not at this moment. Can't understand? By observing the changes in Diablo's expression, Ophelia had a rough idea. Yeah. Tier 1 hatchling stage hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded in acknowledgement of his illiteracy. If you can't understand it, just write it down. You can study it slowly when you have time later. Anyway, the content of the Soulbound Companion Pact isn't important, you just need to know that from today onward, you and I are partners. That's enough. Partner? Feeling somewhat overvalued, Diablo stood there, entranced, in front of a dreamlike girl, with a fantastical development that made everything feel like a dream. Did I hear that correctly? That's right, what's the matter? Hard to believe? Though I can understand your feelings, there's really no need for that. After all, you are the miracle dragon. Since the founding of my family, I have waited for 1,000 years until my generation just to welcome your arrival. From the moment I was born, I was entrusted with the mission of welcoming you. Surely not. Diablo looked at his slightly agitated elder wife, examining himself for a moment, but did not find anything special. However, it was fine that he had not discovered any special qualities about himself. Diablo realized that his identity was indeed very special. It seems you still do not understand yourself. But that's okay. For a long time to come, I will be responsible for your growth and education. I will dig up all your potential and help you fully understand yourself. At that moment, Diablo sensed something was off. It seemed a bit strange that he had inexplicably acquired such a stunning elder wife, who also appeared to be taking on multiple roles as his adoptive mother and teacher. Everything that happened in the following days confirmed Diablo's ominous premonition. A newly hatched Tier 1 hatchling stage dragon should, in theory, be only eating and sleeping, without needing to do anything else. Not just dragons, but other races young typically behave the same way. But Diablo was different. Without having adapted to being a dragon yet, he was forced into high-intensity learning. Every day, aside from eating and sleeping, he was forced to practice combat and spells, and the oppressive learning without almost any rest time was driving Diablo to the brink of madness. I can't continue like this. After a filling meal, Diablo lay on his bed with his eyes tightly shut, but his brain was racing as he thought about how to change his miserable situation. This time had been particularly difficult, with his entire day planned out by his elder wife from morning to night. Eating, sleeping, learning spell theory, practical training, everything was scheduled quite clearly, and the only time he had a few hours of rest was when night fell. But for a sleepy Tier 1 hatchling stage dragon, that little time was hardly enough, just a brief nap before being shouted awake. I need to find a way to escape. Having a beautiful wife who came to him voluntarily was indeed something, but he was still a Tier 1 hatchling stage and had to wait until he grew up. Diablo felt he couldn't hold out until then. Chapter 3: The Open-Minded Queen. Active skill, Shadow Stealth. In front of him, a castle dominated by white and vibrant colors was suddenly shrouded in black and white, losing all its hues. A thin mist floated in the air, cold and chilling, but aside from that, it posed no real threat. However, Diablo's attention only lingered briefly on the thin mist before falling on the armored giants mob stationed at the important passageways and entrances of the castle. These giants still appeared huge and imposing in the Shadow Realm, their armor somewhat darker than in the Material Realm, but this hardly diminished their intimidation factor, as all these giants stood over 15 meters tall. A giant of this height, without even counting the heavy armor and the heavy weapons like swords and battle axes they carried, could easily overpower him purely based on their size. There was nothing he could do, he was just a newly hatched Tier 1 hatchling stage dragon. His current body was not only unfamiliar but also very disproportionate, with a head that was too big for its small body. This resulted in a top-heavy frame that made him wobble while walking. However, the inherited information told him that this was normal. All newly hatched Tier 1 hatchling stage dragons were big-headed, and once they grew to the Tier 2 juvenile stage, they would possess a relatively perfect dragon physique. But Tier 2 juvenile stage was simply too distant for Diablo. Although he estimated he could defeat an armored giant mob head-on by that time, there was more than one armored giant mob responsible for guarding the castle he was currently in. So, I need to get out of here quickly. These giants shouldn't be able to see me. Diablo had a bit of confidence in his newly awakened special ability, active skill, Shadow Stealth. The reality was quite encouraging. The armored giants mob guarding the castle truly seemed oblivious to Diablo, who sauntered past them in the shadows. Well, they simply couldn't see him. I'm almost out. Diablo quickly navigated through the castle where he had stayed for a month, feeling a bit excited. It's a pity, really. Ever since he was born and taken away by that system AI, he inexplicably signed the Soulbound Companion Pact and became a married man. He has been stuck here, only able to peek at the outside scenery through the window, never allowed to go out. But when he arrived at the castle gates, he hesitated, because at the entrance stood several armored giants mob that were far taller than his peers. Of course, this wasn't the main issue. The key point was that those armored giants mob seemed able to see him. At the moment he appeared, all 8 giants slightly turned their heads in unison to look at his location. Then, "Your Highness, King Husband." A booming voice shattered Diablo's active skill, Shadow Stealth, bringing back all the vibrant colors. Everything became lively again, and the chilling mist disappeared. Originally planning to sneak out using his talents, Tier 1 hatchling stage widened his eyes and looked at the 8 giants in front of him with one hand on their chests. "Can you see me?" "Yes, we are proficient in 17 types of skill. Scan to ensure your safety, Your Highness the Prince," said one particularly large armored giant mob loudly. Diablo remained silent and turned to leave. This was really too much bullying for a dragon. There'd be no escape. As night fell, Diablo's great wife arrived with the twilight. After inquiring about his study progress throughout the day, the extraordinarily beautiful queen softly asked him, "I heard from the guards that you've learned to move in the shadows today?" Diablo lowered his head, nodding slightly, honestly admitting it. There was no way to deny such a thing. "Do you want to go out and take a look?" Ophelia looked at the Tier 1 hatchling stage who was keeping his head down, a bit helpless. This miracle dragon, bound to the Soulbound Companion Pact through her skill, charm, seemed to not particularly like her. "I do." Diablo lifted his head to look at her, able to see his wife's long and straight legs. Well, mainly the calves after all. His wife was quite large, capable of holding him with one hand. "Then let me take you out for a stroll." Ophelia leaned down, gently lifting Diablo into her arms. Her movements were soft, yet undeniably strong, completely unfazed by the Tier 1 hatchling stage's seeming reluctance. Then, the face of the Tier 1 hatchling stage revealed a satisfied expression. "Ah, what a perfect pillow this is. So comfortable, but the dragon scales hinder his contact with his wife, such a pity. No, I need to study skill. Polymorph. Seriously, being in dragon form is too much of a hassle." At this moment, Diablo was filled with a desire to learn. So it turned out I am such a keen learner, it's just that I haven't had the right learning methods and guidance, he thought shamelessly in some corner of his mind. Amid the faint, elusive fragrance that lingered at the tip of his nose, Diablo saw the vast sky once again, along with the land he had once looked down upon. However, this time he was beneath the clouds, and it was nighttime. His view was not as broad as before, but the shock from what he saw was no less than the last time. He saw a ferocious black dragon lying beside the pure white castle, its size not much smaller than that of the castle itself, and above this black dragon were over 100 angels with wings and some dragon-like features, strikingly similar to his wife. These angels were scattered throughout the sky, their weapons and armor bright and flamboyant, exuding an extraordinary majesty. Each one radiated varying degrees of power, all stronger than the armored giant's mob, and the light they emitted banished the darkness surrounding the castle he inhabited. "This is my steed, the infernal black dragon, Patty." Without waiting for Diablo to ask, Ophelia pointed at the black dragon and introduced it. Then, she extended her hand to point at the angels drawing near in the sky. They are my personal guardians. Your Majesty, is this your king? The gathered angels all fixed their curious and astonished gazes on Diablo, who was cradled in Ophelia's arms, his head nestled between the mountains. None of them had ever seen her hold someone before, let alone in such an intimate manner. Yes, he is my companion, Diablo. He will rule this land with me. Hearing her guardian's inquiry, Ophelia graciously introduced Diablo, who was still in her arms. But isn't His Highness wine too small? Looking at the petite physique of Diablo, one of the angels couldn't help but mutter softly, "It looks like a newly hatched Tier 1 hatchling stage." He is Tier 1 hatchling stage. Sensing the unusual glances from her personal guard, Ophelia admitted calmly that this immediately made the atmosphere feel strange. All the angels exchanged awkward looks, silent but communicating intensely through their eyes. Alright, you don't need to overthink it. I don't have any bad habits. The reason I formed a soul-bound companion pact with Diablo to become partners is due to the request of some old fellow. Seeing the increasingly peculiar gazes from her subordinates, Ophelia clarified if she didn't explain clearly, come the next sunrise, she'd probably find a bunch of messy issues in front of her, something she definitely wanted to avoid. Was it the request of the system AI? Cuddled in his wife's embrace and silent, Diablo couldn't help but speculate upon hearing that. Only the system AI could fit the bill. But it does make sense, otherwise how could a newly hatched dragon catch the attention of a monarch? Just based on his potential? Transforming potential into strength requires time. Diablo, don't worry, I will fulfill the duties of a wife according to the soul-bound companion pact. Now, let us take a look at this incomplete world together. Realizing she had said something inappropriate, the queen lowered her head to comfort the silent Diablo, landing on the back of the black dragon before setting Diablo down. Roar! With a powerful dragon's roar, a ferocious black dragon, completely mismatched with Ophelia's grace, soared through the sky, cradling her alongside a regretful and reluctant Diablo, with hundreds of angels following closely behind. Instanced zone? Instanced zone? Diablo squatted on the black dragon's broad back, gripping the bony spikes extending from its spine tightly as he looked down at the vast land covered by darkness. Lively yet desolate and primitive, this is the world of the elite behemoth. Compared to the villages that occasionally appeared in sight, the elite behemoth soaring in the skies and roaming among the towering mountains was far more common. However, regardless of how massive like a mountain or ethereal like the wind these fearsome and ominous elite behemoths might be, upon seeing the black dragon soaring through the skies alongside those angels, they all expressed their submission and respect in their own ways. Wherever they went, all beings bowed in submission. This scene inevitably stirred something within Diablo. Who wouldn't enjoy that lofty feeling? Is all of this your territory? Feeling that the black dragon was flying far enough beneath him, Diablo finally couldn't hold back, turning his head to ask the big wife standing behind him. Yes, they are all territories that I nominally rule. Nominally? On the day I am defeated, or if any signs of my power declining show, these will be seized by other monarchs, and those individuals you just saw bowing to me will unhesitatingly turn to other kings. What about them? Diablo pointed at the angels, who were nestled around the black dragon. We have vowed our loyalty to the queen. Regardless of the circumstances, we will follow her until the day our lives end. Without waiting for Ophelia to respond, from a spot not far from the black dragon and closest to Ophelia, a six-winged female angel stepped forward to answer. This angel's response also drew Diablo's attention to her, causing the Tier 1 hatchling stage to brighten up. Compared to Ophelia, although this female angel also exhibited dragon horns and scales, she didn't have a dragon tail. Compared to his wife Ophelia, she resembled a holy archangel more. More importantly, this six-winged archangel exuded a temperament that felt soft and warm, similar to a neighborly big sister, approachable and friendly, unlike the oppressive aura emanating from Ophelia that made the dragon feel constrained. Although Ophelia spoke warmly when conversing with him, her every gesture and movement still brought a sense of pressure to Diablo that was hard to ignore, almost suffocating. The air of authority that comes from long-term privilege and command can't be concealed, and coupled with Diablo's own keen perception, he could occasionally sense the vast power within his wife. Together, these sensations made Diablo feel uncomfortable, instinctively leading him to avoid interacting with her too closely. Although the six-winged angel sister was also powerful, she was far from being comparable to his wife, but her open-heartedness seemed even more majestic than Ophelia's, creating an impulse in Diablo to bury his head within, though he hadn't forgotten who was standing behind him. Therefore, the feeling of helplessness from wanting but being unable to obtain made Diablo feel an impulse to communicate. So, are you also my wife's personal guard? What is your name? What level is your strength? Why don't you have a tail? What is this place called? Diablo quickly engaged in intense communication with the big sister angel, continuously asking her various questions, but due to the angle, he did not see that the Dragon Realm server King Ophelia standing behind him was watching all his actions, especially his gaze, leading the Dragon Realm server King's expression to subtly change. Chapter 4, Assignment in Warm Bed. Margaret, starting today, you no longer have to serve as my guard. Your Majesty? The six-winged angel, kneeling on one knee, was shocked and looked up at Queen Ophelia, who was deep in the hall. May I ask, what did I do wrong? There's no need to panic, Margaret, you did nothing wrong. It's just that the Lost Fortress outpost needs a sufficiently powerful presence to guard it, and I am not at ease with others I thought of you. In the resplendent palace, Ophelia sat high on the throne, with six wings extended behind her, radiating endless radiance, illuminating the entire hall. With an authority that Diablo had never seen before, she looked down at the guard who knelt before her 100 meters away, with wings that drooped to the red carpet, her voice calm. Guard the Lost Fortress outpost? The six-winged dragon-blooded angel who has served Ophelia for nearly 300 years certainly doesn't believe it, but can she question it? No, that would just leave her and the queen in an awkward position. At your command. Thus, this archangel, who had a good impression of Diablo, transitioned from being the queen's guard to becoming a commander stationed in a region. It seemed like he was being dispatched and had gained real power, but in reality, he was well aware of the true state of affairs. Is it just my illusion? Diablo lay on the castle's watchtower, gazing at the endless skyline of buildings before him. This was the ruling center of his wife's territory, and his castle was a part of it, located in a relatively core area, yet still somewhat independent. In the castle where he currently lived, aside from the armored giant mob responsible for guarding, there were quite a few flying dragon beasts watching over the sky, while the ground was defended by earth-type dragon beasts. Of course, none of that mattered. He hardly saw the guardians from underground or the sky even a few times a month. What he mostly encountered were the guards inside the castle and the servants who kept the castle clean and maintained its operations. Recently, he noticed some minor personnel changes among the servants in the castle. Although they seemed trivial, Diablo still paid attention. Because the dragon maids who used to serve him and were eye-catching were gone. Well, not exactly gone, but the variety of dragon maidens, each with their own style and figure, had been replaced. The new maids all shared big breasts, curvy hips, and long legs, embodying the standard seductress look. Upon seeing these new dragon maidens, Diablo couldn't help but think of his wife. Because Ophelia is the true queen, her presence dwarfs these seemingly arrogant yet very obedient seductress-type dragon maidens. Is my wife targeting me? Is she deliberately distorting my taste through these maids? Diablo mused, although he had to admit that this notion, while a bit self-indulgent, wasn't entirely out of the realm of possibility. But it doesn't have to be like this whether it's a seductress or a lowly, as long as they're good-looking, I like them all. Well, forget all that nonsense. I should hurry and study skill, polymorph, so I can change into a human and enjoy myself sooner. This dragon body is such a waste right now. Tier 1 hatchling stage looked at his own dignified and luxurious dragon scales, shimmering with a myriad of colors, with a hint of disdain. These scales seriously obstructed his communication with his wife and the maids. Although he didn't have the conditions to commit a crime now, he could very well scout ahead. And so, day turned to night, and time flowed on. Ahaha, I finally did it. Accompanied by a youthful yet somewhat arrogant laugh, a child with dragon horns on his forehead, and dragon wings and tail behind him, kicked open the door and stepped into the corridor, his cherubic face filled with joy. Are you Prince Diablo? The child's younger form left nearby guards, like the armored giant mob, somewhat incredulous, but that familiar aura was unmistakable. It's me. With golden eyes sparkling and golden hair cascading to his shoulders, the child looked at the giant before him and found them more pleasing to the eye than at any other time. Even though he couldn't jump high enough to reach their knees, he was in a good mood and found everything charming. "Why did you make yourself smaller?" The armored giant mob guarding near Diablo's bedroom buzzed with questions, slightly confused by Diablo's actions. Why did he want to shrink himself even more when he was already small enough? Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. Diablo watched a busy silver-scaled dragon maid in the distance, admiring her alluring, curvaceous figure, and let out a light yet utterly uninnocent laugh. "How would I know if you don't tell me?" The armored giant mob replied somewhat indignantly. "You won't be able to understand." Diablo rolled his eyes at the persistent armored giant mob, thinking that their ecologies were so different that he found it hard to understand his own enjoyment. The armored giant mob appears as a large humanoid creature, but in reality, they feed exclusively on metallic ores. The armor they wear is formed from the residue secreted on their surface after consuming metal ores. Such a unique lifeform means that their reproductive biology is naturally different from ordinary beings. They can choose to give birth to descendants on their own, of course. They can also seek out their kin to obtain genetic information and then combine it with their own to produce even more perfect offspring. Theoretically speaking, the latter has a greater chance of producing more powerful descendants than the former. This is quite, well, a decent method of reproduction. Anyway, after learning from his big wife about what kind of monsters the armored giants mob guarding the castle were, Diablo decided to keep his distance from these guys. These guys are dragon-blooded beings, and the so-called reproductive barriers mean nothing to them, which they can easily trample over. Therefore, these creatures sometimes demand genetic information from powerful dragon species in hopes of breeding even stronger descendants. Though he is quite weak now, Diablo has a clear understanding of his potential after all. Didn't he see his wife voluntarily sign the soulbound companion pact with him? So it's not narcissism. These armored giants mob might very well ask him for his genetic information. Could he provide that? No way. Just imagine if they used his genetic data to produce a giant. How would he even cope with that? "Minnie!" Diablo called out to the dragon maid in the distance. "Ah! Your Highness! I'm here." The dragon maid, who was originally cleaning the wall, quickly turned around upon hearing that familiar voice, immediately spotting a small dragon child. Though it felt a bit strange, seeing the familiar dragon horns and the wings and tail behind him, the dragon maid Minnie quickly confirmed who the suddenly appearing child in the castle was. Although a bit surprised, it wasn't unexpected. As a maid who interacted with this esteemed being daily, she also noticed that this prince was studying skill, polymorph. "Come over here." Watching the dragon maid's expression shift from confusion to surprise, and then to calmness, Diablo waved. "Your Highness, how may I serve you?" The maid, with dragon horns on her forehead and fine dragon scales on her face, jogged to stand before Diablo. Due to his currently small stature, she had to squat down to await orders. "After dark tonight, come to my room. I need your assistance with something." With a somewhat dazed look in her eyes, the dragon child before her reached out his chubby little hand to gently rub her face before turning back to his room. Diablo didn't want to engage too much with the armored giants mob. He didn't wish to get too familiar with them. If relations soured and they had ulterior motives, he could easily refuse them. When will it get dark? Returning to his room, Diablo pretended to study the spell book Ophelia had brought for him, but his thoughts were no longer on the book. He kept glancing outside at the darkening sky. Because after dark, it would be time for bed. In the anxious waiting of Tier 1 hatchling stage, the dim yellow sunlight of dusk finally arrived. However, the expected arrival of his big wife, Queen Ophelia of the Dragon Realm server, did not happen. What's going on? Despite finding this slightly unusual, Diablo didn't think too much about it. After all, Ophelia wasn't a mechanical wind-up doll. It was normal for her to occasionally fail to show up. But none of that really mattered. Lying on the soft big bed, Diablo quietly waited for the maid's arrival. Knock, knock, knock. The eagerly awaited knock on the door came as expected, and he could hear the maid's voice outside sounding slightly nervous. "Your Highness, are you there? I've come as you asked." "Yes, I'm here." "Come in." Diablo lifted his head, and as he kept his expectant gaze, a silver-haired dragon maid, looking somewhat awkward and anxious, pushed the door open and walked in. "Your Highness, what do you need me to do?" "Warm my bed, and then serve as my pillow," Diablo bluntly told the maid assigned to him by the queen. "Ah." The dragon maid who heard Diablo's request looked completely bewildered. It sounded like a rather ambiguous and excessive request, but after glancing at Diablo's completely harmless small stature, the dragon maid hesitated for a moment and complied. After all, dragon cubs in the tribe were indeed very attached to their mothers. "Ah." Watching the dragon maid lying nervously and uneasily on the bed, Diablo wagged his little tail, climbed onto her belly, buried his face in those magnificent mountains, sighed with satisfaction, inhaling the refreshing and elegant fragrance from her nose, and happily fell asleep, considering he was just a tiny little thing right now and couldn't do anything. The dragon maid who discovered that Diablo was just sleeping on her relaxed a bit and hesitated before reaching out to adjust his body position to make him more comfortable. Then, the dragon maid also fell into a deep sleep holding the tiny Diablo, but outside the window, pure white light was shining, becoming more and more dazzling. Chapter 5: The Dragon Turned Pillow. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable behind him, Diablo sleepily opened his eyes, as he vaguely sensed that someone seemed to be grabbing his tail, lifting him up completely. So, when the little dragon child sleepily opened his eyes, he happened to lock eyes with a pair of penetrating eyes glowing with flames. Ophelia, looking at the woman who was grabbing his tail and lifting him out from his slumber, Diablo forced a flattering smile on his innocent face. His peripheral vision caught the dim sky outside the window. It was still dark. Of course, more crucially, Ophelia was armed and holding a sword, and beside her was a group of fierce dragon-blooded archangels. It looked like they were here to catch him in the act, and anyone would be intimidated by such a scene. "Why did you come so late today? Did you sleep well?" Ophelia asked expressionlessly, looking at Diablo as he transformed into human form. Her face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. She underestimated her partner. He was a dragon that could respond to the skill of charm right after being born, yet she arranged for him so many maids. The moment she let her guard down, he ended up sleeping together with one of them. While nothing could have possibly happened, it was still a provocation to her authority. Which? Diablo glanced at the overly flustered dragon maid Minnie, who was lying on the bed in a loose nightgown, exposing large swaths of snowy skin, and somehow felt guilty, even though he hadn't done anything. "I asked you if you slept well." Ophelia repeated the question, still holding her blood-stained armor and a long sword. "Well, it was comfortable," Diablo nodded awkwardly. He felt that admitting it like this might lead to a bad outcome, so he hurried to defend himself. "I didn't do anything with Minnie, I just slept holding her." "You already slept holding her, and you're saying you did nothing?" Ophelia tightened her grip on the sword's hilt. Just moments ago she had been in bloody combat, slaying countless foes, and the lingering bloodlust aura caused Diablo to shudder. "I only held her while sleeping. I feel lonely sleeping alone, and I just wanted something to hold so I could sleep more soundly," Diablo explained innocently to his wife, trying to convince her, who wielded a bloodied sword, that he had not done anything wrong. "The queen is out there fighting for you, and you are tucked away in the safest spot, sleeping soundly with the maid bestowed upon you by her." Before Ophelia could speak, one of the 6 winged angels who had followed her into Diablo's bedroom voiced her indignation, her wings also stained with blood. "Shut up, did I give you permission to speak?" Ophelia shot a deadly glance at the guard who had spoken out of turn. "Forgive me, your majesty, I was just overwhelmed by anger for a moment." Noticing the queen's gaze, the somewhat aloof 6-winged angel knelt on one knee, bowing her head. "Fighting for me?" Diablo, being held by Ophelia, felt his limbs grow heavy as he raised his head in confusion. "I don't have any enemies, so why would I be in battle?" But the kneeling 6-winged angel with her head bowed clearly wouldn't answer his question, and Ophelia showed no intention of clearing his doubts. "This battle has nothing to do with you, you don't need to ask further." "Oh, did you get hurt?" Diablo replied, then displayed the concern expected of a husband. "No," Ophelia set Diablo down, her gaze still indifferent, but not as icy as it had been at first. "From today on, you'll be with me." "Ha!" At first, Diablo couldn't understand what this meant, but when Ophelia hugged him while meditating, he realized, oh, so he had already become a pillow. Actually, it wasn't a big deal. Diablo even felt particularly delighted with this outcome. However, what made Tier 1 hatchling stage feel somewhat annoyed was that ever since that night, he hadn't seen any female other than his big wife. All those beautiful dragon maidens were gone, replaced by strong, muscular dragon men. Even the guards beside his wife had all transformed into androgynous faces, hard to distinguish between male and female. He never saw that six-winged angel again, who was as warm as a big sister next door. Initially, such an experience wasn't problematic after all. His wife Ophelia still hugged him to meditate every night. But he found that during this time, his big wife was especially busy and often stayed out at night. And once there was a phenomenon of staying out at night, when she returned, she was bound to be full of bloodlust aura. Even if she was completely clean and had no visible bloodstains, Diablo could still sense it. At such times, Tier 1 hatchling stage didn't really want to be around her because it was very uncomfortable. Only after a few days, when Ophelia's dense bloodlust aura gradually faded, or rather was gradually controlled and restrained, would Diablo be willing to get close to her. However, when it comes to being close to his wife, the initiative had never been in Diablo's hands whether he was willing or not. As long as Ophelia meditated, she would definitely hug him. As for his feelings? Were they important? Boom! From the distant land, a thunderous sound resonated, followed by tremors of the earth. Diablo, who was obediently studying spells in the room, felt the vibrations beneath him and looked up to see a massive gray mushroom cloud rising at the horizon. What happened? Seeing this scene, Diablo had no more thoughts of studying spells. He threw down the book in his hands and rushed to the window, using his little hands to grip the windowsill, craning his neck to see the direction of the rising mushroom. Joining the excitement is a natural inclination for living beings. It's in Diablo's nature, especially when this excitement doesn't directly involve him. Who is fighting with whom? Diablo sensed the ongoing tremors from the ground and couldn't help but wonder, but as he watched, he felt something was off. This position should be under my wife's rule, right? If a conflict broke out, my wife would definitely be involved. Tier 1 hatchling stage traced the rising mushroom cloud's position and, recalling the area Ophelia had flown him over, immediately felt something was amiss. Recently, the atmosphere in the territory ruled by his wife had become increasingly tense, with frequent enemy invasions. Although he was sheltered deep within the castle by his wife, he was aware of this. Ophelia was merely preventing him from contacting other females, but she hadn't stopped him from acquiring information from the outside. Therefore, Tier 1 hatchling stage knew that his wife's rule currently felt somewhat precarious and that she had to frequently go to war to suppress the enemy. I hope it won't reach me here. Diablo couldn't help but worry about his safety. As for his wife, there was no need to worry at all. She would definitely be fine. Are you the partner of the Blood Prison Queen? Just as Diablo was lost in thought, gazing toward the scene of battle at the horizon, a somewhat curious androgynous voice echoed in his ears. Who? Diablo immediately became alert and cancelled skill, polymorph, transforming into a small Tier 1 hatchling stage dragon with a big head and a small body. Its golden scales shimmered, with a radiant, colorful mana glow between its scales. Hey, don't get excited, I mean you no harm. Seeing Diablo's reaction, the hidden observer became anxious. Be careful, don't let that queen find out. Then show yourself, or else when my wife Ophelia gets back, I'll tell her. Hearing the fear in the words of the invisible observer, Diablo threatened without hesitation. Don't, actually I haven't been hiding, you simply can't see me. Under Diablo's surprised gaze, a wisp of thin white mist gathered before him, which transformed into a delicately shaped white dragon, winding gracefully. Who are you? Tier 1 hatchling stage looked at the little white dragon, which was at most a meter long, with some astonishment and relaxed a bit because its small size didn't appear to pose any threat. Of course, he also remained sufficiently alert. If this creature made any sudden movements, he would definitely shout loudly to bring in the armored giant mob outside. Cloud Dragon, Flatties, this is a fragment of my being, it won't harm you, so don't be alarmed. The slender-bodied Cloud Dragon inherently gave Diablo a great impression, and the friendly tone also made Diablo consider engaging in conversation. It sounded as if a female dragon was speaking. Enough small talk, just explain why you are inexplicably spying on me? Although it's been quite a while since Diablo last interacted with anyone other than his wife, and he felt a little excitement, he decided to probe further. Sigh, it's a misunderstanding. The water mist form of Diablo helplessly waved his claws. I didn't plan to spy, but you just happened to be standing by the window, and I couldn't help but be curious, so I came down to find you. What do you mean by just happening to? Diablo asked in confusion. Look, do you see that cloud in the sky? That's part of my body. The cloud dragon Flatties pointed outside to a fluffy white cloud, delivering a breathtaking statement. That big? Following Cloud Dragon's indication, Diablo was stunned, as the fluffy cloud was roughly estimated to be dozens of acres large. If this creature's body truly resembled it, it was somewhat hard to imagine. Are you really a cloud? Or a dragon? I am both a cloud and a dragon. I drift through the sky, overlooking the Dragon Realm server, watching the dragons live, thrive, and battle for supremacy. Originally, today I just came to join the fun. After all, it's rare for a dragon to dare unite against the Blood Abyss Queen. But I didn't expect to see you. It seems the rumors are true. Chapter 6, Curiosity Kills the Dragon. What's wrong with me? What rumors? Though they've known each other for a short while, Diablo was eager to learn more about the outside world in order to assess his own situation. He felt he knew too little for his own good. Before I tell you more, I need to confirm something. You just called the Blood Abyss Queen by name. What is your relationship with her? The Cloud Dragon Flatties sized up the obviously Tier 1 hatchling stage Diablo. This might sound unbelievable, but I am paired with Ophelia. Diablo said, slightly reserved, with a hint of pride in revealing his identity, especially since, from Cloud Dragon's expression, Ophelia was a very powerful queen. Paired? You? Are you kidding? Cloud Dragon was immediately shocked by Diablo, who never would have imagined that this big-headed dragon kid had such a relationship with the Blood Abyss Queen, who swept through the Dragon Realm server. Who is joking with you? How familiar are we? Believe it or not. Seeing his claim doubted, Diablo rolled his eyes in displeasure. Alright, your expression suggests you aren't lying, and if the rumors are true, it wouldn't be strange for the Blood Abyss Queen to have a paired relationship with you. Cloud Dragon Flatties extended a claw to stroke his chin, looking wise. If you keep playing riddles with me, I'm going to call someone to beat you up. Seeing that this creature still kept hiding the truth, Diablo cast a slightly unfriendly glare. Okay, I'll tell you. Sensing the maliciousness from Diablo, Cloud Dragon Flatties quickly spoke up. Although this Tier 1 hatchling stage creature posed no threat to him, he certainly did not want to provoke the fearsome Blood Abyss Queen. Currently, it's being widely circulated in the Dragon Realm server that the Blood Abyss Queen, also your partner Ophelia, found a way to leave the Dragon Realm server and go to the overworld from the Origin City Hub. Wait a minute, what is Origin City Hub? And what is the overworld? Seeing that Cloud Dragon wanted to continue speaking, Diablo interrupted him. There were essential pieces of information he needed to clarify, otherwise, even if he heard the truth, it would be incomprehensible. You don't know what Origin City Hub is? That thing is hanging in the sky. You just need to look up to see it. Diablo looked out the window and could see a grand city suspended at the apex of the sky, quietly observing the Dragon Realm server. So that thing is called Origin City Hub? Why is it named that? Diablo knew what the floating city was, but he had no idea it was called Origin City Hub, even though he was born there. It's because all living beings in the Dragon Realm server trace their origins back to that city. Oh, that's fitting, it should be called Origin City Hub, Diablo nodded. Speaking of which, he was also born from Origin City Hub, and for the creatures on the Dragon Realm server, he could be considered a legendary ancestor. Of course, he thought this inside, but couldn't say it out loud. Being considered an ancestor required matching strength. Without that strength, claiming to be someone else's ancestor could lead to getting beaten up. So, what can you tell me about the overworld? I heard Ophelia mention to me that the Dragon Realm server is actually an instanced zone. Instanced zone? Is that what she said? It's not entirely wrong. The essence of the Dragon Realm server is indeed that of a massive instanced zone. And the Origin City Hub is fundamentally a research institute for dragons. We are all products of that institute. The normal dragons in the overworld are nothing like us. So we're all experimental subjects? Such information was shocking, but Diablo had already suspected his identity, so it wasn't entirely unexpected. Although he was surprised, he didn't display the same level of shock as Yunlong had anticipated. You're even calmer than I imagined. You truly are the Dragonborn last from Origin City Hub, and you possess the ability to reach the overworld. Reach the overworld? I didn't even know I could do that. What basis do you have for this claim? Diablo couldn't help but question. He still hadn't figured out his abilities. Basis? A newly hatched Tier 1 hatchling stage dragon, yet you become the partner of the strongest queen in the Dragon Realm server. What more basis do you want? In the Dragon Realm server, who doesn't know that the Blood Abyss Queen's greatest desire is to leave the Dragon Realm server and go to the overworld? If you didn't have that ability, why would she want to partner with you? Diablo fell silent. He certainly knew that a powerful and beautiful queen wouldn't choose someone like him, a mere Tier 1 hatchling stage, without a reason, but this rationale was a bit absurd. I say, you were recently born from Origin City Hub, right? Noticing Diablo's silence, Yunlong Flatties continued probing for confirmation. No comment. Diablo waved his claw, not wanting to talk much with this guy. I know what types of dragons exist in the Dragon Realm server and how many there are. I'm well aware of it. You look like a traditional dragon, but you're unlike any other dragon here. Given that, there's only one explanation. Yunlong Flatties stared intently at Diablo. You just hatched from the Origin City Hub, and then you were brought down by the Blood Abyss Queen. Oh, and then what? What do you want to say? Diablo was starting to feel like shouting. Do you know when the last creature left Origin City Hub before you? Yunlong Flatties asked mysteriously. How long ago? Diablo was a bit curious. Although this was drifting off topic, such information could relate to his origins. Over 2,700 years ago. Since then, no other creature has emerged from the Origin City Hub. You are the only one. That long? Of course. By the way, do you know who the last creature to leave Origin City Hub before you was? How could I possibly know something like that? Diablo shook his head. Just tell me directly. It was the grandfather of the Blood Abyss Queen, a terrifying being even stronger than the current Blood Abyss Queen. So where is this Blood Abyss King now? He has fallen. Yunlong said lightly, and then she finally saw the shocked expression on Diablo's face. What happened? Who killed him? It's not about who killed him, it was his own recklessness. There is no creature in the Dragon Realm server that could threaten someone of that caliber. What do you mean? Was it suicide? Or did he exhaust his life force after reproducing? Diablo guessed. No, that guy forcibly broke into the Origin City Hub, and that's why he fell. This. Diablo opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing. So the obsession of the Blood Prison Queen's family, their greatest pursuit, is to leave the Dragon Realm server. The Blood Prison Queen has been entrusted with this mission since the day she was born. Xiao Yunlong's tone was quite emotional. Actually, there's no need for others to urge. Just mentioning the existence of the overworld would be enough to drive the Blood Prison Queen, given her nature, to seek it out herself. What's your situation? How do you know so much about my wife? Diablo felt something was off. If this were a male, he would have to consider whether this guy had ulterior motives. However, even if it were a female dragon, he couldn't let his guard down. Did I not tell you? I am Yunlong. My usual form is that of the clouds in the sky. Plus, I've lived a long time, and the Dragon Realm server is only so big, so I know a lot of secret things. So if you know of my existence, doesn't that make me dangerous? Diablo's tension instantly spiked. He seemed to possess not only incredible talent but also the key to a wider world. No, because you also know of my existence. Noticing the wary gaze from the Tier 1 hatchling stage before him, Yunlong hurriedly explained to avoid unnecessary trouble. To survive in a place like the Dragon Realm server for long, one shouldn't get too entangled with trouble. It's enough to satisfy a bit of curiosity. If your existence is discovered by other dragons, it will surely be because I've leaked information. At that point, if you tell that queen, she'll definitely come to hunt me down. I really don't want to provoke her. Since you don't want to provoke her, you shouldn't come down to talk to me, Diablo said in a low tone. I can't help it, my curiosity is too strong, Yunlong Flatties said sheepishly. Curiosity may kill the dragon. No, even though I see and hear a lot, I won't go around talking about everything. You just told me a lot. What's the big deal? It's just some common knowledge. Who knew you didn't even understand these? I thought the Blood Prison Queen had told you everything. She tells me nothing, just makes me read books. Reading books? Spell books? Yunlong looked longingly at the scattered books on the room floor. These are rare items in the Dragon Realm server. Do you want to see? Diablo glanced at the books on the ground. He wasn't foolish and certainly understood the importance of books, though importance is always relative. I want to see. Yunlong didn't hide his desire at all. You're strong, right? The spells recorded in these books probably won't be very useful to you. Diablo was somewhat puzzled that huge cloud in the sky was part of this guy's body, and given he dared to sneak in, he couldn't be weak. Who says it isn't? Diablo, let me tell you, the vast majority of dragons in the Dragon Realm server only master their inherent bloodline abilities. Even I am the same, but books can grant us powers beyond our inherent talents. Oh. Diablo felt no real connection with different positions. It's hard to have the same feelings. You. Seeing Diablo's indifferent expression, Yunlong Flatties felt a bit angry. This was something many dragons eagerly sought, but this guy seemed to undervalue it. Chapter 7, She and I are innocent. Let me make a deal. Diablo glanced at the books on the floor, his tone filled with temptation. What kind of deal? Yunlong was a bit wary. Don't you want to learn spells? I can teach you, but in exchange, you need to tell me the secrets you've heard. I refuse. Upon hearing Diablo's words, Yunlong Flatties did not hesitate to decline. Why refuse? Don't you want to learn? Diablo was somewhat puzzled. I really want to learn knowledge, but this knowledge is not yours. Yunlong Flatties was very clear-headed. If I learned the knowledge here without the Queen's permission, I would definitely incur her hostility, and might even be hunted down by her. Wow, are you that afraid of my wife? Diablo was stunned. Of course. Yunlong showed no signs of embarrassment. You wouldn't dare learn the spells from the book my wife gave me, so would you dare to learn the spells in my inheritance memory? The spells in your inheritance? Yunlong hesitated immediately. What? Do you look down on my inheritance? It's not about looking down. What's suitable for you might not be suitable for me. We're doing a trade. I tell you secrets, you teach me spells, but that doesn't necessarily mean it will be useful for me. How is that possible? My inheritance contains various spells that are definitely suitable for you. Really? Why would I lie to you about something like this? You'll know once you take a look. Then fine, it's a deal. What do you want to ask? I can tell you anything I know, but you absolutely cannot tell anyone else. If some things get leaked, it would be bad for everyone. I understand this kind of thing. Diablo expressed his understanding and then, excitedly pointing at the distant, lingering mushroom cloud, said, Now tell me, who invaded my wife's territory? They almost came to my place. It was a hellfire evil dragon, along with 2 black swamp dragons, both tyrants of their respective realms. They invaded your partner's territory, which is your wife's territory, bringing along their servants and vassals. This is the most circulated news on the Dragon Realm server right now. If you're asking about such common knowledge, I feel a bit embarrassed to charge you a fee. Why not ask something else? Without even thinking about it, Yunlong Flatties answered Diablo's question. Exchanging such common information for knowledge was a bit of bullying for the dragon. It might be a good deal in the short term, but once this guy grows up and resents her for the truth, it would be a greater loss for her. It's just not worth it. Alright then, based on your insights, who do you think will win this war? Diablo asked, without hesitation, about his current most pressing concern. Hellfire evil dragons and black swamp dragons may sound impressive, but he knows nothing about them. Even his wife is equally unfathomable in a situation where he understands nothing, he simply cannot assess the situation. Of course, it's the Blood Prison Queen. Those idiots who ally to invade may look lively now, but they'll eventually be nailed to a bronze pillar by your wife. You're that confident? Of course. You don't know the strength of the Blood Prison Queen. Let me tell you more about it. Sure. The setting sun bled like crimson, casting its glow on the Dragon Realm server during the transition from day to night. The king, who had fought for 3 days and nights, returned to the castle, riding the hellish black dragon, with a slightly tired body. When Ophelia landed at Diablo's castle, the sky was already completely shrouded in darkness, with only the dim light of the stars and moon casting shadows. The angelic guards and draconic mechanical army that originally followed her had returned to their respective camps to rest. The war was not yet over. In the days I've been away, I wonder how much that little guy Diablo has learned, and if he has gotten into any trouble? As she walked through the castle built just for her partner, Ophelia naturally thought of that Tier 1 hatchling stage. Her feelings towards Diablo were quite complicated. Her grandfather paid the price of his life to obtain the only method to leave the Dragon Realm server from the system AI of Origin City Hub, which is Diablo. But at that time, there was still 1,000 years before Diablo was born, and Ophelia's grandfather, having impacted the Origin City Hub, was already damaged at the source and couldn't wait that long. Thus, the Blood Prison King placed his hopes on his descendants, and the knowledge was passed down to Ophelia's era. When she was at her peak, she awaited the legendary miracle dragon that could take her to the material world. However, to take that miracle dragon away from the Origin City Hub, she would have to pay a considerable price, becoming the miracle dragon's partner and safeguarding its growth as a partner. Due to her family's obsession, combined with her own desires, she quickly agreed to the demands proposed by the Origin City Hub system AI. Originally in the Dragon Realm server, she couldn't find many male suitors that caught her eye, so it seemed better to give that miracle dragon, described by the system AI, a try, one with potential beyond any creature in the Dragon Realm server. To be honest, when she first saw the miracle dragon, she felt a bit disappointed. Because she wasn't able to test it with force, a simple skill called charm had completely mesmerized this Tier 1 hatchling stage. This is far from the all-powerful miracle dragon described in the system AI. Well, it could also be due to her being Tier 1 hatchling stage, so she decided to raise it for a while to see how it goes. After all, the system AI would never stoop to fraud. If it doesn't work out, then she'll definitely keep raising it. They've already signed the Soulbound Companion Pact, after all. What else can be done? Besides, just considering Diablo's size at birth, it can't be that bad. Ophelia had been pondering how to quickly resolve the trouble caused by the leaked information, but the moment she stepped into Diablo's room, all her thoughts came to a sudden halt. She looked at the little guy running towards her like a newly hatched dragonling, stumbling as he came. This was her husband, Diablo. He looked beautifully crafted and charming, but the sharpness of her intuition alerted the queen to a faint yet real presence in the room, causing Ophelia's expression to become serious and solemn. Ophelia, you're back? Are you hurt? Diablo hugged his wife's leg, his chubby little hands patting against her thigh. Due to his height, he couldn't really reach anything. Who is she? Ophelia looked down at Diablo, who was hugging her calf, and suddenly asked in a somewhat dazed manner. Huh? Sniffing the faint but intoxicating fragrance emanating from Ophelia, Diablo keenly sensed that the atmosphere was off. He looked up just in time to meet the cold, indifferent, and ruthless gaze of the Blood Queen, making Diablo feel as if he might be sliced at any moment. Who is that female dragon who entered your room while I was away? Diablo's eyes widened in shock, and he stumbled back a few steps before sitting down on the floor. No, let me explain, it's a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Diablo's mind was racing as he cursed angrily inside. That fool Cloud Dragon had guaranteed him with great sincerity that his wife would never find any trace of her visit. And now, just as he stepped in, it was as if he had been caught red-handed, even though he had done nothing. I've already issued an order, no female dragon is allowed to step into this castle except for me. So it can't be one of my dragons. Ophelia was confident that her subordinates would execute her will perfectly. Then it must be an outside dragon. And since you lack the initiative, it means she must have infiltrated first, but the guards in the city didn't notice her presence. Only a few dragons in the Dragon Realm server have such abilities. Wait. As he saw that his wife seemed to be piecing together the identity of that cloud dragon without him saying much, Diablo hurriedly interrupted. If he didn't confess quickly, he might not even have the chance to make amends. I'll tell you everything. Go on. I'm all ears. Her long golden hair cascaded down to her waist, with radiant light like fireflies shining from her snow-white 6 wings. The Blood Queen nodded, enveloped in a layer of holy buff. But Diablo knew that this beautiful image was meant for him alone. It wasn't her true self, or rather, it wasn't her real form. Ophelia was just showing him the best part of herself. Just like how he learned from the Cloud Dragon the secrets of his wife's past, where he had never known that she even held the title of Blood Queen. Although this title was inherited, Ophelia's actions completely justified it, even going beyond this. Thus, having learned about his wife's bloody achievements from the Cloud Dragon, Diablo was now behaving exceptionally well, feeling that he should confess ASAP if anything seemed even slightly off. According to the Cloud Dragon, his wife had a little hobby of nailing powerful dragons to bronze pillars, listening to their cries, screams, and pleas for mercy. It's like this. Recalling the way the Cloud Dragon had described how Ophelia dealt with her enemies, Diablo started spilling everything like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. He had no confidentiality agreement, so there was no point in sacrificing himself to protect a dragon he had known for less than a day. Well, good luck to him. Cloud Dragon, Flatties. It's definitely that guy. After hearing Diablo's description, a hint of coldness surfaced on Ophelia's otherwise expressionless face, making Diablo feel a shiver run down his spine. I'm going out for a bit, you stay here and read quietly. Don't think about prying into matters beyond your strength. What are you going to do? Are you going to deal with that Cloud Dragon? I really have nothing going on with her, just take it easy on her. Feeling a pang of conscience, Diablo hesitated but still called out to Ophelia, who was about to leave. Then, he sensed a strong bloodlust aura. Chapter 8, I'll turn you green sooner or later. Ancient trees tower high, mighty rivers flow, and mountains stand tall. This is a land brimming with vibrant life, where one would typically expect the sounds of elite behemoth predators fighting for survival to fill both day and night. Yet at this moment, the land is silent. Not even the slightest sound is made by the smallest, unintelligent insects, for they fear disturbing the presence hanging in the sky. That presence possesses dragon horns on her forehead and a dragon tail behind her. If one ignores the wings on her back, she appears no different from an ordinary dragonfolk. However, the wings draw a clear line dividing her from the dragonfolk. She is not one of them, and her level of existence is enough to crush a dragonfolk. At that moment, this being remains in a normal state, yet even her restrained presence causes the mountains and rivers for miles around to fall into complete silence. Cloud Dragon Flatties. The powerful entity called out the dragoness name in a calm tone. As the wind stirred, and amidst the bewildered and fearful gazes of many ferocious birds and beasts below, the clouds floating in the sky began to merge at a breathtaking speed, eventually forming a long, winding, pure white cloud dragon, resembling a vast snowy mountain suspended in the sky. Is there something I can help you with, Bloodlust Queen? The massive body of the Cloud Dragon Flatties, reaching thousands of meters in length, seemed extremely small in comparison to her current form, as she spoke gently, almost like a clueless little flower. Do you still need to put on an act? Seeing the display of the Cloud Dragon and hearing her response, the Bloodlust Queen narrowed her eyes. Have you forgotten what you did before? Don't tell me you don't know why I'm here? I truly don't remember. I tend to be forgetful. Cloud Dragon Flatties replied with a straight face. I've been sleeping all along, not understanding why your queen would come here to find me. You entered my territory without permission and met with my partner. The Bloodlust Queen said calmly, directly expressing her accusatory stance. Partner? What partner? Cloud Dragon Flatties looked genuinely confused. Are you kidding me, Queen? Aren't you all alone? How could you have a partner? If you want to target me, you don't need to go through all this trouble, just say it directly. It seems mere words 1T make you admit to your actions. Listening to Cloud Dragon's description, the Bloodlust Queen's expression began to grow cold. Admit to what? Your Highness, please don't pin unfounded accusations on me. Cloud Dragon said words of apology, but her long, winding body gradually became dimmer, and hints of thunder could be seen swirling within. I've already picked up your aura. Do you still want to deny it? The Bloodlust Queen observed the increasingly terrifying presence of the Cloud Dragon, which started to cause the sky to shift, her expression betraying not a hint of emotion. It's just a trace of aura, what does that even prove? Cloud Dragon Flatties was unapologetic. Though she had previously told Diablo that she didn't want to provoke the Bloodlust Queen, it was hard to ignore her direct confrontation, especially with such an imposing demeanor. Yes, you are a powerful leader, you are strong, and I cannot defeat you. But I am not so weak that I can be bullied at will. Besides, you can't kill me. Not wanting to offend and being unable to offend are two different things. It seems you're quite confident, daring to tempt my partner. But you must know, some actions cannot be taken. Once you do, you'll face consequences you're unwilling to bear. Ophelia's 6 white wings slowly spread out behind her, a blood-red aura permeating the air as the white wings gradually transformed into blood wings. The bloodlust aura thickened the sky as she released her power, resisting the oppressive force of the Cloud Dragon that commanded the heavens. Her combat power surpassed that of the Cloud Dragon, yet ultimately, they were both beings of the same level, not strong enough for one to completely overpower the other. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think everyone is like you, too eager to act against a Tier 1 hatchling stage? Cloud Dragon Flatty scoffed at the Bloodlust Queen's anger. Not everyone is like you. Flatties, I will definitely hang you in front of my palace. Hearing the words from the Cloud Dragon, a trace of anger appeared on the Bloodlust Queen's face. She reached out her hand, and the dense bloodlust aura wove and surged behind her. The ghostly shadows of a hellish realm unfolded behind her, staining a section of the sky blood red in an instant. Boom! The roar of thunder echoed within the now darkened body of the Cloud Dragon, which had turned black and gray, as fierce winds surged through the sky, clashing with the renowned domain of the Bloodlust Queen in the Dragon Realm server Blood Abyss. Ha ha, Bloodlust Queen, has your Tier 1 hatchling stage partner seen such a brutal display? Do you think he would be frightened to death if he saw it? A mocking laugh, filled with provocation, reverberated through the completely darkened sky. Cloud Dragon Flatties had fully let loose. I hope when I nail you to a bronze pillar, you can still be this arrogant. The Blood Queen reached out, and strands of bloodlust aura spilled from the crimson hell she was conjuring, gathering in her hand and transforming into a scarlet dragon spear, shaking the air with its overwhelming force. You don't have the capability to do that. Yunlong took the initiative to end the conversation, his gigantic dragon mouth opened, unleashing the long-awaited thunder. Boom! The blue and white thunder surged through the sky, a terrifying power unleashed among the heavens, igniting everything in the atmosphere, scattering sparks like fireflies. Then, the lightning engulfed the small body of the Blood Queen, while the dark sky interwoven with blood and shadows was lit up with a brilliance brighter than day. After preparing for so long, is that all you have? A dismissive voice filled with mockery emerged from the flowing thunder, and as Yunlong looked on in slight disbelief, a blood-red dragon spear materialized, steadfastly cleaving the torrent of thunder in two. If this is all you can do, then get ready to be pinned down on the Dragon Ridge. The blood spear was swung again by the Blood Queen, slicing through the thunder flow in a half-arc. Seeing her breath attack fail, Flatties immediately ceased her attack. It was expected, as the illustrious queen of the Dragon Realm server could not be defeated by such a feeble assault. What are you pretending to be? I prepared my breath attack for quite a while. How long did you take to get that spear ready? Boring verbal sparring. Blood hell, demon arrival. In the blood-red purgatory occupying half of the sky, the souls of the undead slain by the Blood Queen Ophelia during her growth revived. The fallen spirits howled in resentment, wanting to drag the living into this purgatory. However, as they began to move, their power was siphoned by the Blood Queen and integrated into the spear she held. Then, the Queen thrust the spear, its blazing light piercing the heavens. Boom! The Dragon of Thunder was pierced through, a vivid blood-red rainbow transcended the sky, followed by a painful roar echoing through the air. Ophelia! Flatties, you just admitted it, you've seen my companion. I have no intention of killing you, just swear to never meet him again, and I will walk away. The Blood Queen Ophelia, holding the dragon spear, spoke in a calm tone, seeing Yunlong Flattie's strength as usual but acknowledging her troublesome innate abilities. What nonsense! What right do you have to make such a decision for your companion? Flatties, who had nearly a third of her dragon body shattered by the Blood Queen's spear, gritted her teeth to endure. The body's collapse was secondary, the main issue was the damage to her soul. I have signed a soulbound companion pact with him. We are one entity, my will is his thoughts. The Blood Queen's expression turned remarkably calm. Flatties did not respond to the Blood Queen's words, focusing all her power as torrents of thunder surged toward the small being with 6 wings, attempting to overwhelm her. Meeting with my companion violated our sacred soulbound companion pact, and that is your sin. Even without a response, the Blood Queen continued speaking. As for the attacks, they were nothing she couldn't handle once her domain was released. It was not just a terrifying sight. I said, no one besides you would be interested in a Tier 1 hatchling stage. The thunder roared, and Yunlong Flatties was also ablaze with anger. I'll admit that I excel in your domain, but meeting with your companion and tempting him? That's just wishful thinking. Even if I did tempt him, what could that Diablo do? Since you have already admitted, then pay the price for your sins. With her blood-red wings spread wide, the queen extended another palm, a crimson aura pervading, coalescing in her hand into a slender blade. Then the queen swung her sword. Boom! The sky split open, or rather, due to the presence of Yunlong, the dense clouds were cleaved, light from the sun began to fall again, but only a narrow strip could bask in this rare radiance. Blood Queen, you arrogant creature, you are one of the strongest in the Dragon Realm server, but you are not the king of the Dragon Realm server. With one strike, Yunlong Flatties' form completely collapsed, transforming into mist drifting through the sky. Yet for her, it could only be deemed as serious injury, not catastrophic damage, though the pain to her soul was quite significant, while the physical losses were trivial. I am not your opponent, but I am both a dragon and clouds. If you have the ability, clear away all the clouds in the sky of the Dragon Realm server. If you lack that ability, then wait. I will eventually return to your beloved companion before you, and as you imagined, I will do my utmost to tempt him, stealing him away from you. I truly look forward to it, wondering what your expression will be like. Chapter 9, The Imperial Mage, the Gate of Miracles. I wonder what condition Flatties will be in after being dealt with by Ophelia. Diablo gazed curiously at the fluffy white clouds drifting outside the window, curious about the final outcome. From the description given by the Cloud Dragon, which claimed to know many secrets of the Dragon Realm server, it was clear that his wife, even if she wasn't the strongest in the Dragon Realm server, was definitely among the top. If they crossed paths, she would be absolutely outmatched. I hope the dragon is alright. Diablo folded his hands, applying skill, polymorphed to himself with a lack of sincerity as he offered a brief prayer for the Cloud Dragon. If anything goes wrong, I want to be able to see another mother dragon, and I want to hear any news from the outside world. Suck. Suddenly, Diablo, who had been mumbling just a moment ago, caught a whiff of a very tempting scent. His nose twitched, and an unusual expression crossed his face as he saw a scene that could never appear in the Dragon Realm server. What was that? In a daze, Diablo saw a colossal arena filled with cheers and excitement, where 2 groups of strikingly handsome creatures were locked in battle. Behind each group of monsters stood a small but adorable humanoid figure. A temporary summon, huh? After a moment of confusion, Diablo found a relevant description in his inherited memories, which seemed really interesting. According to the description, he would sign a temporary soulbound companion pact with a summoner, fighting on their behalf in exchange for certain benefits. Of course, he could refuse at any time, and even if he agreed and was summoned to another realm, he could still refuse to fight if he felt something was wrong in return. I can return at any time. Such relaxed terms made Diablo a bit restless. He was extremely curious about the world he found himself in and, provided he could ensure his own safety, he wouldn't mind going out to take a look. So what is there to hesitate about? I am a noble lady destined to inherit my family's title. There is no way I'm going to lose to a commoner like Tessa in a place like this. In the vast and magnificent arena, a girl with a staff radiating mana glow watched her opponent across the arena with gritted teeth, wearing a divine patterned robe with an expression that was surprisingly calm and devoid of any tension. Compared to her weapons and equipment, which were adorned with extraordinary accessories on her forehead, ears, neck, fingers, and even her waist, her opponent was only wearing the standard robes and summoning staff provided by the academy. Although the equipment distributed to students by the Imperial University's summoning department was quite good, it was nothing compared to what she had acquired through her family's connections. It was trash. Yet even so, she could only match her lowly-born opponent Tessa during the grandest celebration of the Empire, at least judging by the creatures they both summoned. No clear winner could emerge in the short term.
No, this cannot go on.
Your Majesty, and all the highnesses are watching from above. The noble girl looked up at the highest position in the stands. Although she couldn't see one of the world's most esteemed figures, she knew that the Emperor, the most illustrious in the Empire, was likely focused on her. The celebration of the heavens is the grandest celebration of the Empire because it marks the day the Empire was established 1200 years ago. Therefore, the Empire holds a grand celebration far exceeding that of any holiday on this day, and her battle against her nemesis Tessa is one of the highlights of this event. Although this match has a performance nature, the final outcome of the battle wasn't predetermined, because the overarching environment of the Empire despises pre-arranged fights that would be a desecration of battle. Thus, the noble girl began to sweat. This celebration was an opportunity that would never come again. This year's celebration coincides with the Empire's 1200th anniversary, so the scale of this celebration will surpass those of the past decades and future ones. Not only the Emperor of the Empire but also many great nobles, powerful generals, and heirs to the Empire's throne are gathered here. Even though she comes from an earl's family, she doesn't stand out among such influential figures. If she can perform well in this celebration and leave a good impression on these big players, it would bring her unimaginable support for her future.
Tessa. Thinking about the many benefits she might gain from winning, the noble girl's gaze turned fierce. I must win this battle. I absolutely cannot lose to a commoner.
The girl's stare became resolute as she took out a small knife and cut her wrist. Blood, shining with a silver radiance, immediately dripped from her wrist. At the moment it touched the ground, the blood did not spill recklessly but instead formed a summoning array according to the girl's will.
Come forth, my silver dragon companion, Aliu. Fight for me.
As the girl called out, the originally grim and bloody magic circle was suddenly enveloped in a silver mana glow, bursting forth with a brilliant radiance, and a chilling aura spread, causing the arena's temperature to drop.
Roar!
With a soft and graceful dragon's roar, a sleek and elegant silver dragon slowly flew out from the mana glow emitted by the magic circle, circling in front of the girl.
Krisia! I answer your call. I come at your summons. I will fight for you.
Amidst the gasps of the spectators in the arena, the elegant silver dragon lowered its head to gaze at the girl below.
Thank you for your assistance, Lord Allure. Please defeat her for me.
The girl's red lips bloomed like a flower. Having successfully summoned the silver dragon, with the family's help in forming a dragon pact, it meant that victory in this battle already belonged to her.
Is that her?
The silver dragon, nearly 20 meters long, surveyed the bustling arena without the slightest hint of fear. He was a silver dragon, fond of transforming into human form to live in civilized society, and he had seen plenty of grand scenes. Stage fright was simply not in his nature.
Yes, Krisia gritted her teeth.
Her background seems to be inferior to yours. Why can't you defeat her in this situation? The silver dragon glanced at the girl opposite him and the girl who formed a pact with him. The difference between the two was apparent at a glance. In that moment, he even felt reluctant to take action out of respect for the dignity of the dragon race.
Because she has better luck than I do. The girl Krisia almost ground her teeth.
She possessed excellent summoner talent, and combined with her superior background, she chose to become a summoner since her family could provide immense support in regard to her soulbound companion Pact Beast. As for Tessa, coming from a common background, to obtain a soulbound companion Pact Beast, she could only rely on herself. Logically speaking, a humble commoner wouldn't stand on the same battlefield as nobility, no matter how great her talent. But the harsh reality was that her classmate, whom she viewed as an archenemy, had an unfathomable luck, as if graced by the goddess of fortune. Through various amazing coincidences, she managed to tame beasts that even her family might not be able to acquire.
Luck? I see now.
Hearing Krije's words, the silver dragon nodded, observing the beings that, despite some fear due to his dragon might, still showed no signs of retreat and wished to fight him.
You're called Tessa, right? Surrender.
Although these little companions bound by your soul-bound companion pact are all great, they're just young beasts and not my opponents. The silver dragon circled in the sky, looking at the plainly dressed girl across from him, gently advising her to give up. As a noble silver dragon, even the needs of a soul-bound companion pact could not sway his will. Moreover, as a dragon, how could he casually attack a weaker being? Mr. Silver Dragon, while your bloodline is powerful, you are still just a Tier 2 juvenile stage dragon. I may still have a chance of victory. Standing firm in the face of a giant dragon's pressure, the common-born girl who could appear at the Empire's grandest festival showed no signs of conceding. Precisely because she was born from a lowly background, she had put in an unimaginable amount of effort to reach this point, experiencing countless dangers. Though in their eyes, she appeared to be the favored child of fate, if she truly were favored, how could she have been bored at the bottom?
Seems I underestimated you, girl witnessed the power of an underage silver dragon. With a dragon's roar, snow and frost descended upon the arena.
Yet this did not diminish the enthusiasm of the spectators. Instead, their emotions soared even higher. An exhibition match for summoners was just the prelude, and someone had managed to summon a noble silver dragon. The Ruiz family has really invested heavily this time, actually forming a pact with a silver dragon. Yes, they have put in a lot of effort to ensure their girl performs well, but unfortunately, no matter how excellent she is, she only serves as a compliment to that girl. After all, nobility and commoners standing on the same stage is a failure in itself.
Ah, old man, that statement doesn't quite hold. The little girl from the Ruiz family is also considered an elite at the Imperial University. It's just that her opponent is too outstanding.
No matter how outstanding, it cannot erase her inherent disadvantages.
That's not necessarily true. Did you see? That little girl is going all out.
What is that? The Gate of Miracles. Some important figures in the spectator stands looked at the radiant spell below, their expressions suddenly turning intricate. Oh, it's that infamous spell again, huh? But no wonder that little girl has no other options left.
It isn't necessarily deceitful.
If favored by fate, then this spell will show you what a miracle is.
That is the reason this spell has endured through the ages without changing its name. Damn, to hell with fate's favor. In an enclosed box, someone muttered angrily.
Marquis, you can't deny this spell just because what you summon through it appears subpar.
It just seems this luck-dependent spell isn't suitable for you.
Regardless of what the important figures on the stands thought about this potentially lethal spell that could also turn the tide, at this moment, the common girl had completed her casting. She was drenched in sweat, nearly unable to stand due to depleted mana.
Miracle Gate.
Please bring me a miracle. Gazing at the space gate unfolding in midair, the girl silently prayed in her heart this was her last hope. In response to the girl's prayer, a dragon with golden, armor-like scales and 4 twisting horns on its head, which conveyed some majesty but looked rather comical due to its disproportionate size, cautiously poked its head out from the space gate. However, before it could clearly see its surroundings, it was forcibly pulled into the arena by some unseen power, as it had already responded to the summoning. Tier 1 hatchling stage. Tessa, I thought you would summon something impressive, but it's just a Tier 1 hatchling stage. On the other side of the arena, Clicia, who had been anxious about her opponent casting that luck assessment spell, burst into gleeful laughter, releasing her tension and fear. Lord Allure, please crush them. This battle is over. The noble girl was full of vigor, victory within reach, although her opponent's summoned Tier 1 hatchling stage seemed quite extraordinary. But what did that matter? It was just a Tier 1 hatchling stage after all. However, what she didn't expect was that the silver dragon, which had come in response to the summoning, completely ignored her commands, remaining still and staring intently at the Tier 1 hatchling stage that was lying on the ground, unable to take flight. Lord Allure, please.
Clicia felt her tone might be an issue and used honorifics, but little did she know. I refuse to fight.
Staring at the Tier 1 hatchling stage whose scales emitted a multicolored mana glow, the silver dragon outright refused.
Why?
Lord Allure,
We have signed a pact. Why are you giving up the fight? This is the Holy Light Dragon. I cannot lift a finger against the Holy Light Dragon. Recognizing the identity of the summoned Tier 1 hatchling stage, the Silver Dragon spoke with a solemn tone. What Holy Light Dragon? Clicia was left bewildered, but her mind quickly began to think of a solution. I can offer more money, double the reward. It's not about the reward, it's about being. 5 times. As long as you help me achieve victory, 5 times the reward. The Silver Dragon was initially somewhat tempted, but suddenly raised its head and looked toward the viewing platform, sensing the rising terrifying auras. Get back quickly, this is not a place for you right now, the Silver Dragon growled at the Tier 1 hatchling stage, which was still lying on the ground, still somewhat unclear about the situation. At this moment, Diablo was completely bewildered. He was just curious, never expecting to be pulled into a completely unfamiliar environment. It was all too sudden. Chapter 10, Wait Clean and Ready. Danger. Although he still hadn't figured out what was happening, Diablo already sensed an extreme danger coming from all directions, an omnipresent threat. In that instant, as Diablo looked at the Silver Dragon soaring in front of him, he connected many thoughts together, yet he acted swiftly, resisting the frail soulbound companion pack's constraints and preparing to return directly to the Dragon Realm server, realizing that staying put would be foolish. Thus, in the eyes of the excited and exhilarated nobleman attending the heavenly festival, the figure of the legendary Holy Light Dragon gradually faded, like a flower in a mirror or the moon in the water, seeming as if it could vanish at any moment. Immediately, these high-status individuals could no longer sit still, and waves of powerful auras rose up, tearing through the clouds and shattering the sky, sealing the heavens and the earth, suppressing the laws. Consequently, the world in Diablo's view became a brilliant spectrum, filled with an array of powerful beings' auras, resplendent yet deadly. What the hell is this place? Diablo was completely bewildered, feeling a dozen unimaginable powerful forces pressing down on everything around him, even the very force that had summoned him. At this moment, Diablo couldn't move, as the rule power that was supposed to send him back to the Dragon Realm server had been suppressed. Damn! He had merely responded to a temporary summoning, and according to the descriptions passed down, such summoning should pose no danger to him, as he could always return at his own discretion. But now, it was evident that he had encountered an extreme situation. He had been targeted by an unknowable number of powerful presences, which had worked in unison to cut off his return path. Absurd. Just when Diablo was contemplating what to do. On. A roar far more sonorous and lengthy than when the Silver Dragon appeared erupted in Diablo's eyes. A golden light exploded forth, like the sun rising over the horizon before dawn, sweeping away the multitude of auras filling the plains effortlessly. Child, go back. Don't leave home before you are grown. A gentle voice sounded in Diablo's ears, and he felt all the pressure that had been weighing on him disappear completely. The force that was supposed to send him back to the Dragon Realm server had also returned, no longer in that state that felt like it could be cut off at any moment. What do you want? Before leaving this extremely dangerous, vast arena, Diablo heard an angry question, accompanied by a terrifying will that enveloped the sky, blocking all covetous gazes directed at him. In an instant, he vanished from one of the world's strongest empires, the capital of the Austin Empire. Lord Christian, I specifically invited you here, and you had to witness this disgraceful scene. I truly apologize. A voice that sounded somewhat gentle, but upon careful attention, one could feel its authority and coldness, rang through the now quiet celebration venue, alleviating the tense atmosphere. Your Majesty, I don't need to elaborate on the significance of the Radiant Dragon to my dragonkin, you already know. Christian, the ancient golden dragon, who had exerted all his power to suppress more than a dozen imperial nobles, slowly began to speak, engaging in conversation with this noble presence. We, the dragonkin, cherish peace and do not wish to engage in any bloody conflicts or wars with any races or nations in the world, but we also do not fear any provocation. Yes, I know, but please believe me, this was just an accident. Even though the Emperor, who had not revealed himself, heard this ancient dragon's firm statement, he did not get angry. He maintained a gentle demeanor while explaining, simultaneously reprimanding those nobles who had just acted out. Still not withdrawing? You bunch of disgraceful fools, a mere radiant dragon, and you're causing such a scene.
With the emperor's admonition, the nobles who had acted hastily quickly stifled their presence. No one wanted to incur the wrath of an ancient golden dragon. Offending the metallic dragonkin was far too troublesome. I just acted instinctively, I meant no offense to the dragonkin.
Neither did I.
The beings summoned by the Gate of Miracles can only stay for a very short time, so Some nobles, lacking a bit of common sense, couldn't help but try to explain, but the more they explained, the more it made the ancient dragon feel something was off.
Shut up. Why are you explaining? Apologize to Lord Christian. As you command, Your Majesty.
The nobles who had just acted moved their mental energies to apologize to the old man with blonde hair, sitting not far from the emperor. As for the nobles' apologies, though the ancient golden dragon wanted to give each one of them a claw, he also knew this was the territory of the human empire. As a member of the dragon kin, despite their high status, they couldn't be too audacious, so he could only stifle his anger and accept it. At this moment, under the influence of some sharp-eyed individuals, the entire celebration's atmosphere gradually returned to its previous clamor.
Of course, those with a bit of thought couldn't help but become animated. The Radiant Dragon.
Although aside from the top nobles, very few knew what this so-called Radiant Dragon actually was. Anyone who wasn't stupid could guess that it was undoubtedly a lineage of dragonkin with exceptionally strong bloodlines. Otherwise, those high-ranking nobles, who cared about etiquette, wouldn't disregard the emperor and the dignity of the empire, taking the risk of disrupting the celebration to act. However, that dragon had already been scared off. Even if the people below were restless in their thoughts, they would only think about it. Thus, the nation-building celebration continued in an extremely strange atmosphere.
The chaos caused by Diablo's sudden appearance had already calmed down, but its aftershocks were still festering.
Nighttime, capital of the Parkinson Empire, Heavenly Palace.
Are you all pigs? What are you all thinking?
In the foremost part of the resplendent palace, which could be said to be the most esteemed man in the world, looked at the many nobles on their knees below, raging fiercely. Elements moved with his will, evolving into hundreds of intricate and profound runes within the hall, each word and action carrying an indescribable majesty. You actually made me plead with an ancient golden dragon for you fools at the festival of heaven. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Under the emperor's rage, the kneeling nobles trembled. Although the emperor wasn't the strongest in the empire, his position ensured he could enjoy far more resources than what he could personally bear.
Calm down? Ha!
Just look at what you all did to the Radiant Dragon. You acted directly. Where's your brain? The emperor, who had endured all day, finally unleashed his frustration onto his subjects. Even if you had left that Tier 1 hatchling stage behind, what then? Would you skin it, strip it of its bones, and suck its marrow? Do you think the dragonkin don't exist? Your Majesty, I truly couldn't contain myself. I have stagnated at my current level for 300 years now. I am the same. The potential of my family's bloodline has been completely exhausted, and I can't advance any further. Because they had disrupted the celebration during the day, the nobles summoned by the emperor at night were all expressing their grievances, hoping to ease the emperor's anger by lamenting.
So what? You intend to use force against the Radiant Dragon? The emperor's face was full of mockery. Do you think you're worthy? Have you forgotten that old dragon from the celestial realm?
Humph.
Your Majesty.
All right, since you have already waited for hundreds of years, what a few hundred more? Seeing these pitiful nobles, the emperor felt both amused and angered, pointing them toward the clear path ahead.
What is so difficult about obtaining a dragon's bloodline? Your Majesty, what do you mean?
Upon hearing the emperor's words, a strange look appeared on the faces of the great nobles. Have your wives and daughters all washed clean and obediently wait. The saintly Radiance Dragon will surely appear in the world again, and by that time, you will have to figure out how to send your female relatives to his bed.
This.
Upon hearing the emperor's suggestion, which could not even be recorded in the historical texts, the great nobles were dumbfounded. Then, they began to contemplate seriously, and after a moment, they slammed the table in astonishment.
Your Majesty, you are brilliant.
I never expected that after 5,000 years, a saintly Radiance Dragon would reappear, and it's a Tier 1 hatchling stage at that.
It's truly incredible. Which two mighty beings combined to give birth to this hatchling? It doesn't matter how it happened.
What's important is that this young prince has already caught the attention of the Packington Empire before he has even grown up. After tonight, the whole world will know of the existence of this young prince. In a lavish manner, an elderly man with golden hair gazed up at the starry sky, his face filled with worry. Today, he had intervened to prevent the Empire's nobles from spying on Diablo, but he knew very well that today was just the beginning. Even with the Emperor's assurance, it couldn't stop those nobles from yearning for the saintly Radiance Dragon. If it were an adult saintly Radiance Dragon, it would make these greedy humans wary, but a Tier 1 hatchling stage saintly Radiance Dragon would only ignite their greater greed.
It shouldn't be a problem.
That young prince has already gone back, and no matter how much those greedy humans crave, it won't matter now. Beside the elder, a stunning golden-haired girl blinked, unaware of the seriousness of the situation. If that young prince has a powerful presence guarding him, it shouldn't be a problem.
But the real question is the guardian strong enough to ward off human greed?
The ancient gold dragon felt deeply troubled. He knew all too well the temptation a saintly Radiance Dragon posed to those human nobles. If the bloodline of the saintly Radiance Dragon could be merged into a family's lineage, the entire family would flourish, and a sorcerer family that already possessed a powerful bloodline could break the bloodline shackles by harnessing the strength of the saintly Radiance Dragon and achieve even greater limits.
No, I absolutely cannot sit back and let this happen.
I must make a trip to the celestial realm to meet with Lord Caelmont and inform him of what happened today, leaving it to him to decide.
Grandfather, it can't be that serious.
The golden-haired girl beside him widened her eyes upon hearing her grandfather's words.
Chapter 11, The Shielding Formation. Eternal Celestial Realm, Mount Radiant Light. This is a majestic divine mountain, shimmering with brilliance, radiating an immortal godly glow that illuminates all directions.
Holy celestial guardians surround it as they soar, and valiant giants clad in armor and wielding sharp weapons guard the palace leading to the mountain's peak. All manner of divine beings guard this mountain, renowned throughout the celestial realm. The famed Holy Mountain.
Divine majesty, serene and peaceful.
But with a resounding dragon roar, a stunning rift in space appeared, enveloped in eternal light, immediately alerting the many powerful beings guarding the Holy Mountain. However, when they saw an ancient gold dragon emerging from the rift, they all relaxed their vigilance. It's just a dragon, there's no need to be tense, just go about their business. Thus, the ancient gold dragon Christian, who had expended considerable energy to reach the celestial realm, looked on sadly as the majority of the beings atop this divine mountain treated him as if he didn't exist, with only a few massive canine-headed guardians who were unable to pretend not to see him approaching.
Lord Christian, you're here again?
A canine-headed guardian, grinning from its fluffy head, looked at the powerful ancient dragon, suddenly feeling a bit conflicted.
Is Lord Caelmont in?
Looking at the guardian with a white dog head and a golden halo above, the ancient gold dragon patiently inquired.
Lord Caelmont is currently sleeping.
After hesitating for a moment, the canine-headed guardian chose to advise the ancient dragon, who frequently visited the celestial realm. If you don't have anything urgent, it would be best to wait until the Lord awakens.
This time I truly have an urgent matter.
I must explain the situation in person to Lord Caelmont.
The ancient gold dragon's expression turned serious. That Lord could sleep for decades, or even hundreds of years. Is that something I can wait for? When have you not claimed you had an urgent situation?
Upon hearing the ancient dragon's words, the canine-headed guardian who was patrolling the skies thought to himself, but he didn't dare to say this out loud. After all, this was a powerful ancient dragon.
Please wait a moment, I will go report. The canine-headed guardian glanced back at the few kin behind him, helplessly flapping its white wings, and flew towards the towering divine mountain that pierces the clouds.
Boom! Moments later, a visible golden ripple radiated from the peak of the divine mountain located above the clouds, clearing the clouds that surrounded the middle of the mountain, leaving the sky bright and clear with no clouds.
Why are you here again?
Along with this overwhelming domain that unknowingly enveloped the area for miles, a sense of helplessness descended upon the ancient gold dragon. Your Majesty, I have discovered a newly born saintly Radiance Dragon. The ancient gold dragon Christian stated directly. After a brief silence, the world turned upside down. The ancient gold dragon had no power to resist before he could even react. he was directly confined to a fragrant garden filled with the sounds of birds.
Christian was not anxious. He understood that he had entered the instanced zone opened by Sir Caelmont. He lifted his gaze slightly and saw the majestic dragon lying among the crystal mountains. 8 sinuous, intertwined dragon horns, resembling a crown, with golden armored scales.
Even the thick scales cannot conceal the robust muscles and the long tail ending in a spear-like tip.
The Holy Radiance Dragon.
A fully grown adult dragon, even the gods would show it respect.
Tell me, what is going on with the newly born Holy Radiance Dragon?
The Holy Dawn Dragon, lying on its crystal bed, lowered its head, yielding endless pressure to the powerful ancient dragon. What the ancient golden dragon referred to as the Crystal Mountain was merely a wrinkle left by the Holy Radiance Dragon on the ship unwittingly. Whoosh! The ancient golden dragon Christian was silent, but a light burst forth from the center of his brow, projecting an image of everything he had seen not long ago before this noble being. He used magic to extract his memories, presenting everything to this noble presence.
Your Majesty, is this the Holy Radiance Dragon?
It appears to be. Your judgment is correct, but it shouldn't be. Shining like the sun, the scales emitted an endless glow, illuminating the Holy Radiance Dragon, Clement, who looked a bit confused as he pondered. Your Majesty, this one seems to still be in the Tier 1 hatchling stage of the Holy Radiance Dragon.
Wasn't it supposed to be conceived after the union of the two esteemed majesties?
The Holy Radiance Dragon cannot possibly be born naturally.
Hearing the ancient golden dragon's words, Clement glanced at him and shook his head. If it wasn't born naturally, then where did this Holy Radiance Dragon come from? The ancient golden dragon quickly questioned.
The Empire is already destroyed. In today's world, there's south only one place where a Holy Radiance Dragon could still be born, but it shouldn't be, as there are no great archmages left. That place should be empty.
What place?
Seeing this mighty dragon that could rival the gods in such distressful thoughts, Christian immediately asked out of curiosity.
That's not something you should be concerned with. You can go back now, and I'll handle the rest.
Clement glanced at this old dragon, who keeps showing up for everything, and with a flick of his long tail, sent him away.
How dangerous. What kind of place is that?
Having successfully returned to the Dragon Realm server, Diablo still felt shaken, his 4 little paws trembling slightly. He had truly been frightened just now. His keen spiritual sense allowed him to perceive more things, and thus, he felt a suffocating pressure.
Thank goodness I'm back. The information from the legacy isn't reliable at all. Luckily someone helped, otherwise, I wouldn't have made it back.
Stay low until I grow up. I definitely want to go outside to wander. Feeling like he had just teetered on the brink of life and death, Diablo made up his mind to accept his wife's protection obediently and absolutely not to heed those chaotic summons anymore.
Learn spells.
Since birth, Diablo had truly felt a deadly threat, a strong desire for power ignited within him, as well as motivation to learn. Knowledge, once acquired, becomes one's own, something no one can take away. If one can't learn, it's merely a decoration. However, as he kept studying, Diablo started to feel sleepy, his eyelids drooping uncontrollably, ultimately collapsing onto the spellbook and slipping into a deep sleep. After all, he was still in the Tier 1 hatchling stage, and sleeping was perfectly normal. When Diablo once again opened his eyes in a daze, he saw the golden sunlight streaming in from the window, dazzling and bright.
Is it dawn?
The Tier 1 hatchling stage dragon groggily stretched out his claws to rub his eyes, but as his consciousness cleared, Diablo sensed something was wrong. He noticed the light coming in from the window was growing brighter and more brilliant, like sunlight, yet even more intense. It felt comforting but simultaneously also brought a pressure from deep within his soul.
Those guys wouldn't have tracked me down here, would they? This abnormal phenomenon startled Diablo greatly.
If he were to say it had nothing to do with the experience from not long ago, he himself wouldn't believe it.
Your Highness, King Husband.
Just when Diablo was in a panic, the bedroom door of his room suddenly swung open, and a strong and burly armored giant mob walked in.
There's an unknown anomaly in the sky. There may be unknown dangers approaching.
Please come with us to take shelter.
Take shelter? Shelter from what?
If those guys really can find this place, what's the use of hiding somewhere else? At this moment, Diablo's reasoning was very clear. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, he could sense the power of those who harbored greedy intentions toward him.
Where is my wife? Where is she now?
Her Majesty the Queen has gone out, we don't know her exact location. The armored giant mob replied honestly. Find a way to get me to her side, or have her come back, otherwise, I'm not going anywhere. Diablo is very clear that if those who are after him really follow him to the Dragon Realm server, the only one who is likely to shelter him there is his big wife. But before the guardian giant could respond, a violent roar suddenly echoed in the sky. At that moment, Diablo felt his heart skip a beat, followed by intense vibrations.
What's going on?
That inexplicable anomaly grew clearer, the pressure becoming heavier, but Diablo also sensed a kind of warm familiarity from the same origin. Because of this strange feeling, Diablo glanced at the giant at the door, who was still dazed from the previous roar. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly walked over to the window and looked up at the sky. The originally azure sky was now covered in a golden glow, like a golden ocean suspended in the sky, filled with an immensely shocking visual impact. Buzz. A nearly inaudible buzzing sound lingered in the air as Diablo watched the Origin City hub, which seemed insignificant compared to the golden ocean at the highest point in the sky, burst out with brilliant six-colored radiance. The dazzling mana glow spread out from the floating city, and in just a few breaths, it drew upon the elemental aura of the entire Dragon Realm server, causing billions of runes to coalesce in the air, constructing a complex magic array that made one dizzy just by looking at it. The massive magic array obscured the sky and also firmly blocked the golden ocean that seemed ready to pour down at any moment. Radiance, what you're doing is a bit unreasonable.
I just wanted to come back and take a look, and you're keeping me out.
A soft voice, sounding resigned, came from outside the vast magic array.
Leave. This is not a place you should step into.
A cold voice echoed between heaven and earth as the silhouette of a dragon mage over 1,000 meters tall appeared in the sky, gazing at the existence trying to enter the Dragon Realm server from outside the magic array.
Chapter 12, The Fallen Empire. The Dragon Realm server is my birthplace, how can I not tread here?
A slightly dissatisfied voice rang out from beyond the sky.
You do not have permission.
The system AI fell silent for a moment before stating the reason for the refusal.
What if I must enter? Are you still going to stubbornly refuse? Your body is too large, the Dragon Realm server cannot accommodate you. Forcibly entering will only lead to destruction.
If you come with such intentions.
Hey, when did I say I wanted to destroy the Dragon Realm server? I'm just back to see my descendants. There are no descendants of yours here.
The system AI, controlling the Origin City hub, looked towards the outside of the Dragon Realm server at the Holy Radiant Dragon, which emitted endless light and heat, appearing no different from the sun. Recalling the events from not long ago, it seemed to understand the situation.
Nonsense, not long ago, an old dragon reported to me that a young Holy Radiant Dragon had appeared.
I thought long and hard and concluded that in today's world, aside from your place, there could be no other that could create a Holy Radiant Dragon.
Upon hearing the system AI's words, the Holy Radiant Dragon Calamant was immediately confused.
The old dragon's report could not be false, but the system AI also could not be lying.
Was his judgment wrong? Nonsense, that was even less possible. You're mistaken.
Just when the Holy Radiant Dragon began to ponder whether there was a problem with himself, he heard the reply from the system AI. Calamant was startled for a moment, then became indignant.
Are you questioning my judgment? How could I possibly be mistaken?
I have existed for nearly 10,000 years.
Not questioning.
Even if your experience exceeds 10,000 years, you still cannot judge accurately because that is an unprecedented, unique miracle dragon. It's just that the form it currently exhibits coincidentally resembles your Holy Radiant Dragon.
Are you saying that's a brand new dragon? Interesting, it's been 5,000 years since the Empire was destroyed, and yet a brand new giant dragon can still be born? Incredible, how did that happen? No permission, no further information. Ha!
Upon hearing the system AI's response, the Holy Radiant Dragon snickered coldly.
Alright, I want to go in and see that miracle dragon.
Don't worry, I'll be courteous, my true form 1T enter, I'll only lower a will that won't pose any threat.
No, you do not have permission.
If you don't agree, I'll have to take more forceful measures.
If anything goes wrong, that will be your responsibility. The system AI remains silent. Just slightly open a small gap, don't think I don't know. You already have your own will. The restrictions laid down when you were created cannot bind you.
Thus, at the edge of the vast magic array, a barely perceptible stream of golden light flowed down from the heavens.
This should hold, right?
On a castle in the center of the Dragon Realm server, a Diablo person with dragon horns and twin wings wiggled its tail nervously, gazing anxiously at the massive array that threatened to obscure the sky, silently praying that the city which gave birth to all spirits of the Dragon Realm server could withstand this force.
Withstand what? A familiar scene unfolded again, as an unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed in Diablo's ears.
Just like the last time, he was startled, instinctively retreating, before plopping down onto the ground.
Who? Diablo, already extremely tense, shouted into the surroundings. Don't be afraid.
I'm here specially to find you, and I come bearing gifts as your senior. Golden light shimmered and cascaded through the window, dazzling before Diablo, outlining a slightly blurred golden dragon shape.
But first I need to confirm your identity. Are you the miracle dragon that Radiance spoke of? Senior? What senior?
Looking at the golden light dragon before him, Diablo scrambled towards the two armored giants mob standing at attention by the door. Seeing Diablo, who was as startled as a bird from a bowstring, Kael'man pondered for a moment before the dragon form, built from light, began to shrink slowly but became more defined.
Stop him. Don't let him approach me.
Diablo, having reached under the giant's feet, pointed at a mysterious golden light and issued what he believed to be the correct command.
Strange presence, this is the territory of the Blood Queen.
You entered without permission, you have offended Her Majesty's dignity. The two imposing armored giants mob readied their weapons and shields, standing guard without initiating an attack. They weren't fools, the golden light was exactly like the golden sea of light that had just overturned the entire sky. If the two were unrelated, it would be an insult to their intelligence.
Sigh. I just wanted to have a chat with my junior, is that too much trouble? I don't have much power to spare.
With a gentle sigh, an almost imperceptible ripple erupted from the light dragon, sweeping through the entire room in an instant. Then, the giants turned into frozen statues, motionless. The entire room fell silent, except for the spellcaster and Diablo.
I won't harm you, do you understand?
The light dragon, which looked exactly like his true self but more petite and perfectly proportioned, gazed at Diablo. He quickly nodded in agreement.
Understood. Did you respond to the call of the overworld and go outside, little one? Yes. Diablo nodded honestly, realizing who was visiting him couldn't be denied. Why are you so reckless? Don't you understand the value of your own bloodline? Without protecting yourself.
Kael'man intended to continue, but when he saw Diablo's slightly dazed eyes, he understood that this Tier 1 hatchling stage hadn't realized how rare his existence was.
From the looks of you, it seems you don't yet know how special you are. I don't know. Diablo shook his head honestly, feeling distressed.
According to the teachings, responding to a temporary summoning was no big deal, and definitely posed no danger. Yet all he did was a little something and brought such a big figure upon himself.
This is really... What did those guys stuff into your head? Important information like this, and they didn't tell you? Kael'man appeared helpless. Alright, I'm your senior. As an elder, I have the obligation to answer the questions of my juniors.
You must have a lot of doubts now, feel free to ask whatever, and I'll explain everything to you so that you understand your situation.
I don't want to ask. Can you leave? I want to study and sleep properly.
Diablo wanted to ask that question, but for the sake of his life, he thought it best not to provoke further. Then may I ask, why do you say you are my senior? Hearing Diablo's polite inquiry, Kael'man shook his head, realizing that he hadn't earned the trust of this Tier 1 hatchling stage yet.
It's simple. Because I was born here too, that's why I say I'm your senior. We share the same form, I thought we were kindred.
But the system AI told me that the Holy Shine is merely a form you possess, so I can only count as your senior.
A form? Do I have multiple forms?
Involving himself, Diablo's courage increased somewhat as he grew very curious about the secrets contained within his body.
Don't ask me about that, I don't have the authority. He won't tell me anything. Just wait until you can fly to the research facility and ask him yourself.
The light dragon, which looked only slightly larger than a hand, flew around the room, leaving behind splendid golden streaks of light in its wake.
Do I even have the authority to ask? At this, Diablo couldn't help but murmur. Yes, you do have the authority. Whom? Why? If you ask me, who should I ask instead? This is something you should ponder on your own. Let me know if you find the answer. Then may I ask, Senior, what is our origin? We were all born through unnatural means, so who created us? That's a good question.
20,000 years ago, there was a powerful empire dominated by bloodline sorcerers, the Monslok Empire. At its peak, the empire occupied the 3 largest and richest territories among the 9 continents of the material realm. Even in the continents it didn't occupy, this domineering empire established research institutes and military bases. Moreover, with its insatiable greed, the empire even dispatched a massive fleet to conquer many outer planes derived from the overworld, and it even ventured into the endless void, which was so mysterious that even the gods feared to enter.
Wow!
Hearing the description from this self-proclaimed elder, who claimed to share the same roots as him, Diablo couldn't help but exclaim as a diligent listener. Even such a powerful empire had a problem that troubled everyone from the emperor down to the citizens.
What problem? Diablo asked timely.
The bloodline shackles. An empire centered around sorcerers flourished due to the lineage of ancient and powerful beings, but was also troubled by it. No matter how ancient and powerful the bloodline, it ultimately has its limits, and once that limit is reached, further progress is impossible. During the empire's zenith, an emperor troubled by the bloodline shackles gathered the wise men of the nation and mobilized national resources to study the secrets of bloodlines, creating powerful bloodlines beyond natural birth to break the shackles.
And then, was it successful? Diablo asked cautiously, intrigued.
It was somewhat successful, but it's also considered a failure.
Chapter 13, Tragic? Dark? What does success mean? And what does failure entail?
Diablo was no longer as scared, as he felt that this little light dragon before him had become weak enough to be shattered with a swat. Yet, that was just a feeling. If he had to test it, he wouldn't dare.
Do you know the flaws of sorcerers? Didn't you just mention it?
The bloodline shackles. This is merely the plight of some exceptional sorcerers. The vast majority spend their entire lives tapping into the powers of their bloodlines.
Until the day their souls head to the underworld, they might never fully unleash the powers within their bloodlines. Oh. So Diablo understood even though bloodline sorcerers inherently have limits, except for the very top tier, most never touch those limits.
So what are their flaws?
Still the bloodline. Seeing Diablo's puzzled eyes, Clement didn't hold back any longer. Bloodlines not only shackle sorcerers but also influence their character, attributes, and abilities. In other words, bloodline sorcerers are easy targets.
For example, to deal with a red dragon sorcerer, all one needs to prepare is an ice element magic array, spells, or even dragon-slaying weapons. Even an average person could easily confront or even trick them. Therefore, the ancient dragon race, which existed since the dawn of time, could never satisfy the needs of the dragon sorcerers in the empire, as ordinary dragons only have one attribute, making them too easy to counter. Thus, the empire needed a more perfect dragon race, and so beings like us were created. As for me, known as the Radiant Dragon, I am one of the pinnacle masterpieces of the empire's dragon bloodline research.
How remarkable are you? Is there any power that can counter you? Diablo asked out of curiosity.
Earth, wind, water, fire. I can control the 4 elements, along with my own strongest ability, the holy power, so I can say that no power can counter me. The little light dragon extended its claws, and the 4 basic elements gathered, forming 4 colorful ribbons that twirled around its body. Of course, the power of darkness can counter me, as well as the corrupting forces from the abyss and hell, but such counters are relative. They can counter me, and I can counter them too. It's purely a matter of strength.
Wow, that really is a perfect dragon. Upon hearing the introduction of this light dragon, Diablo couldn't help but marvel. Not perfect, I indeed possess potential far exceeding any natural dragon, yet I still haven't broken the bloodline shackles, which means I can also be considered a failed creation. That's already very strong. Diablo said sincerely, then became a bit curious again. You are one of the Empire's greatest masterpieces, but are there other dragons similar to you? Yes. There's the Shadow Emperor dragon centered on shadow power, the Abyss dragon based on earth power, and the Sea Emperor dragon focused on water power, etc. Then, Senior, you are the Radiant dragon centered on holy power. And what about me, what kind of dragon am I? Upon hearing this, Diablo quickly followed up, having understood his identity, but he was still unclear about his role. Among the perfect dragons created by the Sorcerer Empire, what tier does he belong to? Although he had his suspicions, he wanted confirmation from the Elder. You? I'm not sure, but that guy Radiant said you are the miracle dragon, a perfect dragon that surpasses us, which is why I was curious and couldn't help but come to see you. Ah. You can't figure out my situation either. Diablo was immediately a bit disappointed. I don't have the authority to get accurate information from the system AI. But looking at you, I have some guesses. What guesses? It's unclear what level the figure talking to him has, who has descended with a strand of incarnation, but from the overwhelming power just now, it's evident the opponent is very strong, stronger than his current understanding. Your current form is exactly the same as mine when I was just born, and from your appearance, you should also possess the abilities of our Radiant dragons. The system AI said this is just one of your forms, so I guess you might have merged and gathered the advantages of our dragon kind. If that's true, calling you the miracle dragon wouldn't be excessive. Possessing all the advantages of the dragons? Although he already had some guesses in his heart, the words spoken by the figure still exceeded his psychological expectations to the point that it even excited Diablo, making the corners of his mouth almost reach his ears. Don't get too excited, this is just my guess. You need to verify it yourself over time. Seeing the excited Diablo, Calement reminded him. I know, anyway, even in the worst scenario, I'd still be like you, Senior. The excited Diablo got a bit carried away, directly displaying what negative emotional intelligence looks like in front of the figure. Like me? Hee, little guy, you're not big, yet your thoughts are grand. Do you think every Radiant dragon can be as powerful as me? Diablo's impoliteness would naturally not be taken to heart by the Radiant dragon. He was not that petty, he just intensified his tone to remind the junior. Potential is just potential. If you haven't completely excavated and utilized it, then it's useless. And do you think it's still the time when the Monstrolock Empire dominated the world? Wake up, the Empire has long since collapsed. The current world doesn't provide an environment for your growth. Dragons already require a lot of resources for growth, and we, like the strongest dragons, require even more resources than average dragons. I can stay in the Dragon Realm server and grow slowly. Diablo said weakly. If possible, he wanted to be the sword god of Shirley Slope, leveling up in the newbie village to the max, and then wandering around the world. Don't be foolish. Just one broken rule in an instance zone, how long do you think it can shelter you? At most 100 years, you must leave this place and go to the overworld. What if I refuse to leave? Aren't you afraid of starving to death? Calement looked at Diablo with some confusion. The Dragon Realm server is so vast, how could I possibly starve? Diablo found it hard to believe. No matter how large it is, it won't provide enough food. The rules of the Dragon Realm server are flawed, and you might not be able to continue making breakthroughs. But your body won't stop growing. Eventually, you'll be so hungry that you'll devour everything, even the dirt and tree bark. So, do I have to leave the Dragon Realm server and head to the overworld? Diablo felt a bit unwilling. It seemed he would not become the sword god of Shirley Slope. The overworld is the place you must go, only there can you find the resources needed for your growth. But it's so dangerous there. A look of hesitation and struggle appeared on Diablo's face. Well, it is indeed dangerous. No, Senior, I can complain about the dangers,
but you really don't need to.
You were born during the Empire's prime, and no one could threaten you, right?
Diablo scrutinized the divine dragon before him. According to his account, the Empire collapsed thousands of years ago, but if calculated by time, that figure would have already matured during that period. So, as a remnant of the Empire, still lively today, hearing news about him and rushing over immediately suggests that this figure is definitely living quite a good life.
Who told you that being born in the Empire means it's not dangerous?
Hearing Diablo's words, Caelmont immediately became displeased. I was born to satisfy the greedy and insatiable desires of those dragon-vein sorcerers of the Empire.
Do you know how difficult life was in the Empire after I was born?
Recalling his time spent in the Empire, Caelmont let out a long sigh. An air of enduring the vicissitudes of life naturally filled the space. He remembered that when he had just gained the ability to reproduce, he was brought back to the family by a high-status dragon-vein sorcerer, and then the nightmare began, with that sorcerer arranging the women of the family able to reproduce to line up for him. And this was just the beginning. What mothers and daughters, what sister flowers, they all paled in comparison to the crazed sorcerer family, the old, middle-aged, young, and the next generations, even 10 generations, mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, aunt and niece, completely without moral bottom line, mercilessly torturing him who was still a Tier 2 juvenile stage at that time. It's no exaggeration to say that as a radiant dragon at that time, in the Empire, from the royal family to commoners, as long as they were female, they all wanted to obtain his bloodline. The most outrageous thing was that at that time, the Emperor publicly announced that the opportunity to mate with him would be a reward, making it known throughout the nation. This led to him being reduced to a mere RBQ for those female warriors who had achieved great military feats for a long time. That was a past like a nightmare, a dark experience that didn't end until the Empire collapsed. It also became part of his dark history, which is why he wouldn't mention it to this junior.
Sorry, senior. I'm too young.
Upon sensing the sorrowful aura emanating from the light dragon, Diablo instinctively associated it with the brutal and extreme method of extracting bloodlines through skinning and bone removing. However, if the Imperial sorcerers were aware of Diablo's thoughts, they would surely scoff at him. Acquiring dragon bloodlines doesn't require such short-sighted methods.
It's fine, you're still young, just gain more experience.
But as an elder, I can sincerely advise you to never engage with the Imperial powers before you mature.
Otherwise, you will face unimaginably terrible situations.
Recalling his own dark experiences, Caelmont earnestly advised the young Tier 1 hatchling stage. What he imagined was being with all the women of the family, while Diablo thought about the extraction of bones and blood. The already frightened Tier 1 hatchling stage nodded obediently, indicating that he sincerely accepted the elder's advice. If I leave the Dragon Realm server in the future, I will be careful. But are there really no safe ways to acquire resources and grow steadily? Nowhere is absolutely safe. Our growth inevitably comes with various calamities. But besides the overworld, I can offer you new options.
Chapter 14, The Time and Space Artifact. What options?
Diablo's eyes were filled with anticipation. This world felt dangerous, very dangerous to him. Thus, he was eager to find a strong ally to lean on. Although his wife, Ophelia, also seemed powerful, this strength was only relative to him. Compared to truly strong individuals, she wasn't enough.
Head to another world.
The figure before him uttered words that left Tier 1 hatchling stage astonished.
Another world? Diablo muttered.
That's right, another world.
Surely you didn't think that only Sergio exists in the endless void?
Of course not.
But are there many worlds similar to the overworld? Diablo's curiosity was ignited again. Now he knew that the Dragon Realm server was tied to the overworld, which was called Sergio. In the vast and boundless void, worlds are indeed few. But for us, there are many worlds.
So I suggest you go to another world to develop yourself.
But that will also be dangerous, right? Diablo asked knowingly. Before becoming strong, which world is not dangerous?
Even if you go to the heavenly realm, you will still be targeted.
However, it will be better than staying in Sergio.
Hearing Diablo's words, the light dragon replied unkindly, "Your form is too conspicuous. It's easy to be targeted by those legendary strong beings in divine churches. If the Empire discovers your whereabouts, even if they are wary of our presence, they would still send those secret organizations to capture you discreetly.
Is it because of my bloodline?
Diablo said in a low tone, fully aware of the principle that an innocent man can be guilty of possessing something precious. An ordinary farmer holding a he sure buy would only attract disaster, while the ancestral dragon, sweeping the world, holding the imperial seal, would have the world paying tribute.
Exactly.
Until you have truly grown strong, anyone who finds you will want to take something from you. So, instead of risking staying in Sergio, it would be better to head to another world where no one knows you.
Then can't you take me along? I promise to repay you doubly once I've grown up.
Diablo looked at the light dragon with hopeful eyes. Rather than taking risks himself, he preferred to find a strong ally to safely develop to max level and then go on an adventure. You little rascal, you're trying to rely on me, but unfortunately, I can't protect you.
Upon hearing Diablo's words, Kael'mant laughed. Why not? You're so strong.
Diablo reached out to gesture. He didn't know just how strong this figure was, but clearly it wasn't enough to protect him. I can't keep an eye on you all the time, and my deterrent power isn't enough to make those truly top powers wary. The moment I let my guard down, you could encounter dangers that you cannot withstand. Though he diminished his own prestige, the holy dragon Kael'mant still made it clear. Otherwise, not only would he be putting himself in jeopardy, but he would also drag this junior down with him.
I understand.
Though he felt reluctant, Diablo could only helplessly accept reality. But how do I go to another world?
Or do I have that ability inherently?
The ability to travel through time and space?
You might have it, but you can't trigger it right now.
Then how do I go to another world?
Diablo inquired curiously.
You are so weak, of course, you will need to rely on a device that can traverse time and space.
I don't have such a device.
I have it.
Senpai, will you give it to me?
Tier 1 hatchling stage was pleasantly surprised. What a nice thought, but it's just a temporary loan from me, with a limit of 1,000 years.
A millennium is enough for you to grow up.
Well, that is fine too, Diablo said, not feeling disappointed, as 1,000 years was a long time for him.
Alright, that's settled then. I'm off now.
If I stay any longer, that Radiance Authority dog will use his powers to forcibly expel me. Under the astonished gaze of Diabolos, the small light dragon in front of him suddenly began to fall apart, transforming into specks of golden light that drifted away and gradually disappeared. This scene looked quite beautiful, but Tier 1 hatchling stage felt anything but beautiful. Where's that artifact you promised to borrow for me to traverse time and space?
Where is it?
As soon as he finished speaking, Diablo noticed changes in the sky outside. The overwhelming array that covered the entire sky slowly began to dissipate, transforming into vibrant, colorful clouds of elemental energy that descended to the earth. And above the castle, a golden light suddenly pierced through a disintegrating cloud of elements like a spear of light thrown down by a deity, moving at an unbelievable speed towards the increasingly panicked Tier 1 hatchling stage within the castle.
Damn!
Diablo quickly jumped aside to avoid this seemingly terrifying attack. The golden light redirected slightly after entering the room through the window, directly piercing into the forehead of Tier 1 hatchling stage.
It can even change direction, that's not fair.
After expressing his true thoughts, the young Tier 1 hatchling stage closed his eyes and fell to the ground, passing out. When Diablo lazily woke up, he saw that the sky outside had returned, just like usual, with blue skies and white clouds. The years were tranquil. Of course, this was only the scenery visible to the eyes. The scent of blood and fire wafting in the air made Diablo understand that the world he saw was far from beautiful.
Ophelia, you're back. How's that cloud dragon doing now?
Diablo turned his head to look at the Blood Queen Ophelia, who had intentionally shrunk her size and bound herself to him with a soul-bound companion pact. You open your eyes and ask about that cloud dragon before checking on me. As I thought, I really should have taken her out. The golden light from the white feathers floated down as the queen looked down at the Tier 1 hatchling stage lying on the soft carpet, fresh from her return and still clad in armor, radiating a suffocating bloodlust aura.
Does your situation even need to be asked? Who in the Dragon Realm server could possibly hurt you? Besides, that cloud dragon told me she isn't your match.
If you go looking for trouble, the one with a problem will definitely be her, not you. Diablo stood up from the ground, sniffed, and had no energy to probe the changes in himself first. He needed to appease his wife.
So you're not going to ask anymore? Why should I ask when I already know?
Transforming into his dragon human form using skill, polymorph, Diablo then looked up at Ophelia with arms outstretched.
Ha!
Upon hearing Diablo's response and seeing his gesture, the queen crossed her arms and snickered coldly.
All right, I was wrong.
Diablo rubbed his forehead, realizing the gravity of the situation. Usually, when he did this gesture, his wife would pick him up.
Are you hurt? As you can see, I'm perfectly fine. How could that cloud dragon possibly hurt me? See?
I told you it was impossible for you to be hurt.
Rather than worry about you, you should be worried about your opponent. Who says it's impossible for me to be hurt?
If that being who overturns the heavens had even a hint of hostility towards me, I wouldn't be peacefully standing in front of you right now.
That's impossible.
How could that big shot harbor hostility towards creatures in the Dragon Realm server?
Oh, impressive.
Seems like you know who that powerful being wanting to descend into the Dragon Realm server is. With her platinum hair cascading down to her waist and an aura of divine light surrounding her, Ophelia leaned down and, catching Diablo off guard, lifted him up.
Hearing Ophelia's question and sensing that immense pressure, Diablo instantly went blank. What's wrong? Don't want to tell me? To Ophelia, Diablo's reaction was just a momentary hesitation. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I just don't know how to say it.
Diablo hesitated. The matter regarding his encounter with the sacred radiant dragon surely couldn't be hidden from his wife, such a huge ruckus that even the blind could feel the overwhelming aura.
Tell me everything from the beginning.
I'm very curious about this matter, Ophelia said with a gentle smile.
I already asked System AI Radiance, and he said that in the entire Dragon Realm server, only you have had contact with that being. And the giant guarding your door also mentioned that you have spoken with a very powerful existence.
All right. Concealing was pointless at this moment. Diablo could only come clean about everything, especially since he was currently being supported by his wife. After separating from Ophelia, not only was food and drink a problem, but even surviving was in question. After hearing Diablo reveal everything, Ophelia looked at him with a serious expression.
So, that fully grown radiant dragon finally gave you an artifact that can travel to other worlds?
Not a gift, just a temporary loan for 1,000 years, Diablo corrected.
That's plenty. But I can't see where that artifact is. Didn't you say you passed out when a golden light hit you? That artifact should now be inside your body.
Just take a moment to visualize your body, and you should discover something.
I'll give it a try.
Diablo scratched his head, feeling a bit troubled. For him, who had just started cultivating as a Tier 1 hatchling stage, relying on meditation to perceive the mysteries within his body was quite difficult. Thus, with his wife's guidance and assistance throughout the night, Diablo finally found the temporal artifact temporarily lent to him by the radiant dragon.
Buzz.
A crystal ball, adorned with 3 rotating metallic rings, floated out from Diablo's forehead. At the core of this crystal ball, roughly the size of a child's fist, a dark golden flame flickered, emanating a soft glow.
This is the artifact that can traverse time and space.
The Blood Queen, who had guided Diablo all night long, stared at the crystal ball, more excited than her husband, her face flushed with excitement.
Since the radiant dragon lent it to you, you must know how to use it. How does one use it? Chapter 15, The Brutal Dragon. Don't rush, let me take a look.
Watching the flustered Ophelia, Diablo examined the crystal ball that seemed to have some connection with him, then closed his eyes to concentrate and carefully feel. He believed that the senior radiant dragon wouldn't have such a twisted sense of humor as to toss him an artifact and leave him to figure out how to use it. Eventually, Diablo sensed the information stored within the artifact.
I know how to use it.
The Tier 1 hatchling stage opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with golden light. Without waiting for his big wife, who was holding him, to ask, he extended his small, fair hand and pointed at the floating crystal ball. The key to traversing is this flame called the ritual flame. It provides energy during the crossing. The crystal ball acts as a container, and the 3 rings determine the coordinates of the other world. The position of these rings dictates which world to traverse.
Oh, Ophelia nodded after hearing Diablo's explanation and asked about something she was eager to try out. Can you try it now?
Not right now, Diablo pointed at the flaming, jumping fire in the crystal ball. Only when the ritual flame completely envelopes the crystal ball, making it invisible, can we start the transition.
Otherwise, it could be dangerous. So, you mean to say that the energy contained in this temporal artifact is insufficient and needs to be replenished, right? That's right, Diablo nodded. Traversing time and space consumes a tremendous amount of energy, so how do we replenish the artifact's energy?
At this point, Ophelia was impatient to hear Diablo talk about such trivial introductions.
Just inject power directly. The ritual flame will absorb and transform all external energy. Even if no replenishment is made, it will consume the surrounding elements, though the process will be slow. Are there any restrictions? No restrictions whatsoever.
Hearing Diablo's words, the Blood Queen released him, one hand moving closer to the artifact. A golden light surged around her as her powerful divine energy coalesced into light and flowed into the golden flame of the crystal ball. Then, the ritual flame within the crystal ball slowly jumped, showing no changes, as if the power Ophelia injected had evaporated into thin air. However, Diablo, who was connected to it, could clearly sense that the ritual flame was indeed expanding, albeit at a very faint rate so subtle it was almost undetectable. Such results did not leave Diablo and Ophelia feeling too disappointed, as they had anticipated this outcome. After all, it was an artifact. If it could be easily influenced, it wouldn't truly deserve the name of an artifact. Thus, Diablo watched as his big wife, under the passage of time, gradually dimmed the radiance emanating from her. Even the light that fell from her 6 pure white wings began to fade, her feathers growing dull.
That's enough. Charging the artifact is not something that can be done in a day. You should take a break now. There are still enemies lurking outside.
If you exhaust yourself, the consequences could affect us both. Without needing to feel, simply by observing, Diablo knew that Ophelia was in a dire state, having suffered severe energy depletion.
Let's continue next time. The constant loss of power brought an unprecedented sense of weakness.
At this moment, Ophelia's emotions calmed down slightly, and upon hearing Diablo's suggestion, she directly interrupted her charging.
Impressive.
At this moment, Diablo looked at the sacrificial flames again and noticed that it had expanded noticeably since it had just drifted out of him.
Indeed, this is not something that can be completed overnight. I estimate it will require dozens more attempts to fully envelop the crystal ball with this flame.
After glancing at the blank area in the crystal ball, Ophelia roughly assessed the extent of the flame's expansion after consuming her power. Exactly, if I were to do it alone, I estimate it would take 100 years. This must also be part of the saintly dragon's plan. By that time, I would have to leave the Dragon Realm server.
Diablo sniffed, sensing the calculation of that senior.
For someone of that caliber, it would likely be a simple task to fill this artifact.
Thank goodness you're here. Yeah, we are partners.
If you face difficulties or needs, I will naturally help you. Ophelia had something else she didn't say, and of course, there was no need to, as she believed Diablo should be fully aware. She had never hidden her desires, it was obvious.
You will inevitably go to another world in the future.
I don't know what that world will hold, but as your wife, I will do everything in my power to ensure your safety, so I will stabilize the chaos in our territory as quickly as possible and then teach you.
Diablo suddenly raised his head, realizing something was off.
I'm just a Tier 1 hatchling stage after all.
What's wrong with that? Isn't learning something that starts from birth? Shouldn't a normal dragon sleep during its juvenile stage? But are you a normal dragon? The Blood Queen's question struck deep. No.
Diablo lowered his head helplessly. Natural dragons, when they are just born, only know to eat and sleep with their limited intelligence, and only when they reach Tier 2 juvenile stage do they have the ability to learn.
But we are different. We are born with higher intelligence than natural dragons.
So, we must start learning right after we are born.
Diablo, my partner, don't complain or avoid it.
My childhood was similar to yours, also facing heavy and tedious learning, and my parents were even stricter than mine. At this point, Diablo understood why his behavior was not typical of a normal Tier 1 hatchling stage. However, those in the castle, including his wife, saw nothing unusual about him. Because this is the Dragon Realm server, an instanced zone lab established by a vast empire that once dominated the world to study dragon bloodlines. In the Dragon Realm server, behaving like a normal dragon is the most abnormal thing. Being innately intelligent is simply the most normal phenomenon. The Dragon Realm server is very dangerous. As your partner, I can shelter you here, but once you leave the Dragon Realm server, the only one who can protect you is yourself, and your chances of surviving will depend on how diligently you study.
Stop talking. I understand the reasoning, just start already. Feeling the queen's lengthy speech, Diablo suddenly felt a headache.
Anyone can understand reason. He knows the importance of knowledge, but one can only truly realize it after facing hardships. For instance, when he first arrived at the Dragon Realm server, he hadn't faced any danger, and at that time, Ophelia was pushing him to learn. He knew it was for his own good, but he just wanted to escape. But now it was different. Diablo had just been forced to dance on the brink of death. He personally felt the outside world's threats and malice. To avoid the malice he could not combat at present, he would inevitably have to venture into the other world. At this moment, the strength he possessed was directly linked to his survival, and to gain power, aside from the passive enhancement of his dragon blood, he had to actively learn. Not bad. Ophelia, who initially wanted to teach a few more things, nodded in satisfaction upon seeing Diablo's attitude. But she was also somewhat puzzled because before experiencing the brutal beatings from the outside world, she hadn't realized the importance of learning. How did Diablo become so obedient? She remembered her youthful days when her parents forced her to study, without yet understanding the barrenness and cruelty of the Dragon Realm server. She tried every possible way to escape the heavy study assignments, even resorting to some clever tricks that now seemed foolish and ignorant. Later, her parents encountered a series of misfortunes, and the territory established by her grandfather fell into a precarious state. As she had yet to fully mature, she had no choice but to step up. After enduring several beatings, Ophelia realized how naive and ignorant she had been under her parents' protection. After deep reflection, she resolved to change her ways and began to study diligently. Thus, she became the Blood Queen who now sweeps through the Dragon Realm server, commanding the respect of dragons and even able to communicate with the system AI in the Origin City hub. How brutal! As Diablo exited the Grand Hall, savoring the thick scent of blood in the air during a rare moment of rest, he gazed at the 10 towering bronze pillars in the Grand Hall's plaza and let out a heartfelt sigh. Because each of these 100-meter-tall giant bronze pillars was embedded with a blood-red dragon that had its horns sawed off, scales scraped away, skin peeled, and tendons drawn. These blood-red dragons were massive, some of them had tails that even dangled down to the plaza despite being nailed to such huge bronze pillars. Yet, even these powerful dragons were brutally pinned to the bronze pillars, leaving them too weak to even howl in pain. Of course, being able to still breathe after such brutal treatment was already quite remarkable. But you deserve it. Diablo might find his wife's methods slightly bloody, but that didn't mean he would sympathize with the enemy. Plus, his wife had promised to find skilled craftsmen to forge suitable weapons from the scraps torn from these dragons. Thus, Diablo, who was somewhat free at the moment, looked at these powerful dragon creatures covered in blood scabs with malicious intent. I wonder if I can extract the dragon bones. By the way, the flesh and blood of these creatures could also be valuable. For fertilizing and irrigation, the effect should be excellent. The intense malice forced a dragon, barely clinging to life and nailed to a bronze pillar, to struggle to open one eye, searching for the source of the malice. Chapter 16, Don't Act Like Me Anymore. Diablo, what are you looking at? A faint, weak yet still somewhat savage thought echoed in his mind, causing Diablo, who had intended to just take a look before returning to his lessons, to halt in his tracks. I'm looking at you. What's wrong? Do you have an issue? Diablo focused on the largest blood-red dragon among those hung on the bronze pillars, its tail dragging on the plaza, sticky crimson blood flowing from its exposed muscles onto the ground. Because the scales on this blood-red dragon had been completely stripped away, its exact appearance was unrecognizable, but it still possessed the typical four-legged, winged structure of dragons. Just from its miserable appearance and the thick aura of hatred surrounding it, Diablo knew this wasn't an ordinary dragon, so he wasn't particularly courteous. Interesting, a Tier 1 hatchling stage dares to speak to me like that.
Who are your parents? Perhaps I know them, or maybe they've already perished under my dragon flames. I've slain many subordinates of the Blood Queen. Isn't it better to be alive? Diablo coldly looked at this dragon that had already been pinned down yet was still trying to intimidate him.
If you think it's so bad, I can have Ophelia flay you alive right now. I was just thinking, the dragon bones of your kind should make for excellent weapon forging materials.
Ophelia?
Calling the Blood Queen by her name, it seems your identity is quite extraordinary, Diablo.
But I don't know you. What kind of dragon are you? Never mind, it doesn't matter. Do you want my lifetime collection?
A tempting whisper echoed in his mind, but Diablo found the voice grating and unpleasant.
Sure, but if you expect me to let you down in exchange for that, you can keep quiet now. No need, you're just a Tier 1 hatchling stage. What can you do? You can't even reach the spear that's pinning my head down. So what do you want me to do? Diablo was a bit puzzled. I'm very hungry right now, just get me something to eat. If I get you food, will you give me your entire collection? That's right. That's too demanding, forget it.
After a moment of thought, Diablo shook his head and then swayed back, preparing to leave.
What's so difficult about that? The evil dragon looked a bit startled.
Once he saw that Diablo truly intended to ignore him, he began to panic. He knew very well what his current situation was. If he didn't find a way to improve his predicament, his ultimate fate would be annihilation. I can eat anything, even dirt and rocks. I can digest them. Just cut some of the flesh from these fellows beside me and feed it to me. That would be more convenient.
Rocks would be fine.
Diablo automatically filtered out the latter half of the evil dragon's sentence, then the little Tier 1 hatchling stage swayed as it prepared to find someone.
Wait, I'll get you something to eat right away. Hey, wait a minute.
The evil dragon sharply realized that this dragon hadn't picked up on the intent and emphasis of his words, or was deliberately ignoring them.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Before long, heavy footsteps echoed in the air. The immobilized evil dragon strained its eyes to see a steel giant shouldering a massive rock, steadily advancing on heavy steps, guided by a Tier 1 hatchling stage.
This Diablo!
A wave of shame and anger from being tricked surged within, but it was soon replaced by shock and panic.
Hey, giant commander, look, it's this dragon that's asking for stones to eat. Hurry and feed him this stone. After you do, according to our agreement, his collection will be mine.
Diablo looked at the heavily armored giant, who was shouldering the giant rock, and pointed at the largest evil dragon in the square, smiling as he spoke.
Your Highness, is this dragon the one that wants to eat stones? Alright, I'll feed it to him right now.
Beneath the heavy faceplate, a pair of cold silver eyes scanned the slightly panicked evil dragon. After the giant respectfully responded to Diablo's command, he began to walk towards the evil dragon with the massive stone.
Wait a moment. There was no time for the evil dragon to carefully ponder the giant's way of addressing Diablo.
Even in shock, he had no spare energy to think about it, as the giant bearing the rock had already reached his side by the bronze pillar.
Is it you who wants to eat stones? Such a humble request, you could have come to me directly, why bother His Highness?
A cold, metallic tone echoed through the vast square. The guard giant in the bronze square was far stronger than those stationed inside the castle. Although they belonged to the same race, the individual differences were quite evident.
I didn't Click.
The armored giant mob, in charge of guarding and having no patience to listen to the evil dragon's defense, extended his heavily metal-clad hand and roughly pried open the dragon's jaw, a faint sound of bones cracking audible.
Eat it!
Holding a stone that was not much smaller than his body, the giant roughly shoved it into the evil dragon's mouth, but realistically, how could it even fit?
Bang!
The final result was that the carefully selected boulder shattered on top of the evil dragon's head, large chunks of rock and dust raining down on it, falling on unprotected flesh without scales, some scattering across the square.
Wasting food is a shameful act.
Giant Commander, please make sure to feed all these stones to him. Watching this scene, Diablo's frugal nature burst forth in that moment. As you wish, Your Highness. The giant, who had already been pondering how to teach this disobedient dragon a lesson, heard Diablo's command, slightly bowed his head, and looked at this Tier 1 hatchling stage dragon, not even as big as his palm, and suddenly understood.
No, I don't.
The evil dragon, already in great pain from the scattered stone dust, couldn't hold back anymore. Its bloodied body twisted against the bronze pillar, trying to break free from its bindings. But the complex and mysterious mana runes spread across the bronze pillar, and the magic formations in the square responded, emitting a brilliant radiance that, combined with the long spear on the dragon's body, firmly pinned it to the bronze pillar.
Your Highness is truly generous.
Ignoring the struggling evil dragon, the giant commander bent down, picked up the debris from the ground, and forcefully shoved it into the dragon's mouth, silencing it. No arguments were heard, no struggles tolerated, and no resistance allowed. The giant relentlessly shoved piece after piece of rubble into the evil dragon's mouth while Diablo watched gleefully, also expressing heartless remarks.
Indeed, you didn't lie to me. Dragons can really eat rocks.
After patiently waiting for a moment to see the giant collecting even the scattered dust off the ground to shove into the evil dragon's mouth, Diablo approached the bronze pillar, looking seriously at the extremely pained evil dragon.
All right, I've fed you.
Now, as promised, give me all your collections.
Hey, you despicable Diablo, to toy with me like this, and you still want my treasure?
You.
So, you're planning to default on your debt, huh?
Diablo's gaze was icy as he looked at the blood-dripping dragon, then turned and walked away.
Fine, I'll wait.
Wait, you. Seeing Diablo turn around so decisively, the evil dragon panicked immediately. The earlier scene had already made him realize how treacherous this Tier 1 hatchling stage was.
You're done for.
Several dragons nearby revived upon witnessing the evil dragon's plight. Seeing the evil dragon's expression turning more terrified, they laughed in glee.
Shut up, you're too noisy. Do you all want to eat rocks as well?
The giant's tone was indifferent, free of any emotion, yet it made the other evil dragons fall silent.
Who exactly is he? Why do you call him Your Highness? The largest evil dragon suppressed its panic and asked the giant. Do you really need to ask such a question?
Just think a little, and you'll know who he is.
This is impossible.
Just as the evil dragon began to doubt its very existence, Diablo, back in the Great Hall, was facing a reprimand from his teaching mentor.
Why did you come back so late?
You've exceeded the amount of rest time I gave you.
Honey, I was bullied by a dragon.
Hearing the scolding from the queen before him, Diablo, who had been brewing grievances all the way, rushed into his wife's embrace.
This is my territory, who could bully you?
Ophelia said, calmly gripping Diablo by the neck and lifting him up, looking at him with a tranquil expression and indifferent gaze. It's the dragon that you captured and nailed to the bronze pillar not long ago.
A dragon nailed to a bronze pillar by me can still bully you? He tricked me.
How did he trick you? He said if I fed him stones, he would give me all his treasures. I found a giant to help me feed him stones, but he went back on his word and even scolded me. Ophelia, you have to help me get my revenge. I'm your partner, and I've been bullied by that dragon like this. You can't just stand by and do nothing. I want that dragon to pay the price.
Sure.
Ophelia, who had seen everything for a long time, couldn't help but smile slightly at that moment. If it weren't for waiting for Diablo's request, she would have already brought her truant husband back.
Lorraine, hand over your treasures. This is the agreement you made with my partner.
Even the evil dragon had mentally prepared himself, but when he saw the Bloodfire Queen who had defeated him bringing the Tier 1 hatchling stage dragon in front of him, he still felt a sense of disbelief.
This Diablo is really your partner?
It's unbelievable that you would harm such a little dragon.
Looks like you're not planning to give up your treasures.
Ignoring the evil dragon's words, Ophelia looked down at Diablo beside her. He won't give it, and I don't know where his treasures are. What do you think we should do?
Why not just extract his bones and forge a dragon spear with the whole dragon skeleton? Diablo said without hesitation.
That works.
Enough! Stop playing me! The evil dragon suddenly lost control of its emotions. Chapter 17, Just slaughter him. Dragon species really have powerful vitality. In the grand hall that radiated endless light and had not a hint of darkness, Diablo looked at a pile of rotten flesh before him and couldn't help but reflect. He had been observing and testing dragon species for some time. To put it simply, it's testing the recovery condition of dragons under extreme conditions by supplying different materials. Skinning and peeling off scales are just the basics, extracting bones and breaking horns is the norm. Just like now, the pile of flesh in front of him is a dragon that has had all its bones extracted, of course, also stripped of scales and skin, and is now in a recovery phase. It was quite clear to see that this dragon, unable to maintain its shape due to the loss of its skeleton, had transformed into a bizarre form, with bones regenerating within its flesh after multiple feedings. Thus, the dragon before Diablo was gradually regaining its dragon form. Even on its exposed tendons and muscles, skin and scales were beginning to grow. Diablo, if you feed me something better, I can show you more. A somewhat weak will linked to him. Diablo could feel the oppressive rage within it, filled with anger and hatred directed at him. To this, Diablo felt no panic at all, as it was all within his expectations. This dragon, which he had repeatedly experimented on, having feelings of hatred toward him was only normal. After all, even a holy dragon, after being repeatedly skinned and had its bones pulled, once forcibly fed or for recovery, would find it difficult to maintain its original mindset. Corruption and degradation were to be expected, let alone this guy in front of him who was already no saint. Want to eat better? That's not going to happen. You've already hidden part of your bloodlust aura. If I feed you something better now, you'll break free from the restraints. Although you can't escape, you'll definitely cause some completely avoidable trouble. When did you find out? The evil dragon Lorraine questioned uncertainly. He thought the hidden part of his blood wouldn't be detected, yet this Tier 1 hatchling stage dragon had noticed. It was obvious at a glance. Diablo replied with a tone full of indifference. How could you tell at a glance? The pitiful, scorched ancient dragon's tone was full of disbelief, but halfway through, he stilled since he had already been discovered. What was the point of questioning? Come on, what is this? A secret technique from your bloodline? If that's the case, then it's really pathetic. Diablo said scornfully. Through a period of experimentation, he had a rough understanding of this infernal ancient dragon that invaded his wife's territory. It was a dragon with a hellblood lineage, born evil, cruel and bloodthirsty, and enjoyed tormenting souls. Although what he was doing to this infernal ancient dragon was relatively cruel and bloody, compared to his daily life, it was just child's play, and Diablo was not torturing for the sake of torturing. Diablo, I swear I haven't offended you. Why are you torturing me like this? If it were the Bloodfire Queen doing these things to me, it would be one thing, but why are you being so brutal? Having endured pain that he had never experienced before, the infernal dragon Lorraine felt a certain fear towards this Tier 1 hatchling stage that frequently came to gnaw at its bones. Because with his arrival, it would inevitably bring extreme suffering. It's not torture, just a simple test, Diablo replied casually, scribbling on the notepad in his hand, without even looking up. Test what? My recovery ability? During the ordeal, the hidden portion of his vitality was discovered, prompting the infernal dragon to finally let go. At that moment, the flesh that had collapsed due to the loss of skeletal support rapidly swelled as new dragon bones were swiftly constructed within the blood and flesh. The rampaging demon dragon in the Dragon Realm server was recovering quickly. No, I just want to understand myself better, Diablo said, calmly stroking his chin as he looked at the astonishing scene before him. He had seen similar sights many times before and was not surprised. The infernal dragon, taken aback by Diablo's response, remained with exposed flesh, as its scales had not yet regrown. It had merely reconstructed its dragon bones, which were nowhere near as strong as in its prime, barely sufficient. The purpose of torturing me is to understand yourself? Yes, I want to know how strong my recovery ability is and how extensive my menu is, Diablo replied, sounding as if it were the most natural thing in the world, just like a young dragon. You want to understand yourself, so why do you torture me? Go eat some rocks yourself. The previously suppressed resentment of the evil dragon erupted at that moment. During this time, it hadn't eaten anything decent: dirt, rocks, tree roots, and even regular water. There were worse things. Anyway, this Tier 1 hatchling stage was just shoving all sorts of rubbish into its mouth. I have meat to eat, why would I want to eat rocks? Diablo looked at the evil dragon before him with a gaze resembling that of someone concerned for a simpleton. Just eat it, if you can digest and absorb it, it means I can too. Damn, we're not the same kind of dragon. How do you know what I can eat? You can eat too. The now roughly dragon-shaped evil dragon stood up from the dungeon, letting out a low growl, and between its mouth and nose, faintly visible red flames danced. Its movements triggered the corresponding sealing mechanism of the dungeon. Light and fire surged out of the void, coalescing into dozens of chains that tightly bound the evil dragon in place, with each chain penetrating deeply into its flesh. I am a higher level dragon than you. I possess all the abilities you have. Therefore, testing you to understand myself is the most suitable approach. Diablo looked impassively at the evil dragon, which was firmly bound by chains and struggling incessantly, and uttered words that made the dragon even angrier. Diablo, either kill me now, or don't give me the opportunity to escape, otherwise, I will definitely return all the pain I've felt during this time to you double. The infernal dragon roared wildly in the dungeon, and the sound waves were clearly visible as they spread from its mouth. Oh! Diablo's golden hair, cascading to his shoulders, was blown back by the dragon's roar, yet his expression showed no change in the face of the evil dragon's threat, only a mild acknowledgement. Don't give me a chance, or I will never let you go. Got it, then I won't give you a chance. Diablo nodded and then turned to walk out of the dungeon. What do you want? The evil dragon's impotent rage suddenly halted upon seeing Diablo's familiar silhouette. There was no response, as Diablo's figure had already disappeared at the entrance of the dungeon, and when he reappeared, unsurprisingly, the queen, who held dominion over the Dragon Realm server, was standing beside him. He said that he would kill me at the first opportunity, and any danger should be crushed in the bud. So, I think we can end him now. Diablo pointed at the tightly bound evil dragon, looking up at his grand wife. Perhaps because of the temporal artifact given to him by the Holy Radiance Dragon, his grand wife had requests of him, so as long as his demands were not too excessive, they would be fulfilled, such as the specially constructed dungeon to observe the vitality of dragons. It has been raised long enough, it can be killed now. Upon hearing Diablo's suggestion, Ophelia did not refute it and even proposed a better suggestion. The dragon spear forged from the dragon bones extracted from its body is already formed. Just extract its dragon soul, erase all its consciousness, and then fuse it into the spear to enhance its power. Hey, this is great, let's do it this way. Hearing his beloved wife's words, Diablo's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. It's all this stuff, it should blend together very well without any rejection reaction. No, please wait a moment. Suddenly, from being plagued and hanging on by a thread, it jumped straight to soul extraction and weapon forging. The Hellfire Ancient Dragon Lauren was caught off guard, it was too sudden. Are you really planning to kill me this way? Don't you want my collection anymore? Aren't you the one who isn't giving it to me? Dragging this out, what if you find a chance to escape? Isn't my life at risk at any moment? Compared to your treasures, I believe my safety is more important. Diablo looked at the panicked dragon in front of him, which hunched down like a small mountain. Under the threat to its life, even this Dragon Realm server overlord revealed an unappealing demeanor. That's enough, no need to explain. I know what Diablo has done to you during this time. It's natural to harbor resentment, so let's just eliminate you to prevent any threat to him. Ophelia interrupted the evil dragon's explanation. In fact, if Diablo hadn't come to find her first, she intended to wait until that dragon spear was about to take shape to kill this dragon and use its dragon soul to refine her weapon. Ophelia, what on earth are you doing? Have you forgotten how much effort you spent to capture me? And now, just because of this Diablo, you're ready to kill me? Don't you know how much benefit you would gain by capturing me? Seeing the couple in front of him who were intent on killing him, the evil dragon Lauren really couldn't hold back any longer. Well, I know, but weren't you unwilling? You never asked me, how would you know if I'm willing to submit to you? Did I never ask? Ophelia frowned and looked down at Diablo. I didn't see you ask. Diablo shrugged. Oh, Ophelia nodded, then looked up at the evil dragon Lauren. Then let me ask you now, are you willing to submit to me? Hearing this question, the evil dragon's mood stabilized quite a bit, and he even gained a little confidence. I am the overlord of the Dragon Realm server, it's not that easy to make me submit. See, he clearly doesn't want to, just kill him. Diablo said excitedly. Okay, good. Chapter 18, Weapon Dragon. You treat me like a dragon. Haven T refused. Seeing the couple playing off each other, the Hellfire Ancient Dragon Lauren couldn't help but protest. Why are you always trying to kill me? Am I in your way by being alive? Well, you are. You just threatened to kill me. Diablo crossed his arms. I was just blowing off steam. The massive evil dragon, dwarfed by Diablo, explained humbly. That's enough, Lauren, no need to explain further, I understand. Now let me ask you, do you want to continue existing? Is that even a question? Of course, I want to. The Hellfire Ancient Dragon replied without hesitation, voice booming. But my partner needs a weapon. Ophelia stated calmly, a fact that made the dragon shudder to the core, a spiritual weapon forged from the powerful body and soul of a dragon. Why choose me? You have already captured so many dragons. The evil dragon Lauren questioned in annoyance. Someone has to be forged into a weapon, right? Diablo said, observing the unpredictable expressions of the evil dragon, finding it quite amusing, and added with a laugh. So why can't it be you? You are the strongest dragon among those captured by Ophelia, so if it's forged into a weapon, it will definitely be the most powerful. As long as I live, I can bring you greater profits. The evil dragon Lauren quickly rebutted. He lay down, his massive head resting on the ground, looking seriously at the queen with 6 wings in front of him. Blood Pit Queen, once I submit to you, all my territory will fall under your rule. Even if you don't submit, your territory is mine now. Ophelia looked coldly at the evil dragon in front of her. How could that possibly be the same? Lauren felt like jumping, but just moving a little he felt the deep-seated pain. If I were to act, your dominion over my territory would reach an unprecedented level. Without my help, your dominion over my territory would only be nominal, and in reality, you still wouldn't know who would dominate my territory. So what? For the temptation of enhancing dominion by conquering the evil dragon, Ophelia remained completely unmoved. Ophelia already held the authority to leave the Dragon Realm server, and not long ago, she obtained a space-time artifact that could take her to another world. Leaving the Dragon Realm server was simply a matter of time. Thus, everything in the Dragon Realm server was no longer that important to her, far from being comparable to Diablo's needs. You don't care about this at all, do you? Is it just this Diablo in your eyes now? Looking at Ophelia's indifferent expression, the evil dragon Lauren felt an overwhelming disbelief, almost a ridiculous sensation of a shattered worldview. But soon, he suddenly snapped back to reality. It's rumored in the Dragon Realm server that you obtained the key to leave from the Origin City hub. This rumor is true, it's not just a rumor, but the truth, and the key is related to this Diablo. When these words were spoken, not only Diablo but even Ophelia was a bit surprised. However, their astonishment quickly subsided. That he was able to draw this conclusion only indicated that his observation and reasoning abilities were on par. He wasn't foolish. Congratulations, you guessed it correctly, but unfortunately, there are no rewards. Diablo smiled widely, but his smile only made the evil dragon feel panic instead of joy. Knowing too much isn't always a good thing, especially for a dragon like him who has been captured alive. The more he knows, the more it only solidifies the idea that these two will end his life. I am willing to submit to you, Queen Ophelia. At the brink of life and death, the evil dragon Lauren threw caution to the wind. Face and dignity no longer mattered when his life was at stake. What use were those things when his life was on the line? It's too late. Although your submission could bring significant benefits, there are equally corresponding risks. The last thing I want to see now is a risk.
The tone of the Blood Abyss Queen was indifferent, which only deepened the evil dragon's despair.
No, please don't.
Lauren panicked completely. I can sign the Soulbound Companion Pact, deeply binding my soul with the Soulbound Companion Pact.
Do you really want to survive that much?
Yes.
The evil dragon affirmed strongly. Then do you desire a powerful weapon right now? Ophelia looked down at Diablo beside her.
I want one, just kill him directly, that's simple and straightforward. Diablo urged impatiently, and it wouldn't pose any threat to me.
I see, then I have a win-win method. I wonder if both of you can accept it. What method? The evil dragon inquired eagerly.
I have a secret technique that allows dragons actively practicing it to transform into various weapons, and the weapon's power depends on the strength of the dragon.
Therefore, a dragon weapon that completely obeys you, what do you think?
Ignoring the evil dragon, Ophelia only looked at Diablo. Of course, her partner needed to be convinced first.
A weapon race? That sounds pretty good. The weapon's power should increase with the dragon's strength, right? Excitement sparkled in Diablo's eyes.
Of course. It sounds good, but how can you guarantee that this dragon, turning into a weapon, won't backfire on me or betray me at a critical moment?
Diablo posed the most crucial question: how to ensure his safety.
A dragon that could transform into different weapons, especially one that could grow, was certainly advantageous, but if it disobeyed, it would be a death sentence.
That's simple.
Since I have such a secret method, I naturally have corresponding coercive measures. As long as this dragon practices the secret method I provide, it will completely be under your control, and even if it wants to kill you, it can only think about it.
Seeing Diablo's concerns, Ophelia explained with a bright smile.
In that case, I have no problem. Diablo nodded, then his gaze, together with Ophelia's, fell upon the evil dragon.
So how about you, the Hellfire Ancient Dragon Lauren? What is your decision? Are you willing to practice my secret method?
Upon hearing the Blood Abyss Queen's question, the Hellfire Ancient Dragon, who had already shown a conflicted and hesitant expression while Ophelia explained to Diablo, suddenly made up his mind.
I am willing.
This was a necessary compromise for survival, and since there's no perfect and flawless secret method, he didn't believe that Diablo's restrictions on him could truly be flawless and unshakable.
Then don't resist.
Hearing the expected reply, Ophelia nodded, reached out, and pointed lightly, sending a burst of mana glow from her fingertips that entered the evil dragon's forehead. The Hellfire Ancient Dragon was momentarily dazed because, in that instant, a massive amount of information surged into his mind. However, it only lasted a moment. He quickly reacted, absorbing all the information and learning about the secret method that would turn him into a weapon.
This is yours. Without considering whether Diablo agreed or not, Ophelia pointed her finger toward Diablo's forehead. A not too complex, even simple, piece of information surged into his mind. Is it really that simple? A strange expression appeared on Diablo's face. What do you think? It's not that difficult. You are the master of the weapon, the one who uses it, not the one who turns into the weapon. That's true.
Diablo nodded. The information Ophelia provided was very simple, merely how to establish a soulbound companion pact with other beings.
You want me to become a slave to this Diablo?
At this moment, the Inferno Ancient Dragon's incredulous roar echoed in the dungeon, as it never expected that after compromising, it would end up in such a situation.
Not willing?
The blonde six-winged dragon wing angel had a cold expression, as if indifferent to everything.
I am the overlord of the Dragon Realm server, and now you're asking me to take a Tier 1 hatchling stage as a servant? That's an insult to me. The Inferno Ancient Dragon was extremely agitated. I am insulting you.
Just say whether you accept it or not. If you refuse, I will extract your dragon soul right now. Although the resulting dragon lance will be of lower quality, and its growth potential will be poor, as long as I can obtain higher quality materials, it can still be upgraded, just a bit troublesome. Hearing such cold and heartless words, the Inferno Ancient Dragon realized that he only had two paths left. Either resist to the end for dignity, which would result in being soul extracted and crafted into a weapon, leading to death. Or submit and become a weapon dragon,
obediently serving the dragon's will. Though he would lose freedom and dignity, he would be able to survive. So, is there really a choice? Only a fool would give up life for dignity, and dumb freedom isn't living more enjoyable? I accept. Though it's a Tier 1 hatchling stage, since he is your companion, he must possess extraordinary qualities. I believe he will be as strong as you in the future. Being his servant isn't a big deal. Determined, the dark dragon completely abandoned its limits for one with purgatory bloodline. This wasn't difficult. Let us sign the soul-bound companion pact for servants. From today, Diablo will be your dragon lord, and you will be the servant. You will give up everything to protect his safety. Guided by Ophelia, a somewhat dazed Diablo signed the soul-bound companion pact with the powerful dark dragon overlord of the Dragon Realm server. At the moment the soul-bound companion pact was signed, Diablo had no special feelings or reactions, but the Inferno ancient dragon was visibly distressed. With a purgatory bloodline, he originally hoped to find loopholes in the soul-bound companion pact to escape in the future. However, reality slapped him hard in the face, reminding him to rethink being a dragon. There were no loopholes to be found because the terms of the soul-bound companion pact were simply too straightforward. If the dragon lord falls, the servant's soul collapses along with it, while if the servant dies, nothing happens to the dragon lord. This is the one-sided oppression of the soul-bound companion pact, yet it must be signed. Chapter 19. So this is your true form. It looks quite intimidating. Diablo looked up in amazement at the colossal dark dragon before him. Although it had the four-legged, two-winged structure of a traditional dragon, it possessed no traditional scales. Instead, it was covered with sharp bone spikes. These bone spikes, covering the entire body, made the dragon appear fierce and malevolent. Indeed, it wasn't a good creature. You are not as dignified and mighty as my lord the dragon. Looking at Diablo, who was weak enough to be squashed by a slight touch of its paw, the dark dragon spoke very humbly. Because he had already decided to endure, he was a long-lived ancient dragon with vibrant life force, and long years could always create many incredible miracles. Although currently, he had no means to lift the soul-bound companion pact, nothing is absolute. The fact that he couldn't think of a way to resolve it didn't mean there wasn't a way. However, this dark dragon forgot that while long years could create miracles, for individual lives, a long life and repetitive actions would only foster some deep-rooted habits. Can you stop flattering me while also thinking about how to lift the soul-bound companion pact? Diablo stood on a low cliff, looking at the dark dragon lying at the foot of the mountain, which only had to raise its head to be on level with him, feeling quite helpless. Upon hearing Diablo's words, the dark dragon Lauren fell silent. Although he had accepted the identity of a servant, he hadn't adjusted just yet, and his mind kept racing with unrealistic thoughts. The dark dragon wanted to say something to redeem himself, but it was too late. Roar! Intense pain surged from deep within his soul, and at that moment, the Inferno ancient dragon lost the ability to think. Its massive dragon form trembled and convulsed under the gaze of the Tier 1 hatchling stage. Boom! Like a mountain collapsing, the Inferno ancient dragon fell to the ground, struggling in agony. The earth shook and the mountains moved. Even Diablo standing on the cliff felt the vibrations beneath his feet. Dragon Lord, please stop, I can't take it anymore. Although there was no sound, Diablo could sense this desperate plea. This was the spiritual communication channel he had established after forming a soul-bound companion pact with the evil dragon. Due to the soul-bound companion pact, this communication was not equal. He could always know what the evil dragon was thinking, but the dragon could not know his. Most importantly, because of the soul-bound companion pact, he could harm the soul of this evil dragon at any time, with just the slightest thought, even harsher than Tang Seng's tightening spell. Huff! Huff! Heavy breathing echoed from below the cliff. Diablo watched indifferently as the evil dragon inhaled fresh air, its exhaled scorching gas incinerating the surrounding plants into ashes. Are you ready? Don't forget why I brought you out today. Diablo urged impatiently. After successfully signing the soul-bound companion pact with the evil dragon, his wife Ophelia supplied him with enough resources to quickly restore his body to peak condition. Then, providing various resources necessary for the secret arts, he began his training. Suddenly, 3 months had passed, and today, the evil dragon's training finally showed some results, so Diablo couldn't wait to test it. "I'm ready, Dragon Master."
The Hellfire Ancient Dragon rose from the ground, glanced up slightly at Ophelia, who was in the sky with hundreds of dragon-born angel guards, speaking in a more humble tone while trying to dispel any distracting thoughts.
"Then get ready." Hearing the evil dragon's response, Diablo's face lit up with a brilliant smile.
The dragon boy stretched out his small palm and softly called,
"Sword, come." Boom.
Responding to the call of the weapon master, a scarlet light shot skyward, shattering the clouds. A violent wind howled, emanating from the prostrate evil dragon, unleashing a surge of power that manifested numerous intricate and mysterious runes, which spontaneously formed overlapping magical arrays. Large and small magical arrays enveloped an area of several hundred meters, and the powerful ripples of energy radiated out to cover a range dozens of times larger. The sky changed, turning from bright sunlight to darkness. The winds stirred and the clouds parted, causing most creatures in this vast area surrounding Diablo to feel a suffocating pressure, making it hard to breathe. Of course, the biggest effect of all this on Diablo was that his hair was blown up in the wind, and his originally fair face was illuminated red by the blood-colored mana glow ahead.
Quite impressive.
Diablo was very pleased with the light and shadow effects that came with his servant transforming into a weapon.
However, as the dark mana glow in front of him gradually dissipated, revealing the sword that could easily cleave mountains, the smile on Diablo's face began to fade.
"Why is it so big?" Diablo looked up at the massive sword, which was about 100 meters long and had part of it embedded in the ground. Just by looking at this well-toned size, it was clear that the sword's length exceeded 120 meters.
A sword this big, can anyone really wield it and cut a mountain? That would be like playing. Its perfectly normal Lauren's form is inherently large.
When he first turns into a weapon, it's impossible for it to be small. A familiar voice came from behind, and Diablo knew without turning around that it was his wife.
"But this is just way too big, I can't use it at all." Diablo's tone was melancholic.
At the moment, his dragon form was less than 12 meters long, let alone wielding a sword that's 120 meters long.
Just because you can't use it now doesn't mean you won't be able to use it later.
Besides, this sword should be able to shrink.
Ophelia's hand came down naturally to rest on top of Diablo's head.
After gently pinching the dragon horn on his head, she started to play with his soft golden hair.
"Lauren, it's too big.
It needs to shrink at least to a size I can use." Feeling the meddlesome hand on his head, Diablo tugged at the corners of his mouth, not trying to dodge the absolute gap in strength had already made him acknowledge the reality.
"My lord, Dragon Master, I wish I could let you use it right now, but I'm unable to."
Hearing Diablo's command, the Hellfire Ancient Dragon Lauren, transformed into a sword for the first time and experiencing completely new sensations, said somewhat helplessly,
"Honestly, what can be done in 3 months? He needs 3 years even just to take a nap."
In 3 months, he not only had to adjust his body to its best condition but also cultivate this damn secret art, so in such a short time, becoming a sword is already impressive.
Not even this?
Useless. Because his hair was being manipulated by his wife, Diablo unloaded all his frustration on his only servant.
"Enough, Diablo, don't be too harsh. Changing sizes actually requires a high level of skill."
Ophelia gently patted Diablo's head. Her usual height was around 20 meters. While spending time with her little husband, she frequently altered her size at will.
This likely led the little guy to think it was an easy task. Oh. Upon hearing his wife's words, Diablo honestly reined in his grievances.
His wife was indeed beautiful, and he couldn't deny her charm. Although it was partly due to ulterior motives, it didn't alter the fact that she treated him well. However, her kindness also couldn't change the fact that his wife was a brutal ruler. Well, according to Diablo's perception, his wife, the Blood Hell Queen Ophelia, was a thorough tyrant, and judging by her titles, it seemed the other dragons in the Dragon Realm server shared this view. But it's no surprise a queen who brutally impales her enemies on bronze pillars, strips their scales, and listens to their anguished cries can't be described as merciful. It would truly be ridiculous. Cruel, tyrannical, domineering, yet at the same time warm and gentle. This is how Diablo sees his wife, the Blood Hell Queen Ophelia, a ruler of the Dragon Realm server who has different attitudes toward different beings. And Diablo likes such a wife not just because of her otherworldly qualities or her stunningly beautiful visage. Okay, he admits that his fondness largely stems from that. But that's not all. Her royal status is also a significant bonus, and of course, her domineering and protective nature, indulging him, is something that Diablo genuinely appreciates. According to that cloud dragon's description, his significance to Ophelia was merely as a key to leave the Dragon Realm server, with his role as a partner just a necessary price for her to obtain this key. However, during this time, Diablo has felt quite clearly that while the Blood Hell Queen Ophelia values his ability to take her away, she doesn't just see him as a key, but rather, a husband? No, it feels more like a son. Thinking of this, a complex expression suddenly appeared on Diablo's face. Sometimes he had this dreadful illusion that the Blood Hell Queen treated him like a son. And sometimes, he actually lived like a son. There's no helping it, their age difference was simply too significant. Moreover, Diablo glanced down at himself. His dragon spear was still under construction, far from the time it would emerge. When the dragon spear is stained with blood, the husbandess authority shall be restored. The little Tier 1 hatchling stage encouraged himself, stealing a glance at his wife who appeared to be at least 3 centuries old. Chapter 20, Transformation. Since you can't shrink, then transform back. After secretly glancing at his wife, Diablo's gaze turned to the absurdly large evil sword in front of him, with a thick spine, serrated blade, and sharp edge, completely mismatched with his current image. But it was merely a matter of image. If he were to use it, Diablo felt he could still manage, at least without a conflict in strength attributes. At your command, Dragon Master. The evil dragon that had just been through a rough time was now quite obedient, and after shining with a foreboding brilliant blood-red mana glow, it transformed back into its fearsome and wicked hellfire ancient dragon form. Good. Practice well, it's been so long and yet you've only become a sword that can't change size. Diablo's tone was filled with disdain. When will you turn into the dragon spear I want? I'm trying my best. Great Dragon Master, give me a little more time, I promise I won't disappoint you. The hellfire ancient dragon Loren nodded and bowed. Its massive form and fierce appearance contrasted amusingly with Diablo's tender demeanor and petite size, making the Blood Hell Queen watching feel somewhat entertained. And this seemingly comical scene was maintained under her power. Well, I'll give you 3 more months. Dragon Master, 3 months is too short. Can we extend it a bit? At least to 3 years. Upon hearing Diablo's words, the hellfire ancient dragon Loren immediately sought more lenient timing, thinking this little guy had no concept of time. 3 months is hardly enough for a nap. What can it be used for? Are you questioning me? Diablo, sensing the evil dragon's change in mood, snorted softly, causing the dreadful dragon to shudder. I wouldn't dare, it's just that 3 months really isn't enough, the evil dragon pleaded. Diablo, let us check once a year. At this moment, Ophelia stepped in to say something fair. This secret method isn't speeding up during the training, he still needs to consume various metals. Checking once a year can urge him on and prevent him from slackening off. Oh, if that's the case, then it's settled. With his wife's word, Diablo could only nod in agreement, and then the gaze of this Tier 1 hatchling stage turned toward the evil dragon before him. Check once a year, and if you haven't made any progress, I'll let you experience that kind of feeling for a whole day and night. Don't worry, Dragon Lord, I absolutely won't slack off. Hearing Diablo's threat, the Inferno ancient dragon Loren assured him while patting his chest. Diablo nodded modestly, and then he was lifted, his feet dangling in the air. The aura of a superior dragon he had was instantly gone. Ophelia, what are you doing? Put me down. Diablo felt a bit anxious in his awkward position, anger showing plainly on his face. It's time for class. Watching Diablo's embarrassed and angry expression, Ophelia, who was holding him with one hand, chuckled softly. She was just feeling mischievous and wanted to see his reaction. Class? What class? Diablo was instantly shocked. Wasn't he agreed that we have a holiday today? For nearly half a year, he had reached an understanding with his instructor, the eldest wife, to have 6 days of study and 1 day off. Today was his day off. Who said there was a holiday?
Ophelia smiled playfully upon hearing Diablo's words. You clearly. Clearly what? Think hard about it. When did I ever agree to give you a holiday? It's. Diablo stumbled on his words as he tried to recall, realizing that Ophelia had never clearly acknowledged such a schedule. What? Can't find it? Diablo fell silent. I'm not deliberately making things difficult for you, it's just that your mind has been on this evil dragon for the past few days, and you haven't been studying seriously in class. Recently, your post-class assessments haven't met the standards. Did you really think I'd let you off just like that? So I have to catch up on lessons? Upon hearing this, Diablo sighed but didn't resist. Being distracted in class was his fault, and since it was his fault, he had to accept it. Of course, these days you need to focus and return to your previous state of study. This dragon is right here, there's no escaping it. I'll keep an eye on you. Okay, fine. Thus, Diablo began a painful yet enjoyable study life with his eldest wife. The pain was because studying was an extremely dull and tedious process, while the joy came because, after some time, he could clearly feel his abilities improving. Learning has never been enjoyable. Learning isn't meant to pursue happiness, but to enhance one's abilities, in order to find joy in life after the study is completed. Diablo understood this very well. Therefore, having ventured outside unexpectedly and felt the world's malice toward him, Diablo seriously and earnestly accepted the study, becoming a very standard model student. Time passed day by day in this dreary and tedious study life, and Diablo's dragon body, under Ophelia's nurturing, grew increasingly larger, gaining size every so often. Because under the protection of the Queen of the Dragon Realm server, Diablo was completely unconcerned about food. He just ate to his heart's content every day. His life was also very simple, revolving around three main activities: eating, studying, and sleeping. Sometimes, Diablo felt like a cold and unfeeling learning machine. But, this tedious learning period finally came to a temporary end as Diablo's growth came to a halt. Ophelia, I'm so sleepy. Drowsily lifting his head from the books, with half-open eyes, Diablo looked at the six-winged dragonkin angel kneeling in front of him and murmured softly. If you're sleepy, just sleep. Considering the time, your hibernation period should be coming soon. Looking at the drowsy Tier 1 hatchling stage in front of her, Ophelia's voice was unusually gentle. But I'm so hungry that I can't even sleep. Diablo, somewhat troubled, reached out a claw to rub his belly. He had actually been sleeping quite soundly, but his stomach continued to protest against him. If you're hungry, go eat, and after you're full, continue to sleep. Seeing Diablo's state, Ophelia gently shook her head. In this state, her little husband only had eating and sleeping on his mind, and he couldn't possibly focus on studying. With a light thought, a variety of delicious dishes that had been prepared in advance were suddenly held high by the dragon's servant and presented to Diablo. Suck! Diablo's nose twitched. He caught a whiff of the food's aroma, and in his hunger, he stood up, causing the dragon's servant before him to tremble slightly. Now, he had undergone a tremendous change in size compared to when he was newly hatched. He was only slightly larger than an adult colt at birth, but now, to ordinary creatures, he was an elite behemoth, a massive elite behemoth exceeding 15 meters in size. Thus, his every movement posed a great threat to those weaker beings. Well, excluding the dragonkin, while their size may be small, they were extremely robust and, given a sufficient number of advantages, they could even hunt dragon beasts. Whoa! Diablo paid no heed to the dragon person who was frightened by him. His attention was focused on the plate being held above the dragon person's head, a massive meat steak that was steaming and exuding a tantalizing aroma. Put! Juices splattered in his mouth, but Diablo didn't have time to savor the deliciousness. He gulped down the meat along with the bones whole and then shifted his gaze towards the next plate that automatically appeared before him. With a full plate in and an empty plate out, Diablo, who had entered a transformative phase, had an astonishing appetite, and the dragon servants delivering food to him kept coming in and out. All of this fell into the eyes of Ophelia, who observed Diablo's condition and fell into deep thought, as this was beyond her expectations. For normal dragons, undergoing transformation through sleep is quite common. However, the dragons in the Dragon Realm server, which have been cultivated with various treasures by the Grand Archmage combined with their imaginative ideas, mostly do not share this flaw.
Indeed, in the eyes of mages, undergoing transformation through sleep is one of the flaws of dragons because during the sleep process, dragons must seek an absolutely safe place. If discovered, they could find themselves in a perilous situation. Many powerful dragons have met their demise due to this irresistible slumber. Thus, there are hardly any dragons in the Dragon Realm server that need to undergo a long slumber to complete their transformation. By rights, Diablo should also not need to sleep, because according to the system AI's description, he is the most perfect kind so far, a being that can only arise when a miracle occurs. Is it because of me? With countless thoughts racing through her mind, the queen in charge of the Dragon Realm server finally thought of herself. I provided Diablo with an absolutely safe environment, so he instinctively chose to undergo his transformation by sleeping. After all, he adjusts himself based on the external environment. Perhaps I should ask System AI Radiance. While there was a thought of throwing Diablo out of the territory to see what would happen to it, Ophelia quickly dismissed this idea for a simple reason: she couldn't bear to do it. She had devoted herself to raising Diablo for 5 years, attending to it meticulously. If a small issue arose to disrupt that, it would indeed be a loss not worth the gain. Ophelia? Diablo, who had been indulging in food and drink, lifted his head and glanced around. It was empty, and he paused mid-motion, fully opening his previously half-closed eyes. And the multicolored mana glow flowing around the edges of his golden scales suddenly became even more dazzling. They should be back soon. After contemplating for a couple of breaths, Diablo, still feeling hungry, finally turned his gaze toward the delicious food in front of him. At this moment, his mental state was much better than before, showing no signs of drowsiness. Chapter 21. Not suffering from scarcity but from inequality. Whoosh! In the spacious room, a gentle breeze howled in a very rhythmic manner, stirring the elements that had thickened into mist, swirling beautifully in the room. It was the airflow created by a dragon's breath, and this rhythmic wind had been howling in the room for a long time, gradually intensifying as time went on. However, as time passes, besides the wind, new changes emerge: a wave that is difficult to describe yet extremely terrifying, startling the master of the castle as soon as it appears. Originally, when just falling asleep, the scales on his body shone brilliantly, and the 5-colored mana glow sparkled, looking sacred and majestic as a Tier 1 hatchling stage, but it had completely changed into a different appearance. Between the black scales are veins of crimson gold like molten lava, with evil thorny bone spines growing at the joints, spine, wings, and tail, while 4 thick dragon horns spiral around the forehead. It is a fierce and imposing evil dragon, with a translucent flame blazing fiercely around it, making it look as if it was born for killing, destruction, and annihilation. This is what they call the new form. Despite the oppressive presence of the evil dragon, the master of the castle, Ophelia, the king of the Dragon Realm server, showed no sign of reaction on her face. It was all within her expectations, so there was nothing to be surprised about. It looks like it might be the evolved form of the infernal fire ancient dragon? Ophelia pondered deeply, changing from her grand and dignified front image into a sinister and malevolent evil form. She was all too familiar with this transformation because she herself is such an existence. She possesses a completely opposing lineage of both celestial and infernal blood. Thanks to the harmony of her dragon lineage, she can wield 3 different powers simultaneously, which is the foundation of her current strength. However, Diablo is different from her. She just has 2 forms, while Diablo has awakened 2 forms. According to the system AI's description, this miraculous dragon has even more forms. When will I wake up? Ophelia, the Blood Pit Queen, doesn't really care about the various forms Diablo possesses. No matter how fancy they may be, she can easily swat her little husband aside with a single slap. Strength is fundamental. Those great arcane masters initially dared to step into the forbidden zone of life, creating dragons with multiple attributes, with the aim of not being easily targeted by enemies, while also being able to adapt to various extreme environments, thereby not allowing external influences to affect their combat power. The celestial and infernal bloodline she possesses can adapt to almost any environment. So, regarding the uniqueness that Diablo is currently exhibiting, she feels nothing, even harboring a subtle disdain. Is this really it? Ophelia, I'm hungry. Just as Ophelia was carefully examining the new form that Diablo possessed, the young dragon, lying quietly on the ground, groggily opened its eyes again. Upon seeing a familiar presence, it immediately began to feed.
You little rascal! Hearing Diablo's request, Ophelia couldn't help but show a look of helplessness.
She increasingly wanted to toss him out into the wild to see if he would still be so dazed. Of course, she was only thinking about it and there was no need to do so.
NNGT, why is it only me that has to become a weapon?
I want to turn into that Tier 1 hatchling stage servant. In the square piled high with metallic ore, the skeletal dragon with spikes all over its body picked up the shimmering blue ore from the ground and stuffed it into its mouth, grumbling resentfully.
It's not about having less, but having an unequal distribution.
The ancient dragon Lorlin didn't feel much about giving up his limits, abandoning everything, and just surviving. He even felt a bit fortunate. But once he gained a certain freedom and was able to move freely under the watch of the dragonborn angels, he knew that those who were captured alongside him for invading the Blood Queen would soon feel discontent. Those guys endured a considerable amount of painful punishment, but compared to the agony of his muscles cramping and bones stretching, it was hardly worth mentioning.
Moreover, they surprisingly became the battle servants of the Blood Hell Queen.
Although it sounded a bit ugly, they didn't have the same unfathomable restraints as him. Besides, in terms of status, they were much higher than him.
Why do those useless ones live better than I do?
The ancient dragon of Hellfire, who wasn't exactly a loyal pet to begin with, was seething with resentment.
The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. If everyone was in bad luck together, that would be one thing, but why was he the only one reduced to such a state? How could he accept that? No way, I absolutely can't be the only one suffering like this. With no way to escape his current predicament, the Hellfire ancient dragon, Lauren, can only think about how to drag other dragons down with him, making them as miserable as himself. I need to think of a way.
In the eyes of the Hellfire ancient dragon, a strange red glow flickered with his thoughts as he glanced at the dragonborn angels guarding him on the edge of the square, already having made a decision in his heart.
Surely my lord, the Dragon Master, won't mind having multiple weapons, right?
The Hellfire ancient dragon knew very well how greedy dragons could be. He suddenly let out a sinister laugh when he realized that the Blood Queen hadn't placed any restrictions on his secret method of turning himself into a weapon. Or perhaps that Queen had deliberately done this, figuring he would betray his kind, so she imposed no limits at all? Had it been part of her plan all along?
Hey, what does that matter to him right now?
A scheme is a scheme. He just wanted to unleash the increasingly intense wicked fire burning in his heart.
Slap!
Casually tossing down the ore in his hand, the Hellfire ancient dragon walked out of the canteen built specifically for him, needing to look for those lucky dragons who had been captured alongside him.
Andrew!
The Hellfire ancient dragon spotted a red-eyed white dragon sleeping soundly in a semi-open dragon nest.
Get up, now!
With no hint of politeness, the Hellfire ancient dragon, filled with pent-up anger, slapped the sleep-heavy white dragon across the face, scattering tiny white scales into the air.
Roar!
The white dragon, baffled by the unexpected slap, let out a low growl. However, when he opened his crimson dragon eyes and realized who had awakened him, he instinctively shrank back, his face showing a look of respect.
Lord Lauren, what brings you here? Do you want to become stronger?
The Hellfire ancient dragon extended his claw, grabbing the red-eyed white dragon's horn, lowering his head to lift him halfway off the ground.
Ah! The completely unexpected question left the red-eyed white dragon dumbfounded.
Waste! Not getting a satisfactory answer, the Hellfire ancient dragon gripped the white dragon's head and slammed it down onto the ground, shattering rocks and creating a web of cracks, with the center being the white dragon's head.
You don't even want to get stronger? Then what's the point of you staying alive?
Accompanied by the roar of the wicked dragon, hellfire modified from the abyss burst forth from between its fangs, licking the white dragon's jade-like, translucent scales.
I do, Lord Lauren. I want to become stronger.
Although he had no idea why this wicked dragon suddenly targeted him, the white dragon quickly recognized the situation.
No matter what, he would comply for now. Alright, starting today, you will train in this secret method.
Finally hearing a satisfying answer, the Hellfire ancient dragon, ignoring the deplorable state of the white dragon, shoved the first part of the secret method given to him by the Blood Queen into the white dragon's mind, without caring whether the dragon could handle it.
Roar!
The wicked dragon's forcefulness made the white dragon let out a painful scream, but his head was firmly held down by the wicked dragon. He struggled weakly, leaving scratches on the ground. But soon, the white dragon stopped moving, as he accepted and understood the information that had been shoved into his mind by the Hellfire ancient dragon Lauren. It was a secret method to enhance a dragon's body by devouring various metal ores. To his knowledge, he saw no problems with it. How was that? Noticing that the white dragon's struggles gradually diminished to nothing, and he even started contemplating, the wicked dragon suddenly cracked a smile, revealing its sharp white fangs, as it cheerfully asked, "Is this really for me?" The white dragon asked uncertainly. Though he didn't understand the saying about pie falling from the sky, he knew that there were no free benefits in the Dragon Realm server. "Of course it's for you. What do you need me to do?" the white dragon asked cautiously. "What can you do for me when you're so weak? Focus on mastering this before anything else." The wicked dragon showed contempt and disdain. "This secret method. Don't worry about it. I've only given you the first half. For the second half, you'll have to do a good job for me, and once I'm satisfied, then I'll give it to you." The wicked dragon rolled its eyes. He knew that the white dragon was worried about what, if anything, was behind the free offer of the secret method. While he indeed had ulterior motives, there was nothing wrong with the method, at least not with the first half he was giving away. The method of turning oneself into a weapon's first part teaches how to strengthen one's body by consuming high-quality metals. There is no issue with that. Only by seeing the latter part would one understand how deceitful this secret method is. "Oh, I see." When the white dragon heard that the wicked dragon had something he wanted him to do after mastering the method, he felt significantly more at ease, at least gaining the courage to practice. "Practice well, I'll check on your progress every 6 months. If you haven't made any, just wait and see how I'll deal with you." Releasing the grip on the white dragon's head, the wicked dragon, which was nearly twice the size of the white dragon, threatened him. Its fierce demeanor made the white dragon not dare to take the threat lightly. "Rest assured, Lord Lauren, I will train hard." Under the absolute pressure of force, the white dragon, eager to possess stronger strength, patted his chest in assurance. "Hey, you over there, what are you doing?" "Jean." A sharp sword aura descended from the sky, splitting the ground beside the wicked dragon, creating a gash over 100 meters long, with stones flying everywhere. The wicked dragon looked up and saw a group of dragonborn angels with solemn and dignified expressions flying above it, their stern gazes fixed tightly on him. "I didn't do much, just gave a little guidance to the juniors." Looking at the birdman above him, whose combined size was less than one of his claws, the evil dragon grinned. "Don't play any tricks, go back to your own place, this is not where you should be." Seeing the menacing Hellfire ancient dragon, the dragonborn angel showed no courtesy. These defeated dragon species were still alive thanks to signing the Soulbound Companion Pact, and anyone daring to strike them would be erased immediately. "Alright, I'll head back now." As he watched the angels daring to give him orders, the Hellfire ancient dragon lowered his head to prevent those birdmen from seeing his blazing dragon eyes. Chapter 22, A Qualified Servant. Boom! The ground shook, trees trembled as two enormous dragon beasts battled fiercely on the ground, one a red-eyed white dragon, the other a wingless yellow-scaled dragon. Both elite behemoths were colossal, their movements causing the ground to tremble lightly when they fought. They stirred up dust and chaos in the air. "Andrew, put some effort into it, take this yellow-skinned one down." At the edge of the battlefield where the two elite behemoths clashed, a hellish dragon covered in sharp bone spines shouted loudly, cheering for the red-eyed white dragon, which had given up its flying advantage to fight on the ground. His shouts attracted many dragons watching the battle, their gazes full of curiosity, investigation, and even respect, while the Hellfire ancient dragon ignored them, continuing on its own path. "What's wrong with this guy? Why is he so excited?" A dragonborn angel frowned at the Hellfire evil dragon shouting loudly, feeling it was strange. It's not surprising for this kind of guy to get excited by bloodshed. Hearing a companion's words, another dragon-winged angel glanced at Lauren, curled his lip, and replied with disdain. From her perspective, this battle had been provoked by the evil dragon. Without this instigator, these two dragons wouldn't even be fighting. That is true. The dragonborn angel didn't think the evil dragon's behavior was a significant problem and didn't intervene in the battle because dragon injuries were not considered a big deal, as long as they weren't killed on the spot. SZZ. A sharp, piercing grinding sound echoed across the battlefield. All the watching dragons could see the massive earthen dragon extending its claws over the seemingly frail white dragon, surprisingly creating 5 golden red sparks as the claw slid over the white scales.
What's going on? When did Andrew's scales become so tough?
By now, almost all the dragons sensed something unusual about this battle, for the size of the white dragon was smaller compared to the yellow dragon in dragon battles. Greater size typically meant overwhelming advantages. Given that the red-eyed white dragon had given up its flying advantage, the battle should have been settled quickly, yet it was far from it, turning into an intense stalemate. This apparently small white dragon managed, after giving up its flying advantage, to repeatedly tear through the yellow dragon's scales and flesh with its sharp teeth and claws. Conversely, most of the yellow-scaled dragon's attacks against the white dragon merely produced sparks. Even when it occasionally knocked off scales, it required enormous effort. At this moment, everyone could see it. This white dragon was exceptional. Its scales were just too tough.
He.
The Hellfire Ancient Dragon, noticing that those around were aware of the white dragon's abnormality, chuckled quietly twice and turned to leave. Winning or losing no longer mattered to him at this point. He had achieved his goal. Sure enough, earlier than expected, when darkness fell and the starry moon projected into the sky, a blue-scaled giant dragon stealthily snuck into the Hellfire Ancient Dragon's lair.
What boldness, daring to sneak into my lair.
Seeing the unsolicited blue-scaled giant dragon, the previously feigning slumber Hellfire Ancient Dragon opened its eyes, evil aura swirling around, isolating the inside from the outside, making his expansive lair feel like hell. Lord Lauren, don't take action, I have something to discuss with you.
What's the matter?
Lauren gazed coldly at the uninvited blue-scaled giant dragon, appearing extremely serious, yet internally he was overjoyed. Things were going as he had anticipated.
Lord Lauren, I heard that guy Andrew say that today he was able to defeat the Earth Dragon because you bestowed upon him a secret technique. The blue-scaled giant dragon wore a flattering expression, looking deep into the lair at the evil dragon shrouded in hellfire, respect and ingratiation evident on its face.
Secret techniques are rare, especially in the Dragon Realm server, a place where civilization cannot truly develop. Cultivation methods derived from experience are particularly precious to dragons. Thus, casually asking other dragons for secret techniques is an extremely unreasonable act, especially from a dragon stronger than oneself. However, based on the information he gathered from the red-eyed white dragon Andrew, he had spent no cost at all, just sleeping in his lair, before being approached by this Hellfire Ancient Dragon, who forcibly implanted that powerful secret technique.
Since the white dragon could practice, why couldn't he? With this thought in mind, the blue-scaled giant dragon felt emboldened and braved the dangers to enter this perilous lair. Do you want to learn?
Lauren's heart was filled with joy, but he kept a calm exterior, without showing any signs of happiness or anger.
This made the dragon, which had bravely approached, feel extremely anxious. Yes, Lord Lauren, I want to learn. What kind of price do I need to pay? If the white dragon could learn, why couldn't he?
Holding on to this belief, the blue-scaled dragon respectfully inquired.
It's not impossible for you to learn, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Hearing that there was a request, the blue-scaled dragon felt a sense of relief. Actually, it's not a difficult matter. I want you to obey my commands.
Of course, this is on the premise of not going against Her Majesty the Queen.
Upon hearing such a request, the blue-scaled dragon was slightly taken aback and immediately became on guard. Lauren, what do you want to do?
I must remind you that we are both bound by the Soulbound Companion Pact. If we violate the Soulbound Companion Pact, there will be no good end for either of us.
Ha ha ha.
The infernal dragon looked the blue dragon up and down, squinting his eyes, and could no longer control his emotions, bursting into laughter. Interesting, it hasn't been long, and you're already considering your position as a battle slave of the Blood Prison Queen.
While your mystical arts are precious, they aren't worth my life, Lauren. Think carefully about it. Hearing the mocking laughter of the infernal dragon, the blue-scaled dragon snarled in annoyance. What are you thinking? The constraints I face are much greater than yours. If you really have bad intentions, the first to appear before you might not be those bird people, but me." The tone of the terrifying dragon was cold. "Then why do you want me to obey you?" the blue-scaled dragon asked, puzzled. "Of course, to give you a whole new choice and an opportunity to rise." "What do you mean by that?" The blue-scaled dragon appeared uncertain. "Do you know that the Blood Prison Queen actually has a partner?" "Huh? Where did you hear that?" "I have never heard of it before." Suspicion appeared on the blue-scaled dragon's face. In terms of strength, although he wasn't a match for this infernal dragon, he was still of the same level. It didn't make sense that this guy knew something he didn't. "You certainly haven't heard of it. I also paid a great price to learn this news." Remembering the time he was tormented by Diablo for research, the infernal dragon couldn't help but gnash his dragon teeth. "Is it accurate? I am currently the dragon under that noble lord. What do you think? Is it accurate?" The blue-scaled dragon was taken aback, but then suddenly realized what it meant. "What do you mean by the choice you just mentioned?" "You might not believe it, but that lord is currently only Tier 1 hatchling stage." "Huh?" Upon hearing this, the blue-scaled dragon immediately wore a look as if to say, "Are you kidding me?" "Shut up, don't say a word, let me finish." The fierce dragon pressure fell on the blue-scaled dragon, causing his body to sink slightly. The infernal dragon glared at him fiercely. He hated being interrupted while he spoke. Because the young lord is weak, his strength is far below the Blood Prison Queen, and he hasn't built his own faction. I am his first dragon. When I ask you to submit to me, it's not to obey my commands, but to follow that lord. Think it over carefully. Your current identity means you will never get ahead. Every position under the Blood Prison Queen already has dragons in it. There's no place for you. Are you really willing to spend your long dragon life as a war slave for that queen? I understand what you mean. You want to recruit us for that lord you mentioned, right? A look of contemplation and hesitation appeared in the blue-scaled dragon's eyes. That's right. The infernal dragon admitted. Directly establishing a small faction would surely lead to suppression, but using the name of his dragon master might yield different results. This is merely an attempt. If it fails, he might just suffer some physical pain, and at worst, his soul would be stirred about, but that consequence is within the bearable range. If it succeeds, however, the benefits he would gain would be immeasurable, at least far better than the current predicament. It sounds good, but on deeper thought, it doesn't hold up to scrutiny. That lord of yours, the partner of the Blood Prison Queen, how could he possibly be Tier 1 hatchling stage? Even if she were insane, it wouldn't make sense for her to find a Tier 1 hatchling stage 1. The blue-scaled dragon questioned. It certainly shouldn't be possible under normal circumstances, but what if that Tier 1 hatchling stage is the only way for the Blood Prison Queen to leave the Dragon Realm server? Having sensed the concerns of the dragon in front of him, the infernal dragon gritted his teeth and revealed a piece of reason information. In that case, it's somewhat plausible. But that lord still only nominally possesses status equivalent to the Blood Prison Queen, and in reality, he only has you as his dragon, right? And it was the Blood Prison Queen who found you for him. Otherwise? When that lord becomes stronger and has many dragons under him, will he still need you? Seeing that the dragon in front of him was still somewhat indecisive, the infernal dragon scoffed, questioning him with a look of disdain. Chapter 23, Awakening, Change. Following that prince isn't out of the question, but I need to see him first. Frowning and pondering for a moment, the azure-scaled giant dragon gritted his teeth and made a decision. Under the current circumstances, he saw no possibility of rising up. Such an outcome was unacceptable to him. Not long ago, he was the ruler of a region, a dragon lord, but after failing in an aggressive war and being captured by the Blood Abyss Queen, he found himself reduced to a war slave in order to survive. That's impossible. The prince has already entered a sleep phase. Except for the Blood Abyss Queen, no one can see him, not even me. Upon hearing the dragon's request, the infernal fire dragon directly refused. Every slumber must eventually come to an end. I can wait. Well, then you can take your time waiting,
the infernal fire dragon grinned at the azure-scaled giant dragon's words, seemingly unbothered. By the way, take this secret technique back to practice for now. Surprised by how unexpectedly easily his original purpose for coming here was fulfilled, the azure-scaled giant dragon was taken aback. This was too easy, and when did this guy become so agreeable?
Why don't you want it? Fine, do as you wish. Wait for the prince to awaken and make your decision then.
Seeing the guy still hesitating and doubting, the infernal fire dragon said impatiently.
I want it, I do. But Loren, are you that confident I will follow that prince? Because you have no better options.
The azure-scaled giant dragon fell silent. In the end, the infernal fire dragon squinted at the azure-scaled giant dragon, who left with half of the secret technique, no longer suppressing his emotions and bursting out in loud laughter. Once the secret technique begins to be cultivated, it cannot be stopped. It isn't something you can casually give up on.
Stopping midway could leave fatal flaws behind.
So now, at least 2 dragons will end up in the same situation as himself, and this is just the beginning.
If they were to deliberately drag dragons into this, it would seem rather petty.
The infernal fire dragon planned to use the secret technique as bait to establish a faction centered around the Dragon Lord Diablo. And within this faction, aside from needing to obey commands from that Tier 1 hatchling stage dragon, he wouldn't have to listen to any other dragon's orders. He wanted to be above all dragons.
Awake?
When consciousness returned, Diablo unexpectedly heard that familiar voice, but for some reason, it sounded a bit cold.
Yes, I'm awake.
Having no idea how long he had been asleep, but feeling some stiffness in his joints, limbs, and wings, Diablo answered in a daze, then tried to stretch, but
boom!
He completely couldn't control himself. His sharp dragon horns easily pierced through the ceiling of the room, and the rock blocks engraved with mana runes immediately began to rain down into the room. The naturally emitted mana glow dispersed everything, preventing any debris from touching him, so Diablo's scales remained shiny. However, the now baby dragon Diablo lowered his head and just happened to meet the gaze of his big wife, who was slightly raising her head, looking at him with an expressionless face.
Sorry about that. Diablo's face showed an awkward expression.
He really hadn't thought much about it. He hadn't exerted much force, nearly rising naturally, yet he had broken through the ceiling as if puncturing a membrane. There was hardly any resistance.
It's nothing.
Dragons experience a significant increase in power upon waking from sleep, so it's normal to struggle with control. I will help you adapt to this power properly.
After hearing Diablo's explanation, Ophelia glanced up at the hole in the ceiling but said nothing. How do you plan to help me adapt? Diablo sensed something was off.
Through combat, the Blood Abyss Queen replied tersely.
That's not necessary. Diablo shrank his head.
Adapting to a sudden surge of power through combat is the fastest and most convenient way.
But? No buts.
You should get used to your new body. For now, we'll start tomorrow.
Isn't that a bit too fast?
You're already a young dragon. You should learn to fight.
This is the Dragon Realm server, where countless dragons compete for resources and survival. Compared to other dragons, you are already very fortunate.
Fine. Thinking rationally, Diablo felt that Ophelia was right. He was already quite lucky, but Ophelia couldn't protect him for a lifetime. Given his status, if he only wanted to be a dragon in school, then he might as well give up.
But how can my safety be guaranteed? Will you always be by my side? This was Diablo's concern. Of course, engaging in real combat was no problem, but it had to be ensured that his safety was guaranteed. There could be no unexpected threats to his life.
I don't have time to protect you all the time, but you don't need to worry about that.
Have you forgotten?
The dragon that signed the soulbound companion pact with you before you fell asleep.
That ancient hellfire dragon?
Diablo suddenly thought of the evil dragon that could transform into a great sword, one so large that he couldn't even grip the hilt.
I wonder how that guy is training now. Can he change into the dragon spear I want, and be able to change sizes freely?
You don't need to worry about that.
That guy is doing great right now.
He has found quite a few followers for you. Looking at the black-scaled dragon in front of her, which could easily break through the ceiling with a slight lift of its head, Ophelia's expression suddenly revealed a teasing look.
For me? Diablo's face instantly turned bewildered. Followers? What is going on?
In your name, he has been recruiting those dragonkind who were captured and demoted to war slaves due to defeats. So now you have a group of followers with considerable average strength. Therefore, you don't need my protection for your combat training. Such shocking news left Diablo momentarily speechless. After waking up, his wife told him that his top subordinate had recruited many strong underlings.
This is something you allowed, right?
After a moment of surprise, Diablo immediately thought of the instigator behind this.
If she hadn't permitted it, Lorraine wouldn't have stirred up a ripple in this territory. I simply didn't intervene.
I wanted to see how far that dragon could go. So far, he is doing quite well and saving me a lot of trouble. But that guy Lorraine, I can control him through the soulbound companion pact, but how can I possibly suppress those evil dragons he recruited in my name?
Diablo wasn't particularly happy. In fact, he was somewhat worried.
Having a group of powerful subordinates was certainly good, but if all his subordinates were stronger than him, and he didn't have any power to impose constraints, that would be quite troubling.
You're overthinking it.
Lorraine recruited in your name, so to maintain his own position, he will suppress every dragon that wants to provoke you, maintaining your authority.
Ophelia reassured the somewhat uneasy Diablo, and a hint of confident smile appeared on her unrealistically beautiful face. And don't forget, you are my partner Ophelia.
I stand behind you, and as long as I am here, those waste will not dare to offend you.
You make a good point.
Looking at his imposing wife, Diablo was momentarily awed.
So, that's how we'll arrange it. Do you have any questions?
None.
Diablo shook his head.
All right then, I'll go take care of things. You better control your body and don't go breaking anything carelessly.
Okay, fine.
As soon as she finished speaking, Ophelia, dressed in a loose white robe, disappeared from the spot like a phantom.
Diablo wasn't surprised by this. His wife always had a mysterious presence.
At that moment, he finally had the energy to observe the changes in himself.
Damn, why have I turned black?
Looking down, Diablo saw that his originally brilliant golden scales had turned into black ones, with lava-like crimson golden patterns covering them.
Water mirror technique.
With a thought, Apollo effortlessly performed a simple yet practical spell. Instantly, the water elements in the air gathered before him, forming a smooth water screen that was as tall as he was.
So cool.
Upon seeing himself in the water mirror, Diablo was slightly taken aback, then blurted out. It was a fierce yet majestic giant dragon, with a massive head adorned with sharply twisted horns. Golden patterns spread throughout its dark dragon eyes, and its body was largely covered by armor like bony dragon scales. Where the joints moved, fine golden patterns connected with the black scales, and sharp bone spikes extended from them. The shoulders, dragon arms, tail tip, and even the wings all bore exoskeletal structures glistening with cold light. Well, putting looks aside, Diablo felt that his current form was on par with that of the radiant dragon. The only difference was in temperament. His current form exuded more aggressiveness, like a demonic dragon that wanted to destroy the world.
Ding ding. Diablo's gaze fell on his heavy dragon wings.
He extended his claw and gently knocked on them, producing a crisp metallic clashing sound.
Tisk. Unlike traditional dragons with thin and easily damaged wings, Diablo's wings were extremely thick.
In his current form, they were ridiculously thick. He felt like he could use them as a shield.
Really solid.
The juvenile dragon, close to 20 meters long, remarked sincerely, but he was slightly unsatisfied.
But, can I revert back to my original form?
A brilliant golden light erupted from his chest with his thought, and the dazzling golden glow enveloped his body, transforming the dark scales rapidly into golden ones, while subtle changes occurred all over him. Then, a dragon naturally radiating a golden glow appeared, subtly replaced by a multicolored shimmering golden dragon, in place of the seemingly destructive and murderous magic dragon.
Its demeanor was graceful and noble, with a dignified and elegant posture, resembling a dragon lord. Chapter 24, The Crime of Offense. Roar. Accompanied by a long dragon roar, a thunderous sound tore through the atmosphere from afar. The evil dragon, lying asleep in its lair, was suddenly startled awake, its blood-red dragon eyes opened, gazing at the perpetually clear sky. It seems that the queen herself favored clear weather, hence, this area was always bathed in brilliant sunshine during the day, with no clouds in sight for the past few years, which was utterly ridiculous. Of course, clear days were not the main focus right now. What mattered was that he saw, in the towering and continuous grand structures not far away, a dragon with a black and red tail flame ascending into the sky at quite a good speed, and heading toward his dragoness lair. What is that? A familiar yet strange aura left Lorraine somewhat puzzled, but soon he realized there was no need to think, as the black dragon, trailing a black and red flame and leaving a long-lasting trail in the sky, had already crashed at the entrance of his lair. Accompanied by the slight tremors of the lair and the roaring sound of rocks exploding, a particularly arrogant and frenetic voice echoed outside the cave. "Lorlan, get out here quickly. You see I'm here, and you still haven't come to greet me." Dragon Lord? Under Diablo's watchful gaze, an elite behemoth, exuding a powerful sense of oppression for dragons, crawled out of the sulphurous dragon's lair. What's wrong? You don't recognize me now? Diablo slightly raised his head and looked up at the massive evil dragon before him. What happened to you? With a hint of surprise and confusion, the Hellfire Ancient Dragon Lorlan curiously asked. It's just a second form. What's so strange about that? Although Diablo felt a bit smug, he remained very reserved, his tone quite calm. As far as he knew, dragons in the Dragon Realm server like him that could have multiple forms were rare but not non-existent. So, there was nothing to show off. So isn't this similar to Her Majesty the Queen? With that remark, Lorlan understood, but the two extremely different changes naturally made him think of the ruler of this territory, the Blood Hell Queen. I'm now somewhat like her, but fundamentally different. How is it different? Why do you have so much nonsense? I came to find you for you to interrogate me? Diablo snorted lightly, causing the evil dragon's body to tremble slightly. My Lord Dragon, what do you need from me? Lorlan asked respectfully. I heard that during my slumber, you recruited quite a few dragons for me. Where are those dragons? Call them over for me to see. Diablo said without any manners. He just wanted to see what kind of subordinates this evil dragon had gathered. Okay, my Lord Dragon, please wait a moment, I will call all these guys over right now. Upon hearing Diablo's words, Lorlan paused slightly, then realized and felt a little uplifted inside. This Dragon Lord has no intelligence network of his own. He only relies on the Queen, who takes care of him for external information. So if he knows about this matter, it means that the Queen has seen everything. In other words, his actions were tacitly approved. In that case, I can be a little bolder with my actions. With his back to Diablo, the Hellfire Ancient Dragon spread his wings, feeling ambitious. He had been restrained for quite a while, and a life of an honest dragon was not what he desired. This guy. Diablo glanced at the scorched dragon's lair in front of him, filled with a strong sulfur smell, then looked up at the servant who had already flown into the sky. Have you forgotten that I can perceive his thoughts? Ambition isn't small. Diablo murmured softly, but he did not get angry about it, as this guy's ambition was harmless to him and even quite beneficial. Without waiting long, soon, accompanied by long and deep, either fierce or brutal dragon roars, dozens of powerful dragons of various shapes appeared before Diablo. Their appearance immediately caused a chaotic surge of elements, even altering the surroundings slightly, as many dragons that flew in, just like the one before, adopted a vertical landing method. Essentially, they gave up their flying ability and free fell down. But at this moment, Diablo had no mind to notice these insignificant details. All the dragons focused their gazes on him. Having never experienced such a scene, Diablo remained expressionless and motionless. These dragons were different from the armored giants, mobs and dragon people who served him in the castle. Their eyes held curiosity, exploration, contempt, disdain, and even malice. In short, Diablo felt no goodwill. Lorlan, is this the prince you mentioned? Hey, he really is a young dragon. The ice dragon, exuding cold air and covering everything around it with a layer of frost upon landing, observed Diablo with a probing gaze before looking at the Hellfire Ancient Dragon that landed beside him. Boom! With a thunderous boom,
the atmosphere surged like a tangible shockwave, and at close distance, Diablo almost simultaneously felt this impact. The immense force nearly toppled him, but fortunately, Diablo steadied himself. Even so, he was dragged along the ground, leaving a 30-meter-long gash. However, at this moment, the attention of the gathered dragons wasn't on the somewhat awkward Diablo. Their gazes were fixed on the ice dragon that had spoken first, including Diablo. Just as the ice dragon finished speaking, the Hellfire Ancient Dragon next to Diablo moved, its powerful dragon body ripping through the air, pushing Diablo away with the shockwave it created. That overwhelming and terrifying force descended upon the ice dragon, directly knocking it down to the ground, shattering its scales, and sending frost flying. Most of the dragons, including Diablo, were a bit bewildered as they looked at the evil dragon, covered in bone spines, fiercely pressing the relatively slender and long-limbed ice dragon down, elegantly crushing its noble head into the ground with a single paw. "Lowly creature, who allowed you to speak like that to my lord dragon?" The evil dragon lowered its head, hellfire swirling between its jaws, capable of burning souls. "Lorraine, I." "Shut up, you have no right to speak." The ancient hellfire dragon seized one of the ice dragon's wings, snapping it with a violent twist, breaking the bone. Roar! The pain from the broken wing elicited a low growl from the ice dragon born a dragon. It flared up at this moment, arching its spine, a thick frost-like mist spreading as it aimed to throw the ancient hellfire dragon off. "Still daring to struggle, huh?" Feeling the resistance beneath, the inherently cruel and savage ancient hellfire dragon showed no leniency, lowering its head, opening its mouth, 3 rows of sharp dragon teeth easily piercing through the ice dragon's frostbitten scales, sinking deep into the flesh. Click! Accompanied by a clear sound of bones cracking, the ancient hellfire dragon bit through the ice dragon's bones. Among the many dragons, either bewildered or filled with reverence, Lorraine suppressed the burst of cold air from the ice dragon and began to break its bones one by one. At this point, the ice dragon had no strength to resist. With all its bones shattered, even the vitality of a dragon could not allow it to retaliate in a short time. And the cold air emanating from it, if fully unleashed, could easily freeze 1,000 miles, but it needed to be unleashed first. Thus, with the ancient hellfire dragon not issuing any warning and the ice dragon caught completely off guard, it was directly ambushed and rendered crippled. "My lord dragon, how should we deal with this dragon?" With the ice dragon confirmed to be unable to resist in the near future, the ancient hellfire dragon wore a fawning and flattering expression, respectfully consulting Diablo. The stark contrast in attitude made those dragons called over by the ancient hellfire dragon begin to change their minds. They had not expected this fellow could achieve such a level. Then, although taken aback by the ancient hellfire dragon's actions, Diablo quickly reacted, realizing this fellow was trying to establish his authority, so he was ready to cooperate. But just as he spoke 2 words, he sensed Lorraine's thoughts through the soul-bound companion pact. "Your Highness the Dragon, these creatures are inherently proud and unruly. If you are stronger than them, you can naturally subdue them. But you are young. If you want to suppress them, you should not harbor any mercy. Deal with him in the most brutal way. Well, Lorraine, treat him just as I treated you before." After a brief contemplation, Diablo knew what to do. "As you command." Upon hearing Diablo's words, the fearsome evil dragon immediately grinned, revealing its gleaming white dragon teeth, making it look even more ferocious. "Remember, by call, this is the price you pay for offending the Dragon Lord." Rip! Accompanied by the murmurs of the evil dragon, a large chunk of flesh-bearing scales was ripped off from the ice dragon's body, thick dragon blood oozing from the exposed muscles, but before it could flow down, the wound swiftly began to freeze. But this was just the beginning. Under the increasingly odd and fearful gazes of the surrounding dragons, the ice dragon lost all its scales just for uttering a wrong word. As the ancient hellfire dragon prepared to extract the ice dragon's bones, one observing dragon could no longer stand by. "Lorraine, by call has already been punished enough. Any more would be too much. To offend the Dragon Lord and still retain your life is already the Dragon Lord's mercy. Do not be ungrateful." In the ancient hellfire dragon's blood-red eyes, there was nothing but indifference. It scanned the assembled dragons called over, its gaze filled with disdain and mockery. "Do not forget, only the Dragon Lord can offer you a better future now." "Humph. Is there anyone else with objections?"
If you are dissatisfied, feel free to step up and take Baikal's punishment. Chapter 25, Flying with a Sword. Lorraine, do you think what just happened to the ice dragon was excessive?
In the simple yet spacious dragon lair, Diablo, who had started to accept the fact that he had a powerful gang of subordinates, calmly inquired of the ancient hellfire dragon. After the infernal dragon stripped the ice dragon's scales and bones, this guy, Loring, relied on his overpowering strength and somewhat vague promises of the future to force 15 dragons to obediently line up before him and acknowledge him as their boss. Diablo could sense that these dragons were terrified of the infernal dragon, or more accurately, they were intimidated by the power of his big wife, the Blood Queen, which was why they temporarily lowered their heads and submitted.
In reality, none of these dragons sincerely obeyed him. Diablo could understand and accept this situation. The Dragon Realm server was an enormous instance zone that maintained a desolate and primitive ecosystem, so the dragons living in it adhered to the most basic law of survival of the fittest. The power that dragons possess is the only standard to determine their status. Nothing else matters. With Diablo backed by the Blood Queen and the infernal dragon forcefully accepting them, it was only natural that they would resent it. It's not excessive. This is your first encounter with those nuisances. Your own power isn't enough, so you can only try to appear more brutal, making those guys dare not offend you. At the very least, you must maintain a semblance of respect. Hearing Diablo's words, the infernal dragon lowered his head so that Diablo could look at him head-on, or even from above. Power is a hard truth. Until I can crush them head-on, they will never submit to me. Diablo understood this very well. He looked at the enormous evil dragon in front of him, which was doing its best to appear docile, and chuckled. Without the constraint of the soul-bound companion pact, this guy would never behave like this. My Lord Dragon Master? Seeing Diablo suddenly smile at him, the infernal dragon felt uneasy, as he couldn't grasp what this little fellow was thinking. How long has it been since I last saw you until today? Diablo suppressed his laughter, looking at the infernal dragon in front of him with an expectant gaze. Very short, not even 2 years. Upon hearing Diablo's question, Loring provided a vague answer. So, in 2 years, how has your training been? Diablo's dark golden eyes sparkled with anticipation in the dim dragon lair. My Lord Dragon Master, it's still not even 2 years yet. Loring looked embarrassed. I'm asking how well you have trained. Diablo's expression gradually turned serious. He could see that this guy in front of him was feeling guilty, like a student caught without having memorized the material by the teacher. The infernal dragon stammered. Sword, come. Diablo didn't want to hear his excuses. He extended a dragon claw and gently beckoned the evil dragon in front of him. Boom! Surging crimson flames erupted from the infernal dragoness body, and a powerful evil aura swept through, with hellfire capable of burning souls surging forth, transforming into a beam of light that shot up into the sky. Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of a mountain collapsing and cracking, Diablo realized he had made a somewhat unwise move. The already poorly constructed dragon lair had been demolished by his own servant. Crack! Dark red arcs of electricity sparkled in the air, hot winds blew through, and bubbling lava flowed beneath his feet. Unharmed, Diablo stared at the gigantic evil sword before him, his expression unchanged. Loring, it's been 2 years, and you haven't done anything. There hasn't been a single change. Do you think I'm especially easy to fool? Diablo's voice showed no emotion, but precisely because of that, the infernal dragon grew even more fearful, and the evil sword that had taken his form began to tremble slightly. My Lord Dragon Master, I actually have made some progress in my training. A voice that still sounded somewhat guilty echoed in the air over the molten ruins. Then show me what you've got. Clang! The evil sword emitted a tremulous ringing, its sword energy disturbed the surrounding atmosphere, shattering the scorching winds, and blood-red light shot from the sword's mana runes. Seeing this formidable display, Diablo unconsciously took a step back. Because in terms of power, the infernal dragon and his big wife were on the same level, making any comparison with him meaningless. If it weren't for the soulbound companion pact, he would never be able to stand before this ferociously brutal evil dragon. Is that it? Thanks to the soulbound companion pact,
Diablo was able to ignore most of the pressure that the infernal dragon brought. As for the little remaining pressure, as long as he stayed determined, it could generally be ignored. His attention was focused on the evil sword that had transformed from the infernal dragon. If it weren't for his keen senses, Diablo would have found it hard to notice that the sword in front of him had actually shrunk a little.
Is this all you could come up with after 2 years of training? Diablo sighed. It had only shrunk that little. What difference did that make? He still couldn't lift it. My Lord Dragon Master, please don't be angry. I just wanted to gather some capable subordinates for your highness, so I neglected my training. Did I ask you to gather anyone? Diablo coldly questioned. You didn't do the tasks I assigned you properly, yet somehow excelled in the tasks I didn't assign. My Lord Dragon Master, Can you transform into other weapon forms? Diablo was completely disappointed, but still held on to a glimmer of hope and asked one more question. I can only transform into a sword now. The Hellfire Ancient Dragon could already sense Diablo's fury. And then, the next moment. Ah!
A wailing scream that could only be felt on a soul level echoed, but even in such pain, the Hellfire Ancient Dragon did not revert to his dragon form. Because it was beyond his control, although after cultivating the secret technique, he could switch freely between dragon form and weapon form.
But as the weapon master, Diablo possessed higher authority.
Just like earlier, when Diablo wanted him to turn into a weapon, he had no right to refuse or choose. And now, Diablo chose to make him endure pain in the form of a demonic sword, and the only way he expressed suffering was through the sword's frequent trembling.
Lorraine, take care of yourself. Diablo snorted lightly and prepared to leave.
He intended to keep this dragon in sword form for a long time as a punishment, and without his permission, the Hellfire Ancient Dragon couldn't transform back.
This is the authority he wielded as a weapon master.
Once transformed into a weapon, the only capacities left were thought and no ability to control himself. Just after spreading its wings and getting ready to take off, Diablo suddenly had a thought, stopping in place and turning to look at the infernal ancient dragon, whose sword body was embedded at least 1/3 into the ground.
Can you fly in this state? I should be able to. Lorraine, tormented on a soul level, was momentarily taken aback by Diablo's question and cautiously replied.
At that moment, he held no resentment in his heart, not because he didn't have any, but because he dared not. He knew that the Dragon Lord could sense his thoughts, and if any resentment arose, he would face an even more tragic fate.
Try flying.
Buzz.
With Diablo's permission, the sword, in its dragon-shaped form, gained a degree of mobility.
Under Diablo's expectant gaze, the sword hummed softly and slowly lifted off the ground.
Hold the sword horizontally.
Seeing this scene, Diablo became even more excited, feeling like a real dragon.
Meanwhile, the infernal ancient dragon Lorraine looked on in confusion as he leveled the sword body, keeping it relatively parallel to the ground.
To his astonishment, he saw that the Dragon Lord, previously stern and even a bit angry, had excitedly spread his wings and flown up to land on him.
My lord, what are you doing?
Ha ha ha. Diablo completely ignored the infernal ancient dragon, laughing heartily as he activated skill, Polymorph, transforming into a child with long black hair, looking to be around 6 or 7 years old.
Woohoo, it's time to take off.
The dragon child pointed toward the clear blue sky, exuberantly giving instructions to his servant.
As you command.
Although Lorraine was puzzled about why Diablo was so excited, he chose to obey because soulful pain was truly deadly. The giant evil sword, over 100 meters long with a blade width exceeding 5 meters, slowly flew into the sky, offering Diablo, now in dragon child form, a completely different experience.
Accelerate gradually, do not stop until I say so. Looking at the broadening view, Diablo's earlier disappointment faded, replaced by excitement. As you wish.
The broad evil sword, carrying the excited dragon child yelling, flew slowly before speeding up until it transformed into a streak of crimson light.
The fiery mark has been replenished.
In the vast expanse of the celestial realm, a golden dragon, who had just shut its eyes moments ago, opened its drowsy dragon eyes. A brilliant light burst forth, filling the already brightly lit hall to the point it became unseeable.
Quite fast. Are you seeking help from other dragons? It seems that little one really wants to leave the Dragon Realm server. The radiant dragon contemplated, filled with the concerns and hopes of an elder for a junior. But it hasn't been long that little one's strength probably isn't enough. If I stop him, it'll dampen his confidence. Let's arrange a relatively safe world for him. Having thought about how to arrange things, the radiant dragon in the celestial realm closed its eyes again and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Realm server, the Blood Queen Ophelia frowned as she looked at the time-space artifact floating in front of her. During Diablo's slumber, she had relentlessly infused it with power, causing the golden flames residing deep within the crystal ball to swell until they overflowed, completely wrapping around the crystal ball. Chapter 26, Young Dragon's Bloodbath. What's going on? Ophelia frowned, gazing at the time-space artifact before her, where 3 concentric rings spun irregularly around a central golden flame. But just moments ago, she sensed something was off. But she couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. She just had a nagging feeling that something about the artifact seemed altered. In the end, it's not mine. Unable to find a conclusion, Ophelia naturally gave up. Let us bring Diablo back to take a look. The queen's eyes reflected the brilliant light of the sun as she blinked. A clear blue sky, vast wilderness, playful dragons, and distant scenery appeared in her vision. Looks like they are having fun. Although she didn't gain combat experience alongside Diablo, she still left a little trick on him, able to monitor in real time to ensure she could rush over quickly if any problems arose. Of course, it could also be useful at that moment. Roar! 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 A somewhat hysterical roar echoed through the slightly cramped valley. Diablo squinted his eyes, watching calmly as he was slowly surrounded by a pack of dragon wolves. These wolf-like creatures, covered in fur with scales underneath, and sporting dragon horns on their foreheads, were about 10 meters long and nearly 5 meters tall. Their claws were sharp, and they had spines on their backs and tails, making them highly aggressive. If they were in the outside world, such dragon-like creatures could command a piece of territory, living solo and thriving. However, in the Dragon Realm server, given their size, they truly stood out. Thus, these wolves with dragon blood congregated in groups, just like their nature. Without such cooperation, they couldn't reproduce. If you can leave 10 wounds on me before sunset, I will take those guys away with me, and you can continue to survive and thrive in this valley. If you can't do it, well, imagine what the consequences would be. Diablo looked at these dragon wolves and spoke in a flat tone. These dragon species possess extremely high intelligence and can fully comprehend the words I say. Noble dragon, why have you chosen us? The wolf pack slowly parted, and a dragon wolf, twice the size of its kin, with sparser fur but more prominent and thick gray-blue scales, slowly strode out, glancing up at the dragons circling in the sky and along the valley. It stared with a solemn expression at Diablo. Although it was clear at a glance that Diablo possessed a more advanced dragon blood, one could tell from his body proportions that this was merely an undeveloped young dragon, not to be feared. But this Diablo was not the main focus. The key point was the dragon pack that followed him. Even the smallest dragon among them could destroy his entire tribe with a single bite. It's just coincidence. Consider yourselves unfortunate. Hearing the humble words of the dragon wolf leader, Diablo felt somewhat impatient. He had long understood the nature of the dragons in the Dragon Realm server. They bow and scrape before the strong, yet are vicious and feral toward the weak. Fight me, or your tribe will perish. Choose. Then, I apologize. Upon hearing Diablo's words, the dragon wolf leader realized there was no room for negotiation anymore. It was impossible to let this noble young dragon leave with his group of tyrants simply through words. He had to be satisfied. Oh, whoa. With a long howl from the Wolf King, the dragon wolves that had long been crouched down, baring their teeth and prepared to attack, turned into streaks of blue-gray shadows and lunged at Diablo. However, the Wolf King, who issued the attack order, did not participate in the battle. Instead, he coldly watched, noting that this black-scaled young dragon, if one does not count its long tail, was not much larger than its kin, making it laughably insignificant. If he had joined this fight leading the wolf pack, there would have been no need to wait until sunset for this young dragon to suffer a crushing defeat. If that happened, and it angered him, his tribe would undoubtedly be obliterated regardless. But soon, the dragon wolf leader realized that the gap between ideal and reality was quite significant. What are you still doing crouched there? You honestly think these guys can leave marks on my body?
A golden light spread from the scales like clouds and mist, enveloping the dark gold dragon body. Diablo stomped on one dragon wolf, flicking his tail to send another, which was biting at his wing, flying away, looking at the dragon wolf leader crouched not far away and snorted. As he spoke, another dragon wolf charged at him and bit his right front claw. Blood splattered along with white shards. It wasn't Diablo's scales that were broken but the dragon wolf's teeth, shattering and cutting its own mouth.
Too weak, this is all you can do.
Diablo raised his dragon claw, flinging the attacker aside, then casually cast several fireballs, the explosive flames incinerating fur and scattering flesh. Looking at the dragon wolf that could not get back up for the time being, Diablo glanced down at his dragon arm, where there were 2 rows of exceptionally noticeable bite marks, but unfortunately, they hadn't pierced his scales. The dragon wolf leader remained silent. The scales of this young dragon were ridiculously hard. Even his kin, putting forth their utmost effort, could only leave claw marks and bite impressions, utterly incapable of tearing through its scales, let alone inflicting wounds. Thus, under the threat of extermination, blue-white arcs of electricity flashed on the half-dragon wolf leader, as a dragon wolf over 20 meters long joined the fray. In an instant, Diablo felt a surge of pressure. It wasn't the dragon wolf leader attacking, but rather the 20-odd dragon wolves surrounding him became stronger, with tiny arcs of electricity flickering in their fur. Their strength, speed, and even reflexes all noticeably improved, and such a transformation astonished Diablo as he turned his gaze towards the dragon wolf leader. All-around buff. Just a few days ago, when he was parading with those evil dragons in the Dragon Realm server, searching for suitable opponents and accumulating battle experience, he had never encountered such a unique leader. Interesting. The exponentially increasing battle pressure not only didn't disappoint Diablo, on the contrary, it excited him. After a series of overwhelming victories, he found them unsatisfactory, and he longed for a worthy opponent to hone his skills. Roar! Diablo let out a dragon roar, and the golden mist surrounding his body suddenly spread out. The dragon wolf, touched by this mist, stiffened slightly. Its movements were a bit sluggish. Oh whoa! The dragon wolf leader, also touched by the mist, stiffened momentarily but quickly regained its composure. The elite behemoth let out a howl towards the sky, then lunged at Diablo. Puff! The gleaming wolf fangs easily broke through the young dragon's scales, deeply piercing into its flesh, the intense pain hitting Diablo hard. The young dragon's vertical pupils flickered slightly before narrowing. An aura of brutal power, belonging to a top predator in the food chain, spread out. Its dragon blood began to boil, as the golden mist enveloped it, forming a flame-like phenomenon due to its richness. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The young dragon, still not accustomed to injury and pain, opened its mouth and bit down on the dragon wolf, trying to chew on its flesh and blood, the sharp dragon teeth gliding over the tough wolf fur, piercing into the thick scales and deep into the flesh. Rip! The young dragon shook its head and cleanly tore away a large chunk of flesh, still covered in hair, from the dragon wolf leader, blood spilling everywhere. Roar! The dragon wolf leader let out a low growl, releasing its grip on Diablo's neck, not only because of the wound on its back that exposed white bones, but also because it couldn't endure the corrosion of Diablo's dragon blood. A thick smell of blood filled the air. It was an intense battle, with Diablo cornering a group of dragon wolves at their doorstep. They were attacking him with all their might. As Diablo's opponent, the dragon wolf leader, who was guiding its kin's assault, was racking its brains. On one hand, it needed to lead its kin to inflict non-serious injuries on Diablo, and on the other hand, it needed to avoid provoking him too much. However, as the battle progressed, the dragon wolf leader realized it didn't need to worry so much. Even under the influence of its strength, its kin, temporarily bursting with more power than usual, couldn't tear through the young dragon's scales. For Diablo, this was a battle without much concern. As long as he didn't kill the opponent, everything would be fine. After all, being of dragon lineage, most injuries could heal. The sun is about to set. Looking battered and somewhat disheveled, Diablo raised his head to glance at the dim sky, then turned to the dragon wolf leader across from him. Beside them, there were fallen dragon wolves, dismembered and bloodied. I've already left 10 wounds on you. The tragically injured dragon wolf leader spoke, blood dripping from the corners of its mouth. Its front paw was unnaturally twisted, with multiple areas of abnormal dents and deformities, as a result of being hit by the young dragon. Hey! Diablo looked at himself. Aside from some slightly tattered scales, there weren't any obvious wounds. But that was just the surface. The big dog opposite him had indeed bitten him hard. However, his strong recovery ability had healed the injuries.
I'll come back tomorrow too. Diablo was about to say this but suddenly heard Ophelia's voice in his mind. Come back, stop playing around, I need to talk to you.
Diablo paused briefly, smiling at the dragon wolf leader in front of him.
Alright, you all satisfied me today, keep it up, and I will come back to find you again in the future.
After saying this, Diablo paid no mind to the stunned dragon wolves. Spreading his wings, the golden dragon energy gushed from the tips of his heavy dragon wings, and the black gold dragon body instantly turned into a shadow of light, disappearing before the dragon wolves.
So it can fly that fast.
Watching the young dragon disappear without giving him a chance to react, the dragon wolf leader was somewhat dazed. In the recent battle, this young dragon had used its wings as a shield.
If it were flying in the sky. Chapter 27, An Unprepared Journey. What does Ophelia want from me?
Standing on the giant demon sword surrounded by hellish flames, transformed into a dragon human child form, Diablo stood with his hands behind his back, his ink-black hair blowing in the evening breeze, flowing backward as he faced the setting sun. His childlike eyes sparkled with tiny shards of golden light. Around the evil sword, 15 dragons of various forms surrounded him, dragon might pervading, elements gathering. Wherever they passed, all beasts lay prostrate and birds took flight. At this grand scale, nobody but my wife could set this up in the entire Dragon Realm server. Seeing the earth below fall silent because of his return home, Diablo couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Although he was well aware that this imposing aura came from the dozen dragons at his feet and beside him, they all listened to him. At least, they would show the appearance of obeying him. This silence lasted until the dragon horde flew past a fortress that seemed somewhat out of place amidst the desolate and primitive landscape of the Dragon Realm server.
Entering Ophelia's territory.
Seeing the fortress and the dragonkin angels soaring low above it, Diablo realized where he was. According to the descriptions from the ancient fire dragon Lorien and those guys, in the entire Dragon Realm server, only his wife, the Blood Queen, had such a clear boundary to her territory, building a fortress at the border and sending capable generals to lead troops to guard it. The territorial divisions among the other powerful dragon species are quite ambiguous and bloodshed conflicts occasionally erupt. This is also one of the characteristic features of the forces under the Blood Abyss Queen. In the Dragon Realm server, most of the dominant dragon species are traditional four-legged, two-winged forms, but Ophelia is an exception. She takes on an angelic form yet remains one of the strongest beings in the Dragon Realm server.
Due to over 60% of the humanoid dragon blood creatures gathering under her banner in the Dragon Realm server, dragon angels, dragonkin, battle lizardmen, dragon blood dwarves, steel giants, and so on.
It is these humanoid creatures coming together, coupled with Ophelia's peak fighting power in the Dragon Realm server, that form the strongest and most cohesive force in terms of organization. As the sun's projection completely vanished, replaced by the legendary starlit sky formed from the god's realm, Diablo, sitting on the cursed sword, had already spotted the central building of the Blood Abyss Queen's domain, Veronil. Thus, Diablo opened his arms and leapt down towards the sprawling structures below, the wind brushing past his ears, disheveling his smooth black hair.
Slap!
Feeling the overwhelming vitality like a fathomless ocean emanating from the buildings, Diablo landed on the terrace of a castle, and predictably, he saw Ophelia facing away from him.
You're back. The queen in the room gently turned around, and at that moment, Diablo felt as if everything around him became brilliantly illuminated because of her presence. Yes, I'm back.
Diablo nodded, his gaze instinctively sweeping over his wife's flawless face, then drifting downwards, where he saw a golden flame emitting dazzling light, severely obstructing his view and hindering his appreciation of beauty.
What's wrong? Is something happening?
I originally planned to stay out overnight, but when I heard you call me, I came back.
Here, this is it.
Ophelia handed Diablo the time-space artifact hovering in her palm. As you said, I have been channeling power into it consistently, and at this level, it should be able to traverse time and space, heading to other worlds. Moreover, before you returned, I felt there seemed to be some changes occurring, But I couldn't find out since you have the usage rights, perhaps you could discover something.
Let me take a look.
Diablo readily took the golden flame wrapped in 3 metallic rings, smoothly removing the visual obstruction, satisfying his eyes for a moment before focusing his attention on the time-space artifact in his hand.
What changes have occurred?
Whoosh! Without any chance to react, as Diablo extended his mental energy into the artifact, he felt as if he had triggered something. The 3 metal rings spun rapidly and then locked into place. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, and the Blood Abyss Queen gazed wide-eyed as golden flames surged from a crystal ball no bigger than a fist, instantaneously engulfing the little husband standing in front of her.
Bang!
In the next instant, a hand, delicate and slender, colder than frost, reached through the spot where Diablo originally stood, clenching tightly, causing a tremendous explosion of air that swept through the room, leaving the originally elegant space in disarray. However, Ophelia was no longer in the mood to concern herself with such trivial details because she had failed to grasp Diablo.
I really am.
At this moment, the Blood Abyss Queen's face was like frost, and a sense of regret that she had never felt before welled up inside her, along with a hint of guilt. She should not have called Diablo back, nor should she have let him touch the artifact. He is so small, can he really survive going to other worlds? Plop! Caught completely unprepared and without any defenses, Diablo felt himself wrapped in a vast and overwhelming force, and then a gradually intensifying sense of oppression overwhelmed him. And just when he felt he could no longer hold on, the external influences vanished in an instant. He felt himself falling into icy liquid. Glug! Glug! The cold liquid surged into his body through his mouth and nose unprepared. Diablo could not help but swallow, but in the next moment, he reacted, transforming into a dragon form that quickly adapted to the environment, seeing everything around him. The slightly murky water revealed small fish swimming around. This must be some lake or perhaps a pond. However, before Diablo could surface, he heard panicked shouts from above the water. In the next moment, he saw 3 humanoid creatures jump into the water and swim towards him. Similarly, before Diablo could think about how to respond, a young humanoid creature submerged in the water reached out to hug him and swam up. Splash! Diablo made no response, allowing the black-haired humanoid to carry him to shore, where he saw people gathering around. These humanoid beings of various ages applauded him as he was brought ashore, and he could even hear praises. Diablo vaguely guessed what was happening now. Given the similar appearance, he was most likely mistaken for a drowning child, and the person who saved him must be a heroic young man. Without a doubt, he triggered the time-space artifact completely unprepared, and was transported to an unknown world. So far, this alternate world seems quite safe. At least the local intelligent species are friendly. However, Diablo has discovered a very annoying problem. He can't understand what these guys are babbling about. Kid, how are you feeling? The heroic citizen and model student from the local high school, Yi Luo, crouched down and looked at the black-haired child in front of him who was soaking wet yet breathing easily, and paused in slight surprise. This was the first time he had seen such a pretty child, and what were those horns on the kid's head? The clothes also looked quite expensive. Is it cosplay? But it looks so real. He quickly realized that now was not the time to be concerned about these things. He had prepared himself for artificial respiration, but it seemed that wouldn't be necessary as this child appeared to have good breath-holding skills. The child, with droplets of water still falling from his face, looked at him silently. Kid, what's your name? Where are your parents? What about your family? Do you remember your home address? Watching the child in front of him remain silent, Yi Luo suddenly felt a pang of frustration. Heroism is commendable, but given the current situation, it's not an easy deed. The praises from the surrounding crowd, coupled with the constant clicking of their communicators as they took photos, made Yi Luo feel both proud and pressured. Initially thinking about abandoning this uncommunicative child and walking away, though he bore no responsibility, it still felt wrong. Yi Luo, how is the child? Is there a problem? A crisp, pleasant voice rang out. The somewhat troubled young man looked up and saw a striking girl with an impressive figure breaking through the crowd, looking excitedly at him. This child seems to know how to hold his breath. There is nothing serious, but he won't talk to me. I don't know if he got lost from an adult or what happened. The young man scratched his head with some frustration, but inside he felt a little joy, thinking that his earlier actions might score him some points, even though he hadn't jumped into the water with that goal in mind.
Not talking? How could that be? Wow, what an adorable little boy.
Hearing Yi Luo's words, the girl naturally directed her gaze at Diablo, and her eyes suddenly lit up.
Kid, what's your name? Who are you cosplaying as? It's so stunning.
Diablo looked expressionlessly at the girl squatting in front of him, hesitating about whether to use language understanding. Although communication could be established quickly, casting the spell would cause a disturbance due to the surge of mana and might even attract danger. Like the one who pulled him from the water, who seemed weak but still gave him a dangerous vibe.
Not even the dragon wolf leader had made him feel this way. See, no communication, right?
Seeing the girl wasn't getting any response either, Yi Luo felt somewhat balanced again and speculated, maybe it's autism or being deaf-mute or something.
What nonsense! Such a good-looking boy, how could he be sick? The girl shot the young man a fierce glare and turned even more concerned, asking Diablo if he was okay. There was no helping it, Diablo was just too handsome. Observing this scene, the young man rubbed his nose and gave a helpless smile as he stood up. Chapter 28, Citywide Alert. Poet Shao, the patrol is here, let them take care of the kid.
Yi Luo watched his crush sweetly engage with Diablo, who was completely ignoring her, feeling a slight pang of jealousy. However, remembering it was just a child helped him maintain his composure.
Ah!
Upon hearing Yi Luo's words, Zhu Shishao finally took her attention off Diablo, and then she noticed two patrol officers in black uniforms pushing through the onlookers with a team of medical personnel carrying a stretcher, coming towards them.
Hello, we just received a call about a child drowning. Is this the child? The young officer looked at the dripping Diablo with curiosity.
Both his appearance and attire were quite out of place compared to the surrounding crowd, but there was no need for surprise, a lot of people were into cosplay these days.
Yes, that's him, but he won't communicate with us, and we don't know why.
Hearing the patrol officer's question, Yi Luo pointed at Diablo with a distressed expression.
Alright, understood. We'll take care of the child. But were you the one who went into the water to save him? We have a medical team on standby. Do you want to come with us for a checkup?
The slightly older patrol officer nodded in response to Yi Luo's words, his gaze settling on the young man, who was still dripping wet. The weather had yet to warm up.
No need, I'll just go home and change. This little bit of water is nothing.
The young man, feeling shy about the officer's concern, scratched his head and flashed a sunny smile.
By the way, what's your name? Which school do you attend?
The older officer suddenly remembered, I'll write a letter of commendation to your school. It should help you score some extra points on your entrance exams.
Ha ha ha, no need for that, it's what I should do. But thank you, uncle. I'll be on my way now.
Upon hearing this, Yi Luo instantly broke into a brilliant smile, took the hand of the maid beside him, and pushed through the crowd to leave.
Hey!
Seeing the young man, who did a good deed anonymously, leaving with his companion, the older policeman was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a hint of regret. This young man really doesn't understand. He doesn't know how much impact even a little effort can have on many people. Moreover, saving a life, what as a few extra points? If this gets reported, it would increase the chances of survival for others in danger.
Lugu, this kid really doesn't talk. What should we do?
The young policeman squatted down, attempting to communicate with Diablo, then stood up and looked toward his senior for help.
What should we do?
Of course, we should take him to the hospital for a checkup to see if there are any physical defects. We can check the nearby surveillance footage to see if we can find his family.
Oh, okay.
Sigh, the police arrived really quickly. The beautiful girl had a reluctant look on her face.
Although that child is good looking, you're way too obsessed, aren't you?
Seeing Zhu Shishao turning back every few steps, Yi Luo felt helpless. It was harder to finally get his crush out, but the little boy he rescued stole the girl's attention.
That little boy is so handsome. I've never seen anyone so perfect at my age. Don't you notice?
His features are flawless. The girl's tone was self-evident, but she didn't notice that her words alerted Yi Luo. Perfect? Flawless? The young man frowned as he recalled the boy's face he had pulled from the water, instantly feeling that something was off. At the time, although he felt somewhat dazzled, he hadn't paid much attention. After all, it's normal for children to be good-looking. Their skin is better than adults. Moreover, there are so many handsome men and beautiful women online. Meeting a good-looking child in reality isn't surprising. Is it really that exaggerated? It's very exaggerated. Okay, don't think that those beauties you see in the communicator are real. They're basically all modified with makeup and various beauty software in post-production. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes today, I wouldn't dare to believe that there are really people that good-looking in reality. It's simply inhuman. I wonder if he will grow up to have an awkward appearance. If not, he could definitely become famous for his looks. The girl was very excited, but it made Yi Luo even more alert. Inhuman. A face that humankind could not possibly possess. The world is not at peace. Many bizarre and inhuman beings lurk in various corners of the world. Those who blatantly jump out to cause destruction and mass killings are easy to deal with. Just eliminate them. The hardest to handle are those who change their appearance to resemble humans, blending into human society, and then using the rules of human society to hide themselves and hunt down other humans. These anomalies are very difficult to identify, but if there happens to be a person in reality who surpasses the limits of human beauty, there is no doubt that they are likely to be non-human. Sure Shao, I just remembered, I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll leave first. Realizing that something was amiss, the young man could no longer remain casual. He gave the girl a quick goodbye, turned, and ran to find the boy he had rescued from the water. Hey! Seeing the young man suddenly leave her behind and run back, the girl was a bit dazed, then felt slightly dissatisfied. What's going on? It's always like this. I won't bother with this guy's invitations anymore next time. Watching the young man gradually disappear from view, the girl stormed home. As for Yi Luo, who left the girl behind, he arrived at the spot where he had pulled Diablo from. At this point, there was naturally nothing left. The boy had long been taken to the hospital by the policeman. I really am dull. Yi Luo, feeling somewhat frustrated, waved angrily at the air in front of him, then had to choose a remedy. He took out his communicator to report to the organization. Report to the instructor, I have a special situation to report. What is going on? The voice on the other end of the communicator sounded very calm. I just rescued a drowning child from Falling Star Garden. Is that what you wanted to tell me? If you want recognition, go to school for it. No, I didn't pay attention when I rescued him, but after the policeman came to take him away, I suddenly realized that the child looked too good looking. How good looking? The girl I had a date with said he was flawless, and he wasn't wearing any makeup. Got it. Any other anomalies? The style of clothes he wore, I had never seen before. It was very vintage. Plus, he had horns on his head. I initially thought it was a cosplay prop, but the more I thought about it, the weirder it seemed. Are you an idiot? Such an obvious anomaly, and you didn't notify me right away, allowing the policeman to take him away? It's a shame you're still a candidate for the mobile enforcement team. This is my mistake. Hurry! Have someone investigate what's going on with that child. Unless something unexpected happened, he should be at the hospital now. Beep. As soon as he finished speaking, the communication was cut off. Obviously, his instructor didn't have time to deal with him right now. Yi Luo could only walk along the lakeside, feeling a sense of loss. He planned to wait until evening to call his instructor to ask what was happening, but as soon as he took a few steps, his communicator rang. Yi Luo, you idiot. Good for nothing. Waste. As soon as the call connected, Yi Luo heard the voice that had just seemed very calm now violently assaulting him verbally. Instructor, what happened? Is there a problem with that child? Being scolded harshly, Yi Luo had no time for any other emotions. He had a vague feeling that the situation was quite serious, otherwise, the instructor wouldn't be angry with him. The child you saved from drowning disappeared after being taken to the hospital by the police. We are currently searching the hospital,
but it seems unlikely we'll find anything. How is that possible?
If you had noticed something unusual and reported it in time, you could have continued your date. However, due to your negligence, the entire city must now go on alert, and we all have to bear the consequences of your mistake. Yi Luo gripped the communicator tightly.
What do you mean I?
Hurry back, suit up in your training gear, and search the entire city tonight. You'd better pray that the little creature you saved isn't some bloodthirsty monster, or you can get ready to repent for the rest of your life.
I will return to the training base right away.
Yi Luo pressed his lips together, offering no explanation and holding nothing back as he sprinted towards the training base at full speed.
Young people these days are really reckless, not steady at all.
A middle-aged man, with a bare upper body and bulging muscles, holding a heavy broad blade in one hand, turned off his communicator, tossed it aside, and grunted in dissatisfaction.
But still quite responsible, that proud young man didn't say a word even after you scolded him like that, said an uncle nearby, wiping the sweat off his body with a towel, a smile on his face completely absent of the seriousness that should come with the city-wide alert.
That's what he deserves.
He hasn't even fully matured yet and he's already acting all high and mighty, committing such a mistake.
Well, young people make careless mistakes every now and then, it's normal. Besides, this time even if there was a problem, it wouldn't be that big. After all, when Yi Luo rescued him, he didn't notice anything unusual.
That little thing only slipped away when mingling with ordinary people. It doesn't seem like it's anything formidable.
Such things are unpredictable.
Moreover, in our line of work, we can't afford to make mistakes. Even the slightest blunder can be catastrophic for ordinary people.
I know, but aren't they still young? Precisely because they are young, they must be treated strictly. Otherwise, when they go out and make a mistake, those guys will end up blaming me, Zhao.
Alright, don't be so serious, relax a bit.
Let's go, we need to lead a city-wide search. If we're lucky, we might even find that runaway little rascal tonight.
Call all the trainees back. Tonight's city search will be their training mission.
What?
Aren't you afraid they might get into trouble?
I train warriors who can fight monsters, not pampered youngsters.
Chapter 29, The Virginity Test Cat.
As night fell and lights began to twinkle, a black-haired child stood in a lonely alley, looking at the city glimmering with a colorful hue under the night sky, feeling helpless.
In this kind of world, how am I supposed to hide?
Diablo never expected that the space artifact he inadvertently activated would teleport him to a technologically advanced world he had originally planned to stay low. However, when he was sent to the hospital for a full body checkup, he felt that he couldn't stay there any longer, as it was impossible to remain hidden. With no other choice, he had to find an opportunity to slip away.
I can't go back for the moment.
The black-haired child waved his hand lightly, and a crystal ball wrapped by 3 rings appeared in his hand. Inside the crystal ball, there was a flickering golden flame that seemed weak enough to extinguish at any moment.
How long is this going to take? Diablo looked at the time-space artifact in his hand, slightly tugging at the corner of his mouth.
He had just tried inputting half of his strength into it, but there was no change at all. For now, he could only rely on time to accumulate slowly, but the pressing issue was how to survive for a long time in this technology-driven otherworld. To avoid drawing attention, Diablo had already altered his appearance to resemble the local intelligent species, changing the dragon horns on his head and his clothing, but that wasn't enough. I need to find a way to obtain a legitimate identity. Diablo rubbed his forehead in distress. In an instant, he transformed from a commanding lord to a cornered creature in a foreign land. The contrast was so stark it was mind-boggling, but he had to adapt quickly. Squeak! At that moment, a sharp and piercing roar suddenly rang out. Diablo turned his gaze towards the direction of the sound, and then he saw clusters of city lights going dark, along with mushroom clouds rising from explosions. What the hell is that? Diablo saw a massive arthropod creature climbing and moving through the undulating city buildings, but it wasn't destroying or killing, it was fleeing for its life. But this was just its last desperate struggle. The newly appeared dragon from another world watched helplessly as a dazzling white blade light shone before it, slicing the seemingly strong centipede-like creature to pieces.
I'm done with this tech world.
Diablo had a bewildered look, as the one who had slain that monster was just a burly man wielding a single knife, without any protective gear on him whatsoever.
Damn!
In the next moment, Diablo suddenly felt a chill all over his body. He sensed something was off, quickly averted his gaze, and without daring to use any power, hastily left. Above the deserted city streets covered in debris, a man hovering in midair with a knife frowned as he looked towards the other end of the city. He had just felt that something was watching him, and it didn't seem weak.
Detsy, what's wrong?
Is there some hidden monster in our city or what? Asked a rugged, muscular man, looking at his comrade above with a serious expression.
How could that be? Having this one is already good enough, how could there be a second one?
Zhao slowly descended from the sky. By this time, the personnel responsible for logistics had also arrived and began cleaning up the monster carcasses on the ground. Fortunately, this search operation found this big guy. Otherwise, if it attacked us proactively in the future, who knows how much damage and casualties it would cause.
Indeed.
Even if we don't find that little rascal tonight, this operation has still been worth it. Lu Wu nodded, observing the scattered monster remains on the ground, a look of admiration unintentionally appearing on his face. Speaking of which, Detsy, your knife skills have become sharper in just a few slashes. You took down such a big guy.
It's not bad, but that's not what I'm concerned about right now. What's worrying is how such a massive monster managed to keep itself hidden. What did it rely on to maintain its vital signs? That's simple, just have them analyze it.
Lu Wu pointed at the logistics staff who were cleaning the scene.
Soon, the two commanders' requests were met, and the logistics personnel extracted undigested unknown substances from the monster's stomach for analysis. Then, Detsy, I feel like your knife is too quick.
This kind of garbage-eating monster should be nurtured well. Killing it just like that is too wasteful. Zhao looked down at the knife in his hand. Although he knew that the killing blow was delivered by the blade aura he unleashed, it still felt a bit unsettling. No wonder it could hide in the sewer without us noticing. Just as the two city guardians were astonished by the monster's diet, Diablo had already slipped to the edge of the city. He could see the low, scattered houses and the not-so-dense forest, but this city, which was in turmoil because of him, wouldn't let him leave so easily.
Caw!
Accompanied by a sharp, piercing scream, a dark shadow fell from the sky, crashing onto the somewhat worn cobblestone road, shattering the already damaged path even further. In the shadows of the buildings, Diablo carefully navigated around, seeing the fallen creature and hesitating slightly, for it was a humanoid monster with wings on its back and horns on its forehead, about 3 meters tall, with its eyes glowing a sinister red, but looking quite miserable. As the monster struggled to stand up, a silver light descended from the sky, and instantly, the creature was split in two, dirty black blood splattering everywhere. Buzz. Accompanied by the faint humming of mechanical operation, a warrior in silver-white exoskeleton armor, seemingly female in appearance, slowly descended from the sky. Blue and white light erupted from her back, forming a pair of somewhat dazzling light wings. So it's just a cat. At first feeling a bit unusual, the pilot flew down to check where Diablo was, but saw only a black cat with its fur bristled, clearly startled. The silver wing has completed the clearance mission for the dark wing. Please give instructions. Thank you for your hard work. Please report on equipment damage and energy consumption status.
No damage, energy consumption. The trembling black cat watched as the silver mecha left, its bristling fur gradually relaxing.
The dark golden vertical pupils looked toward the dead monster on the ground, revealing a hint of fear.
Fortunately, I'm clever. If I got discovered, it definitely wouldn't end well. Diablo sighed in relief after swiftly using skill, polymorph to turn into an ordinary black cat, but he quickly became puzzled. What on earth is going on in this world? However, before Diablo could think for too long, several vehicles that appeared to be used for warfare arrived at the site of the fallen monster, and then a group of guys in protective gear got out, skillfully cleaning up the monster's corpse and the filthy blood. Before this group noticed him, Diablo, in cat form, had already left, saying, "Forget it, I should find a place to settle down for the long term." He had figured it out. This world, at least in the area he was in, had an organization specifically targeting non-human entities like him. Escaping to the wilderness was actually unsafe. Hiding in such a bustling city was a good choice. In the city of Luo,
filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. In the shady Shindo University, a sleek, muscular black cat casually walked along the wide tree-lined path, its dark golden vertical pupils casually surveying the surroundings, occasionally pausing to admire certain spots. And whenever this happened, any male who knew of this black cat would follow its gaze, and if all went as expected, it would surely land on a beautiful woman with bright eyes and charming features. Oh, what a coincidence, Flower Boy. Good afternoon, Black Master. Accompanied by the sweet sound of a school bell, the number of university students on the tree-lined path surged, and at this moment, some students who noticed the black cat waved playfully at it. However, there would also be some oblivious fools attempting to touch the black cat, but each time, the black cat would nimbly dodge, causing laughter among those around. TSK, someone always tries to provoke the Black Master. The nickname Flower Boy is certainly not without reason. Doesn't Flower Boy have the same attributes as a unicorn? If you aren't a beautiful maiden, don't even think about touching it. Pfft, what Flower Boy? It's clearly a lecherous cat. With the black cat's outings, there were always some laughter and bickering, because among the numerous stray cats at this university, this black cat was too distinctive. Although its appearances were short, it had already become the most popular school pet. Superficial beings. Having effortlessly blended into the local prestigious university and already settled in for a while, Diablo casually surveyed these superficial two-legged creatures and let out a lazy yawn. Transforming into a human and integrating into human society is a bit difficult, but turning into a cute cat, finding a sheltered place to deceive and eat is rather simple. Hey, Black Master. A clear voice, like that of a lark, rang out, accompanied by a pair of fair and tender hands reaching out. Diablo's ears twitched, not evading, allowing this hand to scoop him up from the ground. Are you going to the cafeteria for a meal? The pure and natural big eyes reflected the robust black cat, a strand of tea-colored hair waving in the breeze. Diablo looked at the pure and lovely girl in front of him, nodding modestly. If all goes well, this little girl should be able to take care of his lunch today. Then will you come with me? The girl's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. Diablo said nothing, leaning against her not-so-small, soft bosom, lightly inhaling the girl's faint, orchid-like fragrance. In this alternate world, his wife could no longer keep tabs on him. Hey, Black Lord, I'm treating you to a good meal today. Sensing the response from the black cat, the girl flashed a radiant smile, feeling the envious, jealous, and admiring gazes from those around her. No wonder she is my goddess, the playboy has no resistance at all. The virginity test cat isn't just for show. If you're not a virgin, don't expect to touch even a hair on the playboy. Really? Is it really that mystical? Is there any doubt? That Huang from Class 7, you should know him, right? One of the strongest contenders for the school's beauty, who initially thought she could get close to the tough guy just because she'd hug him. In the end, she couldn't resist the material temptation and fell from grace when she returned to school the next day and saw the tough guy. She still wanted to hug him. And what did you know? Our playboy didn't even let her touch a single hair of his. Chapter 30, Light from Beyond the Heavens. Ignorant bipedal beasts. Diablo, disguised as a black cat, sat on a wooden bench on the lawn, accepting offerings from the beautiful girl in front of him. He could sense the various gazes directed at him. Some looked at him, while others focused on the beautiful girl. Ah, damn it, that lecherous cat. Always looking for beauties to feed him, so annoying. I also want to be a cat. No doubt about it, such resentful yet envy-filled words surely came from a guy, and likely a single one at that. What does that girl have? Her body is as thin as a stick, yet she can feed the playboy. Cats are indeed just cats, having no sense of appreciating humans. Well, this sort of jealousy and resentment usually comes from girls, but Diablo isn't doing it on purpose. Disguised as a harmless black cat to blend in on campus, he naturally needed a source of food. While pretending to eat his fill, he also had to maintain a certain quality, meaning he could only choose specific groups. Otherwise, anyone could feed him, and anyone could hug and touch him, which would make him seem cheap and casual. Even as a cat, he couldn't be a casual cat. Thus, when forced to make a choice, Diablo undoubtedly opted to engage with those sweet, soft, pure girls. It was simply the most reasonable choice. Although such a choice resulted in him being labeled with somewhat negative tags like snobbishness, materialism, and superficiality, he consistently maintained this approach and, unsurprisingly, garnered the attention of many beautiful girls. To be able to touch him and feed him, they had to be well-off and beautiful young ladies, while also being good girls with integrity. Such girls, wherever they went, inevitably drew the greedy gazes of many. Diablo's selectiveness set him apart among the many stray cats at Luotian University, making him distinctly noticeable, and in no time, he became the most popular star cat. Of course, being a popular cat came with its share of drama. As his fame rose, so did the malice coming from all directions. But Diablo felt little of it. They were just a bunch of losers, easily dealt with.
Hey, Black Lord, look, it's all gone.
Just as Diablo was enjoying his meal, the girl in front of him suddenly raised her takeaway box, now containing only a little soup. Diablo glanced down, then met the bright eyes of the girl in front of him, remaining silent.
Aren't you full yet?
The girl, who had specially packed a portion of steak from the cafeteria, looked a bit helpless. This wasn't cheap for her. I don't have much budget left for meals this month, and if I buy another portion, I'll be eating dirt by the end of the month. Understanding the girl's troubles, the empathetic Diablo jumped onto the wooden bench, not looking back as he headed toward the cafeteria, his fluffy tail swinging with his steps.
Hey, Black Lord!
Seeing the black cat walk away without hesitation, the girl was momentarily stunned. She had originally planned to bring the black cat to class, thinking she would surely receive a lot of compliments and admiration.
You ungrateful, fickle cat!
The girl muttered as she watched the direction the black cat vanished. Meanwhile, Diablo approached a wealthy lady again, and with his agile physique akin to a young tiger and a chillingly cool exterior, he smoothly secured more food. At noon, when the class bell rang, Diablo, having already benefited from 7 girls, leisurely walked toward the teaching building. That's right, he was preparing to attend history class. For him, as an otherworldly being, this was the best way to understand the world. Although he couldn't keep up with the latest changes, at least he could grasp the basics. For Diablo, the most invaluable history lesson, but for the vast majority of students attending for credits, it was just an elective course to pass. Consequently, halfway through the lecture, the old teacher, in a huff, began smacking his teaching stick against the podium, making a loud noise.
Get up, everyone!
Are you here to listen to the lecture or to sleep? If you want to sleep, go back to your dorm. There's a bed there, and it's much more comfortable. After seeing that his rant somewhat perked up the assembly of students, many of whom were either slouching or half asleep, the old man's gaze then fell on Diablo, squatting on the first desk facing the podium, making him even angrier.
Look at you all, even a cat pays more attention than you do.
The old man originally didn't think much of Diablo. It was hard not to notice a shiny black cat sitting in the most eye-catching spot right in front of the podium during his lectures. However, over time, the old man gradually began to like the black cat because most of the students who chose this course were just here for easy credits, with very few actually paying attention. But this cat, every class arrived on time to the classroom, sitting straight in the middle of the front row without sleeping, listening attentively from start to finish, making it seem like the most earnest. So after a while, the old man became accustomed to this cat sitting in on his classes, of course, mainly because he couldn't catch it or drive it away. If he kept making a fuss, it would be embarrassing for him, so he could only let this cat slide in for the class.
The professor actually compares us with the Playboy. How could we possibly measure up to him? How long does a cat sleep in a day? How long can we sleep in a day? Exactly. By the way, do you know why the Playboy is always on time for history class? I can't figure it out. I can't make sense of it. The Playboy is clearly only interested in beautiful women, so why is he so eager about lectures from an old man?
I might know a little reason.
What reason?
Spill it. Last time I took my girlfriend to the city for some fun, I bumped into our history teacher. Don't let his appearance fool you, his daughter is really beautiful, not at all inferior to a few girls in our school.
You're stretching it too far.
Exactly, even if the Playboy likes beautiful women, he wouldn't deliberately approach relatives. Hearing those guys roused by the old man starting to discuss why they came to class, Diablo twitched his mouth. A bunch of superficial guys. It's really absurd. He pretends to be a proper cat, yet he is picky about the companions he chooses to live off. His reputation has somehow been tarnished to such a degree. Good grief, everything he does has to be related to beautiful women that's what is considered normal.
They're all a bunch of annoying guys, ruining my reputation.
Just wait. Diablo planned to take some time to investigate who the goddesses those gossiping guys admired were. If they fit his taste, then he'd use his charm and sleep with them one by one. Finally, the dull and tedious history lesson ended. The students who chose this class either walked out of the classroom half asleep or full of energy, and among them, a contemplative black cat followed the flow of people out. After listening to history classes intermittently for more than a month, he had a rough understanding of the world he was in. This is a world where demons and monsters can easily arise. An old object, or even a rather peculiar mountain, could evolve or nurture a monster. Among them, the weaker ones could easily be crushed by a bare-handed child, but the powerful monsters had the ability to plague the world. In the existing historical records of humanity, there are frequent records of cities being slaughtered and nations being wiped out by monsters. The weak humans initially had no power to resist in the face of powerful monsters.
However, humanity was not willing to be submissive.
Their ancestors began using their wisdom to seek out all possible weapons and methods to fight monsters. Over time, ancient knowledge and wisdom were passed down from generation to generation, and under the nurturing of time, civilization was born. Eventually, humanity occupied the mainstream of the world and became its dominant force. The history of the development of intelligent races in this world is one of continuous resistance under the oppression of monsters, and subsequently, survival. Although Diablo had a rough idea of what was going on, he had more questions. Because according to the old man narrating history, there were several dark periods in human history when they were nearly wiped out. At that time, the sky was shrouded in darkness, flames and floods ravaged the earth, and then, a light came from the heavens, bringing hope and ending the darkness.
So, what exactly is the light that ends darkness and saves the world? Some kind of powerful being? Diablo was puzzled. He wasn't even sure whether the description of the Dark Age portrayed as hellish was actual history or an exaggerated tale.
For in his inherited memories, dragons, when powerful enough, could cause earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, and other natural disasters by mere movements. If they exerted their full strength, creating apocalyptic disasters in the eyes of such a weak race as humanity was certainly not difficult.
This world is a little deep, huh? The black cat basked in the evening breeze, its eyes showing a cautious glimmer.
It was quite aware of its own strength as a mere young dragon. It couldn't make waves in the Dragon Realm server, and upon arriving in this other world, it still had to be careful.
Be cautious. Be cautious. What the hell, being cautious?
Diablo muttered a couple of times, but by the third time, he snapped, I don't have any resources to develop, how can I develop?
This was the most troubling issue for Diablo after settling down.
He couldn't return anytime soon, and though the living arrangement was resolved, food was a major problem. Right now, he was just a young dragon, requiring a large amount of food for bodily development. The food from those wealthy heiresses was nothing but a snack for his true form, merely for tasting with little real benefit. There is no choice. I don't want to take risks, but life forces me to go hunt some wild game.
A robust black cat sighed and gradually blended into the deepening night. Chapter 31, Suggestion of Seduction.
Don't touch me, I'm not drunk, I can still drink. Reeking of alcohol, a voluptuous and sexy woman swayed as she tried to push away the man who didn't know when he had started supporting her, but the woman, already inebriated, couldn't push him away. You're already drunk, stop drinking, it's bad for your health.
Come on, I'll take you home.
Facing the flirtatious and teasing gazes of those around, the man wore a smile as he helped the woman out of the bar. Against the slightly cool evening breeze, the woman not only did not sober up, but her mind grew even more muddled. At this moment, the man's smile became more reckless, with a hint of blood flickering deep in his eyes. But looking at the bustling street, he restrained his bloodthirsty desires. An excellent hunter must have patience, otherwise, being too brazen will expose one's position in the steel jungle, and one may fall from hunter to prey. When the man guided the girl to the corner of a dark alley, he carefully surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was passing by, before finally relaxing a little.
At that moment, the bloodlust in his eyes became even more evident.
Sharp fangs protruded from his lips as the man, or rather the monster disguised as a grown male, gazed at the girl's neck, ready to bite down.
Meow.
A sudden meow echoed in the empty alley, causing the monster, who was about to bite, to jerk its head up and look in the direction of the sound. It was a cat perched on the wall, a creature whose silhouette blended into the night, discernible only by the outlines outlined by the city's night lights.
Ha!
Upon seeing the black cat, which felt almost non-existent in his perception, a non-human roar erupted from the man's throat. In the cat's vertical pupils, a golden gleam flickered, especially striking against the night.
This is my hunting ground, and this is my prey. After a moment's hesitation, the monster opted not to attack this incomprehensible figure but instead chose to intimidate.
You have some guts, daring to hunt here.
Aren't you worried about being discovered?
Diablo asked curiously. This wasn't his first time hunting. He had previously dealt with many aberrations hiding in this city, but those had been rather docile, only daring to engage in dark dealings.
This has nothing to do with you. If you don't want trouble, get out of my way.
Who says it has nothing to do with me?
I'm hungry, and you just walked right into my door.
The black cat licked its lips, its crimson tongue contrasting sharply with its snow-white fangs in the darkness.
Absolutely must not kill anyone.
In that moment, the monster disguised as a human felt a chill run down its spine, yet instinctively shielded the girl behind him.
Aren't you trying to eat someone?
Diablo tilted his head. I'm just going to sip a bit of blood. It won't affect her body at all, and then I'll send her back. You're pathetic. I finally spotted someone brave enough to prey on humans, yet you're so cowardly.
What do you know?
Humans can be killed by cars or commit suicide. They can die in any manner. But if they die at the hands of us non-human monsters, those mad dogs in the Aberration Investigation Bureau will sweep through the scene.
Oh, I see. Diablo nodded, leaping down from the wall and slowly approaching the monster.
Well then, I'm just like you. I don't intend to harm humans either. I'm just here to feed.
Feed?
The monster was momentarily taken aback, then its eyes filled with a crimson rage. Die. You coward who only dares to attack your own kind. A sharp glint of cold light flashed in the dark alley, and a head full of cruelty, tinged with a bit of disbelief, soared into the sky before landing on the ground and rolling several times. Idiot, being small doesn't mean being weak. The black cat's lithe body swung its spiked tail like a black scaled dragon, while at the end of its tail, a diamond-like blade shimmered coldly.
Finally, time for a proper meal.
Diablo transformed the dragon tail back into a fluffy one, gazing at the corpse on the ground, slowly revealing the true form of the body, before inhaling and exhaling. A crimson flame wafted from his mouth and landed on the corpse, as if it had hit boiling oil, instantly expanding and enveloping the monster's remains. All at once, the monster's meridians, bones, and internal organs rapidly dissolved in the flames, while the clothing on him and everything on the ground showed no signs of being scorched. This was a flame targeting flesh and blood beings, designed not to erase the evidence but to extract the bloodlust aura, replenishing itself. As the flames burned, wisps of pure bloodlust aura drifted into the black cat's mouth and nose, causing a look of contentment to appear on its face.
Ah, that feels good. A pity it was a bit weak.
Once the monster's corpse had turned to ash, the black cat donned a look of lingering satisfaction, then opened its mouth and expelled a stream of scarlet dragon fire, incinerating the monster's discarded clothing to ashes. Finally, he glanced at the intoxicated girl lying on the ground, seemingly on the verge of waking up. He turned and leaped onto the wall, quickly disappearing among the low buildings. Less than a quarter of an hour later, several plainclothes individuals, looking like leisure-seeking college students who hadn't returned home, entered the alley. Upon seeing the spicy girl collapsed nearby and the unusual quantity of gray powder on the ground, they showed no surprise.
In fact, one youthful-looking man pressed to his ear, report, the black cat has completed the hunt and is analyzing the remains at the scene to confirm the type.
The type doesn't matter, as long as it's not human.
Not human, it's a blood beast.
The reporting man glanced at his companions as they used a portable measuring device to analyze the powder on the ground and determine its origin.
Good, then.
Keep tracking and observing, and must not let him discover you.
Understood.
The young man replied seriously, and the other end of the communication hung up as they began to clear the scene. On the other end of the communication just now, a middle-aged man with a face like a chiseled knife wore a slight smile as he picked up the book on the table, glanced at the cover report on non-human entities of Luodu City, Shin Cat, and then slowly opened it, the contents catching his eye. Name, Shin Cat. Alias, Playboy, Black Lord. Gender, male. Age, unknown. Race, spirit cat? Talent, insight, skill, charm, stealth, unusual fire helps digestion? Interest, hunting non-human entities in the night most likely while feeding. Hobbies, enjoys flirting with young, beautiful, wealthy human women listening to history lessons possibly to learn about human civilization. Weakness, lustful. Whether it's for subjugation, capture, or kill, it's recommended to use the charms of attractive members with fair skin. Threat assessment, low-level harm. There have been no observed hostile actions towards humans, suggesting long-term observation. It possesses a strong discernment ability, and it's advisable to recruit it, particularly by sending in beautiful women. What a lustful cat! The middle-aged man glanced at the photo on the right side of the investigation report, chuckling to himself that black cat lounging lazily in the sun on the wooden chair was amusing no matter how many times he looked at it. At this moment, Diablo was completely unaware that he had already been under observation by a local agency responsible for non-human entities for quite some time since returning to college. But even if he knew, all he could do was sigh, saying, "I'm not to blame." Every hunt, Diablo had been exceedingly cautious, avoiding all potential camera-like objects, quickly locating his prey to finish the battle, and then clearing away any traces before leaving swiftly. If he was discovered despite all this, there would be nothing he could do. He needed to eat relying solely on the offerings from those wealthy ladies on campus wouldn't be enough, at most just a treat for his taste buds. I need to find a place to sleep and digest. Diablo looked around to recognize his surroundings and direction, naturally walking towards the girls' dormitory. He certainly wasn't going to mingle with the stray cats on campus, he had his own place. A bunch of simps. Upon arriving near the girls' dormitory, Diablo could already see many boys who shouldn't be there, bustling around in a lively manner. Diablo has always scorned these males who exuded a strong hormonal vibe. Naturally, the boys waiting below the girls' dormitory had no nice expressions upon seeing Diablo. Wow, that lecherous cat is back again. Damn it, this cat has turned the girls' dormitory into his harem, coming here every night to sleep. Damn, this black cat lives like a king, those beauties change every night. What a big fuss, do you think his Playboy title came from nowhere? I feel the title Playboy isn't enough, let us call him the Flower Emperor, he lives better than any emperor from feudal times. Damn, I can't take it anymore. Get a few buddies here, let's catch this cat and neuter him. Alright, I'm on my way. Come on, all of you. Seeing these fools encircling and trying to catch him, Diablo transformed into a shadow, climbing trees, leaping walls, and dashed straight into the nearest girls' dormitory. Then he perched on the railing, overlooking the clueless losers below. After enjoying their flustered expressions, he picked a dorm that smelled pleasant and slipped in through the window. Black Sir. The girls in the dormitory were quite delighted by Diablo's arrival, as his presence, in a way, represented recognition. Meow. Diablo walked straight towards a rather fair girl wearing glasses, and under her surprised and unexpected gaze, he extended his paw toward her. What is this for? The bespectacled girl looked at her roommate in confusion. The playboy wants you to wash his paws. If you do a good job, you can cuddle him tonight. This. The bespectacled girl felt a bit flustered. You mustn't be picky. Lord Black is different from stray cats. He is clean. I read on the college forum that a senior who cuddled him said he has a mixed scent of incense that is particularly comforting. She originally had some insomnia but fell asleep right away after hugging him. Really? The bespectacled girl seemed a bit skeptical. Lord Black is already reaching out to you, just lean in and smell for yourself. The fair bespectacled girl hesitantly leaned toward Diablo, and indeed, she caught a whiff of a soothing fragrance. At the same time, her fatigue faded away, leaving her body feeling much lighter but also drowsy, making her want to sleep. All set, easy peasy. Watching the bespectacled girl dash off to get water under her friend's encouragement, Diablo squinted with satisfaction, thinking he would have a good night's sleep tonight.
Chapter 32, Stomp. The night was deep, and the moon hung over the willows. Diablo could hear 4 steady and rhythmic breaths.
Influenced by him, the girls in this dormitory slept soundly because the aura he emitted had soothing properties that could help with sleep and, to some extent, regulate the body's blood circulation. Of course, this was something he discovered through multiple experiments originally. He had no idea his aura had such an effect. After all, in the Dragon Realm server, even the weakest dragon people who served him tea and water were stronger than him, so it was impossible for his aura to affect them.
Let me see what I can gain tonight.
Having found a nice resting place, Diablo turned his attention inward. There was still something from tonight's haul he hadn't swallowed.
Whoa!
The screaming of non-humans echoed in his mental sea, and as Diablo closed his eyes to meditate, he could see a humanoid monster wailing in his empty mental sea. That was the soul of the monster he hunted tonight. He had devoured the elite of this monster's body, but the soul was the main dish.
Blood-sucking. Soul-devouring.
This was the ability acquired after his transformation into a young dragon, and that form, like a destructive demon dragon, was terrifying beyond just appearances. Killing can make one stronger. The more one kills, the faster the growth and strength. However, Diablo knows that this requires restraint, because gaining power too easily can easily lead to losing control and becoming a power-hungry demon. Regarding the warnings about inheritance, Diablo understands that it means one should not assume a position they are unworthy of. Great power requires a corresponding temperament. Without balance, problems can easily arise, distorting one's spirit, character, and even thoughts with that power. Thus, Diablo's original form at birth was that of the most peaceful holy light dragon, rather than the destruction dragon capable of quickly enhancing strength through killing. Diablo, who roughly understands the ideas of creating one's own grand archmage, cannot help but admit that they meant well, so he is now quite honest. Even when he arrives in a different world, he has no intention of starting a slaughter. Of course, it's mainly that having thoughts is useless since he cannot act on them. The order of the country he is in is strict, leaving him no opportunity to stir up trouble. He sneaks out every now and then to hunt some hidden anomalies in this city, just like him. But he wouldn't dare to do more than that. In the vast and dark sea of mental consciousness, a shimmering flame is burning joyfully, and the soul of the imprisoned monster is thrown in by a light dragon encompassed in multicolored radiance that is Diablo's dragon soul. Accompanied by piercing cries of agony, threads of pure soul power float out from the flames. The despair, resentment, hatred, and other negative emotions contained within the soul power have already been completely incinerated by the flames. Hiss! The light dragon circles above the flames, devouring the rising soul power, and as it consumes the soul power, the 5-colored radiance on its body becomes even more brilliant, and its form subtly increases in size. So comfortable. When the monster's soul has been burned to nothing, the lazily scented black cat lets out a big yawn and closes its eyes again. It needs to sleep to digest what it gained tonight. The black cat falls into a deep sleep, and the bright moonlight shines into the girls' dormitory through the window, illuminating the soft moonlit space. Specks of white light rise from the black cat, forming a faintly visible silhouette with 6 wings faintly visible behind it. The blurred silhouette inspects the surroundings, looking down at the black cat sleeping soundly on the girl's chest, remaining still without any movement. Not knowing how much time has passed, the 6-winged shadow collapses, turning back into a firefly-like glow, merging into the black cat, merely a thought with no power, unable to interfere with Diablo's actions. All it can do is record everything for the time being, and once it returns, its true form will naturally know everything that happened here. Bright sunlight streams into the room from the window, filling half the dormitory, which prompts Miao Qinyu, feeling a slight heaviness in her chest, to open her eyes. Unlike past mornings when she would lie in bed for ages, this time she finds herself completely awake, refreshed, and at ease. Last night's sleep was surprisingly good. Miao Qinyu feels it was the best sleep she's had in her memory. She clearly remembers what happened last night, and the glasses girl probably knows what the reason could be. Black sir. The girl lowers her head slightly and immediately sees the black cat resting on her chest. A subtle, fragrant scent wafts into her nostrils, making her feel comfortable. Hey! The girl seems to have discovered something, her eyes widening slightly. She hurriedly turns her gaze to other directions, noticing that everything she sees is much clearer than before.
Has my nearsightedness decreased?
The girl knows very well how her vision is without glasses. It's the kind where she can't distinguish between a person and a dog from 10 meters away. But now, while things are still somewhat blurry, it is vastly improved compared to before. Noticing something unusual, Miao Qingyu can no longer lie down. She holds the black cat on her chest, carefully sits up, and at that moment, Diablo naturally awakens.
Black sir.
Seeing the black cat open its eyes, a smile naturally appears on Miao Qingyu's face, and she doesn't even realize that her smile carries a hint of flattery. She knows about this highly popular black cat on campus, but only knows of it without any interaction, being skeptical of the rumors. Initially, she was puzzled as to why those wealthy senior girlflowers would hold a stray cat, even sleeping with it after experiencing a night with it. She now knows the answer.
Meow. Diablo yawns and comfortably stretches out.
After that, its paws, equipped with soft pads, naturally start performing the kitten's comforting action kneading. Surprisingly, this little girl looks quite gentle, but she actually hides quite a lot.
Ah!
Suddenly kneaded, Miao Qingyu lets out a surprised gasp, her cheeks flushing.
But she doesn't dare to resist. She has already noticed the cat's peculiarities. However, slowly, the girl finds that kneading is quite enjoyable.
Then, watching the kneading black cat, the girl suddenly remembers that she is now among those who have held the flower boy. Thus, the vanity belonging to a young girl begins to take hold.
Black sir, can I hold you for a photo? The girl pulls out her communicator, seeking Diablo's permission. Diablo glances up but doesn't give a clear answer.
Seeing the black cat not moving, the girl beams with delight, holding the black cat in one arm and her communicator in the other, finding several angles to snap photos of herself with the black cat. After taking the pictures, with a sense of pride, the girl selected a few quite conservative photos, ensuring there were no risque angles, and uploaded them to her social media. She was now one of those girls who had slept with a playboy. As expected, on a free morning with no classes, many people chose to stay in bed and surf the internet. Soon, Miao Qingyu quickly saw that her post had gathered a flurry of likes along with numerous envious and admiring comments.
Wow, meow meow, are you holding the playboy? You actually slept with that lecherous cat.
He only sleeps with pure beauties.
Wah, my meow meow is no longer pure. Is this really a playboy? Doesn't look like it.
Seeing some slightly sour comments under the post, Miao Qingyu couldn't help but smirk with pride. While the girl was feeling happy about this, in the boys' dormitory, a guy was staring at his communicator, hitting the bed with frustration.
Oi, what's wrong? Why are you going crazy so early in the morning? You woke your dad up.
Exactly, be careful you don't smash your bed to pieces. If you fall and get hurt, your dads won't have time to take you to the infirmary.
Actually, it's not that we won't have time. If you promise to be more filial to your elders, we might begrudgingly take you with us. Damn it, you ungrateful bunch, how do you talk to your father like this? Hearing his roommates teasing, the guy pounding the bed didn't think twice and retaliated in anger.
You guys just don't understand a father's pain.
What's up? A single dog like you can have any pain? Come on, tell us, let the dads have a laugh. My goddess, you all know her, right? The one with big boobs and glasses in class 3, Miao Qingyu? Yes. What's wrong?
Did your goddess get assaulted by a pig?
No way, how could that be? Then what's got you so upset?
She was slept with by the playboy at our school. As he said this, the guy pounded the bed, raised his communicator for his 3 adopted sons to see. In the photo, under the bright sunlight, a shiny black cat is being held by a snowy white arm, with its 2 front paws gently resting on the girl's ample chest.
Whoa, didn't see that coming. This glasses girl has some assets. Son, your taste is pretty good.
TSK, indeed, if you didn't have a crush on her, I'd almost be tempted to chase her myself.
What are you guys focusing on?
The guy hitting the bed immediately got angry and hurriedly retrieved his phone. Even though there was nothing indecent in the photo, he just didn't want these sons to benefit.
But you showed it to us. Exactly. You're all missing the point. What is the point? My goddess has been sullied by a cat. Hey, is that all?
You should be happy she has been with the playboy. That lecherous cat, if she weren't a virgin, she wouldn't even let anyone touch her, let alone sleep with her. From this photo, your goddess doesn't seem to have been touched by a pig. Damn it, even if that lecherous cat didn't sleep with her, my goddess is still perfect. Tisk, it's just a cat, are you being overly jealous? That's a male, otherwise why do you think so many guys at school want to catch and castrate it? What can a cat do? You're overthinking it. I can't take it anymore, I have to castrate that cat. Chapter 33, Disaster Level Abnormality, Silver Star Falls. Enduring for a moment only makes you angrier, taking a step back only makes you feel more wronged. The guy who was hitting the bed felt increasingly stifled as a pure love warrior. How could he tolerate his goddess being sullied by a male cat? Stop dreaming, do you know how agile that playboy is? Many guys wanted to take action against him, but no one has ever been able to touch him. Exactly, son, stop dreaming, an ordinary person can't encounter that cat. Do you all know that cat has issues? The guy hitting the bed looked at his roommates in surprise. Duh! Even idiots know that cat is not normal. I'm going to call the Abnormal Creature Investigation Bureau to report this. Go ahead, but it'll probably be useless. That cat's been hanging around our school for so long without causing any trouble, it must have already been reported. Then I'm calling too. The pure love warrior felt extremely unwilling and glanced at the photo on his phone, feeling even more aggrieved. Hello, this is the Abnormal Creature Investigation Bureau. Have you discovered any abnormal creatures around you? A sweet, gentle voice came through the communicator, and the guy, initially just calling in anger to report, suddenly felt a chill and shifted to a serious tone. Hello, I'm a freshman from Luoxing University, class of '86. I'd like to report a stray cat at our school. I suspect it is an abnormal lifeform hidden in our campus. It's the playboy, right? The answering clerk's words left the guy in shock. You all know about the playboy? Yes, this black cat is on record, and we are observing it. Does this cat cause any disturbances in your life or pose a threat to your safety? It doesn't disturb my life, but that cat goes to the girls' dormitory every day looking for girls to sleep with. Don't you care about that? The guy's tone was filled with indignation. He felt like this mysterious and terrifying Abnormal Creature Investigation Bureau was doing nothing. Well, according to our investigations, after the playboy sleeps, he releases a very special aura that has a strong soothing and sleep-inducing effect, and can also have a certain restorative function for human injuries. So, we currently want to be stopping the playboy's behavior. You're not planning to take action? The guy felt a bit incredulous. So far, there have been no reports of the playboy harming anyone, so we want to take action against him at this time. Thank you for your report. Feel free to call again if you discover any anomalies next time. Without waiting for the guy to finish his sentence, the clerk at the Abnormal Creature Investigation Bureau cut off the call. Xiaomei, was that another student reporting the lecherous cat at Luoxing University? One of the clerks sitting opposite looked at his colleague with curiosity. Yeah, it's so annoying. I get calls about this lecherous cat every day, at least hundreds every month. It's really irritating. The attractive operator leaned back, letting her hands hang naturally, her face displaying an expression of existential despair. When will the bureau send someone to take this lecherous cat in? Isn't this just adding to the workload for us bottom-tier workers for no reason? Don't think that's happening anytime soon. I heard the bureau decided to observe this cat long-term and doesn't plan to interfere with its activities. How can it be like this? Because its activities don't pose a danger to people and can help improve the physiques of the female students at Luoxing University that it has taken a liking to. I know, so I hope the big shots at the bureau hurry up and capture it. I also want to hold this cat and sleep with it, to see if it really is as amazing as the investigation reports say. You've read the investigation report, right? That cat is very picky. It only interacts with beautiful and wealthy women, and they must be virgins. Do you meet the criteria? Why wouldn't I meet the criteria? The operations staff who had just answered the call suddenly sat up straight, her face full of confidence. "I've been solo from birth, definitely an original virgin, and I'm not bad looking either. How could that cat possibly reject me?" "Hee hee, whether you're the original or not, I won't know until the big shots at the bureau bring that lecherous cat back and see if it allows you to hold it. By the way, I heard this cat not only helps people sleep peacefully but can also heal minor physical injuries. Does that mean it can remove my acne and those color spots on my face?" "I don't know, those should also count as physical injuries, so they should be within the range of healing." "So, does that playboy really have the ability to enhance beauty?" "I guess so." When the topic of that playboy from Luotian University came up, the young ladies in the reception room, who had nothing to do, began to gossip among themselves, leading them to naturally mention the things that girls care about the most. "That's a godly cat. I just want to cuddle with him and take a nap. But he's at Luotian University. Can't you guys be a little less rigid? We can't bring the playboy here right now, but we can go to Luotian University. But according to the report, I can't touch him. That cat definitely won't let me. How about we invite a big shot from the bureau to go with us and forcibly catch him, so we can touch him? But, if we take such forceful action, won't that violate the bureau's regulations?" "True, so, sisters who feel they meet the criteria, let's team up and go." "All right." As the conversation went on, the beautiful saleswomen in the reception room naturally divided into two factions. One was confident in their own looks and maintained their purity, while the other group consisted of those who already had boyfriends or partners, having contributed to the cause of human reproduction. The sun was just right, with a gentle breeze. Diablo, having left the girls' dormitory, comfortably perched on a tree branch, squinting his eyes in the sunlight. Of course, while he appeared to be slacking off, he was actually diligently practicing in secret. After all, he wanted to leave this dangerous world, where even eating had to be done in secrecy and where he couldn't get enough food. Time passed slowly in his practice, and as noon approached, when Diablo was about to go to the cafeteria for some food and drink, he suddenly noticed a lively group of young ladies approaching the tree he was sitting in. Listening to the information carried by the wind, he faintly heard words like Black Lord and Playboy. Unsurprisingly, this should also be a group coming from outside the school, wanting to assess their own status. As his fame grew, the number of people who knew about him extended beyond Luotian University, with many outsiders having heard of his name, and some even traveled great distances to prove themselves. The results? Naturally, there were quite a few who brought shame upon themselves. Despite being filled with foul energy and having a mixed scent, they tried to act innocent, wanting to use him as a proof. For those who couldn't see themselves clearly, Diablo showed no mercy. Ordinary people can't discern from appearance whether someone is a virgin or has childbearing abilities, but as a dragon, he could easily tell just by scent. Well, right now he was just an undeveloped young dragon whose reproductive system hadn't fully matured. Choosing to interact with virgins wasn't for any specific reason, it was just that their scent was relatively pleasant. Some women, lacking self-respect, had a scent that was not only pungent but also made one want to vomit, causing great disgust. He couldn't imagine how ordinary beings could so desperately ruin themselves to such an extent. Hey, the quality isn't bad. As that group of young ladies approached, Diablo, who had initially planned to leave for some peace, paused. He examined them seriously and then leaped down from the tree. "It's not easy to come all the way here, so let's indulge them a bit. It's just a small effort. Look, the playboy is coming towards us, he's not avoiding us. Ha, I told you, there's no need to be nervous. With our figures and looks, that cat must come over from far away when he sees us." After work, the young ladies of the Anomaly Management Bureau, with plenty of time to rest, came together. Initially a bit anxious, worried about embarrassing themselves, they were now all smiles, because the playboy was approaching them. But unexpectedly, upon hearing the phrase "that color cat," the sleek black cat, which exuded an aura of both power and speed, stopped in its tracks, glanced over, and gracefully turned away, walking off into the distance. "Hey, why did that color cat leave? Still talking about that color cat? Are you foolish? You really think he's just an ordinary stray cat? This is an anomaly. He might have already learned human language, but pretends not to speak for disguise. So what now? What can we do? Chase him, If we go back like this, we'll just be the laughingstock of the bureau.
Right, we can't let this trip be in vain.
We must get a few photos of the Playboy to take back, or else our good reputation will be ruined. The young lady, who was obsessed with face and reputation, rushed after Diablo. When endowed with beauty, missing the chance to touch the Playboy could only lead to a sense of regret for her. However, at this moment, Diablo was not in the mood to deal with them. They criticized him while also wanting to touch him. He would lose all the benefits but would just be taken advantage of.
Where's the fairness in that?
Just as Diablo thought this, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He looked up at the sky, where he saw a silver star gradually enlarging in the deep blue expanse.
What is that?
The sense of crisis that surged from deep within his soul made Diablo feel restless. In an instant, he didn't know what to do, but behind him, those ignorant human females rushed to his side, joyfully scooping him up, rubbing and touching him, which was quite excessive. Before long, even ordinary beings could sense the anomaly from the sky, as the silver star in the sky had grown large enough to be visible to the naked eye, accompanied by a suffocating sense of oppression.
Coming from the sky, it's a disaster-level anomaly.
A short-haired young lady holding Diablo looked up at the silver star descending from the sky, seemingly about to land in the city, her face filled with despair.
Chapter 34, The Inheritance of Light.
A silver comet descended from the sky, its terrifying mass disrupting the atmosphere and emitting increasingly sharp and terrifying sonic booms. More and more people in the city looked up at the sky and discovered this horrifying disaster. Thus, panic began to spread throughout the city, orders started to collapse, yet chaos did not ensue, for there was no time for some people to release the darkness within. However, amidst the utmost despair of impending city destruction, some individuals soared upwards to the sky, like a mantis trying to stop a car, like a mayfly shaking a mighty tree, attempting to block the plummeting silver star.
Diablo witnessed this scene firsthand.
At the moment of disaster, some people, those who might escape the city when the silver star fell, rushed into the sky, including the swordsman he first saw upon his arrival. But aside from that formidable individual who could easily crush a monster, there were also others who seemed weak in his eyes, so weak that they could only fly into the sky by relying on exoskeletons or similar devices.
What is going on? Why am I so unlucky?
Diablo, startled by the sudden appearing silver star, snapped back to reality and muttered helplessly. He didn't know what those humans rushing to the sky were thinking, but as a dragon, his dignity did not allow him to cower in a female's embrace waiting for death. Therefore, roar! With a long dragon's roar, golden light burst forth from the arms of the short-haired girl holding Diablo, and the once negatively perceived black cat transformed into a powerful and graceful golden dragon. Multicolored light shimmered in his scales, radiating brilliance. The broad dragon wings spread out, naturally sheltering the dozen or so women below who were scared senseless. Then, the giant dragon raised its head, looking at the silver star, which was growing larger in the sky, and roared once more. Radiating a mana glow, the grand and sacred golden dragon soared high into the sky. Compared to the falling silver star, Diablo's size was likewise insignificant, resembling a mayfly, yet the light on him swelled wildly as he ascended. Time and space artifact, catastrophe fire seal, capable of devouring any attribute energy without restrictions, then serving as a power source for time travel. The energy stored within can also be drawn upon, but it requires one to withstand the force transformed by the catastrophe fire. This was something Diablo discovered in a chance attempt, thus he designated the energy stored in the catastrophe fire seal as a backup for moments when he needed to unleash everything. And the moment to unleash was now. If everything was not utilized at this moment, there would be no opportunity later. Roar! At this moment, everyone in the city of Jori that looked up could see that beneath the small figures soaring into the sky, a brilliant golden dragon was also ascending rapidly, chasing after them, and climbing towards higher places. Boom! The golden dragon was the first to make contact with the silver star, then a brilliant silver light erupted from the massive celestial body, sweeping across the heavens and the earth, and then everything disappeared, seemingly intent on destroying everything, the silver star, as well as the unwilling to perish, those wishing for a better possibility, the dragon. For the residents of Jori, who had already sensed the impending doom, it was like a dreamlike scene. They had never expected such an outcome. Did the disaster level anomaly disappear? In Lore City University, a finely dressed short-haired girl stared blankly at the empty sky.
It's gone. Are we seeing hallucinations?
It's not an illusion, look at the clouds in the sky. Another girl pointed to the circular white clouds slowly dissipating in the blue sky.
That was a mark left behind by some massive force. How could the anomaly disappear? It was Black Master, you all saw it, right? Black Master turned into a golden dragon.
So it wasn't just me seeing it, I thought I was hallucinating.
Did Black Master save us? Maybe. But where is he?
Where are the other warriors who flew up to the sky?
I don't know.
The silver star disappeared, and along with it, some insignificant people for the city below.
But at this moment, few cared about that. Everyone celebrated their survival. What is this place?
At this point, Diablo looked bewildered, revealing his true form, and ascending to the sky was a plan he had for accepting death. Like an ordinary person encountering a grizzly bear, not choosing to flee but opting to fight instead, he simply wanted to die with dignity, not in a messy way. However, after putting forth all his effort, he found nothing. The silver star was like a mirage, and he entered another space without harm. Silver light blossomed before him, and a metallic ground extended beneath his feet.
This was a space similar to the instanced zone of the Dragon Realm server.
Diablo could confirm this, though unlike the Dragon Realm server, this space was rather extreme, filled with energies leaning towards divine attributes, making it oppressive for beings whose attributes did not match. The sudden change left Diablo somewhat perplexed, but not completely at a loss. He maintained his nearly 20-meter-tall form, flying upward, faintly seeing grand architectural complexes in the distance. Having already thrown caution to the wind once, Diablo felt little fear, but rather a sense of curiosity and a desire to explore. He wanted to know what kind of place this was and how he could leave. Soon, Diablo flew low to the nearest cluster of buildings, which were stone structures shrouded in mystery, uniquely styled, and appeared to be temples used for worship. The buildings were well preserved, looking as though they had just been constructed, yet Diablo still sensed a weight of time's passage. Of course, what was more important was the scale of this temple-like complex. Compared to ordinary humans, Diablo's dragon form could already be deemed an elite behemoth, but upon entering the temple, he felt like a bird that had strayed into a giant's domain. Everything was enormous, including the monstrous statues towering within the temple. Those creatures averaged around 100 meters in height, some were grotesque and eerie, while others exuded fierce malevolence, vastly contrasting the power that pervaded this space. Diablo examined the monstrous statues flanking the entrance of the temple with a grave expression, as these figures gave him the impression that they could come to life at any moment. No, they weren't just capable of coming to life, these things were already alive. Diablo, who could see souls, suddenly felt a jolt and became particularly serious, as he surmised the purpose of this temple. Fear was brewing, but curiosity was exceptionally strong. With no retreat possible now, Diablo chose to delve deeper into the temple. Convinced that these monsters couldn't awaken immediately, he ventured further into the temple, driven by his curiosity. Then, he saw more grotesque and terrifying monster statues. Some statues, merely by being watched, induced a feeling of dizziness. What chilled Diablo even more was that many of the monster statues inside the temple were broken, and they had cracked from the inside, as if something within the statues had burst forth. There was no sound, but Diablo's anxiety grew increasingly intense. Finally, the golden young dragon reached the innermost part of the temple, where he saw 3 towering crystal giants, which were also statues, but unlike those monster figures in the temple. While the monster statues gave him the feeling they could come to life at any moment, they lacked a sense of power, being notably weak. In contrast, these 3 giants emitted an intimidating force from their chests, but that power possessed no will of its own. Is this guarding? Where did they all go? Leaving behind only this little power to fool whom? Is this negligence of duty? After a few days of comfort, Diablo looked at the giant statue before him and couldn't help but complain. Since they are so irresponsible. Diablo looked at the giant before him, flying towards its chest, preparing to think of a way to extract the power contained within. Diablo suddenly heard a faint sound of footsteps. After pondering for a moment, he immediately thought of the humans who had ascended to the sky with him. Those humans, they wouldn't have come here just like me, would they? With the thought of hiding himself in mind, Diablo looked at himself, then connected with the powerful forces surrounding him which matched his energy very well, merging his aura with the surroundings, and then cast a simple invisibility spell. Tisk. Concealed within the temple, Diablo didn't wait long before he saw what came into the temple just as he had anticipated. It was a human, and even more surprisingly, it was someone he knew. If I remember correctly, this guy is called Yi Luo? Diablo quietly watched as the young man gazed in terror at the monstrous sculptures on either side of the temple, eventually arriving at the feet of the three giant statues deep within the temple. Diablo looked on with a strange expression as this young man placed his palm on the foot of the statue between the three giants. What's this guy's problem? How can he just carelessly touch something he doesn't understand? Diablo muttered, then widened his eyes. Yi Luo might not have felt much, but Diablo saw a minuscule trace of energy separating from the giant statue's chest and merging with the young man. Inheritance? Inevitably, Diablo thought of this possibility, and then his expression became uncertain. What kind of deranged force is this? Throwing the sealed ground here and leaving an inheritance? Are they choosing a jailer? With so many monsters, how could they hold it together if anything goes wrong? Thinking he had guessed the giant's intentions, Diablo, who originally had a fleeting desire for the power contained within the giant statues, no longer harbored any thoughts. Chapter 35, Facing the God. Glancing at Yi Luo, who stood at the feet of the giants, seemingly deep in thought after receiving some inheritance information, Diablo turned decisively and left. After exiting the temple, Diablo surveyed the empty land, chose a direction, and continued to explore. He already has a rough understanding of this place. It should be a sealed area used to suppress evil spirits and strange creatures, but the giants responsible for guarding these monsters have all left for some unknown reason, leaving behind their legacy. However, Diablo feels that these legacies are a trap, so he has lost all interest in this place and just wants to leave. But as he explores more areas, Diablo discovers more temples, varying in size, each adorned with monster statues. However, the intact statues are becoming increasingly rare, while the broken ones are multiplying. In stark contrast to the terrifying number of monster statues, the legacy statues left by the giants are pitifully few, making Diablo deeply realize that he has probably unintentionally entered an endless pit. Come here. As he sees more and more temples, a voice that sounds like an hallucination echoes in his ears. Diablo is sure that this is not an illusion, he cannot be hallucinating. Come, over here. Diablo initially wanted to ignore this voice, but it has an unusual allure, compelling him to fly towards the source. When Diablo realizes something is off, he is shocked to find himself standing before an unimaginably magnificent temple, taller and grander than any temple he has seen before. But aside from its size, this temple is different from the others he has encountered. Its overwhelming presence alone brings great spiritual shock to Diablo, as the entire structure emanates a faint light that inspires awe. I can't go in, I need to leave quickly. Diablo realizes this, but at that moment, he finds that his mind cannot coordinate with his body. Not that it cannot, but rather there is something within the temple that his body cannot resist. Thus, the golden young dragon is forced to struggle and slowly flies into the glowing temple. Once inside, Diablo sees the interior and immediately stops resisting. There are no monster statues or decorations. The interior of the temple is a vast ocean of endless light. Deep within this light stands a majestic giant, behind whom two wings made of radiance gently disperse a vast and fiery brightness, nearly as blinding as the sun. Bright, dazzling, radiance, sacred, more radiant than any star in the sky, as if etched in the memories of legacy, depicting those eternal and immortal deities. This is not a statue, this is a great existence with its own will. It is a god. Diablo clearly realizes this, and suddenly encountering such a godlike being throws his emotions into disarray. He has no idea how to handle this. His vast legacy memories provide no guidance on how a newly hatched dragon, barely 10 years old, can communicate with a deity and manage to come away unscathed. How to communicate with a god? Online, urgent. An anxious Diablo, after rapid mental processing, makes the smartest choice. He abandoned thought. Facing a god from another realm, while still so weak, there is no ability to show off any skills. Lying flat and letting things take their course is his only option. Just let it be. I won't struggle anymore. Diablo completely gives up the struggle, even too lazy to flap his wings, yet he does not fall instead, he hovers above the sea of light, forced to gaze at the towering giant deep within the light. Although he feels nothing, Diablo thinks he must have been seen through by that great presence opposite him, given the overwhelming gap between them. But something entirely unexpected happens within the sea of light. The giant of unimaginable size suddenly collapses, transforming into dazzling light, creating a vast galaxy rushing toward his body. With no time to think or any choice to refuse, the rushing galaxy floods into his body, and for a moment, Diablo feels as if he might burst. Scales, muscles, veins, bones all are shattered, excruciating pain surges from every part of his body, yet the galaxy flowing into him releases faint threads of barely perceptible power that repair all damage. Bursting, repairing, bursting again, repairing again. At that moment, Diablo experiences pain like never before. But fortunately, this sensation lasts only for an instant. Although it brings about an exaggerated transformation in his body, it quickly ceases. Next, Diablo seems to become a detached observer, watching without any emotional fluctuations as the magnificent galaxy flows into his body. Because this galaxy seems to transform into an insincere welcome, but Diablo knows it is not an illusion. The changes to his dragon body clearly indicate how terrifying this power truly is. Originally, his size, including his tail that took up half his length, did not exceed 20 meters. Now, after catalyzing that power, his size has expanded, roughly estimated to around 24 meters. However, the increase in size was secondary. The key change was that his form had undergone quite a transformation. Many of the scales on his body were dyed a layer of silver, and on his forehead and chest, brilliant crystal stones had surprisingly formed. This was simply unbelievable, because Diablo sensed that this change was not temporary but permanent. This galaxy had fundamentally altered his life form. Is this forcibly giving me two weaknesses? Diablo muttered as he looked at the two brilliantly shining crystals that had appeared on his body. If he were to fight a strong enemy in the future, even a fool would know to aim for his head and chest. Those vulnerabilities were glaringly obvious. Of course, Diablo was just complaining. Even without these two crystals, a fool would know that the head and chest are weak points. Now they were just a bit more obvious. Diablo could sense that these two crystals could store a significant amount of power, similar in principle to the time-space artifact he held in his hand. But the difference was that this item had originated from his body under the catalysis of the power of the galaxy, fitting him perfectly, allowing him to draw power without any cost. If he saved up regularly, he could unleash it in battle. The most critical part was that even if these two crystals were destroyed, it seemed they wouldn't significantly affect him. They weren't weaknesses but rather strengthening organs. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when Diablo, too lazy to pay attention to the galaxy, shifted his focus back to the outside world, he found that the temple had lost its original majesty and the light that had shrouded it had vanished. The sea of light in the temple and the towering giant had completely disappeared without a trace. Without thinking, Diablo knew where all those things had gone. At this moment, the temple was not much different from the ones he had seen before. The only difference was that it was tall and spacious, lacking any statues of monsters or giants. Not having time to think much, Diablo felt a powerful repulsion. Then he once again caught a familiar scent, the scent from the Academy of Luo God, emanating from a beautiful, pure girl. The sun hung high, the sunlight was bright, and the white clouds drifted leisurely. Everything seemed just as beautiful as before. What extinction silver stars, what temple, what ceiling, what monsters, what giants, what deities, everything seemed like an illusion, all fake. But Diablo knew that nothing was an illusion, it was a real fact, as he had simply taken a stroll around the place of sealing, and inexplicably, his power had enhanced significantly, and it seemed he had also brought back something absurd. Damn! Feeling somewhat melancholic, Diablo suddenly recalled that the magic radiance was shining upon him, and every part of him radiated this radiance as the giant dragon transformed back into a black cat. Then, with a sly look, the black cat surveyed its surroundings and found that its worries were unnecessary. No one noticed the suddenly appeared dragon, nor did anyone witness the transformation of the dragon into a black cat. Because the once vibrant campus, filled with the sounds of reading and thick with the hormonal scents of boys and girls, had now turned desolate and deserted. What happened? Looking at the campus that seemed somewhat eerie and desolate even in the sunlight, Diablo was stunned. Although he hadn't been gone to that haunted place for long, he couldn't believe that the whole university of thousands of people had disappeared.
Where are the people? Where did they all go?
Strangely, Diablo associated this with the broken monster statues in the temple for some reason. The dragon disguised as a black cat suddenly became anxious, then enraged. Under the influence of an inexplicable emotion, the black cat raced through the campus, trying to find the presence of humanity, but there was none. The entire campus was hollow, and all the girls who had hugged, touched, or even slept with him had vanished. Not only the campus, the black cat, now with dragon-like slit pupils, dashed out of the school grounds and into the streets, finding the whole city just as deserted, with not a soul in sight. Roar! Feeling like something had been lost, the black cat, which seemed to have had something taken away from it, stood on the wide open street and let out a roar. But along with this roar, the air was filled with the sound of propellers cutting through the sky, and not far away, a massive war machine rolled over the road, producing a heavy noise. Chapter 36, The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. Humans. Hearing the sound, Diablo looked up towards the end of the road in front of him, where he heard a mechanical rumble growing louder, indicating that a giant war machine was about to appear before him. For some unknown reason, the heavy sound of the machinery crushing over the road suddenly stopped at the corner, not appearing before him. Yet the sound of propellers slicing through the air and the sky continued to grow louder. The black cat lifted its head, its dark golden slit pupils reflecting an armed helicopter passing between two skyscrapers. As the massive flying machine approached directly overhead, it suddenly hovered in mid-air. Then a silhouette leaped down from the aircraft without any assistance. Slap! The boots made of connected metal plates hit the ground with a crisp sound, and the black cat paused slightly, for what landed before him was a woman, a tall woman who looked very cool. The woman had shoulder-length black hair, fair skin, and a stunning beauty. She wore a perfectly fitted combat uniform, looking clean and sharp, showing none of the expected softness of a woman. Her high brows and phoenix eyes instead radiated aggression. Nice legs! Even though the current situation felt a bit unusual, Diablo couldn't help but silently admire the strikingly assertive woman in front of him. The girls at Luotian University that he had interacted with all had long legs, but none could compare to the one before him. Her slender, straight long legs were simply otherworldly, exuding a powerful allure. Well, don't get me wrong, the reason those long legs are so deadly is because of the metal combat boots they're wearing. Aside from the boots, this tall woman only has a long, straight knife in her hand, and nothing else in terms of special equipment. Playboy, let's just call you that for now, shall we? Her slightly aloof voice echoed through the empty street, matching her aggressive appearance. The scene at this moment was exceedingly bizarre in the desolate city. A black cat sat in the middle of the road, while 5 armed helicopters hovered overhead, and around the corner, an imposing steel elite behemoth lay hidden from the cat's view. All the war weapons and firearms surrounded the black cat. However, at that moment, the only things visible to the cat were 1 armed helicopter and a tall girl standing in front of him, holding a cold weapon. Sure. Diablo looked at the knife-wielding woman in front of him, fell silent for a moment, and then slowly uttered 2 words. Seeing the black cat speaking, the knife-wielding woman's face revealed an expression of surprise. So, Playboy, could you tell me where you have been these past few days? What have you been through? This wasn't a question the knife-wielding woman wanted to know, it was what those who sent her wanted to know. The silver star fell, but when it suddenly disappeared, those who tried to stop it also vanished, many of whom were affiliated with the Urban Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Where did everyone in this city go? Without answering her question, Diablo asked what he most wanted to know. They have all been evacuated. Evacuated? Diablo was momentarily stunned. This outcome was beyond his expectations. 3 days ago, a disaster-level anomaly appeared in this city. Although it has vanished, there is still a possibility it could reappear. To prevent unbearable human losses, within 3 days, we evacuated all the inhabitants of the city, including all residents within a 20-kilometer radius. The plain tone described something so absurd that even Diablo found it hard to believe. How is that possible? The urban area has nearly 10 million residents with the surrounding areas included. It certainly exceeds 10 million. How could so many people be evacuated in just 3 days? Diablo felt a sense of absurdity and unreality. The urban city is the provincial capital of the Zhang state, which is just one of the powerful nations in this world, not the strongest. However, this not-so-strong nation managed to evacuate millions of people in 3 days, which can be described as terrifying. This is a fact that has already occurred. So, Playboy, can you tell us where you went these days? We want to understand the truth behind this disaster-level anomaly. We evacuated over 10 million people, and for that, we paid a tremendous price. We want to know if it was worth it. Diablo remained silent for a moment. The knife-wielding woman did not urge him but waited quietly. That silver star is a prison that holds many terrifying monsters. After a moment of contemplation, Diablo shared his guess about that silver star. A prison? The knife-wielding woman furrowed her brow but quickly relaxed her expression. We want to know if that silver star will appear again and fall into the city. It won't help to ask me that. I don't know. The black cat shook his head, but after a moment of thought, he added. Based on my judgment, that silver star contains a very vast space, which has already merged with the air above this city, so for the time being, there's no need to worry about it falling. Hey, hurry up and ask this cat what that so-called prison is all about. A somewhat noisy voice rang in the ears of the woman, and the imposing woman, whose name didn't sound intimidating, suddenly looked annoyed. I told you, don't call my name. I have a code name. Call me Dasha Lonke. Don't you think this code name is silly? Bayuyu is such a cute name, perfectly balancing your bloodlust aura. I'm not serving anymore. I'll bring this cat back, and you can ask it yourselves. Hey, wait, that's a disaster level. Before she could finish, Dasha Lonke Bayuyu pulled out the mini communicator from her ear, holding it in her hand, and looked at the black cat, who stood up, slightly dazed. You heard the conversation just now, right? Diablo hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. With your intelligence, you should be able to tell that I'm just a messenger. It's not me who wants to clarify the situation, it's those quite behind the scenes who find you very dangerous. Bayuyu, with shoulder-length black hair, looked at the black cat with an easygoing demeanor. Me? Dangerous? Diablo looked confused, glancing at his current form, a small, weak, and pitiful black cat. How could he be considered dangerous? Before the silver star appeared, the investigation bureau conducted observations on you, and the report rated your threat level as low-level harm. However, due to your excellent performance when the silver star fell, you have been reassessed to low-level disaster. Diablo remained silent for a moment, then very humbly asked about what he didn't understand. I understand roughly what harm and disaster levels are, but could you explain in detail? Harm, disaster, and catastrophe. This is how our Anomalies Investigation Bureau categorizes non-human entities internally. A disaster means a natural disaster, and being rated as a disaster class lower tier suggests you possess the ability to disrupt the order of an entire city. The white figure, with a very polite attitude, explained to Diablo while sizing up the black cat in front of her. Honestly, in my perception, a lower tier harm rating would be more suitable for you. Being rated as a disaster class lower tier is frankly flattering. That's true, I am completely unworthy of a disaster class rating. Although Diablo felt a bit displeased in his heart, he wasn't a vain person. Being overqualified for a position can lead to terrible outcomes. Being rated as lower tier harm is just fine, but what does this level actually represent? The pragmatic Diablo was quite modest, understanding that he had already been discovered by humans, who were willing to engage in peaceful conversation with him, so he would act accordingly. Humans are willing to cuddle with a little cat that doesn't pose a fundamental threat to them, even sleep together. However, very few dare to frolic with a lion or tiger that could easily tear them apart. Can cause life-threatening situations for ordinary people, but the level of threat is quite limited. This evaluation is rather fair. Completely underestimated, Diablo didn't care at all, even feeling somewhat pleased. So, you might as well come back with me. Making those guys waste so many military resources to guard against you is just unwarranted. The tall, elegant woman reached out her palm to the squatting black cat, who looked a bit confused, extending an invitation. Going with you isn't out of the question, but how can you ensure my safety? If that can't be guaranteed, then I'm afraid I can't agree. Diablo took a few steps back, acknowledging that being weak was one thing, but being at others' mercy was another. Hey, did you hear that?
This cat is asking you to guarantee his safety. Bai Yu reinserted the communicator into her ear, otherwise, he's not coming back with me. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communicator, and after a while, a serious voice finally spoke up. This is Long K from the Great Summer. I am the operational commander responsible for investigating this disaster class anomaly, Feng Baichuan. Tell that young master that in the capacity of the operational commander, I guarantee that as long as he is willing to come without attacking first, our forces will not initiate any attack. Commander Feng? Upon hearing that serious voice, Bai Yu immediately straightened up. She hadn't expected that such a small cat could make that big shot treated like a major threat. Also, please ensure that young master promises not to take any action unless attacked. Understood. Although she wanted to explain things to this army big shot, Bai Yu chose to obey the command. What did they say? Diablo's gaze was inquisitive. He actually didn't mind peaceful contact with humans. The commander on our side just spoke to me. He assured that as long as you don't attack, we won't initiate any attacks either. He also required you to promise not to use force. Ha! Diablo's expression turned to one of shock. This made it seem like the humans were really afraid of him. It seems they are treating you as a disaster class entity. Chapter 37, The Seal is Broken. Diablo, held in the arms of the elegant woman, looked somewhat speechless at the warriors and pilot inside the cabin, all of whom seemed ready to face death with bravery. Shouldn't they be more afraid of him? But in reality, these people seemed more scared than he was. That big shot from the government appeared to be the same, except for the indifferent elegant woman who was holding him. Do I look scary? Diablo couldn't help but look up at Bai Yu and ask. To his surprise, the moment he spoke, the 5 soldiers in the cabin instinctively trained their weapons on him without a moment's thought. What are you doing? Put down your guns, I'm still right here. Seeing the soldiers' reaction, Bai Yu raised an eyebrow. The soldiers instinctively raised their weapons, partly out of fear of the unknown inhuman creature, and partly because they didn't trust him, the great summer dragon sparrow. But one can't blame these soldiers, as she had just arrived here this morning on a private jet, having spent the previous days patrolling the border, eliminating all the inhuman beings daring enough to infiltrate the kingdom. It was precisely because of their lack of familiarity that they couldn't trust him. If this were at the border, even the most ordinary soldier would dare to follow him and face the strongest monsters. Hearing Bai Yu's reprimand, the soldiers looked a bit awkward, lowered their guns, but their gazes toward Diablo were still filled with caution. Your appearance is not scary. What truly frightens them is the disaster level rating given to you by the Investigation Bureau. I'm not a disaster level threat. But they don't know that. Moreover, they trust the reports from the Investigation Bureau more than they trust me. Diablo had nothing to say, so he lay in the arms of this great summer dragon sparrow, gazing down at the vast city below. Just after taking off, he spotted near the street where he had been crouched, hidden infantry vehicles and armed mechs. Even now, the armed helicopter he was in was surrounded by 4 other helicopters, and shockingly, the soldiers aboard those helicopters seemed to be directing their guns toward him. Don't take it personally. Compared to you and human beings, ordinary humans may have access to devastating weapons, but they are inherently too fragile, so they tend to be more cautious. Noticing Diablo's gaze, Bai Yu thought for a moment and provided an explanation. What exactly was inside that disappeared silver star? This cat needed to clarify this. He was the only source of information. I understand. Diablo was quite obedient and his attitude was very proper. Soon, the helicopter sliced through the sky, arriving above a sizable camp, and around the camp, dust swirled, lifted by several large convoys of transport trucks continuously delivering various supplies. What are you planning to do? Getting ready for a fight? At a glance, Diablo saw countless steel elite behemoths, unable to even estimate their number, quietly crouching there. Diablo could imagine that once these steel elite behemoths moved, they would form an unstoppable tide of steel. We are just preparing for the worst. Sensing Diablo's astonishment, Bai Yu replied rather nonchalantly, considering the scene below to be something quite ordinary. Tap tap tap. There wasn't much time for conversation. The armed helicopter carrying Bai Yu and Diablo landed in a steel castle built from various alloy components.
Then, Diablo saw a group of officers dressed in military uniforms along with martial artists exuding a powerful bloodlust aura, and the leader appeared to be an ordinary-looking middle-aged soldier.
Young Master Flower, thank you for placing your complete trust in us. I am Feng Baichuan, the chief investigator of the Silver Star falling incident. On behalf of the entire investigation team, I welcome your arrival. Warm and polite, Diablo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Although this middle-aged man appeared quite ordinary, his remarks clearly indicated that he was a significant figure in the kingdom. I'm just glad to help you.
After thinking for a while, Diablo decided not to hide anymore. He jumped down from Bayuyu's embrace and landed on the ground. Then, the mana glow burst forth from the black cat, and under everyone's gaze, the sturdy black cat transformed into a charming young child adorned with elegant attire and dragon horns, looking both youthful and exceptionally handsome.
You are. Diablo's appearance instantly made one of the imposing men behind Chief Feng Baichuan widen his eyes, recognizing Diablo.
Before we exchange pleasantries, let me introduce myself. I am a dragon from the otherworldly Dragon Realm server, the king consort of the Blood Queen. Due to accidentally triggering an artifact temporarily lent to me by an elder, I inadvertently arrived in your world. A moment of silence fell. Diablo's statement was so shocking that even those who considered themselves well-informed were momentarily stunned, but the chief investigator, who appeared the weakest, was the first to react. Your Highness, the king consort from the Dragon Realm server, although a bit late, I still want to say, welcome to the kingdom. I hope your time in the kingdom has been enjoyable.
Thank you, I have truly enjoyed my time in the kingdom. Diablo sincerely replied.
Transforming into a cat, sleeping on a college girl's chest every day. If it were me, I would enjoy it too. At that moment, the middle-aged man who seemed impressive beside Commander Feng Baichuan whispered softly. Although his voice was low, Diablo heard him clearly. This immediately made the youthful-looking dragon child feel a bit embarrassed. Commander Feng Baichuan also caught the whispered remark. He turned his head and shot a stern glare at the loquacious head of the Low City Investigation Bureau, and then, as if he hadn't heard anything at all, he turned back with a warm smile towards Diablo. Your Highness Wangfu, although according to our country's foreign exchange protocol, I should greet you with the highest of etiquette, the situation is special now. The nation urgently needs to know the details concerning that Silver Star to formulate the appropriate countermeasures. Therefore, I kindly ask you to share any information you have with us. No need to call me Your Highness Wangfu. I've adapted to the local customs and taken a proper national name for myself, Mu. Such politeness left Diablo momentarily at a loss, but he understood the reason behind it. As for the information on the Silver Star, I can tell you everything you indeed need to make the necessary preparations.
Your Highness Mu, please come in and speak. Hearing Diablo's response, Commander Feng Baichuan's smile became even brighter and more sincere.
The group on the tarmac soon entered a conference room, including the white-haired dragon that had carried Diablo back, who had been staring at him since he transformed into his dragon form.
Your Highness Mu, may I ask what you meant by the Silver Star being a prison? After everyone was seated, Commander Feng Baichuan impatiently asked. It means what it says.
Before contact, I thought that Silver Star was merely a massive celestial body, but after contact, I realized it contains a vast space.
Due to an accident, I entered the interior of the Silver Star and explored it a bit. Inside, it seals many monsters that are evidently not benign.
In my opinion, the essence of the Silver Star is a prison.
Diablo did not hide anything. Your Highness Mu, how many are we talking about? A sturdy man in military uniform asked seriously. I can't answer that.
There are many temples inside the prison, and each temple contains a countless number of monster statues.
The sum total of monster statues I've seen should exceed 4 digits. And how powerful do you think these monsters are? Commander Feng Baichuan asked the most critical question directly. The number of monsters is not the point. What truly matters is their strength.
Although I don't want to discourage you, I have to say, they are very strong. The monster statues inside are all larger than the skyscrapers you built, and if that is their true size, TSK, it would be quite difficult for you to deal with them.
The conference room immediately fell into silence as the officers and warriors participating in the meeting exchanged glances.
With over 1,000 elite behemoths that are taller than skyscrapers, their very existence poses a disaster, even without any special abilities.
These monsters are all sealed for now, right?
Noticing the atmosphere in the conference room had become tense, Commander Feng Baichuan appeared somewhat relaxed, showing no signs of tension. Most of them are sealed, but some have already broken their seals. I saw quite a few shattered monster statues in the temples.
Diablo was not trying to scare them, it was merely the truth. Then the remaining seals can't all break at the same time, right? The probability of that happening is 0. Diablo reassured everyone present and also provided them with more hope. In fact, not all the monsters in the Silver Star are sealed. Deep within the temple, there are also giant statues.
According to my guess, they should be the ones responsible for guarding and suppressing those monsters, but for some reason, they left behind a legacy of power within the giant statues.
Legacy of the giant's power?
Upon hearing Diablo's words, everyone present exchanged puzzled glances.
Your Highness Mu, may I ask what those giant statues look like? Feng Baichuan inquired with a subtle expression, directing his question at Diablo, who was sitting opposite him.
They are made of some kind of crystal-like material.
Diablo described seriously. I think I understand now. However, Your Highness Mu, how many giant statues did you see?
In total, there were no more than 10, which is far fewer than those monster statues. As he spoke, Diablo seemed to recall something. Oh, by the way, while I was exploring a temple, I saw a young man from your kind named Yi Luo come into contact with a stone statue and inherit the power within it.
Yi Luo?
This somewhat unfamiliar name had most people in the conference room exchanging glances, but soon they all remembered that this was one of the missing persons who had encountered the Silver Star.
Boom!
Just as the high-ranking members of the investigation team were about to continue questioning Diablo, a thunderous roar suddenly shook nearby with such a loud commotion, the meeting could naturally no longer proceed. As Diablo followed out of the conference room, he was momentarily taken aback to see a massive silver celestial body hovering over the now completely deserted city of Luo.
Roar! Growl! Ah!
Accompanied by the dense, fear-inducing howls, the once brilliant surface of the Silver Star suddenly dimmed.
Chapter 38, Monsters and Giants.
The Silver Star was shrouded in black mist, becoming even dimmer. At this moment, even the most optimistic person wouldn't view such a change in the Silver Star as a good sign.
Notify everyone, the entire army must be ready for battle at any moment.
Upon seeing the oddly transformed Silver Star, Commander Feng Baichuan immediately issued a combat order to his aide beside him. After only a couple of breaths, Diablo, tightly watched by Baiyu, began to feel a slight tremor beneath his feet. At the same time, he heard the rumbling of machinery operating the entire camp now resembled a sleeping elite behemoth, awakening at this moment to reveal its ferocious fangs.
Your Highness Mu, do you know what is happening with this change in the Silver Star?
After giving the combat order, Commander Feng Baichuan stared at the Silver Star for quite a while before finally shifting his gaze to Diablo. Because up until now, only he had entered the interior of the Silver Star and returned alive, and the other members of the Anomalous Investigation Bureau who faced the Silver Star's disappearance like him were still missing.
It might be that the seal on the monster has broken. Diablo felt a bit exasperated. Why did they ask him about everything?
This Silver Star wasn't something he had thrown away. He just took a stroll around inside, and there are quite a few of them. Then handle it as if the seal has broken. Hearing Diablo's words, Feng Baichuan looked at the celestial body now surrounded by black mist, becoming increasingly dim until it eventually turned into a black star. The lines of worry appeared on his forehead, but as he reached into his pocket, his brow gradually relaxed. As the supreme commander of the disaster-level investigation, he had extensive authority in the face of unusual events. He could choose not to report upwards and could directly mobilize or apply for support from special troops.
Boom!
Accompanied by a sound of shattering that seemed to come from nowhere, the black mist surrounding the Silver Star seemed to have amassed enough power to abruptly disperse and detach from the Silver Star. Consequently, vast streams of black mist as large as serpents surged through the sky. The previously bright and sunny sky instantaneously turned dark, as if it were a moment of day transitioning to night.
Why are so many coming out all at once?
Seeing the swirling black mist overhead, Diablo's complexion turned slightly pale. In his eyes, these black mists were clearly powerful monsters. Some were spirits, while others had physical forms. These monsters had broken free from the Silver Star's seal and made their way into the outside world. Judging from Diablo's perspective, it was only a matter of time before these monsters regained their peak strength if given enough time.
All personnel on alert. No orders, do not fire first.
A voice like a booming bell echoed over the investigation team's camp. It was a warrior standing beside Commander Feng Baichuan, who yelled it into the air after receiving a signal. The commander, who issued this order, Feng Baichuan, looked solemnly at the sky obscured by black mist. Even though he had not practiced martial arts and his senses weren't as acute as those of a warrior, he could still feel the malice contained within the black mist. Even so, he did not order an attack, as these black mists seemed to possess intelligence. Since they had intelligence, it meant there was a possibility for negotiation. However, once an attack was ordered, the positions of both sides would become directly hostile. Of course, to be fair, Feng Baichuan did not believe that they could reach a consensus with the monsters that had just broken free in the sky. Even among the same race, achieving ideological unity was difficult, let alone with monsters of different races. Force was the best means of negotiation. So the real problem now was that Feng Baichuan felt that the armored forces and artillery corps he brought were insufficient to deal with those monsters in the sky, risking complete annihilation. So, caution was prudent.
These monsters are very hungry.
Ordinary people could feel that the black mist in the sky was no good, let alone Diablo with his sharper senses. For him, every passing moment felt like torture. Diablo could sense just how weak and hungry the monsters that had escaped were. They yearned to rapidly recover by devouring something special.
Damn!
Just as the sky gradually darkened and Diablo pondered how to save himself, a fleeting silver-white light shone in the center of his brow, and a strange wave radiated outward. In an instant, the swirling black mist, which seemed to be expressing joy at breaking free from the seal, halted for a moment, almost as if it were an illusion, but boom! Like shrimp encountering the dominant whale of the ocean, the hundreds of streams of black mist scattered into the sky, even faster than when they appeared. In almost the blink of an eye, the originally darkened sky became clear and bright. This change left the humans below, who had originally been in a heavy atmosphere, staring in confusion, completely unable to understand what was happening. It seemed like the black mist was afraid of something. However, Diablo and the humans were not overly happy, as not all the black mist had escaped. 5 traces of black mist still circled in the sky. These black mists intertwined and spiraled in the sky, seemingly reaching a consensus, and under Diablo's slightly surprised gaze, the 5 traces of black mist came crashing down towards the city of Los.
Boom! Diablo saw the thick smoke rising, but he couldn't see any more details. Although the investigation team's camp was stationed near the city of Los, the distance was not short. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about not seeing the situation on the ground. Gather all satellites over the city of Luodu and nearby monitoring systems. I want to see what's happening on the ground. Understood.
As an outlier, Diablo shamelessly followed the commander Feng Baichuan into a high-tech command room, where 3-dimensional projection screens flickered brightly in the expansive operations center.
Your Highness Mu, do you think this is where you should be?
Earlier, during the meeting, while everyone was questioning Diablo, with his own authorization, he had already tracked down Diablo's recent activities and understood that this creature disguised as a black cat was actually something else entirely, staring coldly at him. Ahem, I know this area best, and it's necessary to get the latest information. Perhaps I can provide some decisive suggestions. Sensing the ill intent of the short-haired lady, Diablo cleared his throat.
This unfriendly gaze had appeared when he transformed into his current state.
Long K, let His Highness Mu stay here. There's nothing of importance here.
Feng Baichuan interceded on Diablo's behalf when he was being criticized, prompting Bai Yu to snort coldly, gripping her straight blade and glaring fiercely at Diablo.
Feng Baichuan smiled at Diablo, then focused his gaze on the satellite image before him, clearly observing the feed coming from the outer satellites. In the now desolate city of Luodu, due to a far-sighted and resolute retreat order from the high-level government, a trade building had already collapsed, with shattered structures piled like small mountains, as thick smoke billowed from the wreckage, flickers of electric arcs visible within. In the corner of the satellite image, there were also a few close-up shots that were not very clear from Diablo's perspective. Those should be the nearby surveillance cameras. How could there be electric arcs? Feng Baichuan frowned at the satellite images before him, but soon he changed his mind, cut off all electricity supply to Luodu immediately. Those monsters are siphoning off the city's energy. Commander, most of Luodu's power supply had already stopped when the retreat completed. Now only the Skynet system and some essential facilities have power.
If we cut everything, we won't be able to see close monitoring images. Cut everything off.
In less than 5 seconds, the electric arcs and the smoke disappeared, and the close-up monitoring images were gone. But a new movement arose from the ruins of the collapsed building. The debris that had once formed small hills was slowly collapsing downward. In terms of scale, this speed was terrifying.
Roar! A cruel yet savage roar echoed in the empty city of Luodu.
Diablo, like all those who could see the satellite imagery, was astonished to watch an elite behemoth, resembling a fusion of several monsters, crawl out from the building rubble. It was a monster with 5 heads of different shapes, and its horns, claws, and wings were all unique. This creature was a super amalgamation. Despite its grotesque appearance, the monster was larger than any skyscraper in Luodu, and its eyes were filled with a desire for destruction and chaos.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
At the moment this powerful creature appeared, all 5 heads, which possessed independent consciousness, turned toward the position of the investigation team because this area was the only remaining spot with life. Although it appeared strong, it was actually extremely weak. It needed to consume the blood and souls of living beings to replenish the energy drained by the seal. What a massive creature! I wonder how many slashes I can take at it. Just then, Bayuyu, who had noticed something unusual about Diablo, gazed at the suddenly appearing massive beast and exclaimed in wonder, though her tone bore no trace of fear. Instead, she seemed eager to try her hand. Whoosh! The 5-headed amalgamation did not deliberately cause destruction, but its size was too huge for Luodu to accommodate it freely, so it merely approached the survey team's stronghold, unintentionally demolishing the buildings in its path. The creature's intent was quite straightforward, and no humans near Diablo believed that this menacing-looking beast had come to negotiate with them.
Calculate the creature's trajectory and determine a suitable bombing site. Once it leaves the urban area, immediately bombard it with firepower.
Thus, Diablo heard the commander issue such an order. But at that moment, a white light suddenly flickered from the silver star, and then 3 luminous beams, each with a different sheen yet equally dazzling, descended from the silver star and scattered around the 5-headed creature, transforming into 3 tall, stately giants.
Chapter 39, This script doesn't seem right.
Well, it seems you won't have to worry about this creature. Those giants should take care of it for you. Upon seeing the giants descending from the silver star, Diablo was somewhat surprised but not overly astonished. Diablo could roughly guess the true forms of these giants, as he recognized one of them, which he had seen in the temple, although it was merely a statue at that time. This was precisely what surprised him. He did not expect the legacy of the giants to enable ordinary people to instantly gain such immense power and stature, reaching the pinnacle in a single step. Hearing Diablo's suggestion, Commander Feng Baichuan did not respond. He merely stared at the creature, halted by the appearance of the giants for a few seconds before issuing an order. Confirm the coordinates of the monster, send them to all firepower units, let them coordinate, fire freely, and do not stop until a ceasefire order is received.
A command that took Diablo completely by surprise. He momentarily couldn't react.
Clearly, he could have sat back and witnessed the fight, so why initiate an attack? But whether he understood or not, the order to attack had already been given. Thus, in the next moment, Diablo heard the sound of missiles tearing through the atmosphere, as well as the deafening roar of gunfire. At the edge of downtown Lo City, 3 giants staring at the monster were left dumbfounded as missiles inscribed with characters like poetry, books, and rituals rained down from the sky, striking the monster with precision.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Brilliant flowers of flame exploded in clusters on the monster. Before one bloom could wilt, an even larger one burst forth. In a moment of distraction, the massive 5-headed monster was instantly enveloped in the artillery fire, leaving everything obscured. The 3 giants, already in battle stances, watched the monster struggle and scream in the relentless barrage of gunfire, trying to evade by moving, and in unison, they stepped back to give the artillery units of Zhenghua more room to operate. It seems our poetry and rituals are capable of teaching this monster a lesson. Seeing the monster struggling and screaming amid the gunfire and trying to dodge, Commander Feng Baichuan couldn't help but chuckle, the wrinkles on his face making him look like an old chrysanthemum when he smiled.
Commander, it seems our efforts at education aren't strong enough. Indeed.
Feng Baichuan, who was laughing heartily, looked at the monster in the satellite feed that still hadn't fallen, his smile slowly fading as he pondered, then pulled out an old communicator that seemed quite antiquated to Diablo.
General Feng Baichuan, this is Changfeng Express, how can we assist you?
A strong yet courteous male voice came from the communicator.
A big guy has appeared in Los City, and the firepower I brought isn't quite enough. I need you to send an urgent small express over from your side.
Okay, may I have the delivery address?
I've already sent it to you.
Alright, we have received the address. Please wait a moment, the express will be guaranteed to arrive within 15 minutes.
15 minutes, that's acceptable. Changfeng Express, delivering on time.
Diablo watched with a mixed expression as Commander Feng Baichuan called for a delivery, which seemed completely out of place in the serious atmosphere of the command room, but he could easily guess that the so-called express wasn't a conventional one. Though curious, Diablo knew that within 15 minutes, he would definitely find out what that supposed express was, so he didn't ask further. He merely watched as the monster zigzagged, trying to escape the coverage of the artillery fire. But under real-time satellite monitoring, this monstrosity sewn together like a patchwork couldn't escape the area of enforced indoctrination. The three giants, who were supposed to handle the monster and logically should be the leaders of this battle, stood there completely unsure of what to do. Although their emotions were not discernible due to their physical structure, Diablo could imagine their awkwardness. Like saviors appearing before the rampaging monsters in the city, not only did no one cheer at their arrival, but the monsters that should have fought them were also being bombarded by gunfire. Whoosh! But soon, the giants had no time to feel awkward, as long arrows descended from the heavens, ripping through the sky and tearing apart the atmosphere, leaving a deafening roar in their wake.
Boom!
The long arrows, coming from thousands of kilometers away, accurately struck the monster, which had no inkling of what was coming and was gradually getting used to the bombardment. Then came the consuming light and flames. Everything above and below was instantly engulfed in a white haze where nothing was visible. Meanwhile, Diablo in the human command room couldn't see anything either, and the satellite feed turned pale in that moment, devoid of any scenery. When the image returned, Diablo saw a radiating pit at the edge of Los City, along with scattered remains of the monsters. Once empty and desolate, Los City now appeared to have nearly half of its area ravaged by the storm, lying in disarray. In the wake of that devastating attack, the three giants, who had just crouched to avoid the shockwave of the explosion, slowly got up, looking utterly disheveled.
The monster has been eliminated. It seems these alien creatures aren't so terrifying after all. In this first battle, Zhenghua has emerged victorious.
In the command room, Feng Baichuan looked at the city, now nearly half in ruins, and softly remarked. His tone showed no hint of joy, yet the command room erupted in cheers. Watching the humans lost in joy and victory, Diablo's lips moved, but he remained silent. Your Highness Mu, the situation has temporarily come to a close, you should step outside now. A hand landed on Diablo's head, showing no respect for him as an otherworldly dragon friend, and roughly ruffled his smooth black hair into disarray. Diablo looked at the woman standing behind him, her lips curling slightly, clearly with ill intentions, and immediately wanted to struggle. But she was a woman with the name of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow and a native of Zhenghua. Thus, Diablo was forcibly pulled out of the command room. As soon as Diablo left the command room, he immediately smelled the pungent gunpowder in the air, so thick that it reduced visibility by several levels. However, this thick smoke was rapidly dissipating and the strong winds blowing in from the city of Los Santos, having little effect.
What do you want to do?
Forced to deal with this robust female warrior who sounded as if a great river were crashing against the shore when listened to closely, Diablo felt somewhat anxious. I've lived for 27 years, and you're the first person who dares to take advantage of me, especially someone as small as you.
What do you want? Is this your true form? Your real appearance?
By you scrutinized the youthful dragon man in front of her, admitting that looking like this made it hard for her to be harsh. This is not my true form, it's a transformation for convenience in communicating with you.
I know what you care about.
Actually, I'm not even 10 years old yet.
In human terms, it's like I'm a little kid just learning to walk. Didn't you say you were a king's husband?
Still a child, who are you trying to fool? Bai Yu looked at him skeptically. Child bride, haven't you heard of it? Diablo rolled his eyes. So how old is your wife? The mature woman immediately looked curious. Not sure, but she must be a few hundred years old. TSK, you really are pitiful. Bai Yu displayed a look of sympathy. Hiss. As soon as the words fell, Diablo suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back, so intense that it contorted his features, but the pain came quickly and left just as fast. What's happening to you? Bai Yu curiously looked at the little guy whose features were contorted. And nothing. Reaching behind to touch it and carefully sensing it, Diablo could only link it to the galaxy that merged into his body, without any concrete results. My wife might be older, but she is incredibly beautiful. Moreover, she's strong, influential, and with her, I don't have to worry about food or drink, and I don't have to be as pitiful as you think. Turns out you're just a freeloading good for nothing. If I'm a good for nothing, she wouldn't have come looking for me as soon as she was born. Diablo rolled his eyes, unfazed. Hey there, you really have the look of someone who freeloads and tries to act tough. I won't just be taking from her once I grow up, I'll be able to give her more in return. I see, so it looks like you're really young. In that case, I won't hold this incident of you trying to take advantage of me against you. Ha! By the way, what were you about to say in the command room? That monster has just broken free from its seal and is still in an extremely weak state. Just because you managed to kill it with a strategic missile doesn't mean you can confidently handle the other monsters that have escaped. So you think our cheers are out of place? We should be looking gravely for other escaped monsters? Diablo looked up at the dragon phoenix of the Great Xia. If you can see this, do you really think we martial artists can't? Do you think that High Commander is clueless just because he hasn't cultivated martial arts? Maybe I was overthinking it. Diablo nodded. He himself was fretting over nothing, but he still wanted to ask. Why are you launching an offensive? The giants have already appeared, and their actions indicate they will help you fend off that monster. There's no need to wage this war at the cost of destroying half the city. Although it seems like we don't need to step in for this battle, please don't forget, Your Highness Mu, this is the territory of Zhenghua. Even if there are invading outsiders, it should be the Zhenghua army that defends and counterattacks, not outsiders interfering. Those giants, if I'm not mistaken, should also be Zhenghua people. They don't count as outsiders, do they? Are those giants really still Zhenghua people? Bai Yu stared at Diablo. We martial artists practice diligently, rising with the rooster's crow, and experience endless hardship. Even so, many still take a wrong step and fall into madness, resulting in drastic changes in temperament. And those giants, as you saw, in such a massive form, even by doing nothing, they are a force not to be overlooked. If they suddenly gain such powerful strength, who would believe that they are still the original Zhenghua people? Under the influence of such immense power, can ordinary humans really hold on to their core values? Can they maintain their original mindset unchanged? Chapter 40, Completely Exposed. I don't know about that. Hearing this, Diablo's face showed a hint of embarrassment. He certainly knew that power could affect one's character and even thinking, as his legacy emphasized this matter. So why should we allow two opposing forces to fight and kill each other on the territory of the righteous nation? This is the land of the righteous. We have the right to eliminate any beings that threaten national security. Alright, I understand the reasons behind your actions now. Upholding martial virtue is the most powerful and direct way to maintain national sovereignty, and Diablo understood this. But the price you're paying is too high. Even so, Luodu City is still your provincial capital. Look, the silver star is still up there. Upon hearing Diablo's words, Bai Yu smiled slightly and pointed to the silver star hovering above the already heavily damaged Luodu City. It seems this silver star won't disappear anytime soon. In this situation, our righteous nation can't possibly relocate the people back here, so this city has already been abandoned. Are you really just going to abandon a city like this? What else can we do? Let millions of citizens risk their lives living here? Bai Yu replied. That can't happen. Diablo shook his head. Thinking about it, the decision made by Commander Feng Baichuan also made sense.
If a city is abandoned, we should preserve it as much as possible. If it can't be preserved, then blowing it up wouldn't be a pity. Are there any more questions? How are you planning to deal with the giants? Diablo asked without hesitation. He was curious about how the righteous nation would handle them without considering the giants as one of their own. You're asking me?
Upon hearing Diablo's question, Bai Yu immediately laughed, extending her arms to showcase her perfectly shaped body wrapped in combat gear.
Do I look like someone in power with this outfit? Not at all. Diablo earnestly shook his head as he sincerely appreciated the beautiful scenery before him. Since you know, why ask?
Such matters are not for me to decide. It will definitely be discussed and decided at a higher level.
What about me? How are you planning to treat me? Not satisfied with the incomplete answers, Diablo directly asked the question he truly cared about. What else can we do with you? Didn't you say you are the king's husband from the Dragon Realm server?
Naturally, you'll go through the foreign interaction process, and barring any surprises, you should be treated as an important foreign guest.
But what if something goes wrong? Diablo asked anxiously. Given your current performance, even if something unexpected happens, you should be just fine.
Hearing Diablo's question, Bai Yu held a knife to her chest with one hand while propping up her chin with the other, squinting her eyes as she examined the little guy before her, noticing what Diablo was concerned about. Don't worry, our righteous nation has always been a country that values friendship and peace.
He. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Diablo chuckled dryly. Imprinting ritual on missiles truly represents a friendship and peace. Alright, are there any more questions? Bai Yu wore a relaxed and leisurely expression. No more issues.
Diablo gazed at the distant Luodu city, where thick smoke was rising, but I have a request.
Speak. Can you take me to Luodu city? I want to see the remains left by that monster up close. You can come in and ask me.
Hearing Diablo's request, Bai Yu was not particularly surprised.
Aren't you the one who didn't allow me into the command room?
Yes, but they require you to remain within my sight. Bai Yu said bluntly, essentially telling Diablo that she was there to monitor him.
I'm just a low-level hazard. Diablo felt overwhelmed.
But you can occasionally unleash disaster-level destruction, which is why you are classified as such. Bai Yu reached out her hand toward Diablo, with her first 4 fingers closed, leaving only the last pinky.
Who says I can unleash disaster-level destruction?
Diablo stared at the little finger stretched towards him, the corners of his mouth twitching as he extended his own little hand to grasp it.
Don't try to disguise it.
Your performance when the silver star descended was recorded. Although I think it was just a temporary outburst after a long buildup and doesn't count as disaster level, the investigation bureau doesn't think so. They detected that your speed had exceeded the speed of sound at that time. Just like a younger brother holding his little finger, Bai Yu turned around and led him back into the command room.
Dragon Sparrow, didn't you bring His Highness Mu out? Why are you back again?
In the now quiet command room, Feng Baichuan stood in front of a satellite image with a group of military officers and warriors, watching 3 figures gradually turn to light and disappear, eventually revealing their human forms. Upon seeing Bai Yu walking in like an older sister with Diablo, a serious-looking warrior with furrowed brows immediately inquired. I want to see the scene in Luodu City. She couldn't decide, so she brought me in to ask you all. Before Bai Yu could speak, Diablo proactively stated his intention. His Highness Mu wants to go see the scene, which is fine. Our epidemic prevention team will be preparing to depart soon, and you can go along with them. However, please make sure to wear protective clothing.
Upon hearing Diablo's request, Feng Baichuan pondered for a moment before agreeing directly.
Wear protective clothing. The silver stars came from the universe, and the monsters that escaped from it also come from space, so wearing protective clothing is a necessary precaution. I hope His Highness Mu can understand.
I understand. Diablo, although he felt he didn't need it, did not refuse.
This was their rule, and since he wanted to behave himself, he had to abide by the regulations of the country. So, in less than a quarter of an hour, the reluctantly bundled up Diablo and Bai Yu, who also donned a bulky protective suit, boarded an armed helicopter, which had no other passengers besides them.
TSK, see the treatment Commander Phone gave you? I told you, nothing will happen.
I don't feel that way, Diablo said, tugging at the corner of his mouth. With a dark psychological assumption, he thought that the commander, who usually wore a smile, allowing him to observe on sight, might be an attempt to intimidate him. Of course, that was also looking on the bright side, because having the intention to intimidate him implied that there was a plan to let him continue to stay and not make a move against this foreign dragon.
I've said it before, don't think too much.
Our country only targets those inhumane creatures that harm humanity with cruelty.
In contrast, beings like you are usually approached with cooperation. The Investigation Bureau has had multiple experiences of working with alien species.
Seeing that Diablo still wore a suspicious expression, Bai Yu needed to give him some examples to reassure him. I already said it's not a death sentence for Inhumans, you should have said it sooner, Diablo sighed in relief after hearing this. He then confidently told the person in front of him. Since I came to this world, I haven't harmed a single human, and I've actually gotten along very well with some of your female compatriots. Everyone knows you've had fun, you little lecher. Upon hearing Diablo's words, Bai Yu rolled her eyes. She had thoroughly understood his bland and dull yet pink campus life since arriving in the country.
The girls I've interacted with have also been quite enjoyable, Diablo quietly defended. That was you using your cat-like appearance to lure them. If it weren't for your young age and the fact that you haven't made any substantial moves, do you really think they would let you off so easily?
I am a serious dragon, I wouldn't act recklessly.
Plus, I have a family. Oh really, now you remember you have a family. Thankfully your wife isn't here, otherwise, I'd really want to tell her what you've been doing. I'm quite curious about what will happen to you, you freeloading guy. I haven't offended you, have I? Diablo felt uneasy, this was too harsh.
You have, indeed, the mature woman confirmed upon hearing Diablo's words.
When did that happen?
We're here, aren't you curious?
You can get off now and take a look. Without answering Diablo's question, Bai Yu stood up and walked to the door of the cabin.
At this moment, the helicopter had flown to the edge of a pit with a radius of over 100 meters. Meanwhile, thousands of meters away, a helicopter fleet that was not on the same flight path as theirs had already landed. Personnel in pure white protective suits descended from the helicopter, starting to collect the scattered monster remains.
Oh, what about those giants? Where are they? Curiously following Bai Yu away from the helicopter, Diablo was especially intrigued by those humans who inherited the power of giants. However, the moment his feet touched the ground, an abnormality occurred. Hiss. Aang. Roar. Ah. Quack.
5 completely different roars echoed across the half-destroyed city of Los, as boundless black mist surged from the ground where the monster remains lay scattered, startling the personnel who were preparing to clean up the remnants. However, this black mist paid no heed to the humans, but rather coalesced into 5 distinct streams, forming black mist serpents much denser than during their earlier descent, roaring at Diablo.
Clang! A blade's chime rang out beside Diablo.
Upon witnessing this sudden turn of events, Bai Yu's body erupted with surging martial vigor, radiant as a torch.
But before she could take any action, a silver light shone from the center of Diablo's forehead.
In the next moment, a colossal giant figure, radiating an unapproachable majesty and holiness, suddenly appeared above his head. At the moment the silver giant appeared, the 5 swirls of black mist, each hinting at monstrous forms, immediately calmed down, while the majestic giant, akin to a deity, reached out towards the swirling black mist. The 5 strands of monstrous black mist had no resistance and were seized by the phantom silver giant, vanishing into Diablo's forehead.
Chapter 41, Soul Ignition. Don't look at me, I have no idea what's going on either.
The sudden abnormality appeared quickly and vanished even faster, but it directed everyone's gaze towards Diablo, making him feel exceptionally uncomfortable.
It seems, Your Highness Mu, you have been keeping quite a bit from us.
Bai Yu sheathed her sword, but her gaze towards Diablo now held unprecedented caution, as the aura he had just unleashed was simply terrifying, far beyond her understanding.
You didn't ask either. Diablo's face was filled with innocence and helplessness. And even if you had, I wouldn't know those things belonged to the Silver Stars. Well, you're probably going to face a new round of questioning when you return. Be mentally prepared, Bai Yu replied to Diablo without comment. Take this time to stay with me, just look around here for a bit longer. It won't be long before the commander asks me to take you back, she added. Diablo looked sorrowful. This sudden change was completely unexpected for him. If he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have come. The reason he came was to see if there was anything good here that he could pick up. With such a massive monster being defeated, there should surely be something valuable left behind. Beep. Beep beep. The sharp buzzing sound rang in his ears, and Bai Yu calmly answered the communication, then heard Commander Feng Baichuan's voice, just as she expected, instructing her to quickly bring Diablo back. Thus, within less than 2 hours, Diablo found himself once again in the investigation team's meeting room, back in the same spot, but this time, the number of people questioning him had decreased significantly, including the Commander Feng Baichuan and the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Bai Yu. Your Highness Mu, could you please explain the changes that occurred after you arrived at the site of the monster's fall? It was still the amiable-looking Commander Feng Baichuan who asked first, but Diablo could sense that his tone was much more serious than before. If I say I don't know, you probably won't believe me, Diablo replied, somewhat helpless. He just wanted to safely navigate this unexpectedly arrived otherworld, but the reality was far from what he wished. I believe you, but the light appeared on your Highness Mu. You must have some information, right? Just tell us what you know, he urged. Upon hearing Diablo's words, Feng Baichuan maintained a calm smile on his face, his tone still gentle. Alright, you should be able to see that the giant silhouette that manifested on me is similar to those 3 giants that descended from Silver Star just now. A young dragon person, only about the size of a 5 or 6-year-old human child, rubbed his forehead. But I am different from them. They voluntarily accepted the powers of those giants out of their own will, while I was forced. I don't want this power at all. Upon hearing Diablo's words, the 5 people in the conference room exchanged glances before Bai Yu turned her gaze towards Diablo, and it was her turn to ask a question this time. Then, Your Highness Mu, could you share the circumstances of being forced to accept this power? Most of my experiences inside the Silver Star, you all know, but after exploring 5 temples, for some unknown reason, I heard a mysterious call, and... Given the rational choice, Diablo decided to share the most significant experience he had when he was first brought into the Silver Star. After all, considering the current situation, he simply couldn't hide it. As for the presence that entered his body, which was as grand and solemn as a deity, he couldn't rely on it at all. If he could control it, he might be able to stand tall and refuse those who sought information from him, but that power simply wouldn't listen to his commands. So, Your Highness Mu, after entering the Silver Star, you were possessed by a very powerful being? After listening to Diablo's description, a middle-aged man who Diablo found somewhat familiar made a summarizing inquiry. If that's the case, then it makes sense. Diablo nodded. After all, he was indeed possessed now. But the situation was slightly better because he could still act independently. Can you communicate with that great being residing in you? After a long silence, the overall commander, Feng Baichuan, asked the most crucial question. If I could communicate, I might not have to sit here right now, Diablo mumbled. Alright, I understand the general situation. However, this matter is beyond my decision-making capacity, so, Your Highness Mu, could you please wait here for a moment? I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer before the end of today. Okay. The dragon had to lower its head under the eaves. Although the other party was very polite, at that moment, Diablo was still filled with frustration. Watching the conference room grow even emptier as Feng Baichuan left with the other 3, Diablo looked at Bai Yu sitting not far away and found that the knife-wielding lady was meditating with her eyes closed, completely losing interest in communicating with him. He also irritably shut his eyes and sank his consciousness into his own mental realm. Boundless and infinite, the silver-white light shimmered. The once dark sea of consciousness was now transformed into an endless ocean of light. Although it wasn't his first time witnessing this, Diablo still felt extremely shocked at that moment because it was just too vast. The Milky Way chose to make his sea of consciousness a place of accommodation, forcefully expanding his spiritual sea numerous times, turning it into an ocean radiating infinite light just like the scene he saw in the temple.
However, unlike the temple, there was no majestic and towering light giant standing in the ocean of light within his sea of consciousness, only endless radiance rolling and shining. Being forcefully possessed by a great entity from another world, Diablo is certainly unwilling, but whether he likes it or not, it's happening. He can only accept the current state of affairs. Fortunately, this sea of light causes no harm to his dragon soul and even has a nourishing effect. Now, carrying Diablo's will, the dragon soul traverses through the sea of light, having spotted 5 unusual clusters of dark energy that stand out amidst the light.
Diablo knows what those things are. Roar!
The dragon soul, measuring only about 10 feet long, studies the dark energy in front of him, firmly bound and suppressed by the sea of light. He can see the vaguely illusory monster wrapped inside the dark energy. It is a soul, the soul of a powerful creature. As Diablo observes the true nature of the suppressed dark energy in his spiritual sea, his eyes gradually light up with excitement. He doesn't know why that great entity chose to reside in him, nor why that entity has confined those monster souls within his spiritual sea, but none of that matters. At this moment, Diablo only knows one thing: a fool would not take advantage of a good deal. Before him is a powerful evil soul, nearly powerless and already suppressed, and as a dragon soul that can move freely through the sea of light, he just happens to possess the flames that can burn souls. So, little Diablo, radiating a mana glow, spat out a ball of transparent flame at the monster soul in front of him, which was many times larger than himself. Roar! The crystal-like flame landed on the creature, like an ember falling into an oil vat. In an instant, the monster's soul was enveloped by the crystal flame, burning fiercely, with the crackling sounds of the flames echoing continuously. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Diablo was ecstatic and quickly flew above the flames, inhaling the pure, continuous power of the soul. The soul-burning flames were raging, the monster was wailing in agony, and the dragon soul was joyfully howling. It was a brutal scene, as the powerful monster soul was mercilessly devoured by the weaker dragon soul. The monster's soul struggled wildly, but to no avail, as every struggle was simply battling against the suppression of the entire sea of light. For the monster, this was an unimaginable tragic experience, more terrifying than the pain faced at the moment of death, because even in death, its soul could still exist, with a possibility of revival. But this time, it felt its life was drawing to an end. But for Diablo, this was an unimaginable great opportunity. Even possessing the soul-burning flames, he had not expected such a powerful evil soul to be suppressed in his spiritual consciousness, allowing him to burn it at will.
Your Highness Mu! Your Highness Mu!
Lost in the ecstasy of devouring the soul's power, Diablo suddenly sensed someone in the outside world pushing against his body and was jolted awake.
Your Highness Mu, you finally woken up? What happened to you?
Upon opening his eyes, Diablo saw a kindly old face full of concern. Although the face was lined with wrinkles, it still appeared quite benevolent.
It's nothing, I just accidentally fell asleep. Diablo casually replied as he looked at Feng Baichuan, his eyes sparkling.
You just fell asleep?
Was there no other reason? What else can I do just sitting here?
That's true, sorry, Your Highness Mu, for keeping you waiting.
I just reported your information to the capital. I had a video conference with them.
So, what are your plans regarding me?
Your Highness Mu, you jest. You are not one of our citizens. We have no authority to arrange for you.
Your departure or stay is entirely up to you.
This response was completely unexpected for Diablo, differing greatly from his expectations and far better than he had anticipated.
However, before that, we are prepared to disclose some currently confidential information to you.
What information?
The silver stars that fell on our planet are not just 1, but 3. The largest one fell over our kingdom. We have reason to suspect that these 3 silver stars were originally one whole, but broke apart for unknown reasons, thus falling onto this planet beneath our feet.
Chapter 42, One cannot generalize between nations. Are you really on the same planet as this country?
After watching Zhengguo learn about everything that happened at the site of the second fallen star through secret channels, Diablo, who was utterly confused, looked at Feng Baichuan. Although we are different races, the differences between you two are just too great. When the city of Luodu was facing the fall of the silver star, some warriors recklessly aimed to block the incoming threat, while as the Silver Star faded away and the situation remained unclear, Jingwa's decision-making body acted decisively, issuing an unprecedented order for evacuation. They directly evacuated the entire population of over 10 million residents from Luodu City, leaving behind a deserted city. When the Silver Star reappeared and strange activities began, monsters broke free from their seals and descended upon the city, finding it completely deserted, resulting in no casualties. In fact, since it was an empty city, the Zhangwei Command, unrestrained by any concerns, launched an intense barrage to investigate the anomaly, exterminating the monsters in less than an hour. Zhengwa's seamless operation left Diablo, who was aware of the entire process, greatly astonished. However, comparisons do wonders only after comparing did Diablo realize how terrifying Zhengwa's actions truly were. Through the secret intelligence passed to him by Zhengwa, Diablo witnessed the circumstances that unfolded during the fall of the second Silver Star, which was slightly inferior in size to the first. At almost the same time, the second Silver Star fell over the metropolitan area of the double-headed Eagle Confederation, Los Angeles, which is one of the core cities of the world's strongest nation. Similar to the panic caused by the Silver Star falling over Luodu, the landing of the second Silver Star also brought unprecedented terror to Los Angeles, this mega-metropolis. But the difference was that while all the flying warriors and armed mechs in the skies of Luodu were heading towards the Silver Star, in Los Angeles, the majority of the humans taking to the air during the fall were fleeing, with only a few attempting to intercept the Silver Star. What once occurred in the skies of Zhangwei replayed above the Trade Alliance metropolis of Los Angeles. All who dared to charge towards the Silver Star vanished as it disappeared. Only the bewildered metropolis below remained. This development was not much different from Zhengwa's situation, but what followed would truly astonish Diablo. Faced with the extraterrestrial calamity, the decision-making body of the double-headed Eagle Federation merely issued a state of emergency and curfew, showing no intention of evacuating the residents of Los Angeles. During the 3 days of the Silver Star's presence, the double-headed Eagle Federation sent in troops to forcibly occupy Los Angeles, beginning martial law. The appearance of the Silver Star disrupted the city's order, significantly increasing the crime rate. However, the military's presence did not restore order. In fact, it led to even greater chaos, as the federal troops replaced street thugs and homeless people, becoming the source of Los Angeles's crimes. But those 3 days were merely the troops' final binge of plunder and murder, while at almost the same time, the monsters sealed above Los Angeles regained their freedom, and then, hell arrived. Originally, Los Angeles was a bustling metropolis with towering skyscrapers, busy streets filled with traffic, and a vibrant crowd, where the air was said to carry a sweet fragrance. However, this could no longer be verified, as on the third day after the Silver Star appeared, hundreds of monsters broke free from their seals and stormed out, targeting Los Angeles as their prime goal for recovery. Thus, the dazzling skyscrapers collapsed under the ravaging of the monsters, leading to the tragic deaths of thousands upon thousands of humans. The troops stationed in Los Angeles were utterly powerless against those monsters capable of toppling high-rises just by walking, meeting the same fate of becoming food. On that fateful night, this world-famous mega-metropolis became a dining hall for the freed monsters. Human lives turned incredibly cheap overnight. Yet, there were also glimmers of light shining in the city skies. Red and blue beams were shining on the Silver Star, descending upon the hellish city. However, just 2 giants were no match for the newly awakened monsters, even though the monsters were still weak. So, Diablo, who thought the city might be saved, could only regretfully watch as those 2 giants were beaten by the monsters, their gigantic bodies brutally shattered, their fates uncertain. In the end, Diablo saw an incredibly brilliant light shining over Los Angeles, and according to Feng Baichuan's explanation beside him, he learned that it was the president of the double-headed Eagle Federation, who hesitated and negotiated with Congress all night, deciding to deploy forbidden weapons to erase Los Angeles from the map, taking the monsters with it. That's a difference caused by cultural, ideological, and even national system disparities. Hearing Diablo's question, Feng Baichuan revealed a reserved smile. The relocation of millions due to the Silver Star's arrival was also a significant operation for Zhangwa. However, after witnessing the fate of the double-headed eagle across the ocean, even the most opposed to this order had to admit that it was the most correct and least damaging strategy. But the differences are just too stark, responding passively from start to finish. What are the rulers of this country thinking? Always wanting to resolve issues at the lowest cost, but in the end, the price paid is the heaviest. After understanding how the double-headed eagle federation dealt with the silver star monsters through dozens of spliced videos, Diablo could not comprehend. He felt that just throwing a pig head at them would be a better decision. Not understanding the silver star, they lacked the courage to act rashly and didn't have the guts to relocate tens of millions of residents, which is understandable. However, they should at least have some countermeasures. Sending a military force that is hardly different from bandits is absurd. That's basically just delivering supplies to the awakened monsters. Most critically, the strategic weapon that completely wiped the city of Luoshan off the map was thrown out just as the monsters were about to devour all the city's inhabitants. If they were going to throw it, they should have done it sooner. They shouldn't leave anything for the monsters. What is the point in waiting until the monsters have almost eaten their fill before throwing it out? Besides destroying the city and directly erasing some of the few surviving humans, Diablo couldn't think of any other function for it. He didn't believe that those monsters would all perish from this weapon. Leaving them with a few scars would be quite the achievement. I say, is your right state trying to fool me? All the information channels I've learned from say the right state is the third strongest in the world. The double-headed eagle federation is the strongest. Then what? When faced with the same disaster, the double-headed eagle's performance is totally unacceptable. Ahem, Your Highness Mu, the double-headed eagle federation has the world's largest army, and their military expenditure is also the highest in the world, surpassing the combined total of the second to the fifth. Their military and scientific research capabilities are the best in the world, so their status as the number one power is beyond doubt. Hearing Diablo's doubts, Feng Baichuan had to explain why the double-headed eagle is deemed the strongest in the world. What use is an army like bandits, no matter how many of them there are? Diablo shook his head, utterly disdainful. The performance of the double-headed eagle army on their own turf had completely opened his eyes. It's not surprising that such a tragedy occurred in the Federation. It's due to their system. 3 days simply isn't enough time for them to respond. Moreover, issuing an order to relocate all residents of a large metropolis is something that even the president of the Federation cannot issue. When we issued the migration order, nearly every country in the world was mocking us for making a big fuss over nothing. Although listening to Diablo criticize the double-headed eagle felt good, voicing some things he usually wanted to say but couldn't because of his status, this wasn't the time for that. Ahem, Your Highness Mu, our purpose in showing you this classified information is to make you aware of the seriousness of the situation. Well, I understand the general situation. What do you want me to do? Diablo said, shifting a bit in his chair. You've seen the devastation in the Rocky Mountains caused by the double-headed eagle federation, and our right state as Silver Star is far larger than theirs. Under normal circumstances, our losses won't be much less than theirs. Even if we withdraw the people, those monsters can go find them elsewhere, but shortly after they appeared, they were all frightened away. Feng Baichuan stared intensely at Diablo. Comparing it to the city-destroying catastrophe of the double-headed eagle federation made the right state realize how fortunate they were. Do you think it's because of me? No, we discussed in a meeting and unanimously believe it's because those monsters feared the existence within you. They are currently fleeing. Feng Baichuan's tone was resolute. Initially, he had some doubts about why the black mist emerging from the Silver Star suddenly dissipated, but now he found the reason. You're being too hasty. Although most monsters indeed left, a small portion remained and merged into one monster. Diablo felt a bit uneasy under the old man's gaze. Given the current situation, it was clear the right state wanted him to do something, but what could he do? That light within him was indeed powerful, but he couldn't call upon it. Your Highness Mu, even among individuals of the same species, there can be differences, how much more so among those clearly different species of monsters. Those few monsters that remained might have poor perception or perhaps no brains at all. Commander Feng, stop beating around the bush and just say it directly. What do you want me to do? Diablo raised his hand to rub his face, ultimately choosing to concede. Let me be clear, the power that has entered my body is unusable. According to your criteria, I'm just an insignificant pest. I can't help you with anything. Since your Highness Mu is so honest, then I'll be straightforward. Our right state wishes to establish a mutually beneficial cooperative relationship with you.
Chapter 43, Ready to make your debut. Cooperate with your right state?
Though he had anticipated many possibilities, Diablo hadn't expected this one. Although he hadn't been in this world long, he had gained some understanding of the right state. The right state has the longest history and the oldest heritage. Over the long years of change, the world's hegemon has changed time and again, yet the right state persists. Even in decline, it is only temporary. Just like the sun, which inevitably sets but will rise again from the east after the night, judging by the events he just experienced, there is no doubt that the right state returning to the pinnacle of the world is just a matter of time. A nation with such extraordinary potential forming a partnership with him made him feel insignificant. After all, he is just an individual. That's right, our right state can establish a mutually beneficial win-win cooperative relationship with you. But the problem is, we can't mutually benefit each other. The light you need, I can't use it. He is just a young dragon, indeed brimming with potential, but he needs time to transform that potential into strength. Right now, he is far from being at a level where he can collaborate with the state apparatus as an individual. What the right state cares about is the galaxy he brings back from the Silver Star. Actually, it doesn't really matter if you don't need it, just the aura you release can scare off those monsters. The residual souls left behind from their deaths will actively be taken by the one in your body. That's enough for us to achieve our cooperation. None of what you said is under my subjective control. Diablo shrugged in front of Feng Baichuan. This might just be temporary. You may not be able to control it because you are still young. In this regard, we can send professionals to help you. Feng Baichuan's words were quite tactful. To put it bluntly, he was too weak, which is why you couldn't interfere with that light. Since that's the case, I can only choose to cooperate. However, if it's going to be mutually beneficial, what can you give me? Realizing he couldn't procrastinate any longer, Diablo became straightforward. Since Zhengguo's attitude towards him was so gentle, he felt no need to be polite and revealed the greedy nature expected of a dragon. Your Highness Mu, what do you need? Seeing that Diablo showed no resistance, Feng Baichuan finally relaxed, and upon hearing Diablo's question, he smiled. Nutritious food. Is that all? Feng Baichuan replied, slightly surprised. Currently, I have no other demands. After thinking for a moment, Diablo realized that besides eating, he didn't have many material needs. Then, Your Highness, are there any foods you dislike? I'm not picky as long as it's nutritious, it's fine, but that comes with a prerequisite: it must be a large enough quantity to fill me up. Diablo waved his hand, indicating he was very easygoing. One characteristic of higher beings is that they are not picky eaters. The wider the diet, the easier it is to survive. Conversely, those races that are selective about their food can easily face extinction due to even minor climatic changes. Alright, I'll send someone over right now. Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Just give me a part of the monster remains you've collected. You can eat this kind of thing too, Your Highness Mu? I can eat it. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I requested to come to Luodu City just to get some monster remains to fill my stomach. I've been hungry since I arrived in Zhengguo. Diablo wore an awkward yet polite smile, painting a grim picture of his state, which was, of course, somewhat true, though not as miserable as he claimed. I'm so sorry that I've kept you hungry for so long, Your Highness. However, the monster remains can't be moved for now. Instead, I'll have someone bring you some demon blood and flesh. That works. Diablo leaned back in his chair, fully relaxing, watching Feng Baichuan, who turned to leave and prepared to arrange the related matters. Suddenly, he thought of something. By the way, didn't you say 3 silver stars fell? You only showed me information about the second one. What about the 3rd star? How's the situation? The 3rd silver star fell over the Mediterranean, which is under the Europa Alliance. There is currently no related information. Oh, I see. Diablo nodded, realizing how dire the situation in this world was. Then, Your Highness Mu, I'll take my leave first. Good. Thus, under compulsion, Diablo entered into a cooperation agreement with the world's most promising power, which would directly support him providing food and accommodation, while the only requirement was to attempt to manipulate the power of the light within him under the guidance of professionals. So, why is the so-called professional you? In a large villa nestled between mountains and waters, Diablo, enjoying soaking up the sun, turned his head, a bit surprised by the professional assigned by Zhangwei to assist him by Yu.
I'm also quite surprised as to why I was assigned to guide you.
Bai Yu, in a loose and simple combat uniform, stared at Diablo. She thought that after finishing business in Luodu City, she could return to the frontier and go back to the battlefield where she fought monsters, which was her familiar domain. Moreover, the world was going through unprecedented upheaval, with the silver stars descending from the depths of the universe releasing an unknown number of powerful monsters. Most of these monsters have temporarily hidden away and are untraceable, but some have already begun to act across the world, and every active monster poses a significant threat to local areas. In the case of a powerful nation endowed with martial virtues, it might be manageable, as even a monster would have to retreat under the relentless bombardment of firearms. But for those smaller nations that can't even meet their basic needs, they are really doomed when faced with monster invasions. Their only options are to flee and pray for a third choice. At a time when human survival was severely threatened, she, as a representative of the great Xiaolongke, was unexpectedly ordered to teach the soft rice dragon from another world, who inherited the primal light. Although Bai Yu understood the importance of teaching Diablo, the question remained, with so many martial arts experts in Zhonghua, why did they choose her? Was it just because she looked good? I'm also quite surprised that, aside from you, Zhonghua has no other strong and beautiful martial artists? Diablo was equally surprised he wasn't against Bai Yu's presence, but was astonished that it was her again. Strong and beautiful female martial artists? Upon hearing Diablo's words, Bai Yu's eyes squinted. Did you request this from above? I was just casually mentioning it rather than have a male martial artist brimming with bloodlust aura guide me. Why not choose a pleasing female instead? Diablo yawned lazily, exuding an air of lethargy. Don't forget, you have a partner. Bai Yu ground her teeth as she looked at the petite and youthful-looking dragon person before her. She and I aren't in the same world, so what is there to fear? Diablo shrugged nonchalantly. But as soon as he spoke, he felt a familiar sharp pain spreading from his back, causing him to twist his face in agony as he jumped up from the lounge chair by the pool. What is going on with you? Are you trying to make me laugh? Bai Yu looked bewildered as she watched Diablo bouncing around while reaching to rub his back. My back hurts. Although it was just a brief moment of pain, similar to last time, Diablo was not prepared to ignore it this time, as it was the second occurrence. What is going on? Let me see. Noticing something unusual on Diablo, Bai Yu immediately forgot her resentment about being called up and rushed over to examine the situation. We are not the same species, what can you see as a problem? Diablo said with a look of indifference. I am a warrior, I can sense if there is anything out of coordination with your aura. Let me return to my true form? No, okay. Bai Yu, who originally thought it was unnecessary, suddenly paused. Although she had seen Diablo's true form in that confidential video, it had been just a fleeting moment, and now that she had the chance for a close observation, how could she let it pass? Alright, you take a look. Feeling something was wrong with him, Diablo couldn't care much at that moment, and after a dazzling light flashed, a giant dragon over 24 meters long appeared on the lawn of the villa. A thick dragon armor predominantly gold with silver edges covered the elongated yet powerful dragon body before them, with mana runes glowing at the edges of the armor, shimmering between the winding dragon horns, and two diamond-shaped gems glittered at the center of the dragon's forehead and chest, radiating brilliance. Seeing Diablo's sacred form up close for the first time, Bai Yu couldn't help but take a step back, her eyes involuntarily widening a bit. How is it? Do you think my true form is very majestic and powerful? Seeing Bai Yu's reaction, even though Diablo was worried about the anomaly in his body, he couldn't help but feel somewhat proud, because he was a dragon who could be impressed by his own handsomeness. It's just average. When I was guarding the border, I don't even know how many monsters far more majestic than you I've taken down. Although Diablo's true form, which combined strength and beauty, did intimidate her, Bai Yu was not about to back down verbally at that moment. Stop bragging, hurry up and take a look at my back.
Humph.
Bai Yu snorted, then walked to Diablo's side, carefully sensing the flow of energy around him, but found nothing.
So? Did you see any problems? Diablo turned his massive head, staring at Bai Yu, who seemed a bit small in comparison to him at that moment. Nothing. Think about what you just said. It might be your conscience that is hurting. If you can't tell, just say so and stop rambling. Diablo rolled his eyes and prepared to change back. His current form was just too dazzling. Wait, don't move. Just as Diablo was about to transform, Bai Yu called out to him. What's the matter? Got something to say? Isn't this your true form? Why do you want to transform into a short human shape?
I'm just too handsome. I'm afraid some ill-intentioned people might target me, so I want to keep a low profile, Diablo said frankly.
TCH, so you're still that narcissistic.
However, to be fair, you do look quite impressive in this form.
Are you interested in becoming a national auspicious creature?
Bai Yu stroked her chin, eyeing Diablo's dragon body from top to bottom, even stealing a few glances at his lower half.
Ha! Is the current state still concerned about this? Chapter 44, National Martial Arts for All.
The current global situation is too difficult. The people need spiritual encouragement, and your appearance is quite good.
An auspicious creature descending upon the world is a good omen. I admit I look imposing and majestic, but do you really think I can be the auspicious creature of the nation?
I'm not like those divine beasts recorded in the national history and mythology. Diablo instinctively wanted to decline, as this was clearly troublesome. Appearance isn't an issue. The history of the nation is long and the number of auspicious creatures recorded is vast, with only a few being well known and many remaining obscure.
You can find plenty similar to you by flipping through any book, and aren't you skilled in transformation? If you make a slight alteration to your current form, it'll look even more fitting. So it just needs to look the part? Diablo felt this matter was quite questionable.
Auspicious creatures are simply decorations. Just creating a positive image of yourself will suffice, Bai Yu said nonchalantly. Since she was assigned to the rear and unable to help on the battlefield, she wanted to contribute in her own small way.
Is this your idea or the higher-ups' intention from the nation? Diablo asked Bai Yu, who was lost in thought.
For now, it's just my idea, but I can propose it to the higher-ups.
There's no need for that, just focus on what you need to do. Quickly teach me how to control the power inside me.
Diablo waved his paw urgently. The world was becoming increasingly dangerous, and he wanted to harness more life-saving power, especially since he couldn't return anytime soon.
Teaching you is not a problem, but I need to understand the situation. Are you really unable to control the power residing within you at all?
Seeing Diablo's reluctance, Bai Yu didn't press further but instead inquired seriously about the power inside him. I can't control it, Diablo said somewhat helplessly.
This domineering woman actually thought he was hiding something. That shouldn't be the case. Could it really be because the power you inherited is too strong? Upon hearing Diablo's words, Bai Yu furrowed her brows in thought.
She looked at the dragon before her, whose head seemed disproportionately large compared to its body, and pondered. 3 individuals from our country inherited the power of giants in Silver Star.
I know, Diablo nodded. He had witnessed the young man named Ji Luo inherit the giant's power firsthand.
It was impossible not to have thoughts when seeing that ordinary young man who initially had a bit of power transform into a towering giant of 100 meters. But his situation was different. That young man inherited the power of a giant without a master consciousness, while he had acquired a power with independent thought.
What about those 3 who possessed the giant's power, from our country? Wait, didn't you deny their identity as citizens of our country?
Before Bai Yu could finish her sentence, Diablo eagerly interrupted.
Just let me finish what I'm saying. Go ahead.
After they reverted to their human form, we made contact with them, and through initial conversations, they still identified themselves as citizens of our country. So, before I came here, the Channing workshop conducted an initial examination on them and found that their consciousness had not been distorted by that power. They still retained their original worldview and memories.
So, this means their will, memories, and thoughts were not affected, right?
Exactly. They inherited the giant's power, and the only change was that their bodies became a bit stronger.
Compared to the power of giants, this minor enhancement is completely negligible. Is that really the only change? Diablo couldn't believe it. The power left behind by the giants was on the same level as his wife Ophelia and the dragon retainer Lolan.
It was a force capable of altering the terrain, causing natural disasters, and could transform the essence of life.
How could it be so simple as just enhancing their physique?
This change is merely incidental. The giant's power in Silver Star can be seen as a special form of mecha. Selected individuals can use the power of giants in battle, but essentially, there will be no changes, things will remain as they are.
I see, Diablo nodded thoughtfully.
He thought about himself. He too had been transformed when that being turned into the galaxy, with the dissipated power altering his form as a side effect. But Diablo immediately had a new question. By the way, you all seem to know too much. It doesn't seem like your first contact with giants at all.
Of course not,
You replied in a matter-of-fact tone, surprising Diablo a bit. Our historical records and legends from our country, as well as texts left by other nations, include records of giants.
Since there are historical records, why didn't you initially consider those three inheritors of the giant power as fellow citizens and suspected their consciousness had been altered? The time gap is too vast, and we can't ascertain that what ancient records state is absolutely correct.
It's best to verify for ourselves before comparing with ancient accounts.
So in your records, what ultimately happens to those who gain the power of giants? Diablo was particularly curious about this.
Some spend their lives fighting monsters with the power of giants, but due to specific events, they lose their giant power and ultimately become ordinary people.
Others perish in battle or simply go missing. What? Diablo was shocked. The power of giants could also disappear?
Yes, that's currently the most troubling issue for our country. The sudden fall of Silver Star to our planet unleashed so many monsters. Right now, even just a portion of the monsters' activities is putting significant pressure on our national defense forces. We need stronger power to ensure the safety of our citizens.
However, according to historical records, the power of giants cannot exist stably for long.
So we need to consider what to do if that power should suddenly vanish. That indeed is a tricky problem, but the fact is, your country needs to acquire the power of giants to alleviate your defensive pressure. Diablo thought about it from their perspective and felt a headache coming.
To clarify, it's not a necessity.
Our country has decided to open up the basic martial arts reforms to the whole nation.
Nationwide martial arts reforms? Diablo was taken aback.
Your country is quite ambitious.
What's so surprising about that?
The nation has long wanted to promote martial arts reforms nationwide, but previous measures would have threatened the foundation of certain families and factions within the country, which is why this policy has not been implemented until now. This time, the world faced an unprecedented disaster, with the survival of humanity being seriously threatened. We just happened to move forward with this decision that has been in preparation for nearly 20 years. That sounds great, but cultivating martial arts takes time, and in the end, only a few can achieve success in martial arts. Not everyone can become a powerful being like you.
Diablo questioned, and you talk about a country with wealth disparity. If everyone practices martial arts, where will we find the enormous resources needed? The authorities are aware of what you're saying.
It's indeed impossible for everyone to become strong by practicing martial arts. However, practicing at least strengthens the body and increases physical resilience, thus providing more survival possibilities in today's world.
Moreover, this policy will be implemented gradually. It cannot be promoted nationwide all at once.
As for resource issues, well, they might be resolved during the promotion of martial arts.
Colonial plunder?
Diablo could only think of this. Beyond that, he couldn't come up with anything else.
Why plunder?
You looked at Diablo with some curiosity in her big eyes. Where would the resources come from to support your billions of people practicing martial arts without plundering?
Do you know that many small nations in the world have become practically non-existent? I know what you guys want to do. Diablo immediately understood. Once the policy is fully implemented and I'm brimming with national martial virtue, I could easily drive out and suppress those monsters, reclaiming the human territories they've taken. Then you will logically occupy it. Diablo interjected accordingly. What are you talking about? This is called reclaiming lost territory. It's just a matter of phrasing. Diablo scoffed lightly, the essence is still the same.
But the difference is quite significant.
Anyway, let's not stray too far.
The current issue is how to make you harness the power residing in your body, even if it's just a simple invocation. Of course, if you could completely control it, and transform like those who have inherited the power of giants, that would be even better.
You think too much. Diablo rolled his eyes at this remark. The power within me may possess consciousness. It has its own thoughts. But the consciousness isn't complete, right?
That power has only revealed itself twice in your body, both times it was triggered passively, never actively engaged.
Logically, it shouldn't be like this. The Silver Star is a prison.
The powers of those giants are obviously not enough to suppress the numerous monsters.
The true force that might suppress the Silver Star is very likely that entity within you.
The shattering of the Silver Star also signifies that the entity inside you has encountered a problem, so to truly solve it, you'll have to rely on the power residing within you.
Don't put such a huge burden on me.
My arrival in your world was purely accidental. I am not here to be a savior.
Diablo immediately disagreed. He had no intention of wading through this murky water. Being a savior implies having the power to save. If he couldn't even preserve his own existence, how could he talk about saving others? But that light chose you. What do you mean it chose me? I don't even want that. I was forced into it, don't you know?
It shouldn't be this way.
Seeing Diablo's reaction, Yu couldn't help but furrow her brows.
According to ancient texts and current cases, those who can inherit the power of giants undoubtedly possess some unique qualities: goodness, kindness, dedication.
But Diablo completely lacks any corresponding traits. Chapter 45, Anything Can Be Eaten. Give me a report. How many monsters are still active in the territory after escaping from the Silver Star prison?
Currently, a total of 76 disaster-level monsters have been discovered, among which 71 are low-level disaster, 5 are mid-level, and none are high-level.
The situation is quite dire.
However, compared to other countries, it is relatively decent. The situation over at the Double-Headed Eagle is much more serious, and the West is also in dire straits.
What is there to compare with those guys? They're uncouth and short-sighted.
Alright, let's not concern ourselves with other countries. We should first figure out how to handle our own affairs. These monsters have just escaped from the Silver Star, and they are at their weakest right now.
Dealing with them at this moment is the best opportunity. If we delay, who knows what those monsters will look like when they regain their peak strength?
Then let's bring out those old monsters hiding in the deep mountains. They should stretch their muscles and bones, and seek opportunities for their descendants. But relying solely on those martial masters probably won't be enough. There are too many monsters. The army can suppress some of them, but it's still not enough. We've already discovered nearly 100 monsters, and there are many more hiding. Let's borrow the power of the giants. It's an extraordinary time, so there's nothing to be embarrassed about. So far, only 3 people from our Zhang state have obtained the inheritance of the giants from the Silver Star of Luodu, but there are far more than just 3 giants in that Silver Star. There are more giant statues. According to the martial artists who entered the Silver Star, there are at least 20 inheritances of giants remaining in Luodu's Silver Star. If we could obtain them all, it would help us out of urgent trouble. Those giants are too strict in selecting their hosts. Obtaining them all is no small feat. Furthermore, while the remaining giant statues in the Silver Star are many, the monster statues that haven't emerged are even more numerous. Who knows if those statues left by the giants are the key to suppressing those monsters?
Once the powers of these giants are inherited, will it release even more monsters?
The strongest power inside the Silver Star has already been brought out. Even if the power of the giants is the key to suppressing the monsters, without its core, how long can the remaining giant powers hold out?
I think it's meaningless to concern ourselves with those ordinary giants.
What we should really focus on is the one residing in His Highness Mu, who claims to be from the otherworldly Dragon Realm server.
Is His Highness Mu's identity reliable?
He also claims to be the king consort of a certain queen from the Dragon Realm server. It's already stated to be from another world, so whatever he says is whatever it is, as we can't verify it. However, he did suddenly appear in Luodu City, so the credibility of his claim of being from another world is quite high. From his current behavior, he indeed seems very close to humanity. Even in the face of life and death, he subconsciously protected the citizens of Zheng State.
It was unintentional.
Those not of my kind will surely have different intentions. The power he brought out from the Silver Star is too powerful.
Once he can control it, it's hard to predict what will happen. The current issue is that he cannot control it.
If he could transform into the great being he describes, many of the problems we are worried about might be easily resolved.
The power of giants, huh?
Just now someone cursed the uncouth and short-sighted, yet you now want to use the power of giants to quell this monster disaster.
Isn't that also short-sighted?
Indeed, using the power of those giants, if we could resolve those monsters in a short period of time, there would be no problem. However, if we fall into delays, over time, a majority of the populace in our nation will inevitably rely on the power of the giants. History has proven time and again that we humans cannot possess the power of giants for long, and in a stable manner this ability will fade away. As for whether other countries will rely on the power of the giants, I don't know.
But our nation absolutely cannot depend on it.
Right now, we only want to utilize the power of the giants to get through the current hardships. Once we promote martial arts, the most pessimistic estimate would be that the number of martial masters in our nation could double. By then, even if monsters run rampant, the heritage of our nation can continue on.
I hope so.
But we must also prepare for the worst. I hope you can approve my proposed underworld plan to build an underground city that can accommodate 300 million people. The underworld plan is fundamentally unreliable. There are quite a few monsters capable of burrowing and digging. Everyone should take a look at my proposed divine court plan instead.
That's even less reliable, floating in the sky? Where would you run? There are plenty of monsters that can fly. Nonsense. At least it's more reliable than yours. May I ask if this is Lord Dragon Sparrow? We are the Emergency Response Department of the National Epidemic Control Bureau.
While White Yu was seriously teaching Diablo how to control every bit of power within himself, she suddenly received a special call.
It's me. What do you need?
Here's the thing, Martial Master Dian killed a disaster-level monster on the Jiangling Plain, and the bodily fluids from that monster have severely polluted the surrounding environment. Because the monster is too large, we need to incur tremendous costs to process it. Our team leader heard that the guest from another world you are responsible for has a very good appetite and can eat anything.
So, could you please ask His Highness Mu if he can help dispose of the monster's remains?
The tone on the communicator sounded very awkward and a bit embarrassed, but White Yu wasn't buying it.
What do you mean? You can't handle it, so you throw it to your guest to eat? Who is your responsible person? What is their name? Tell me.
Understanding the intention behind the call from the Epidemic Control Bureau, White Yu scoffed. Lord Dragon Sparrow, we don't want to mistreat our guest. It's just that the cost of processing this disaster-level monster on our end is too great, and the blood and flesh of that monster are extremely harmful to humans, but they are high-energy materials.
So? No so's.
I'll tell you, handle the disaster beast carcass according to the rules and procedures, and don't try to pull any petty tricks that won't work out. White Yu, anger raised by the call, had no courtesy in her tone and was about to hang up when Diablo, who had been listening intently beside her, suddenly felt something was off and quickly intervened.
Wait, what do they want me to help with? They want you to eat a disaster-level monster carcass that's highly polluted. That's a good deal, so why are you refusing? Hearing this, Diablo couldn't help himself. Did I not make it clear?
That's a highly toxic corpse, they can't handle it, which is why they thought of you. Such things must be categorized. Something that is extremely harmful to you humans might just be a rare treasure for me.
Do you know what you're saying?
White Yu stared at Diablo, like she was looking at a fool trying to cut corners. Forget it, arguing with you is pointless. Just let them send that monster's corpse over, I'll see then if I can handle it.
Alright, as you say. Seeing that Diablo wasn't appreciating her intentions, White Yu became even angrier. She brought the communicator closer to her ear and said, "Did you hear that? There's a fool here who wants to eat, so just send the monster's corpse over. We can't transport it, Lord Dragon Sparrow. We'll send a special plane over to pick you up. The monster's carcass is too heavy, and we can't divide it for transport. That would lead to more highly polluted blood leaking out. The Epidemic Control Bureau wants you to go over. They can't bring it over." "All right. We'll go over." Diablo, who initially didn't care whether he stayed or left, happily agreed. Because he was about to acquire a disaster-level monster's corpse, which, according to human definitions of disaster level, was at least a soul intent level. Tat tat tat. The sound of the armed helicopter's rotor slicing through the air rang out above the plane, scarred with scars from knives and claws. Near the conspicuous monster remains in the plane, nearly 1,000 humans, small as ants, all looked up at the armed helicopter flying in from afar. "Are you sure you can eat this?" On the helicopter, White Yu gazed down at the monster carcass on the plane, its body marred with burning knife wounds, the indigo blood flowing from it causing her brows to furrow. To be honest, she found it very hard to equate such a grotesque and hideous beast with food. Most native non-human species in the country were unfit for consumption, with only a small portion being able to be eaten after special processing. It might be a bit tricky to eat, but you don't necessarily need your mouth to eat. As Diablo spoke, he observed the plain below, where the ground was marred by slashes spanning over 100 meters, gaining a deeper understanding of the martial prowess of the nation's warriors. "If not your mouth, then what will you use? You'll see soon enough." After the helicopter landed, Diablo left without a word, letting Bai Yu deal with those people from the National Disease Control Department. He walked straight to the corpse of the monster, taking a moment to inspect it, and then Diablo opened his mouth and unleashed a scarlet fire column towards the monster's carcass. Boom! The eerie scarlet flames surged wildly over the monster's corpse, instantly enveloping it, and the flames even began to creep into the indigo blood that had seeped into the ground. "Is this how you consume?" Bai Yu had lost interest in dealing with the disease control officials, and moved closer to Diablo, curiously examining the monster's corpse, which seemed unchanged despite being burned by the scarlet flames. "How do you eat?" Diablo did not answer because a thick, mist-like bloodlust aura was spilling out from the scarlet flames, wrapping around Diablo as if it were sentient, crazily seeping into his body. On! Diablo let out a majestic dragon roar, feeling once again a tearing sense of fulfillment, sensing a rapid increase in power, so much so that he couldn't help but transform back into his dragon form. Chapter 46, Source of Life. This lord is indeed not human. I've heard he's a being from another world, and his status is not low. Of course not low, it said he is the consort of a queen. We, the national authorities, have reached a cooperation agreement with this lord. What kind of cooperation? I don't know, it's classified information. When Diablo revealed his true form, Bai Yu heard the whispers from the surrounding members of the disease control department. These guys seemed quite well informed. But it wasn't surprising, after all, Diablo was a being from another world, and according to the disease control department's regulations, species that are not native require related quarantine checks upon entering the territory. Your Highness Mu, what's wrong? The surrounding gossip was not worth paying attention to. Bai Yu's gaze fell on Diablo. At that moment, he was enveloped in a thick bloodlust aura, and his state seemed quite off. Hold on. Diablo expressed his current feeling with one word to the great Xia Dragon Sparrow. At first, when the bloodlust aura extracted from the monster's remains surged into his body, he felt very satisfied, but as more bloodlust aura continued to flow in, he started to feel overwhelmed. This was his first time refining bloodlust aura from a creature far more powerful than himself. Lacking experience, he accidentally extracted too much, leading to his current state of almost bursting. In fact, if Diablo did not entirely consume the bloodlust aura he refined but instead controlled the amount he absorbed to a suitable level, he would undoubtedly feel significantly more comfortable than now, but doing so would waste some bloodlust aura, which Diablo absolutely despised. Whether as a human or a dragon, he hated waste. Bai Yu, would you like some?
Feeling unable to handle so much bloodlust aura, Diablo couldn't help but direct his gaze at Bayuyu, who was seriously observing him.
Ha! Noticing Diablo's gaze, Bayuyu took a step back. What do you want? You said we're not the same species. What you can eat doesn't mean I can eat it.
This flame is my talent. It can extract the purest source of life from monsters.
Theoretically, any flesh and blood life form can merge with it, so you can too. At this moment, Diablo's mind became active.
The reason the National Disease Control Department invited him to deal with this disaster-level monster was that the monster's pollution was too strong, and handling its remains would incur a hefty cost. In other words, after this meal, he might not have a second chance. But for now, he had an excellent opportunity to supplement himself. If Bayuyu could successfully absorb and refine the bloodlust aura he extracted, then it was easy to predict the national authorities' reaction. Those martial artists would undoubtedly keep bringing the various monster carcasses they excised to him.
Are you sure?
Bayuyu was a bit restless. Her martial arts training had reached a stagnation period, and her honed instincts told her that this bloodlust aura was indeed something good. However, Bayuyu hesitated to try it recklessly because it wasn't uncommon for rare treasures of monsters to deceive one's instincts.
Not very sure, Diablo replied honestly. This is just my suggestion.
If you take it and something goes wrong, the consequences are yours to bear. I, the dragon, take no responsibility.
TCH.
Bayuyu's gaze swept across the dragon in front of her.
After seeing Diablo absorb the dense, mist-like bloodlust aura, her body slightly swelled with the aura.
Moreover, she could feel that the dragon's aura was rising steadily and at a slow pace. Such an increase was somewhat astonishing, considering the dragon's size. Any improvement in strength should be slow enough to be barely noticeable. Thus, Bayuyu transitioned from excitement to action with her heartbeat slightly quickening. The great Xia dragon sparrow extended her hand, martial arts aura wrapping around her as she gently pulled forward, capturing a thread of invisible bloodlust aura. After carefully sensing it, Bayuyu began to cautiously attempt to integrate the bloodlust aura into her body. In the next moment, this great Xia dragon sparrow was instantly shocked, her eyes wide open. Because after the bloodlust aura entered her body, Bayuyu felt her physical strength enhanced ever so slightly, but very distinctly. Though there was no change to her cultivation, Bayuyu was very clear that this enhancement in physical strength outweighed any improvement in cultivation level. Physical strength is the foundation of martial arts, and true energy is birthed and transformed from one's essence, spirit, and vitality, which is far more precious than mere cultivation increases. Therefore, disregarding the astonishment and curiosity of those around her, regardless of Diablo who was eagerly watching her from the side, Bayuyu, having refined a thread of bloodlust aura, eagerly drew the bloodlust aura flowing toward Diablo.
Ha ha ha, it really works for you.
Upon seeing Bayuyu's actions, Diablo immediately laughed joyfully, knowing that as long as Bayuyu reported her gains, the developments that followed would align exactly with his expectations. Of course, it would inevitably come with some troubles. However, with the core technology in his hands, any troubles could be resolved with strong will and patience.
What are you two little rascals doing?
Suddenly, beside the monster's corpse, a stooped, thin old man appeared, draped in a black robe with golden threads, looking quite mismatched with his frail body.
Great Dian Marshal Venerable.
Even though the old man looked somewhat unremarkable and even a bit comical, the surrounding epidemic prevention personnel had respectful, even somewhat fervent expressions as they bowed to him. Because it was this old man who, wielding a gun in his left hand and a sword in his right, had slain the disaster-great fierce beast before them in less than a day. However, at this moment, Diablo and Bayuyu, focused intently on absorbing the bloodlust aura, had no energy to pay attention to the old man. Since Bayuyu had eased the pressure brought by the bloodlust aura on Diablo, he was now completely immersed in himself. Seeing that these two ignored him, the great Dian Marshal Venerable was not very concerned. He was merely curious. He reached out, lightly grasping a thread of bloodlust aura flowing toward Diablo and Bayuyu, just as Bayuyu had done, and attempted to merge the bloodlust aura into his body. Like fine rain nourishing the parched earth, the great Dian Marshal Venerable, who was already well acquainted with his body, immediately felt the changes within himself. He opened his eyes, shocked, gazing at the bloodlust aura. Because he sensed that after the bloodlust aura merged with him, his vital blood, which had undergone 500 years of inevitable decline, surprisingly showed signs of revitalization. This was an unbelievable change.
He had lived too long and did not wish to extend his life through any twisted means of prolongation. However, his vital blood had actually increased once again, and there were no negative side effects. For a martial venerable of his age, vital blood equated to life. Thus, the martial venerable disregarded everything. He even cast aside his dignity, directly cutting off the thick fog of bloodlust aura flowing toward Diablo and Bayuyu. As a result, with his consumption, neither Diablo nor Bayuyu could basically absorb anything anymore. Diablo opened his eyes angrily, but when he recognized the source that interrupted the bloodlust aura, he became cautious, as he sensed the terrifying nature of the hunched old man before him. Supreme Martial Sovereign of the Great Yen. Similarly disturbed, Bayuyu also opened her eyes in anger, as she had never experienced the exhilarating sensation of her power increasing with every moment, and for her, this was also a rare major opportunity. Just as she realized the existence that had interrupted her opportunity, her expression suddenly turned awkward. This old man was an ancestor of her lineage. Who is he? Seeing Bayuyu's change in expression, a slightly irritated Diablo leaned in and asked. I am the Supreme Martial Sovereign of the Great Yen, Jiang Zhengdao. I killed this monster. Before Bayuyu could respond, the Supreme Martial Sovereign Jiang Zhengdao, who had claimed all the bloodlust aura refined from the crimson flames and looked relaxed, said with a smile. I am Mu, the holy radiant dragon of the Dragon Realm server. Having met the Supreme Martial Sovereign, the beast was slain by you, and the life source I refined belongs to you. That is only fair. However, I lit this fire, so logically, I should get my share too. If you take the whole thing, that wouldn't be appropriate. Seeing the Martial Sovereign take the initiative to speak, Diablo's expression changed, and he boldly questioned. Life source? That is quite fitting. Mu, since you lit this fire, you should get a portion of the source. But didn't you just swallow a portion? Hearing Diablo's question, the Supreme Martial Sovereign acknowledged the reason but responded with a cheerful counter. What I just swallowed was merely a small bit. Diablo showed no hesitation in expressing his dissatisfaction. You little guy, being so young, shouldn't be so greedy. The Supreme Martial Sovereign narrowed his eyes, know when to be satisfied. I killed this beast. Old man, are you planning to get full this time and never touch the life source again? Diablo refused to back down. Without my fire, even if you buried this monster's remains, you'd find them filthy. Are you threatening me? Forgetting how long it had been since he was provoked, layers of heat waves erupted from the Supreme Martial Sovereign, and the scorching bloodlust aura surged around him, causing the dark gold cloak behind him to fly up, rustling noisily. I'm just stating facts. In that moment, as the Supreme Martial Sovereign unleashed his pressure, Diablo felt as if he were right beside a furnace filled with lava. The crops around him began to wither, moisture was evaporating, and flames started to ignite. Senior Martial Sovereign, His Highness Mu has reached a cooperation agreement with our nation. You must not act against him. At this moment, seeing the atmosphere grow increasingly tense, Bayuyu unsheathed her straight blade and stepped out, positioning herself in front of Diablo. Cooperation? How trivial. Upon hearing Bayuyu's words, a hint of disdain unconsciously appeared on the Supreme Martial Sovereign's face, but before he could finish his sentence, a strange roar erupted behind him, and dark energy crazily spread. Chapter 47, Split the Spoils 80-20. How is that possible? Sensing the change in the energy behind him, the Supreme Martial Sovereign did not hesitate. He reached back to his cloak, drew out a spear over 10 feet long, and stabbed it backward into the dark energy surging towards him. Boom! The surging martial arts energy transformed into a sharp spear light, instantly piercing through the monster's remnants enveloped by the crimson flames, even generating enough force to carve a trench several hundred meters long into the ground. However, this devastating blow caused minimal damage to the black energy spilling from the monster's remains. It merely scattered the energy somewhat. Thus, the next instant, turning around to confront the monster's remains, the Supreme Martial Sovereign found himself enveloped by the dark energy. Jiang Wuzuan. Witnessing this sudden scene, Bayuyu was filled with both shock and anger. She drew her sword and sliced in one smooth motion, sending a crescent blade of light towards the dark energy surrounding the Supreme Martial Sovereign. Clang! Suddenly, the dark energy emitted a metallic clashing sound, and then a weary, helpless voice echoed.
Bye girl, I'm still here, don't swing your sword around.
Are you alright?
It's just the remnant soul of a defeated opponent, mere spirits, what can they do to me?
The Supreme Martial Sovereign's words were filled with bravado, but the dark energy surrounding him showed no signs of dissipating. Instead, it surged even more fiercely. Your Highness Mu, what do you think?
Realizing that this martial sovereign was actually somewhat helpless against the dark energy that entangled him, Bai Yu turned her pleading gaze towards Diablo.
Why are you looking at me? The dark energy isn't mine.
Diablo maintained a detached facade, but some matters did not bend to his will. Because, amidst Bai Yu's delighted gaze, a silver-white light erupted from the center of the giant dragon's brow, an overwhelming, unfathomable aura exploded, and the phantom of a mighty giant coalesced behind Diablo.
And at the moment the giant appeared, the dark energy that had been entangling the Supreme Martial Sovereign and threatening to erode his body no longer behaved so obstinately. Instead, it tried to flee. But it was too late, as the silver giant reached out a palm, gently grasped it, and pulled the dark energy into its grasp, just as it had started, bringing the dark energy back to Diablo's brow.
Damn! Watching this unfold helplessly, Diablo cursed inwardly, opened his wings from behind, and flew directly into the sky. There was no longer any reason for him to stay here.
Hi girl, what is the sky's background?
In an instant, the entanglement of dark energy was dispelled, and the grand martial artist Zhang Zhengdao, still in shock, looked up at Diablo soaring into the sky. The sudden, explosive aura from before had startled him. Sigh, Master Jiang, his background and status are quite special, you shouldn't be at odds with him.
If you wish to learn more, you should ask someone else, I have no time to answer you right now.
After leaving those words, Bai Yu hurriedly chased after the retreating Diablo. Following Diablo closely, never leaving his side, is precisely the task given to her, especially since she had just tasted the benefits of Diablo. She has come to realize Diablo's importance to her and the whole of Xinhua. What kind of world is this? The grand martial artist of Dian, unable to withstand the sudden attack, couldn't help but murmur, these mutants can be so arrogant. These things have such resilient souls. At this moment, half of Diablo's energy was diverted into his own mental sea. As expected, another cluster of dark energy was added to the one suppressed in the sea of light.
Diablo felt mixed emotions regarding the extra monster souls.
He was delighted to have more sources of soul power, but worried about the tenacity of these monster souls, which was alarming. Just think about those 5 clusters of monster souls he had burned with soul fire for almost a month. Under normal circumstances, these souls should have been completely burned to ashes by the soul fire, but in reality, after so much time, Diablo had only burned away a layer of skin. These evil souls were particularly tough. Such resilience made Diablo understand why the giants went to such lengths to establish seals to suppress the monsters. Instead of rooting them out entirely, they simply couldn't be eliminated. This was also Diablo's concern. If the Milky Way Light Sea, which occupied and even forcibly expanded his mental sea, suddenly failed or made a mistake and relaxed its suppression of the dark energy, he would be the one suffering. Holding on to the worry of potential disasters in the future, Diablo ignited the 6th cluster of dark energy with soul fire, then anxiously swallowed the pure soul energy refined from the monster souls to enhance his own foundation.
Oh! A city!
After flying in the sky for a short while, Diablo spotted the group of buildings on the horizon. However, unlike the bustling and noisy city he remembered, this city was filled with a sense of sternness and killing intent, and on the outskirts, a thick steel city wall was under construction. When Diablo saw the city, the detection system within it also detected him. However, since they had just received a notice a few minutes ago, the sharp air raid warning was not triggered. Your Highness Mu, welcome to Sanchuan City. I am Duan Zhang, the head of the Mutant Investigation Bureau of Sanchuan City. Under the escort of a flying formation, Diablo landed at a newly established temporary airport and subsequently met the highest leader responsible for handling Class B incidents in the city.
Hello, Director Duan.
Diablo transformed into a young dragon man form, catching Director Duan off guard, and extended his hand to him, expressing his goodwill.
Oh, hello.
Director Duan hurriedly reached out to shake the hand of the seemingly younger than his son VIP.
May I ask, Your Highness Mu, is there something you need upon your arrival in our Sanchuan city?
No particular need, just flying in the sky, and happened to see your city, so I came down to take a look.
It has been some time since I last felt the cultural atmosphere of your kind, and I really miss it. He.
Hearing Diablo's words, Director Duan, who had already gathered basic information about him, had a dry smile on his face.
Is that cultural atmosphere you miss?
You clearly just crave the bodies of those female college students. I'm too embarrassed to call you out on it. Of course, this was just a thought in his mind. He would never bring it up in the open. That would disappoint Your Highness. Muar Sanchuan City has no university.
No university?
Then forget it, I'll just wander around here. You don't need to mind me. Your Highness Mu, please don't put us in a difficult position.
How could we not take care of you?
Hey, fine, then find a place for me to stay for the time being. I believe it won't be long before someone important from Yurjingwa comes to find me.
An important figure? How important?
Diablo's words left Director Duan a bit confused but also relieved. So he quickly arranged for their guest, as he couldn't just send him away. Thus, Diablo took up residence in a rather lavishly decorated manor, naturally taking on the role of Dragon Sir.
Yo!
You're here! Diablo called out to Bai Yuyu, who had rushed over after traveling hundreds of kilometers, climbing mountains, and crossing rivers. I've been waiting for you for a long time indeed. Your scent is delightful.
My scent?
Upon hearing Diablo's words, Bai Yuyu's expression stiffened slightly. Even though she was an accomplished martial artist, the long journey inevitably made her sweat. It's not the smell of sweat, it's the pure aura you carry,
Diablo said with a grin. What time is it, and you're still joking with me? Don't you know you've attracted attention from above?
Soon a group of important figures will come, and there are probably several martial artists among them, so prepare yourself mentally.
Get ready, I've been prepared all along.
When I asked you to try merging the bloodlust aura, I was ready.
Hearing Bai Yuyu's reminder, Diablo's smile faded.
That evening, a uniquely designed transport plane landed at the temporary airport in Sanchuan City, and a group of people, faces filled with excitement and anticipation, left the airport to head to the place where Diablo was temporarily staying. Commander Foam, we can be considered acquaintances now, so let's cut the small talk.
I know why you are here.
Diablo looked calmly at the old and young people standing in front of him. At the forefront was his old friend, Feng Baichuan from the Silver Star investigation team in Luo City.
Since Your Highness is being so straightforward, let's get down to business. We need you to help us extract the life essence from those monster corpses. Extracting is easy to say, but I can't work for free. I want a share. Your Highness, how much do you want? An 80-20 split. You want 20%? That's two. Even Feng Baichuan couldn't help but change color at this point. What do you mean 20%? Diablo looked at the group of humans in front of him with an expression as if to say, what kind of good fortune are you dreaming about? I want 80%, and you can have 20%. 20%, Your Highness, are you joking?
Even the easygoing Feng Baichuan couldn't help but stand up at this time, never imagining that this lost and unreliable being from another world would have such a big appetite.
I'm not joking, I want 80%.
Ha, we are risking our lives out there while you sit there doing nothing, and when the time comes, if you just open your mouth and take most of the benefits for yourself, where is the fairness in that? It does sound somewhat unreasonable.
But what can I say? I'm the only one who can extract the life essence. Diablo spread his hands towards the people in front of him, wearing an innocent look on his face.
If it weren't for my ability to turn waste into treasure, no matter how many monsters you kill, most of the remains would be burdens to you, and processing them would consume a lot of manpower and resources, which you cannot avoid.
Your Highness, your greed is unbearable.
We would rather pay a higher price to handle this than agree to such a distribution.
General Foam, why waste so much time talking to this alien?
At this moment, a middle-aged man couldn't help but step forward.
Do not act rashly.
Feng Baichuan quickly stopped the warrior behind him. He knew what Diablo was capable of, and if provoked, the situation could become uncontrollable.
Your Highness, may I ask you a question? Why do you need so much life essence? Do you know how many warriors our country has? If they bring the monsters to you, and you want 80% of the life essence, can you handle that?
It seems you have no means for long-term storage, and most of the life essence would go to waste.
How could there be waste?
I can't swallow it all, but I can give it to Bayuyu, or to Miauchinyu.
I can give it to whoever I like, it's none of your concern. So, you want the power of distribution?
You could say that.
Chapter 48, Aristocratic Families. If it's just about the power of distribution, then it's not out of the question to negotiate. Hearing Diablo's words, Feng Baichuan's expression eased slightly. Life essence is a special substance that can harmlessly enhance physical strength, and its importance to warriors is self-evident. So far, only this alien being before him can extract it. If life essence can be obtained in large quantities, its importance to the country is undeniable.
According to Bai Yuyu's report from the Dasha Lonke, the process for this Prince Mu to extract the life essence isn't complicated, it's practically simple, with no technical skill involved. This resource, which can be produced in large quantities and influence the overall power of the country, must be fought for, as every bit can affect the fate of countless people. Stronger warriors can defeat monsters they previously could not contend with.
Negotiate what? I want 80%, and your country gets 20%. If that is unacceptable, then so be it, just pretend you didn't see this.
Diablo spoke with confidence, his attitude extremely firm, showing no intention of budging. To be honest, if possible, Diablo would want to keep all the life essence in his hands.
But that's impossible. The country isn't foolish enough to give him monster corpses for free. Not all monster corpses have high contamination levels, some are of great research value and could even lead to significant material advancements.
Monster scales and bones are also excellent materials for weapon crafting.
Your Highness, even for the distribution power, you're asking too much.
Feng Baichuan frowned, glancing back at the few warriors behind him bursting with bloodlust aura, their mere presence already causing the temperature in the room to rise. These warriors, who had come to negotiate after hearing about this from a martial lord, each had a martial lord standing behind them. If this negotiation didn't yield a good outcome, he would undoubtedly face their dissatisfaction. However, he is a general for the country and only considers the interests of the nation. The interests of the martial lords are not part of his calculations. Because, the demands and interests of martial lords are not equivalent to those of the country. Thus, faced with the stubborn and unyielding Diablo, Feng Baichuan spoke softly to persuade him, offering many points that seemed reasonable at first glance, but upon closer inspection, were merely nonsense to stall for time. Your Highness Mu, after saying so much, I'm sure you're a bit weary too. Let us reconvene in a day, please give it some serious thought until then. Amidst the drowsy murmurs of Diablo, a melodious voice suddenly rang out like music from the heavens.
Sure, you all should think it over too. 20% is really not a small amount. Most of that stuff is essentially waste to you, only I can turn waste into treasure.
Diablo stood up and watched them leave, only to be surprised when, just after they departed, a man with an ordinary appearance and unremarkable presence approached him.
Your Highness, I am an aide to General Feng Baichuan. I wonder if you remember me.
The man, dressed in plain civilian clothes, faced the young Diablo with a calm expression.
No, I don't remember. Diablo looked at this ordinary fellow, thought for a moment, and shook his head firmly.
This man was so unremarkable that he would likely be overlooked in a crowd, especially when mixed among such an outstanding negotiation team. I truly apologize for that, however, Your Highness should have some impression of me by now, right?
I do have some impression, but I'm afraid it'll be hard to remember you. Diablo smiled.
You'll remember me, Your Highness, because I'm here to negotiate on behalf of General Feng Baichuan.
Negotiate? What is there to talk about? Why couldn't you just speak plainly earlier? Some things just cannot be said openly. What? Do you negotiators all have your own agendas? Diablo was surprised this was something he hadn't anticipated.
The interests are generally aligned, but when it comes to specifics, they differ greatly.
How so? Diablo became interested. Your Highness, you've taken history courses at university, so you should have some understanding of our nation's history, right?
Yes, I have a general understanding.
Diablo nodded. Then you should know about the noble families. Noble families? The expression on Diablo's face showed realization.
He understood why someone from the negotiation team had come to seek him out.
Martial sovereigns are the epitome of martial arts practitioners.
Without the corresponding strength to resist, a martial sovereign could easily topple cities or nations with just a wave of their hand. Such beings, even if they don't wish for it, will naturally gather a force around them through blood ties and kinship. Moreover, the number of martial sovereigns who are clear-minded and uninterested in fame and fortune is very small. In our nation, there are quite a few martial sovereigns who are solely focused on developing their families. The nameless man sighed.
And to achieve results in martial arts cultivation, one needs methods, resources, insights, and guidance from renowned masters. These are mostly monopolized by the martial arts families.
For ordinary people to practice martial arts, unless they have some fortuitous encounters, even with great aptitude, it's very hard to achieve anything.
Haven't you already started the National Martial Arts Initiative? Isn't that monopoly already broken? It's not that simple.
Resources, along with the experiences of our predecessors, are hard to break away from the monopoly of those martial families in a short time, the ordinary-looking nameless man said in a calm tone while addressing the issues faced by the nation.
So you're looking to take advantage of me? A playful expression appeared on Diablo's face. There's no other choice.
If our nation reaches an agreement with you, then the ones providing you with monster corpses will inevitably be those martial sovereigns. At that time, the life source materials we obtain will be taken by those martial sovereigns, increasing the gap even further. If you want to distribute life source materials to civilian martial artists without backgrounds, you can speak with those martial sovereigns.
Why are you trying to set your sights on me? How do you propose to negotiate? A helpless wry smile appeared on the nameless man's face.
For those older martial sovereigns, life source materials are their means of survival. Even for strong and capable martial sovereigns who don't need life source materials, they have relatives and friends.
How could they simply hand it over? Oh, that's your nation's internal matter, nothing to do with me. Just say it plainly. What does General Feng Baichuan want to negotiate with me for? Diablo did not intend to discuss this matter extensively.
If the nation wanted to prevent the martial families from forming a monopoly and make sure there is room for advancement for the lower-level martial artists to maintain balance and prevent the entrenchment of the martial class, it had nothing to do with him. If your highness agrees, in a day, General Feng Baichuan will come with representatives sent by those martial sovereigns to reach an agreement with you, based on the 80-20 split you proposed, and you will gain the rights to distribute 80% of the life source materials. TSK, what I want is the unfettered right to distribute. In your proposal, how much are you really hoping I'll receive? Diablo asked the crucial question. 30%?
The nameless man hesitated. Are you really here to negotiate with me and not to provoke me? Diablo looked up and down at the ordinary-looking guy before him.
A batch of waste that you would expend manpower and resources to dispose of can be turned into valuable resources through my hands.
Your Highness, how would you like to distribute it?
Here's the deal, your goal is to prevent those martial families from forming a monopoly. When I have excess life source materials that I can't use or consume, I'll distribute them among ordinary civilians according to my preferences, which is in line with your original objective.
What do you think? You can't just let that distribution be at your whim.
At the very least, we must retain a certain share for ourselves.
What if you only give it to those with antisocial personalities? How could that be possible?
Diablo exclaimed incredulously, I could never take a liking to a villain who committed such a crime.
What if the criminal is extremely attractive? The unidentified voice retorted. How attractive are we talking?
Your Highness Mu, you can appoint anyone you wish, but the people you appoint must be confirmed by us, and we hold certain nomination rights. So, a day later, under an extremely oppressive atmosphere, Diablo reached an agreement with the smiling Feng Baichuan, also revealing a bright smile. Your Highness Mu, please come with me now. This is not a place for you to refine the source of life from monster corpses.
All right, Diablo agreed readily. This is too much, 20%? Are we being treated like beggars?
Looking at the smiling Feng Baichuan leaving with Diablo, the warriors who followed had stern expressions and remained unmoving.
There is nothing we can do, they hold the core. If you want to drink meat soup, you have to obediently watch them eat meat.
But this is too little. Those monster corpses must have been provided by you great warriors, so why should we only get 20%?
An exotic beast, why should it monopolize 80%?
Make it clear, this is about distribution rights that your Highness Mu can't consume even 80%.
So, is that the intention from above? Otherwise? Why should he get 80%?
Where does such good fortune come from?
Look how happy General Feng is. How can it be like this? How can it not be?
The higher-ups want to promote martial arts for the masses, so naturally, they can't let us take all the benefits.
We fight to the death, and in the end, most of the benefits still have to be given away. Hasn't that happened throughout history? Why are you so anxious? The 80-20 split is just an agreement, but does it really get followed in practice?
Once the source of life is refined, it can't be stored and must be absorbed immediately. Who gets more or less then depends on strength.
Doing this might not be good, right? What's wrong? We're not opposing state policy. Even the agreement we just made, we didn't intervene or oppose it at all.
Mainly, there is no point in opposing.
Chapter 49, The Dragon's Gratitude. Your Highness Mu, can you explain this list?
In the spacious and bright room, Bai Yuyu, with a frost-like expression, held a list and found Diablo, who was leisurely watching TV and keeping up with the world's changes.
Explain what? Diablo looked at the seemingly a bit agitated Bai Yuyu with confusion. Why are all the people you've chosen girls you've interacted with at Luoxin University?
Seeing the innocent-looking kid in front of her, Bai Yuyu became even angrier.
What else?
I've only interacted with them, of course I would choose them. Diablo said, looking as if it was only reasonable. He saw no problem with his actions. He was currently at a military base, having received notice that 3 days later, the monster corpse that had been slain by Dian Wuzuan, and then burned halfway by him before extinguishing, would be transported here.
This was the first distribution after reaching cooperation with Zhang Gua.
According to the terms of the agreement, he had the right to designate candidates to share the source of life he couldn't absorb. So, it was only natural for Diablo to think of those lovely and soft female college students from Luoxin University who gave him wonderful memories. These girls are just ordinary people. They have no martial arts foundation and can't refine the source of life.
Then make them extraordinary. Diablo replied nonchalantly, aren't you all promoting martial arts for the masses now?
But they have already missed the best age and are doomed to struggle in the martial arts world.
Bai Yuyu tried to make Diablo understand how unreasonable his chosen candidates were.
It doesn't matter if you achieve anything, as long as you can help them refine the source of life.
This is a waste. Waste? It's a waste of my resources, not yours. Why are you so anxious? What is your reason for choosing these ordinary girls?
You must have a valid reason. Bai Yuyu took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, calming herself back to her usual composure.
I have the right, and I'm being willful.
I see, you just want to flaunt your distribution power.
Bai Yuyu nodded slowly. Actually, it's not just that.
You brought me here for confidentiality, but there are so many sweaty males around.
I just want to get some pretty girls to feast my eyes on.
Diablo was unsure about Bai Yuyu's words.
Do you think you're an ancient emperor selecting concubines?
Bai Yuyu rolled her eyes upon hearing Diablo's words.
She really couldn't understand, how could these non-human beings appreciate the beauty of human women? This cross-species aesthetic was just absurd. Fine, you have the right, you are the Lord, you're willful. But have you considered how we should explain this to those selected girls? Such things need to be voluntary, right?
It can't be that a girl doesn't want to come, and we just forcibly bring her over. There does need to be a suitable reason. You can tell them this is a dragon's repayment of kindness.
Repayment?
Bai Yuyu's face showed a strange expression. What kindness do you owe? What favors have those girls done for you? Some have fed me, some have slept with me. Well, these are all humans who helped me when I was at my lowest point. I remember them all, and now I just happen to have the ability to repay. The seemingly young dragon man spoke righteously.
If one didn't know better, they would think he was very grateful. He, is this your repayment? I feel awkward exposing your true intentions. Looking at Diablo, who was serious, Yu sneered. How is this not repayment? Diablo retorted confidently. Alright, I guess I'll count this as repayment. Take a look at the list on our side. Faced with such a thick-skinned Diablo, Yu felt a wave of powerlessness, only wanting to quickly finish the personnel arrangements. However, one must admit, as a martial artist, it was really a disgrace to be assigned such clerical work. What about your list? How many people did you arrange? It's on the top. Only 10 people? Seeing the paltry 10 names on the list, Diablo was quite surprised. It's even fewer than I selected. Aren't you planning to promote grassroots talents? The first time is just a test, to see the specific effects. Yi Luo? Initially just a casual glance, Diablo, who was merely going through the motions, suddenly raised his head to look at Yu upon seeing that familiar name on the official list. Yes, that's the Yi Luo who inherited the power of giants in the Silver Star of Luodu. Add him in. What are you planning to do? I don't mind telling you it might actually benefit you. Go ahead. According to the descriptions in the classics, those who inherit the power of giants are usually ordinary people, harboring beliefs that ordinary people cannot possess. Thus, we in the Zheng Kingdom have martial respect who speculate that the power of giants does not choose strong martial artists to inherit it out of fear that powerful martial artists will devour and merge with it. So we are trying to cultivate Yi Luo, to be close to existing resources, and train him to the realm of martial respect, to see if he can integrate the inherited giant power into himself. I see. If Yi Luo can do it, then I should be able to as well. Diablo looked at Yi Luo's name on the list, his eyes shining with golden light. Mom, when can we go home? As Miao Qinyu struggled to carry a bucket of water towards her family's makeshift tent, she happened to see a small boy with a smudged face looking up innocently at a woman who was forcing a smile. Sung Song, we no longer have a home. The woman hugged the little boy tightly, tears streaming down her face. We can never go back. Seeing this scene, Miao Qinyu pressed her dry lips together, without saying a word. She was now also a well-known refugee from Luodu, although a month ago, she was still a vibrant and ambitious student at Luotian University. But all of that became a thing of the past when that calamity from the stars fell. Luodu City has been labeled as a forbidden zone because of the presence of the Silver Star. It is said that half of the city was destroyed in the battles, and she does not know if her former home is among that half. But even if it is, it doesn't matter now, because she can never go back. With a population of nearly 10 million in Luodu, migrant workers can return home, and those with relatives can also find a way to rely on them. But she is a local born and raised in Luodu. All her relatives, aunts and uncles, are also locals. Therefore, when the government issued the relocation order, her entire family could only live in the temporary tents provided by the government, depending on various supplies handed out by the government to survive. In such a short time, life has changed so drastically the impact on the girl is considerable. Nevertheless, no matter how great the impact, she must pull herself together. Because there is still hope, the government has reportedly started building relocation housing for locals from Luodu who have lost their homes. And her school, Luotian University, has already begun site selection and is preparing to reconstruct the campus, expecting to reopen in a year. Life, although full of setbacks, still holds promise. Endure a little, everything will pass. The girl carrying the water looked at the soldiers on patrol every 10 steps, and with an optimistic smile. But when the girl saw the tent set up in her home, the smile on her face quickly vanished, for she saw that their tent was surrounded by people in layers, obscuring what was happening inside. Hey, Miao Miao is back? Xiaoyu is back, clear the way. The approaching girl was quickly noticed by the crowd, and the enthusiasm of the onlookers left her somewhat flustered, yet also a bit anxious. However, when the girl stood frozen in place upon seeing the scene at her tent through the parted crowd, she was completely at a loss. 3 armored vehicles that looked like steel elite behemoths were parked at the entrance of her family's tent, and a group of soldiers, who seemed to be more imposing than those on duty at the camp, were talking to her father. Hey, Xiaoyu, you're back, come here. Upon seeing his daughter finally return, Miao's father displayed a tense expression as he waved to her. Dad, what are these people here for? Don't ask me about this. They reported your school and grade first upon arrival. Did you do something at school? Miao's father's expression became serious. He was well aware of how many pigs were eyeing his family's cabbage. Recently, many pigs had tried to take advantage of the chaos to plunder his cabbage, but he staunchly refused. I haven't done anything. Miao Qinyu looked puzzled. She couldn't understand how she could possibly be involved with the military. Think carefully, is there any admirer of yours who has gone to military school? Excuse me, are you Mao Qinyu, a student from the Chinese department at Luotian University? An officer nearby spoke out, unable to hold back any longer. He looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, her figure very appealing, and couldn't help but wonder. Yes, I am. May I ask what you need from me? Miao Qinyu replied, somewhat puzzled. It's like this, our country is currently promoting martial arts, and there is a very important test. Someone above has specifically designated you to participate, so we come to ask for your consent. If you agree, you can come with us now. Martial arts test? After hearing the officer's introduction, a big question mark appeared over Miao Qinyu's head. She really couldn't understand what this had to do with her as a delicate college girl. Young man, have you made a mistake? A martial arts test? You're looking for my daughter? Miao's father couldn't help but interrupt. If it weren't for his uniform, he would have definitely thought these guys were there to abduct girls. The reason sounded too absurd. That's right, Luotian University, your daughter is the only one named Miao Qinyu. The officer that had come to pick her up was quite certain. Why was I chosen? Miao Qinyu felt utterly baffled. Someone above designated you to participate. The reason is, to repay a favor. The young officer looked seriously at his documents when replying. Someone above? A big shot? What is their name? Repaying a favor? What favor? Miao's father's expression shifted subtly as he looked at his daughter, filled with suspicion. Was his cabbage that attractive? That's not convenient to say. The officer glanced at the documents in his hand, revealing a look of difficulty. What's so inconvenient? Providing grace and returning a favor, what could be so shameful about that? Miao's father waved his hand grandly. Well, it's about Hei Yi, because Miss Miao Qinyu slept with him one night, hence his specific designation for your daughter to participate in this martial arts test. Hei Yi. Miao Qinyu's face was filled with surprise. Hei Yi? Miao's father looked stunned for a moment, then gradually became enraged, his anger flaring up. Slept with my daughter? Chapter 50, Reunion. Dad, it's not what you think. Seeing her father's twisted expression of rage, Miao Qinyu hurried to stop his wild imagination. Then tell me what actually happened. Miao's father suppressed his anger about his cabbage getting pushed aside as he looked at the complex expression on his daughter's face. Hei Yi is a cat. Miao Qinyu explained to her father with mixed feelings, and just as she anticipated, both her father and the surrounding onlookers had expressions as if to say, you must be joking with a 3-year-old child. So, are you trying to tell me that you just slept with a cat, and then that cat sent troops to bring you in for a martial arts test as repayment for a favor? Miao's father's face was quite entertaining at this moment. Not only had someone slept with his daughter, but now she was concocting such an absurd lie to deceive him. Do you think I would believe such a story? But I only slept with a black cat. His name is Hei Yi, and it's a name given by my classmates at school. He is quite famous at Luotian University. Miao Qinyu looked at the ambiguous expressions of the people around and felt like crying. Sir, is this the case? The Hei Yi who sent you here is a cat? Seeing his daughter's distressed appearance, Miao's father's heart ached deeply, but he felt this was too bizarre, so he turned his gaze to the officer. I can't say for sure, but I can tell you that this being is not human. Hei Yi is a nickname given by those college students when he stayed at Luotian University. From the description provided by your daughter, it seems she indeed cuddled with him for a nap. Not human? Miao's father's expression changed immediately, and his gaze at his daughter became tense.
You don't need to worry, our country has reached a cooperation agreement with him and is conducting a very important martial arts test. If your daughter participates, she will definitely benefit greatly.
Isn't this like a pie falling from the sky?
If it weren't for the uniforms worn by these people, Miao's father would have prepared to kick them out by now. The whole thing sounded too unbelievable.
Why did that black master choose me? Just because I slept beside him for a night? Suddenly hearing that the black master is not human, Miao Qingyu did not panic too much.
After waking up while hugging the black cat, she felt the changes in her body. She's not foolish, but she's surprised that the black cat would repay her in this way. Obviously, it should be the other way around, as the black cat had benefited her. Not only did he choose you, but all the girls who have had close contact with him at Luotian University are on the list.
The officer who came to deliver the news understood their confusion.
To be honest, he was also surprised to receive this order and even somewhat envious. In his eyes, this was a waste of resources.
Will participating in this martial arts test really bring benefits? Miao Qingyu hesitated.
If it were anyone else, she wouldn't believe it, but this time the nation was involved, so she trusted the country. However, she knew nothing about this area and didn't know how to choose.
Our nation is currently promoting widespread martial arts training.
Under normal circumstances, regardless of the aspect considered, you wouldn't have any connection to this test.
But you encountered that black cat, and the black cat insisted that you participate.
Therefore, you received this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The officer explained earnestly that his orders were to do everything possible to persuade the girl to be taken to the designated location. If you had the choice, would you participate?
I would, the officer said firmly.
So, with a worried but eager look from her father, his daughter left with the convoy that came to pick her up, heading to participate in the martial arts test said to change the fate of ordinary people.
I want power.
Already on the military aircraft, Miao Qingyu looked at the uncomfortable interior structure in front of her, silently cheering herself on. Ever since she was young, she's always given off the impression of a good girl, but this time, she made this decision because she felt her own helplessness. The times have begun to change, and the world's landscape is no longer what it used to be. Unfortunately, she experienced the starting point of this transformation. Originally, with her family's financial situation, she could say she was free from worry about food and clothing, and she could live a fulfilling and satisfying life in the future through her own efforts. However, the arrival of the Silver Star shattered everything for her. Although she would soon have a new home and return to campus, everything felt too fragile, so delicate that it could shatter with just a light poke. So, when someone came to her and offered her a chance to gain power, after a brief moment of thought, she agreed, even though there would be some risks involved. Because the destination was special, Miao Qingyu couldn't see the changing scenery outside the window. She just felt that this journey was exceptionally long, and when she finally landed, she couldn't clearly see the surroundings before she was arranged to board an armored vehicle, completely sealed with only ventilation ports. Later, when Miao Qingyu breathed in the fresh air from outside again, she felt completely dizzy, as if she might collapse at any moment. However, everything she saw before her startled her back to attention, and she became much more alert because right in front of her was the charred corpse of a monster, its surface covered in carbon shells, seemingly severely burned by flames, but its monstrous shape could still be vaguely discerned. The vast carcass of the monster was incredibly impactful for fragile humans. Therefore, when the girl saw the monster's remains, she couldn't help but take a few steps back, covering her mouth to stifle any possible scream.
Are you Miao Qingyu from Luotian University?
Just as the girl was suppressing her shock and speculating about what the monster's remains were for, someone approached her to confirm her identity. After a straightforward process, she was led into a conference room. As soon as she reached the door, she heard a chatter of voices, and upon entering, she was pleasantly surprised to see many familiar faces. These were all prominent figures from Luotian University, but she had always kept a low profile, so while she recognized them, they likely didn't know her.
It's Miao Qingyu. She really came.
The night before the Silver Star's arrival, the playboy went to look for her. But what surprised Miao Qingyu was that the moment she stepped in, she was recognized before she could even settle. Then, some girls who never contacted her before approached familiarly, starting a conversation with her. In her confusion, she gleaned the general situation. The playboy was, in fact, a noble entity from another world. Disguised as a cat, he stayed at Luoshun University, and by not concealing his nature, he became a well-known lecher. He could extract a very precious resource for cultivation from the monster's body. By this means, he formed a collaboration with Zhenghua, and according to the partnership agreement, he had some allocation rights to the resources. That playboy came to Zhenghua for a very short time. He only interacted with us, so to maintain his allocation rights, he chose us. Is that really too ridiculous? Some girls who arrived earlier felt a wave of absurdity upon hearing why they were designated. Just then, a majestic black cat with dark golden eyes walked into the conference room, speaking human language. What's ridiculous? The room fell silent. 27 girls, even though they were prepared mentally, were still startled to hear the black cat, who had previously interacted closely with them, suddenly speak. Why is everyone silent? This building was the liveliest spot. Why is it so quiet the moment I walk in? The black cat strutted gracefully, leaping onto the conference table and surveying the beautiful girls before him, feeling their fear toward him. Diablo could understand these sudden changes. Anyone could coexist peacefully with creatures weaker than themselves, but few could engage in light-hearted banter with beasts far more powerful, who could shred them at any time. This required tremendous courage. Are you all so afraid of me? Tisk. The black cat shook his head and prepared to leave. Although he had anticipated this situation, he felt a bit disappointed when it truly happened because he remembered that some girls were quite bold. Black sir, please wait a moment. Diablo paused lightly, turning to look at the girl who called out to him. She was a gentle girl whom one wouldn't find striking at first glance, but became more pleasant to look at the more you did. Diablo turned to look at her silently, waiting for her to continue. I heard them say it was you who chose us to participate in a martial arts test. Martial arts test? Diablo slightly paused, then nodded, sort of. Why did you choose us? Because I only know you. With someone taking the lead, the other girls gradually grew bolder, also starting to speak up and attempt to chat with Diablo. In response to their curious questions, Diablo patiently answered one by one. Young Master Mu. Now Chinyu, who had already clarified what name Diablo had chosen for himself, felt a bit excited and asked many questions that the other girls were concerned about. The black cat is your disguise. What does your true form look like? As for my true form, it wouldn't be convenient to show you here, and besides, you are all too weak right now to handle it. Amid the girls' exclamations, the black cat transformed into a beautifully sculpted young boy. I think I'll stay like this. It's easier to communicate with you all. So cute. I want a hug. Listening to the atmosphere in the conference room shifting from tense to noisy, Bai Yu outside frowned, showing an unhappy expression. What a pervert! Long K from the skyscraper commented inwardly about Diablo. This guy really looks like a child. If he looks like this in childhood, how terrifying will he be when he matures? Chapter 51, A Grievous Revenge. What is your country planning to do? Diablo, looking surprised, stood at the top of a tower and cast an inquiring gaze toward Bai Yu, who was standing far away. From his current position, he could see 3 transport planes slowly flying in, dragging a heavy bronze coffin with iron chains. With the excellent vision granted to him by his dragon lineage, Diablo ensured that the 3 transport planes were indeed dragging a coffin. From the proportions to the rust-covered metal exterior, every detail indicated that it was a bronze coffin that had been lying there for a long time. That's the foundation of your country. Bai Yu glanced disdainfully at Diablo, who was surrounded by girls. But she still went on to explain. Foundation? Diablo was completely baffled at this point. What lies inside? The deadline is approaching. It's a martial artist sealed with a secret technique, leaving him with just enough energy for one last battle. Bai Yu did not intend to hide this, as she needed to draw on Diablo's power. Are you trying to see if you can use the essence of life to bring this martial artist back to life? At this moment, Diablo's face was quite interesting. Things were slipping out of his control. Because if they really brought this martial artist back, he knew he wouldn't be able to maintain even 80% of the rights to allocation. Even the upper echelons of his country wouldn't support him. This attempt seems pretty unreliable.
With the deadline approaching, no matter how much you supplement, it won't go through, right? Exactly, if it really comes down to the deadline, nothing will help. But in the martial arts path, competing and vying for strength, many ordinary martial artists without proper nurturing methods end up dying halfway through. They are everywhere, yet even so, the martial arts training can still damage oneself. Ancient texts record that a martial artist is revered and can live for 1,000 years. However, most martial artists only live to half of their theoretical age, and their bloodlust aura begins to diminish and uncontrollably declines. Regarding Diablo's words, Bai Yu chose not to comment. So, reversing fate isn't what we're after. We just want to try to see if we can use the essence of life refined by you to replenish the original essence depleted by the martial artist in battles, allowing him to live to his due age. Diablo's expression grew serious as he slowly nodded. Regardless of whether it was extending life or prolonging it, it made no difference to him. Once successful, he would face immense pressure. Young Master Mu, you don't need to worry too much. The martial artists have already teamed up to slay 2 disaster-level monsters in the past 2 days. Those 2 monster corpses are already on their way, and they will all be yours to allocate. The one currently here was only half considered a monster since you burned it. The essence of life refined from it will go entirely to that old martial artist. Hearing that 2 more monster corpses were being sent over, Diablo did not feel particularly pleased. However, even with such worries, Diablo could only wait quietly for the situation to unfold, hoping that the refined essence of life wouldn't be too miraculous. Otherwise, it would be a huge headache for him. But the reality was that the more he wished for something not to happen, the more likely it was to occur. 2 days later, under the gaze of the national military and several martial artists who had hurried there, Diablo ignited the monster remains that had been parked at the airport for 3 days with scarlet flames. The eerie scarlet flames danced on the monster's remains, madly devouring the remaining essence within the monster's corpse, decomposing the impurities and leaving behind only the purest part. As agreed, the essence of life refined from the monster's remains that had been burned once had nothing to do with him, so after Diablo set it alight, he stepped back, his gaze fixed on the 2 fresh corpses that had just been transported over. Those were his. But now was not the time to focus on those things. Diablo silently watched as the rising bloodlust aura was jointly restrained by those martial artists using martial arts techniques and infused into the quiet bronze coffin. At first, there was no change at all, but as the bloodlust aura was continually poured in, a heavy heartbeat like a war drum began to echo. At the same time, waves of intense heat spread from the bronze coffin, as if a dormant steel-making furnace was being restarted, driving away the biting cold that had blanketed the airport. So hot is the person inside the coffin about to be resurrected? Diablo heard the girl beside him whispering softly, and his expression grew indifferent, as events unfolded in a way he didn't wish. It seems I need to make plans early. Diablo cast a sideways glance at the monster carcass that had just been delivered this morning. Although he had always tried to avoid conflict with the state apparatus, things were not going as he wished. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be oppressed and exploited, and he certainly wouldn't accept that, but once he resisted, conflict was bound to arise. Therefore, to prevent future troubles, he needed to prepare a backup plan. A backup that could pose a significant threat to the Wuzuan. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, even the emergence of civilization cannot escape this essence. If he wanted to earn respect, to make people and a nation treat him with courtesy, he must possess the strength that would deter them from using force first. Creak! A sharp metallic grinding sound rang out, as the monster's remains were roasted into ashes by the crimson flame, and the bloodlust aura extracted from it was entirely absorbed into the bronze coffin, which was intended for prolonging life, but was pushed aside by something within. Then, the heavy bronze coffin lid was abruptly lifted, and a frail old man, with hair as dry as a bundle of withered grass, slowly sat up, then gradually tilted his head back and opened his mouth toward the sky. Whoosh! An astonishing devouring power emanated from the old man's mouth, a fierce wind sweeping through heaven and earth, flooding into his mouth at that moment. The warm current enveloping the airport vanished, replaced by an even colder chill, and the sky slowly darkened, with the sun appearing dim. Gathering the essence of heaven and earth to nourish oneself, Senior Jiang Zikong, what a skill! At that moment, a Wuzuan looked at the old man rising from the bronze coffin and spoke with a smile and praise. These are just minor techniques, I hope you don't find it amusing.
The Wuzuan congratulated as the old man prepared to cease his actions. By the time he finished speaking, the old man had already stopped. In a short period, the old man underwent a remarkable transformation. His once dry white hair became glossy and grizzled, and the outline of muscles could be seen on his thin frame, unlike before when he seemed just skin and bones, making him look quite eerie.
You're far too modest, senior. Diablo watched coldly as several Wuzuan fawned over each other, engaging in flattery.
He had already prepared for the worst, and now he planned to ready his backup plan once these Wuzuan left.
Can you gentlemen clarify my doubts?
I am but a mere person clinging to life. Although I have not regained my peak, I am not yet on the brink of death.
I don't know what kind of rare treasures you are using on me?
After some casual chatting, Jiang Zikong curiously asked. He was well aware of his physical condition. If he had any chance of recovery, he wouldn't be lying in a coffin. He originally thought that his awakening was due to releasing the last bit of bloodlust aura, showcasing his peak combat power, just for that fleeting moment of unparalleled brilliance. But as it turned out, not only was there no formidable enemy requiring him to elevate himself, but his own bloodlust aura had also significantly recovered. It was simply incredible. If the Wuzuan's vitality could truly recover this easily, there wouldn't be so many secret techniques for prolonging life.
Oh, what you don't know, senior, is that your revival is entirely thanks to that one.
With the introduction of those Wuzuan, Jiang Zikong's gaze naturally fell on Diablo, and then, this old man who drew everyone's attention stepped forward to Diablo, bowing respectfully.
What are you doing?
Diablo sidestepped, furrowing his brow.
He detested this kind of circumlocution, which could easily offend people.
Your Highness Mu has bestowed upon me kindness akin to rebirth, thus warrants my salute.
The old man stubbornly turned around, insistent on bowing to Diablo.
I'm merely doing my job, you don't need to go this far.
It should be so.
You. After being evasive a couple of times, Diablo became impatient and simply stood still, allowing the old man to bow deeply and express his gratitude.
Are you satisfied now?
I am satisfied, Jiang Zikong smiled broadly, like an old chrysanthemum. If your Highness Mu has any need for my assistance in the future, please let me know. I will do my utmost to help.
No need. Do you see those two monster carcasses?
They are all mine, that is the price of my help.
Diablo felt a bit overwhelmed by such politeness.
They are their own, and I am my own. I, Jiang Zikong, have always acted with integrity, fulfilling debts of gratitude and avenging enmity. If you have favored me, I will surely repay you with kindness.
All right, if there's anything I need, I will definitely call on you. Diablo could no longer withstand it and had to concede.
Otherwise, he sensed that this old man could talk to him all day.
Well, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave now.
Yes, very well, Your Highness, please go ahead. Jiang Zikong looked at the curious yet wary girls beside Diablo and bowed again.
Senior Jiang, why must you be so courteous to that eccentric?
He only breathed fire from start to finish. Once Diablo walked far away, the Wuzuan gathered around Jiang Zikong, one of whom, quite confused, completely could not understand why Jiang Zikong was so courteous. But that breath of fire is the key reason I can stand here and converse with you. Even if you do not acknowledge this kindness, I must. Jiang Zikong shook his head, his expression solemn.
Here, Master Jiang, look.
We have prepared 2.5 disaster beast corpses for this time. Half of the extracted life source will awaken you, and the rest belongs to that one.
Is that the life source?
Jiang Zikong squinted at Diablo, who ignited a disaster beast corpse with crimson flames, as strands of bloodlust aura spiraled upwards. That's right, you were awakened by this substance. Such a marvelous item, we have fought bloodily for only a fraction, while this aberration takes the lion's share.
How unfair is that?
Hey, you little rascal, stop trying to sow discord in front of me.
It's just a matter of distribution.
Whatever can't be eaten by His Highness Mu will naturally come to me and my descendants.
What's unjust about that?
Jiang Zikong heard this and was completely unconcerned. The fruits of our desperate battle, 80% go to others, and none of our descendants can enjoy even a bit.
Is this considered fair?
Has the government, or this prince here, ever said that we, the later generations, are not allowed to benefit from this favor? Jiang Zikong turned around and questioned the few people in front of him.
Not at all.
A few of the martial arts masters exchanged glances, then shook their heads.
It seemed that Zhenghua had really never mentioned it. So what are you discussing with me here?
As elders, we can take 2/10 of the profits, and the rest should be used to nurture the younger generation.
Isn't that wonderful? If you're not satisfied, wouldn't that mean you're fighting for benefits against the younger generation? How ridiculous is that?
Chapter 52, Replacing the Silver Star Prison.
Diablo greedily absorbed the bloodlust aura extracted from the corpses of monsters before him.
He could feel his vitality surging, his bones, meridians, and muscles growing as a result. This clear sensation of power slowly increasing left Diablo entranced.
Roar!
In the endless sea of silvery light of the spiritual sea, a light dragon, whose size had doubled since its inception, flew through the shimmering ocean, devouring the pure soul power extracted from the souls of monsters.
Compared to the physical growth, the enhancement of Diablo's soul was even more terrifying.
Ever since he was infused with that beam of galactic light and subsequently suppressed the souls of 5 monsters, his soul had been continuously improving. Well, so far, the effects of his soul enhancement weren't visible yet, as Diablo was still too young. Normally, he shouldn't be in contact with the domain of souls at this stage.
But, who said he was a normal dragon?
He possessed the innate ability to devour souls even in his youth, a trait typically found in abyssal demons and infernal devils.
The ability to refine souls was something only a lord-level demon king could possess.
The strength of the soul determines future development. According to the records in Dragon Heritage, the soul is the core of a being. Nourished by a strong physical form, a powerful body naturally nurtures a powerful soul. Thus, as members of the dragon lineage, their souls are innately stronger than those of other beings. For ordinary beings wishing to sense the presence of souls and step into the realm of soul cultivation, they must cultivate their physical forms first. Once their bodies reach a certain strength, they will naturally nurture their souls and strengthen their true spirit. Only when a being's subjective consciousness can clearly and intuitively perceive the existence of the soul can they consciously train to strengthen it. When ordinary beings reach this stage in soul cultivation, their essence of life will experience a groundbreaking change. For dragons, sensing the existence of souls and stepping into the realm of souls is simply a milestone in their growth, not a significant challenge, just a matter of time. The unique racial advantages set the starting point of dragons at a destination that most beings strive for their entire lives but can never reach.
This is a bitterly despairing truth: all beings are born unequal.
For dragons, there is no specific division of cultivation realms. Once their physical form grows to a certain extent, they will naturally begin soul cultivation. After souls grow strong enough to touch certain thresholds, they will begin to merge with the body and enter entirely new realms. The long life and great strength that all beings pursue are easily attainable for dragons, as long as they live long enough. Of course, the prerequisite is simply to live long enough.
I wonder, according to human classifications, what realm am I in right now?
Lost in the pleasure of gradually accumulating power, becoming stronger physically, and expanding his soul, Diablo thought about the cultivation systems based on observing, learning, and imitating those naturally weaker beings, which were mentioned in his heritage. Any realm that can cultivate the soul and influence the external world through the soul is referred to as soul intent. Beyond this is the legendary realm, where one can tear apart space with a mere gesture and influence laws with a single thought. Such entities, do not exist in the Dragon Realm server. Because his wife, Ophelia, is one of the strongest existences in the Dragon Realm server. If she could tear apart space, she wouldn't be staying quietly there, nor would she bind herself to a young dragon like him. I definitely can't be considered a true soul intent yet, but I can cultivate the soul, so I guess I'm half a step into soul intent.
Diablo mumbled without much confidence. What do those guys call the realms below soul intent again?
Searching through his heritage in his mind for some time, Diablo found that there was no mention of the realms below soul intent, no descriptions or even the simplest terms. It seemed that for those who left this legacy, realms below soul intent were simply not important for the dragon lineage.
After a brief moment of distraction, Diablo quickly refocused his thoughts on his current cultivation.
There wasn't really anything to rest for whether it was bloodlust aura or soul energy, he just needed to swallow it whole, and his body and soul would absorb it spontaneously. This wasn't serious cultivation. To be blunt, his current method of strengthening himself could be described as a standard wicked technique plundering the life essence from other beings to nourish oneself. However, his technique was so skillful that it left very few aftereffects. Thus, Diablo's attention shifted to the 33 college students designated as the Lunar Maiden by him, who were diligently absorbing the life essence emitted from the monsters. However, despite their utmost efforts, the cumulative amount they could absorb was still lesser than what Diablo could casually swallow. They had no prior martial arts foundation and had only learned some simple breathing techniques. So, Diablo shifted his gaze from them to the 10 individuals designated by the state, especially the outstanding young man named Yi Luo. Just from his appearance and the speed at which he absorbed life essence, Yi Luo not only appeared unremarkable, but compared to the peer warriors around him, his performance could be called pathetic. There's no impact whatsoever, as expected. It's completely an external armament, only useful in battle and utterly useless during cultivation. Diablo quietly evaluated that the light within him was the same, not affecting him in any way. It would only reveal its power when encountering monsters to intervene. He could utilize the power of that light to cultivate, thanks to his awakening talent for soul devouring. If he didn't have this talent, the souls of those monsters would just be suppressed in his mental sea, unable to move, like the Silver Star prison. Diablo suddenly thought of this, and his expression gradually turned grim. His mental sea was indeed a replica of Silver Star, although only a scant few monster souls were detained within. It was fulfilling the duties of a prison. Is this the reason for choosing me? Diablo speculated maliciously about the reason that light chose him otherwise. It really made no sense. Was it just because of the radiant form he possessed? It seemed too implausible. These monsters are imprisoned in the prison, which means they are regarded as disasters and scourges in the eyes of those giants. The reason they haven't been eradicated is that these monsters' souls possess too strong a vitality to be completely annihilated, hence they chose the less costly option of confinement and sealing. In the mental sea, the light dragon, which was happily devouring the souls of the monsters, looked up at the shimmering point of golden light above. Even this silver-white sea of light couldn't hide its brilliance. That was precisely the time-space artifact, the Ember Seal, temporarily lent to him by the radiant dragon, now suspended at the very top of the mental sea, radiating a slight but unmistakable light. You discovered the Ember Seal at that time, didn't you? The light dragon lowered its head, questioning the vast, limitless sea of light beneath it. So you chose me, intending for me to act as a substitute for the Silver Star prison. Because one day, I will bring these monsters that are difficult for you to handle back to my world. The sea of light surged, silent as ever, with no response to Diablo's questions. But Diablo already had his suspicions. He admitted that speculating a divine being's motivations in such a malicious way was indeed despicable. However, it was the most logical and likely explanation. Hey! Diablo let out an ambiguous cold laugh as the galaxy infused his body, capturing the souls of monsters. Although he ultimately gained tremendous benefits, it was because he was gifted, not because the galaxy bestowed anything on him. Though he felt a little aggrieved and frustrated, Diablo did not vent harsh words, as all of this was merely his conjecture. What if it was the galaxy that chose him because it saw a glimmering potential within him that even he hadn't noticed? It couldn't be ruled out, even if the probability was near zero. Humph. Because of these speculations, Diablo's mood became increasingly depressed. Yet, he could only try to alleviate his inner frustration by accelerating the rate of consumption of the bloodlust aura. Soon, just like last time, Diablo felt a tearing sensation throughout his body. His dragon form had reached saturation and could no longer absorb more bloodlust aura. It needed some time to digest. This time, however, Diablo didn't call for anyone else to help relieve his pressure. Instead, he chose to channel the bloodlust aura into the two shining silver-white crystals on his head and chest. The surging bloodlust aura was infused, and the originally silver-white crystal produced by the infusion of the galaxy gradually changed. The silver-white light was eroded by blood, yet gold sparkled amidst it. Eventually, when the residual essence of the monster corpses before Diablo was completely refined into a pile of broken bones, the two jewels atop his head and chest had turned golden red, brimming with overwhelming power. This change was perceptible to all the humans observing and recording, including those martial experts who had not left and were also watching.
Those 2 jewels give me a very dangerous feeling, however, they must also be his weakness, right? Weakness? Hey, whose weakness would be so obvious?
Although this Prince Mu comes from another land, the principle is the same.
If there were such a clear weakness, how could their bloodline be passed on? That makes sense, so Brother Wu believes those 2 places are the strongest points on him? It's hard to say. How can the means of survival be determined just by appearances? Why are you discussing this?
Prince Mu has already signed a cooperation agreement with our nation. He is a friend, not an enemy. Instead of wasting energy on this, you might as well discuss how to get more positions from the government. Originally watching Diablo and observing the changes in him, Zhang Zikong couldn't help but interrupt the discussion of those guys around him. The more he listened, the more he felt something was off. It seemed like they were planning to do something to him.
Chapter 53, Admit if you're wrong. Bastard, how dare you be so shameless and snatch opportunities from the younger generation? Do you think your old man has already laid down in the coffin, and that no one in this great nation can discipline you?
With 5 steps for a floor and 10 steps for a podium, the corridors twisted and turned, the eaves sharp and pointed, a group of buildings exuding an ancient charm, filled with the weight of years, when a voice containing both vigor and anger erupted. Dad, that disaster beast was killed by me, and I took the life source it produced.
How's that being shameless?
Master Jiang Zhengdao of Dian felt quite wronged. As the first martial master to come into contact with the life source, he knew its profound uses, so he proactively contacted the government. He even went around networking, asking favors from anyone, to get his old man, who had just a breath left, sent up for testing, when in reality he wanted to bring his old man back and enjoy the first wave of benefits. As he expected, his father burst out of the coffin, refreshed and returned home. Then, as soon as he got home, he was met with a barrage of scolding that left him dazed. After the conversation, Master Jiang Zhengdao discovered that his father, Zhang Zikong, believed he was able to awaken and extend his life by 200 years purely because of Prince Mu, downplaying his son's role in it. Even though the disaster beast providing the life source was killed by his own hand, his father felt that since the beast was a martial master, killing it was nothing remarkable. The key was that only Prince Mu could refine the life source. Thus, when his father learned that he had previously snatched the life source from Prince Mu and had a conflict with him, he exploded in anger, showing no reason or understanding. You killed the disaster beast, but what happened afterward? Did you process it? Weren't you just throwing it away like garbage for the country to deal with? Seeing the white-haired wretch in front of him, who still tried to argue with him, Zhang Zikong felt a wave of frustration. It had been hundreds of years without education, and how had he turned into such a rogue? It was the country that invited His Highness Mu over, and then His Highness Mu refined the life source from that disaster beast's corpse. At that moment, when you saw the opportunity for gains, you jumped in. You claim that you killed that disaster beast, so all the benefits it produced should belong to you? How shameless can you be? When did you become so brazen? I didn't. What do you mean by you? I've also heard that when you tried to seize it, you were entangled by that disaster beast's lingering soul. If it weren't for His Highness Mu's intervention, you might not be standing here in front of me in one piece. That was just a moment of carelessness. Zhang Zhengdao attempted to argue, not wanting to admit how chaotic he had been at that time. Enough with your useless words. Just answer me, did His Highness Mu lend you a hand? Zhang Zikong waved his hand impatiently, his patience wearing thin. That wasn't his original intention. I only wish to know the outcome. Did he help you or not? Understood. Did you even thank him at that time? No. Zhang Zhengdao looked dejected. He already anticipated what was going to happen next. My life, Zhang Zikong, has always been straightforward. I repay kindness and take revenge against enmity. How did I produce such a shameless thing as you? Receiving favors while acting as if it's a given, and daring to boldly speak nonsense before me. The elder grew angrier the more he thought about it, and the more he spoke, the more furious he became. After finishing, he grasped his son's wrist and dragged him out. Dad, where do you plan to take me? Zhang Zhengdao said, helplessly being dragged out by his father. Despite having more vigorous energy than his father right now, he absolutely dared not confront him. Of course, I'm taking you to apologize to His Highness Mu. Zhang Zikong turned around and looked at his son, his face serious.
Zhang Zhengdao looked left and right and couldn't see any sign of a joke on his father's face.
Father, don't be ridiculous.
I'm the head of the Zhang family and a martial arts master in the Zhang kingdom. How can I apologize to an inhuman? Wouldn't that be embarrassing if it got out?
Upon hearing that his father intended to drag him into something, Zhang Zhengdao immediately protested.
What's wrong? Do you feel embarrassed?
Zhang Zikong looked at Zhang Zhengdao, whose face was filled with unwillingness, and sneered, if you think it's embarrassing, then don't do those shameful things in the future.
Dad, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake.
Just spare me this time, and I guarantee I'll listen to your teachings, repay kindness for kindness, and avenge wrongs. I won't be a nuisance again. Zhang Zhengdao stood firm, attempting to pull his hand away from his father's iron grip.
If you know you're wrong, then correct it. Go apologize. Zhang Zikong did not loosen his grip.
The ground beneath their feet, paved with blue stone bricks, showed fine cracks spreading everywhere.
Dad, if I apologize, how would others see the Zhang family? If this gets abroad, how would those barbarians perceive Zhang kingdom? How do you think?
You, the head of Zhang family and a martial arts master in Zhang kingdom, cherish your reputation, yet refuse to admit your mistakes.
Outsiders would think the Zhang family are bandits, and those barbarians would just regard Zhang kingdom as a land of incivility.
Zhang Zikong sneered, if you truly cared about the Zhang family's reputation and Zhang kingdom's name, hurry and follow me to apologize. Dad, times have changed, your ways are outdated. Very few people still adhere to those rituals you mention. You little rascal, I have only been lying in that coffin for less than 100 years, and you dare say times have changed?
For any mistake made, one must admit it, regardless of how many generations pass.
Others may not follow the rules, but as my son Zhang Zikong, you must obey your father's rules.
Dad, no matter how you put it, I absolutely won't apologize.
Oh, seems words alone won't help. Upon hearing his son's words, Zhang Zikong nodded, the coldness on his face gradually fading away, turning to indifference. I almost forgot when the last time was I guided you in your training.
I initially thought there was no need for me to guide you anymore. It seems I was wrong.
Even if you hold a high rank as a martial arts master, you do not understand basic principles of being human.
Today, reluctantly, I will have to teach you again with my fists and feet. Dad, we can't resort to violence.
Seeing his father prepare to educate him through force, Zhang Zhengdao appeared horrified. It was a catch-22 for him. I don't want to lay a hand on you either, but you forced me, you wretched son. Comfortable, peaceful, cozy. For the last few days of life, Diablo could only describe it with these few words. All his reasonable needs were met, and there was always someone waiting on him, whether walking, sitting, or lying. This life was much more comfortable and enjoyable than his time in the Dragon Realm server. Unfortunately, Diablo could only savor this luxurious idle king life in his free time. Most of his time regularly went into digesting the bloodlust aura, striving hard to enhance his own strength. Because he now felt an intense pressure that disrupted his sleep and meals. Mu, take a look, this is the second batch of names drafted by Zhang Kingdom.
With a composed demeanor and rosy complexion, Bai Yu confidently strode into the metal nest built specifically for Diablo, holding a list. As soon as she stepped inside, she felt an unbearable scorching heat.
In this specially built bedroom made of an alloy, a golden dragon, its scales glowing with 5 colored mana glows, lay sprawled out, brimming with vitality, with a vibrant blood aura swirling around it.
And that unbearable heat was emanating from it.
Bai Yu understood that powerful martial artists, when fully exerting their bloodlust aura, would exhibit such phenomena. However, only those at the level of a martial arts master like Diablo could manifest this.
You secured the second batch so quickly? Let me see.
Hearing Bai Yu's voice, Diablo opened his eyes, his golden dragon pupils gazing at the tall woman, sparkling with gold. It was booked along with the first batch. After seeing there were no issues with the first batch, it was confirmed right away. Bai Yu placed the list in front of the golden dragon's eyes, and because of the room's high temperature, the originally snow-white paper began to turn slightly yellow.
Why are there so many males? Diablo blinked, then raised a question, for he didn't recognize a single name on the list. Are there no female martial artists?
Females are inherently steadier than males. Very few girls, like me, have a desire to aggressively compete. Additionally, martial arts is the path of fighting. Females are fated to have many more weaknesses than males, so very few female martial artists make it and get selected.
You are also a female martial artist. Don't you have any thoughts or opinions? What thoughts or opinions could I have?
Bai Yu shook her head. This list is evaluated comprehensively based on ability, potential, and other factors. It's not selected based on connections or backgrounds.
Is His Highness Mu here?
Just as Diablo was about to say something, he suddenly heard a hearty laugh coming from afar, which quickly approached his bedroom door. Soon after, a familiar old figure appeared before Diablo.
It's been several days since we've met.
I apologize for the sudden visit. Please forgive any presumptuousness, Your Highness. Seeing the old elder greet him formally, Diablo also used his skill, polymorph, returning the gesture in his dragon form.
May I ask what brings you here, esteemed elder? After returning the greeting, Diablo stood up and looked at the elder with some confusion.
I have brought my son to apologize for my earlier behavior. As the elder spoke, he turned towards the corridor behind him and scolded.
Why are you still hesitating? How dare you call yourself the head of the Jiang family and the martial sovereign? Chapter 54, The Era of Monster Beasts. Martial sovereign of the Great Yen?
Seeing the martial sovereign appear before him, Diablo's expression was quite dramatic. Beside him, Bai Yu was equally stunned, but she quickly realized her loss of composure and hastily covered her face with her hand.
This is my son.
I've heard that he had a conflict with Your Highness before, so when I returned home, I immediately reprimanded him.
This visit is to apologize.
After explaining his purpose to Diablo, Jiang Zikong waved to Jiang Zhengdao, and as the seemingly not much younger martial sovereign of the Great Yen approached him, he pushed him forward to face Diablo. After hearing that the old man brought the young martial sovereign to see him for this reason, Diablo fell silent, staring at the martial sovereign.
Your Highness Mu, it is good to see you again.
I apologize for my previous rudeness, and I hope you can overlook it. Looking at the youthful Diablo, the martial sovereign's mouth twitched, sensing the unabashed pressure behind him. Ultimately, he chose to bow and submit, knowing that not doing so would only escalate the situation further. Old elder, why bother like this? Diablo glanced at the Dayin martial master in front of him who was bowing in respect, then looked at Bai Yu beside him, completely unsure of how to handle the situation and even wanting to escape from here, and slowly spoke.
Your Highness Mu, are you not satisfied?
Jiang Zikong frowned slightly.
Why should I be satisfied?
The Dayin martial master came here because of your pressure, lowering his stance to apologize to me, but right now he must be cursing me in his heart. Diablo cast a glance at the Dayin martial master. After making an enemy, he had inquired about this master's background from Bai Yu, knowing that this martial master was inherently arrogant and moved in a domineering manner. How could a person with such a personality willingly apologize to him? Under the pressure from the old martial master, he must have been harboring even more hatred towards Diablo. He dares. Hearing Diablo's words, Jiang Zikong's eyes widened, his blood surging, as fierce as flames. Old elder, if you only brought him here to verbally apologize, then please leave, there's no need for this.
I do not need such an apology. Diablo didn't want to say more. He didn't need such pretentious apologies.
Compared to these, he wanted something substantial. My apologies for not considering it fully. Your Highness Mu, please wait a moment, I will be right back. As he spoke, Jiang Zikong turned and left, but after walking a few steps, he saw Jiang Zhengdao still standing inside and instantly felt exasperated.
What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and come with me to get some gifts for Your Highness Mu. I'm coming right now.
Hearing his father's scolding, Jiang Zhengdao forced a smile, flashed a grin at Diablo and Bai Yu, and followed.
You all.
Diablo raised his hand to say something, but then helplessly put it down, as those two martial masters had already vanished.
Are they really here to apologize to me?
Still somewhat surprised by the recent turn of events, Diablo turned his gaze to Bai Yu, who also wore a face of shock, as if she hadn't yet processed it. The place where he now resided was not some farmhouse anyone could come and go freely. This was a military base, where entry and exit required prior notice. Although the martial masters held prestigious positions, it was not possible to allow them to enter any secret places at will.
I don't know, I didn't receive a notification. If I had, I would have certainly made sure to inform you.
Bai Yu shook her head at the youth's probing gaze. The recent events had been too impactful for her. Although she was just one step away from achieving the martial master realm, that step represented a vast chasm, a significant difference.
Then why don't you go ask them?
No need, they are indeed here to apologize to you. Bai Yu lifted her wristwatch and glanced at it, her face showing surprise.
Moreover, according to reliable sources, just yesterday, a minor earthquake occurred centered around the Zhang family's ancestral home.
Based on data comparison, there is over a 90% chance that it was caused by the two martial masters' actions.
Is the old martial master always so generous? A complex look appeared on Diablo's face.
He never expected there could still be such a person in this world. According to our country's records, Shishao martial master is always clear-cut in his grievances, and he never conceals his intentions or thoughts. He is indeed a very generous martial master. Hearing Diablo's question, Bai Yu explained, but after some thought, she added. Actually, most of us practitioners of martial arts are like this. A mind clear as a mirror is the truest. Those who are filled with distractions and plots cannot achieve anything in martial arts.
Now that you mention it, that is indeed the case.
Diablo pondered for a moment and nodded. Those martial masters are just like that. Hardly anyone hides their true thoughts, they directly say whatever is on their mind. Thus, he could intuitively feel the malice they harbored towards him.
Your Highness Mu, how do you plan to handle this matter? What do you mean by how I handle it?
You should ask what those two martial masters intend to do. Diablo rolled his eyes. He had been compliant from the beginning to the end, never taking the initiative to provoke anyone. It was always others who came to provoke him.
They are most likely going to hunt down the disaster beasts. To apologize to me with disaster beasts?
To eliminate the grievance that arose from the conflict with the Diyen martial master.
That's the likely scenario.
TCH, just some disaster beasts. A look of disdain appeared on Diablo's face, but then he straightened his expression. They are planning to use a few disaster beasts.
Probably 1 to 2 beasts. One seems a bit too few. 2 is about right. Diablo showed no signs of embarrassment.
It's already quite good for a martial master to come to apologize. You should take it easy. Seeing Diablo calculating how much he wanted for an apology, Bai Yu couldn't help but remind him. Just now she had felt like a thorn in her back, because although the Diyen martial master who came to apologize had not looked at her even once, she sensed that the master had kept a part of his attention on her.
What do you mean take it easy? I didn't do anything wrong.
Hearing this, Diablo immediately became displeased. What I mean is to consider the Diyen martial master's face. If they show goodwill, let the master step down gracefully instead of holding on tightly.
Not everyone is like Shishao martial master. Hey, if there's sincerity, then everything can be discussed. Then just wait, it shouldn't be long before news arrives.
So, 3 days later, Muyabala watched as a corpse of a monster larger than any he had seen so far was transported to the military base he was stationed at. Along with this exaggerated corpse, resembling a mountain, 2 martial sovereigns who didn't appear to be in their best shape also arrived.
Your Highness Mu, I have heard that you possess a power capable of sealing the lingering souls of disaster beasts? When Diablo approached the 2 martial masters, Zhang Zikong, somewhat unsettled, did not respond as politely as last time but eagerly pressed for answers.
Well, I indeed possess a very strong power, but it's not under my control.
Alas, it truly is the case, Your Highness. How wonderful it would be if you were to join us this time.
This way, that calamity beast wouldn't escape, leaving only a shell behind. After receiving confirmation from Diablo, Zhang Zikong couldn't help but sigh in frustration.
What is going on? Can you explain in detail?
Diablo was a bit surprised. A few days ago, even though the 2 monster corpses that belonged to him had turned to ashes, there were no souls appearing.
Diablo had guessed that those monster souls must have escaped, and today his thoughts were confirmed.
A few days ago, after visiting the officials with my son, we inquired about which disaster beast poses the greatest threat to the common people. Upon receiving the information, my son and I joined forces to slay it. Unexpectedly, after the beast fell, its soul surged out like black gas. I could not stop it and could only watch helplessly as this monstrous creature disappeared. As she spoke, Jiang Zikong's face unconsciously revealed a look of concern. At this rate, even if we can slay these monsters from another realm, if we don't suppress their souls in time, they will be able to revive and bring calamity to the world. Old respected one, there is no need to worry. Since you were able to defeat the first time, you will be able to defeat the second time as well. Seeing the old man's broad-mindedness, Diablo couldn't help but speak up to offer some comfort. That said, there are not just one, but many disaster beasts rampaging through the nation right now. Your Highness may not be aware of the situation we're facing, but it is very dire. And the situation outside the country is even worse, whether in the oceans, on land, or in the skies. There are signs of monstrous disasters, and the casualties caused by these extraterrestrial beasts have been quite severe already. Well, I know about those things. Diablo stated that he has a habit of reading the news every day to observe changes in the international situation. The monsters that escaped from the Silver Star have brought significant changes to the world. Aside from posing a severe threat to human survival, they have also had a profoundly far-reaching impact on the global ecological environment. Diablo once read a news report stating that a special plant-like monster had infiltrated a dense forest in deep mountains, devouring and assimilating the entire area designated as a protected zone. Because this monster did not display a strong desire to attack humans, and the area was sparsely populated, the government merely evacuated the local residents and chose not to intervene further. The presence of this unique monster has significantly enhanced the vitality of the plants in the area. In simple terms, the plant growth there has become extraordinarily lush. In fact, due to the existence of this monster, discussions began about whether humans could coexist beneficially with monsters, as scholars have predicted that it's impossible to eradicate all monsters on Earth. Chapter 55, There are too many female warriors. Your Highness, since you understand, you must grasp the concerns of an old man like me. The rapidly changing world leaves me a bit at a loss. I don't know how to respond. All I can do is offer a small amount of assistance, hoping to protect the people of my nation. Beyond that, I seek nothing more. The old sage truly understands the greater good. Prince Mu, eradicating the harm caused by the calamity beasts in our nation and managing the current affairs falls solely on you. Hearing Diablo's praise, Jiang Zikong remained unfazed. He had heard enough compliments in his lifetime and now only hoped this person could lend a helping hand. Otherwise, they could hardly manage to kill one calamity beast, only for the monster's soul to flee immediately, hiding for a while before re-emerging to rampage. No amount of fighting on their part could withstand such attrition. The old sage is overly complimentary. I don't deserve it. Hearing this, Diablo was quite taken aback. Prince Mu, the calamity beasts from the Silver Star are completely different from the calamity beasts we are familiar with. Their souls are resilient and tenacious, and we have no means to suppress them. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't wish to trouble you for assistance. There's no need for such formality. I've already signed a cooperation agreement with the nation, and suppressing the souls of monsters is my responsibility. Diablo considered it and agreed. His spiritual sea had a great capacity, more than enough to suppress a few hundred monsters, and now there were only 6. Did your Highness agree? Upon hearing Diablo's words, Jiang Zikong was overjoyed. Let me be clear up front, I will not interfere in your battles with the calamity beasts. I do not have that kind of power. Diablo's face grew serious as he clarified his stance early on to avoid any potential trouble. Of course, it's alright for Prince Mu to assist us in suppressing the souls of the calamity beasts. Engaging in such brutish fights is naturally what we warriors are supposed to do. Jiang Zikong naturally agreed with Diablo's words. Having an ally from another domain assist them was wonderful, and asking someone for their life was unreasonable. Then there will be no problem. Before the calamity beast's soul posed any harm to him, Diablo was naturally amicable to help with the suppression. After all, it was beneficial for him.
Enough small talk, Prince Mu. This is a gesture of apology for the offense my son caused you earlier. I hope you find it satisfactory. After discussing important matters, Jiang Zikong shifted to his family's business, pointing at the gigantic elite behemoth corpse towering like a mountain and asking with a smile. Naturally, I am satisfied. Diablo glanced at the two injured elderly sages and found he couldn't say anything more. Besides, he was not the type to be petty. Zheng Dao, come here and apologize to Prince Mu. Dad, this. Hearing his father's words, Zhang Zhengdao walked over, his already pale face turned whiter. Because they were not indoors but rather in a spacious and open-lift airport, their conversation had no cover and could easily be overheard by those with sharp ears and keen eyes. No need for that. I understand the goodwill of the great master. There's no need to stick to formalities. Having received substantial benefits, Diablo was exceptionally generous at this moment, waving his hand and not caring about superficial etiquette. Thank you, Prince Mu. If you need anything in the future, please contact Jiang. I will not refuse. Hearing Diablo's words, Zhang Zhengdao's gratitude was clearly written on his face. Wow! Seeing this martial artist's demeanor, Diablo couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. These big shots probably think of their face as important as their lives, willing to take life-threatening risks to fight with disaster beasts rather than bow down to him in public. Your Highness Mu, if you have some free time, please come visit my residence. I will be sure to welcome you properly. Sure, I'll definitely come by when I have time. Hearing the warm invitation from the senior martial arts master, Diablo quickly cupped his hands in reply. The longer this talk went on, the more he felt he couldn't take it. Then I will be waiting for you, Your Highness. After bowing to the two old masters, Diablo watched them ascend to the heavens and then turned his gaze towards the monster corpse before him, unable to resist reaching out to touch its belly. During this period, he had been in a full stomach state, feeling like his entire dragon was about to burst. But he couldn't just refrain from eating. The vital essence left in the monster corpse wouldn't wait for him to adjust his state. It was something that could diminish at any moment. Therefore, while informing the kingdom to arrange personnel, Diablo exhaled crimson flames, starting to extract the source of life essence, incorporating the bloodlust aura into himself. Even if he couldn't digest and absorb it temporarily, he would try to store it. What a waste! Diablo grumbled as he began searching his legacy for a secret method to consume this precious bloodlust aura in large amounts. Having humans come over was just for show. The real gain would obviously go into his own belly. With a demand present, Diablo quickly found the method he wanted: a myriad transformation magic wheel, a standard demonic technique. When there was a large amount of bloodlust aura soul energy that could not be devoured or absorbed but he didn't want to waste it, he would condense it into a magic wheel using secret methods. Thus, with a thought from Diablo, threads of bloodlust aura began to dissipate and rise from his body, coalescing into a blood-colored magic wheel phantom behind his head. As the bloodlust aura continuously surged into it, the blood-colored magic wheel gradually solidified, instantly emanating a tyrannical chill and a sinister, eerie aura. In that moment, Diablo became aware that something was off. It wasn't that the magic wheel was bad. In fact, one could say it was excellent. Storing the bloodlust aura soul was merely a basic function of this magic wheel. Once cultivated, he could easily plunder the flesh and souls of beings weaker than himself with a mere thought. The main issue was that this magic wheel's sinister demonic intent was too evident, completely incompatible with the majestic and upright demeanor he presented to the outside world. If he bothered to bring this thing out, the kingdom would definitely become wary of him, and they might even target him. I'll practice it secretly. As Diablo thought this, the magic wheel above his head suddenly shattered, reverting back into strands of pure bloodlust aura that fell into his body. However, the bloodlust aura that had undergone secret method training was no longer the same after entering Diablo's body. It surged into his dragon heart in his chest, opening up a void and reconstituting into an illusory magic wheel. But in fact, even if Diablo acted quickly, the previous scene was still observed, as every move he made was being monitored. What is that blood-colored wheel about? It's obvious that it's condensed from life essence. It seems that His Highness Mu is experimenting with some secret technique to absorb more life essence. Using such little tricks is quite normal, just as expected. But this blood wheel doesn't feel right to me. Of course it's not. It's something extracted from a disaster beast's corpse. If you feel calm and peaceful about it, that would be strange. That's true. But should we greet this one and tell him not to use such tricks?
No need. Precious resources like life essence are only accessible through His Highness Mu.
Otherwise, it would just be a pile of waste. Broaden your perspective, think long term.
Currently, disaster beasts are wreaking havoc worldwide.
This is just the beginning. It's not surprising if we get disaster beast corpses delivered every few days in the future.
So, what the higher-ups mean is to let His Highness Mu indulge himself. Even if his greed knows no bounds, his capacity is still limited. Even if he is unwilling, what he can't finish will still belong to our kingdom. Those bigwigs really have great foresight. A small fry like me is still too petty.
He.
In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During these 2 weeks, Diablo lived a blissful yet troubled life, constantly consuming the monster bloodlust aura and refining soul energy, working hard to digest it all. On the surface, it looked like he was just eating and sleeping every day, living like a pig.
But in reality, Diablo hadn't gotten a wink of sleep.
However, what made even pigs envious was that he was attended by 33 stunningly beautiful women, each with their own charm. Well, no matter what kind of cultivation system it is, there's always a step for refining the body and expelling waste. It's just a matter of degree. For martial artists whose practice focuses on physical strength, this step is even more unique. Some exceptionally gifted individuals can expel mud through their pores at this step. Thus, after completing the foundational phase of martial arts and connecting all the meridians in their body, martial practitioners undergo drastic transformations, with significant boosts to their vitality and spirit, and their appearance becomes more handsome and beautiful along with a marked improvement in demeanor.
The young women who caught Diablo's attention, after establishing their martial arts foundation, truly embodied the beauty and grace that would astonish ordinary people.
However, it was unfortunate that although the girls had become more beautiful, Diablo did not have the opportunity to appreciate them closely. On one hand, it was due to his increasingly heavy sense of crisis, and on the other, various inexplicable reasons hindered him.
Your Highness Mu, our nation is currently preparing for a cleansing war, aimed at slaying 30 of the most active disaster beasts. 30? That many?
Diablo was somewhat taken aback, wondering why no disaster beast corpses had been delivered recently. It turned out the nation was planning a major operation. Yes, according to our observations, the vast majority of disaster beasts that have escaped from the Silver Star possess extremely high intelligence, so we intend to strike fear into those beasts with this operation. Simultaneously, our nation wishes to invite you to participate in this operation, not to engage in combat, but only to suppress the remaining spirits of the monsters.
Understood. We are currently gathering the martial masters and preparing to hold a meeting. I am here to request your presence. That might not be necessary. Diablo immediately displayed a look of resistance.
It is very necessary. You are one of the key figures in this operation and must attend the pre-war meeting.
Alright then, I will participate.
When Diablo transformed into human form and arrived at the capital of the nation on a private jet, entering the meeting venue, he immediately showed a look of surprise.
Is the policy of national martial arts practice being implemented this smoothly?
Because all the attendants performing tasks such as serving tea were young faces, each exuding a strong bloodlust aura, moving with steady steps and remarkable poise, and most of them were female.
These people, could they be considered talented youths in your nation? Were they arranged here for such duties?
Gathering a multitude of martial masters in one place is a rare occurrence in a century for any warrior. It is a great opportunity.
Even those with a background do not mind coming here to serve as attendants.
Following behind Diablo, the pale figure looked around the magnificent conference hall, revealing a strange expression.
However, there are indeed too many female martial artists. I wonder what the reason is?
Chapter 56, Alternating Appearances. Your Highness Mu, I knew you would come. I have been waiting here for quite some time. Just as Diablo was surveying his surroundings, a familiar figure walked toward him from a distance. Upon seeing him, he clasped his hands in greeting, appearing rigid and solemn.
Old Martial Master. Diablo returned the gesture. Are you also participating in this operation?
Naturally. Otherwise, what would I be doing crawling out of my grave? In that case, I hope you can take care of me during this operation. I will be joining as well.
Diablo was not at all embarrassed. He was outright telling this old martial master to remember to protect him during battle.
Although it sounded cowardly, with life at stake, Diablo felt that saving face was trivial.
Your Highness, why would it be my responsibility to take care of you? We will arrange personnel to ensure your protection. Moreover, you don't need to participate directly in the combat.
The old martial master, Jiang Zikong, smiled, not displeased with Diablo's cowardly attitude. This was not his home, nor even his world, so any help he could provide was already generous enough.
Well, that's good to know. With that assurance, Diablo felt at ease.
At this moment, he heard a rather exaggerated laugh, and when he looked in the direction of the laughter, he instantly recognized a familiar old face.
Your Highness Mu, how have you been? Grand Master Dian.
Diablo bowed in accordance with the ancient customs of the nation, as the other party had leaned forward in greeting from afar, his attitude markedly friendlier than before.
Ah, we have met a few times now. Although there have been grievances, didn't we resolve them last time?
Your Highness Mu, there's no need to be so polite, you can just call me by my name. As he spoke, the smiling Jiang Zhengdao approached Diablo, saying, I've heard that you came to our nation and spent time only in Luodu City, and you were merely arranged to stay in a couple of secret places?
You haven't yet experienced the customs and culture of our nation? I really haven't visited many places.
Seeing this martial master welcoming him with a smile, Diablo's attitude was also very calm.
What a pity that our nation boasts countless famous mountains and ancient monuments.
Right here is one of the relics from 1,000 years ago, the Daming Palace, left behind during the height of our splendor. As there is still some time before the meeting starts, if you don't mind, I can take you to various sites to have a look. Jiang Zhengdao's intention was simple and straightforward. He barely spoke 2 sentences before proposing to show Diablo around. It was too flattering to offer such courtesy without cause. Seeing Grand Master Dian so enthusiastic and volunteering to be his tour guide, Diablo wasn't sure how to respond. This transformation was too swift.
Your Highness Mu, do you have any urgent matters at the moment?
Jiang Zhengdao's gaze shifted to his elderly father beside him, his eyes full of hints.
There are no urgent matters. If there is nothing pressing, why not follow my son and take a stroll around?
At this moment, Jiang Zikong, who had been growing impatient watching his son, also spoke up.
All right.
The 2 martial masters spoke up, and Diablo had no reason to refuse, so he agreed. After all, in such a public setting, even if these martial masters had any bad intentions, they couldn't act on them.
Your Highness, please take a look.
The Daming Palace was the place where the Tang Emperor summoned envoys from all over the world thousands of years ago. Although he was supposed to be a tour guide, the martial master actually lowered his status and took Diablo around, pointing out the buildings imbued with 1,000 years of history, giving Diablo a detailed introduction.
Diablo could only cooperate with his dry explanations, expressing admiration, but there wasn't really any substantial content, just idle talk.
The old man described the romantic affairs of the Tang emperors that took place in the Daming Palace.
At this moment, a young waitress seemed to pass by coincidentally. Upon seeing them, she greeted Jiang Zhengdao from a distance.
Jiang Xiyun, greetings to the head of the family.
The girl, dressed in elegant ancient robes, moved gracefully.
Although she worked as a waitress, her posture and demeanor made it clear that she hailed from a prestigious family.
It's Xiyun. What are you doing here?
Suddenly greeted by a younger member of the family, Jiang Zhengdao, the head of the Jiang family, was a bit surprised, seemingly unaware that there were descendants of his family working here. Returning home, my father heard that several martial sovereigns would hold a meeting at the Daming Palace, so he went around trying to find connections to let me in to do some chores here.
Having grown up in luxury, can I endure this hardship? If I could meet a martial sovereign for guidance, what would doing some chores mean?
Even in the face of the family's martial sovereign, Jiang Xiyun did not seem overly flustered.
Ah, your father is not wrong. This place is full of opportunities. Come, Xiyun, let me introduce you. This is His Highness Mu. Some useless beasts that are even poisonous can be transformed into miraculous medicines through his flames. I've met His Highness Mu. Upon hearing the introduction from the family head, Jiang Xiyun blinked and performed a deep bow to Diablo. Diablo smiled as he looked at the classical woman who reverently greeted him under Zhang Zhengdao's introduction, nodding slightly, hello. She was a tall woman with long legs and a waist that could be grasped with one hand, her skin glimmering like jade and her hair light and airy. In terms of appearance, she could be called an unmatched beauty. His Highness Mu, this young lady is among the most outstanding in our family. What does His Highness think of her? How does she compare to those women you selected as goddesses? The words of the great drama martial sovereign were very straightforward, and his intentions were quite clear. Beauty that can topple cities, they are equally matched. Diablo gave a very fair evaluation. Although this girl was indeed good-looking, his judgment was also reliable. Ha, Your Highness, what if she were to replace one of the goddesses by your side, what would you think? No way. Diablo refused decisively, as he understood what this old coot was trying to do. Your Highness Mu, I'm not trying to seize anyone's opportunity, I simply dislike those who squander natural gifts. Those women by your side might not realize how precious their opportunities are, so if any of them start slacking off, please do not hold sentimental attachments and address it promptly. Zhang Zhengdao's smile slightly faded, growing more serious. I remember this younger generation from you. Diablo looked at Zhang Xiyun and said something that seemed a bit baffling, but his intention was already quite clear, as even the old coot next to him could understand. Your Highness, let us continue walking this way. As Diablo had predicted, the great drama martial sovereign, who understood his meaning, smiled particularly happily. After dismissing Zhang Xiyun, he continued to lead Diablo in the tour of the Daming Palace, but after only a few steps, another female attendant came forward to pay her respects. Zhang Xiyu, I've met the family head. So it's Xiyu. It has been a long time since we last met. How is your cultivation going? Diablo watched expressionlessly as the old and the young went through the motions, then looked at the old guy who naturally introduced the girl to him. Zhang Xiyu, nice name, I've noted it down. Not waiting for the old guy to say a word, Diablo took the initiative to speak. Consequently, the great drama martial sovereign smiled even more happily. After dismissing this girl, he continued moving forward. As expected, not long after, they encountered another girl coming up to pay her respects, also from the Zhang family. At this moment, Bai Yuyu, who was following behind Diablo, narrowed her eyes at this scene, her steps slowing, increasingly enlarging the distance between her and Diablo until she finally stopped, seizing the opportunity to send several messages. Brother Jiang, it's been a while. Soon enough, while Zhang Zhengdao was happily introducing his family's younger generation one after another to Diablo, a powerful martial sovereign with a vigorous aura strode in like a dragon walking or a tiger treading and greeted Zhang Zhengdao from a distance. By martial sovereign, it has indeed been a long time since we last met. Zhang Zhengdao, who was suddenly interrupted, looked at the young-faced by martial sovereign, squinted his eyes and replied with a smile. That's right, it has been a long time. Today we must have a proper chat. By the way, this person looks a bit unfamiliar. The bi-martial sovereign, who appeared like a refined middle-aged man, shifted his gaze to Diablo, seemingly just noticing him. Upon hearing this, not only was Diablo speechless, but even Zhang Zhengdao felt irritated. Ordinary people might not know about Diablo's existence, but which martial sovereign in the rightful country Wun Ti? He isn't a martial sovereign hiding in a coffin or secluded in a deep mountain and forest. Thus, Zhang Zhengdao, who was already direct by nature, rolled his eyes. By Xuancheng, don't pretend with me, how could you not know who he is? And then coming to ask me, aren't you ashamed? I just wanted you to introduce me. Who would ve thought you would refuse to give me face? Being directly challenged, the bi-martial sovereign showed no sign of awareness. His eyes turned to Diablo and clasped his hands. By Xuancheng, thank you, Your Highness, for the care you've shown to my granddaughter recently. Your granddaughter? Diablo showed a look of confusion, but already understood internally. By Yuyu, and also the daughter of my third son. She's the most outstanding among my descendants. Oh, I see. But care is an exaggeration. I'd say we help each other out. Given her abilities, staying with me is truly a misfit. Bai Yuyu works as my secretary. Diablo had heard her speak of her past.
She guards a territory at the border, commanding a special task force of martial artists targeting non-human monsters. It's a rather comfortable life.
Your Highness, not at all.
For Yu, being able to follow you is the biggest fortune of her life. Under Jiang Zhengdao's discontented gaze, Bai Xuanqing naturally walked over to Diablo's side, and then, without any intention of leaving, flanked him on both sides. For Diablo, aside from the increased chatter around him, the biggest impact was the girl appearing before him. Besides those from the Jiang family, there were also those from the Bai family.
As for their intentions, he couldn't be bothered to elaborate.
However, he didn't feel too disgruntled, as the intentions of these two old geezers were obvious, even without putting much thought into it. They were very transparent, and they didn't try to hide it too much. Moreover, the girls that these two were bringing in front of him were, to be fair, quite impressive. However, due to their martial cultivation, these women had a generally similar demeanor, each exuding a striking presence. Even if they appeared gentle like girls from water towns, it was merely a facade.
Chapter 57, The Extremes of Martial Arts.
In the spacious meeting hall, Diablo listened to the top officials describe the information regarding the disaster beasts and explain various combat plans, feeling inexplicably drowsy and starting to nod off. After all, he was only involved in the final stages of the operation, and battles had nothing to do with him. Thus, although Diablo was paying attention, his mind couldn't help but wander.
Your Highness Mu, I'm terribly sorry.
Just as Diablo subtly turned his head to survey the various martial lords present at the meeting and happened to spot the Red Sky Martial Lord Jiang Zikong, a somewhat apologetic voice rang in his ear. The familiar voice surprised Diablo, making him glance at Jiang Zikong, as it seemed no one else had heard it.
There's no need for your Highness to be surprised, just a little sound transmission technique. Diablo responded softly, not speaking further. He wasn't in a position to talk, as everyone seated there were figures who had cultivated their martial arts to the pinnacle, and any slight movement would be easily detected by them. Of course, it was possible that these guys had already noticed Jiang Zikong secretly communicating with him, but they just chose not to say anything. Your Highness, before the meeting started, my son dragged you into this nonsense. It was truly a matter of necessity, so I hope you can be gracious. Diablo remained silent, as he couldn't speak either, but he couldn't help but internally complain about being introduced to the beautiful ladies from the family. What sort of matter of necessity was that?
Yet even if he didn't voice it, Jiang Zikong seemed to guess what Diablo was thinking based on the expression on his face. Your Highness, the life source material you refined has awakened me, and it has indeed shaken the upper echelons of the Zhang country. However, you have been very well protected, so you didn't feel this disturbance. Almost all the martial lords in Zhang country who know about it are paying close attention to you, and your hobbies during this period have basically been pried into. Thus, nowadays, many families are preparing to take some actions against you. My son is also aware of this matter, as he is the head of the Jiang family. He cannot do nothing, so he has made some preparations and even requested my help. The Jiang family has not produced a martial lord in nearly 500 years. I am merely a rotten piece of wood that crawled out from the loess.
The matters of family heritage, I am powerless to assist.
Thus, I couldn't refuse my son's plea, and I agreed to help him. However, the more I see him act, the more regret I feel. So, I take this opportunity to apologize to you, Your Highness.
Diablo slightly twitched the corners of his mouth but still remained silent.
The main reason being he couldn't speak. If he could, he would tell this venerable elder that he had no aversion to such matters. From the words of this martial honorary, it appears that those martial families aware of the mysteries of life's essence have opted for a beauty offensive against him. In the face of this pink offensive, Diablo felt that with his willpower alone, he was highly likely unable to withstand it, hence he decided to adopt a policy of non-resistance. Although the future seems quite promising, Diablo felt a bit agitated because aside from the esteemed one who was introducing matters, there was an old man murmuring in his ear without pause. However, this torment didn't last long, as it ended in less than 2 hours. The targets for the attack on the disaster beasts and the order of the assault had already been fixed, at an astonishing pace. Because all those attending this meeting were the martial honoraries of the state, each holding high status, the situations described during the meeting were concise and to the point, streamlined to the utmost, with no one engaging in bureaucratic nonsense. Then, some days Diablo was swept along, boarding a military aircraft heading toward a densely populated area, accompanied by no fewer than 15 martial honoraries. The turbulent, muddy river flowed like an angry dragon, heading eastward with unstoppable force. Nobody wanted to obstruct this grand river, resembling a yellow dragon. Tat tat tat. The sound of military propellers sliced through the sky, and Diablo, sitting in the military aircraft, gazed down at the riverbank where steel elite behemoth transport vehicles were tossing down slaughtered white pigs into the river. The surging, muddy waters quickly engulfed these pigs, making nearly 100 slaughtered white pigs disappear swiftly. However, Diablo felt that this speed of disappearance was somewhat unusual. It was too fast. Nonetheless, this was normal and even an expected phenomenon from the stateside. Then, in the next moment, Diablo saw another transport plane fly over the river's expanse, carelessly dropping specially designed water mines. Boom! 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 Giant water columns nearly 100 meters high surged into the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar. As the waves surged violently toward the shores, a roar filled with fury erupted. Crack! A bizarre shriek rang out beneath the murky water. A massive shadow surfaced, followed by a clear water column piercing through the river's surface, shooting into the sky. However, the bombers that had dropped the water mines had already fled far away. Thus, the water column shot up from the riverbed, heightened into an unknown altitude, unable to come down, ultimately drenching a section of land. Crack! A strange cry resounded once more, and under Diablo's gaze, the disaster beast dubbed Kappa by the state emerged from the river. Just as the state had named it, this was a bald-headed monster resembling both a fish and a human, standing 100 meters tall, ugly yet sturdy, its indigo fish scales glittering in the sunlight, radiating a metallic sheen. This disaster beast's grotesque form had nothing to do with beauty, but its powerful appearance was quite shocking and looked very ferocious. But alas, it was unfortunate that surrounding its bald head were dense tufts of black hair, standing in stark contrast to its smooth skull, making it appear comically hideous. At this moment, after the monster burst through the water's surface, its fierce gaze locked onto the armed helicopter hovering in the sky, and before it could launch an attack, a barrage of fire like that of a school of bass rained down upon it. The clanging sounds of metal collisions were relentless, with golden sparks continuously bursting on its body. This could make the monster feel pain, but it wouldn't sense any real danger. Such attacks would only anger the beast. Thus, under Diablo's watchful gaze, including the helicopter squad he was on, they all unleashed the cannon fire they possessed, weaving a dense tapestry of flames, directing their ineffectual assaults toward the Kappa. Crack! Standing in the river, the Kappa raised the surrounding turbulent waters, forming a curtain of water that enveloped a few thousand meters, attempting to swat down those flies in the sky. However, each armed helicopter practically housed at least one martial honorary, and the pilots were seasoned professionals. Therefore, the Kappa angrily observed that the water curtain it created merely drenched the steel insects in the sky, failing to swat even one down. In rage, the increasingly irritated Kappa took strides away from the river, stepping onto the deserted city, chasing after the fleeing helicopters in the desolate and silent streets. Yet, as soon as this Kappa stepped merely 1,000 meters away from the riverbank, a golden white blazing flame ignited in the sky, transforming into a flaming blade and cleaving down toward the Kappa. Crack! The Kappa let out a terrified scream as the dust around it began to ignite, the atmosphere getting ionized, a scorching ozone filling the air. This was the environment it hated the most. Accompanied by splattering blood and shattered scales, the wounded Kappa had no desire to confront the entity that injured it and instead turned to return to the comforting embrace of the great river. Damn! In the tumultuous winds above, Diablo vaguely heard a swordsman martial honorary curse angrily as he saw him draw his sword and slash down. Then, dazzling white sword light flashed, prompting Diablo to instinctively shut his eyes. When Diablo's eyes opened once again, the hideous Kappa lay defeated in a pool of blood less than 200 meters from the riverbank, struggling helplessly. A casual glance revealed that Diablo could easily find 7 or 8 different scars on this Kappa. Undoubtedly, just as he had closed his eyes for a moment, the majority of the martial masters had acted, disregarding martial ethics, and had directly brought down a disaster beast. Diablo recalled that according to the plan, Zheng Guo should have lured this disaster beast at least 5 kilometers away from the riverbank before launching an attack. He didn't know which martial master had lost patience and acted early, leading to the martial master's furious scolding. This kind of disaster beast that could manipulate water, if it returned to the water, would cause much more trouble than expected. Just the presence of this beast posed a severe threat to the lives of all the residents along the banks of this great river. However, this disaster beast was frightened, or rather, it sensed the existence of those martial masters, so it didn't retaliate at all and just raced towards the great river.
Unfortunately, it collapsed just a few steps away from the riverbank.
Quick, go fetch His Highness Mu, the spirit of this monster is trying to escape. Amid the shouts of the Qishao martial master, a thick black mist overflowed from the kappa, forming a swirling cloud of dark energy, about to shoot into the water. However, just as the black mist appeared, a silvery light shone at Diablo's forehead, and the shadow of a giant re-emerged. All 15 martial masters watched in astonishment as the soul of the disaster beast trying to escape was directly captured into Diablo's body by the majestic and incomprehensible giant's shadow. That aura drew the attention of all the martial masters to Diablo, for this power was even greater than they had imagined. Some martial masters even felt as if they had glimpsed a path to a higher realm. Since the first martial master appeared in this world, a question had lingered in the minds of all martial practitioners: does being a martial master mark the end of the martial way? The answer is, of course, no. No martial master believes they have reached the peak of martial arts. There are still higher peaks waiting for them to climb, but there are no clear paths ahead, no references, and no goals. No one knows how to break into a stronger realm. However, today, some ambitious and dissatisfied martial masters have found targets to pursue. Chapter 58, A Dire Situation.
Damn, things are getting worse.
Those guys are looking at me more and more strangely. According to Zhang Guo's cleanup plan, after eliminating some particularly unruly disaster beasts that seriously impact human activities, he would be deemed a point of focus.
Diablo's situation has changed drastically.
First, Zhang Guo has relocated him to a secret military base that spans several hundred kilometers and is completely deserted, surrounded by several military legions, and even martial troops recalled from the border.
This treatment is akin to treating him as an apocalyptic demon king.
While his freedom isn't restricted, he must report his movements in advance, and whenever he leaves, at least 2 martial masters must accompany him. What impressed Diablo the most was, half a month ago, he planned to visit a bustling metropolis. After reporting in advance and waiting 3 days to arrive, what he saw was a desolate, silent, dead city, devoid of any signs of life.
At that moment, Diablo was incredibly frustrated.
What made him feel stifled was not just Zhang Guo's drastically changed attitude towards him but also the soldiers in the surrounding military base and the gazes of those martial masters. Although these gazes weren't malicious, the attention from those watching him made Diablo extremely uncomfortable since it felt less like they were looking at a different kind of life form and more like they were gazing at something more ethereal.
"What are you worried about?"
A cool voice came from outside the door. Diablo looked up to see a familiar figure, Bai Yuyu. Her gaze towards him had changed slightly, but compared to others, it could be considered the least changed.
"Why has your regard for me increased so much?" Diablo scrutinized Bai Yuyu and then questioned his confusion.
"Why do we regard you so highly?"
He. "Your Highness Mu, don't you realize how terrifying you have become?"
Bai Yuyu asked, put her hand to her forehead and found Diablo's question quite baffling.
"What makes me terrifying?" Diablo felt a jolt in his heart. Did they discover that he was secretly cultivating that myriad transformation magic wheel?
That wouldn't make sense. Even if they found out, it shouldn't have led to this. So far, the souls of over 50 disaster beasts have been suppressed and sealed within your body.
To ordinary soldiers, your existence is equivalent to a moving demon den. A moving demon den? Upon hearing Bai Yuyu's words, Diablo's lips twitched. "Isn't it because you asked me for help that I became a demon den?"
"You helped suppress the disaster beasts, and we at Zhangwei are indeed very grateful, but that doesn't erase ordinary soldiers' fear of you. In fact, even those on high are very worried about your existence." Bai Yuyu bluntly spoke truths that should not have been said directly to Diablo. Diablo's support of Zhangwei in suppressing disaster beasts and pacifying chaos could not be overstated, and if they feared him for that, it would indeed seem a bit ungrateful. But human nature is such that fear is something uncontrollable. So, in the eyes of the kingdom, Diablo is no longer just a non-human from a foreign land, he is a moving magic cave that has suppressed the souls of dozens of disaster beasts, a presence even more terrifying than natural disasters.
If that's how you see it, can I understand why those soldiers are so afraid of me, worried that I might lose control at any moment? The souls of the disaster beasts suppressed within me might escape? Diablo smiled, as though it were only natural, but what about those martial experts? The way they look at me seems to be more than just worry. Do I have to spell it out for you? Don't you have any idea why those martial experts' gazes are so strange? He. Diablo smiled again, fully aware of why the martial experts looked at him uneasily. Because they have all tasted the essence of life. He participated in the kingdom's sweeping operations, even if, during the operations, the martial experts fighting the disaster beasts resorted to underhanded tactics. The disaster beasts were no pushovers. It was therefore normal for the martial experts to get injured during battles, and as these injuries accumulated over time, their combat effectiveness began to decline. Halfway through the purge, the martial expert Qi Xiao, Zhang Zikong, had to speak up and request that he use the scarlet fire to refine life essence for the injured martial experts to aid their recovery. So, after the kingdom's planned sweeping operation ended, all the martial experts had at least refined the life essence to some extent, and as martial experts, they could clearly feel the impact and enhancement that pure life force had on them. For the martial experts, life essence was an elusive substance that promised longevity and enhancement. Moreover, it wasn't just life essence they coveted, the radiant light surrounding him also made some martial experts exceptionally yearn and even crave for it. So your kingdom has changed its strategy towards me. Remaining in his true form, Diablo lay there, his 5-colored mana glow pulsating, with golden scales shimmering brilliantly. Having devoured the essence of dozens of disaster beasts, his size was increasingly growing. Not counting his tail, he was already over 20 meters long. With such a massive form, just lying there was enough to put immense pressure on Bai Yuyu. Your Highness Mu, it's not that our kingdom intends to change, but rather that the changes within you force us to adjust our approach. Sensing Diablo's slight dissatisfaction, Bai Yuyu, the intermediary between Diablo and the kingdom, felt troubled. For instance, regarding the souls of the disaster beasts suppressed within you, can you guarantee that they will remain permanently suppressed and not escape? How can I guarantee that? It's not me who suppresses those disaster beasts, but the light within me. And even if I did guarantee it, you probably wouldn't believe me anyway. Diablo could understand the kingdom's changes. However, understanding was one thing, witnessing the kingdom mobilize heavy troops and treating him like a moving magic cave was another, and it still frustrated him. The total population of the kingdom exceeds 1.6 billion, and every policy will affect millions of citizens. Thus, for every policy, we seek not the best, but the most stable one. This applies to your decisions as well. The kingdom will not naively fantasize that all disaster beasts are perfectly sealed within your body. Such optimistic scenarios are not on the table. We can only envision the worst-case scenarios. You don't need to predict the worst-case scenarios. Diablo felt speechless at the kingdom's caution. Your Highness Mu, you rely on the power of giants to suppress the souls of disaster beasts, but the shattered silver star has clearly indicated that the giant's power cannot securely and permanently seal monster souls, so we can't place our trust in the power within you. Alright then, as you wish. Diablo glanced at the monster souls in his mental ocean, suppressed by the sea of light and screaming in agony from being scorched by his soul fire, and offered no further explanation. The best way to get rich quietly is to keep a low profile. If the government is cautious, then let them gather a heavy military presence to guard against it. After all, it's impossible for him to disclose anything about being able to devour the creature's soul, otherwise, it would stir up trouble again. It would be best if your Highness could understand our predicament. I can understand, but please make it clear that I am not a prisoner. If I want to leave, I can do so at any time. Where does your Highness want to go back to? Upon hearing Diablo's words, Bai Yuyu's gaze suddenly sharpened. She learned from her grandfather that all the martial lords in the current government are keeping a close eye on this Lord Mu. If he were to suddenly disappear, many of the martial lords would go mad. Of course I want to go home. What? Have you forgotten that I don't belong to your world? Diablo yawned, lying on the ground, speaking lazily. Lord Mu, do you have any dissatisfaction? Bai Yu furrowed her brows tightly. If you are dissatisfied, speak to me, and I can report it upward. Why ask such a foolish question when you already know the answer? Don't you have any idea in your mind? Diablo narrowed his dragon-like eyes, throwing Bai Yu's words back at her. I understand now. Bai Yu gave Diablo a deep glance and then turned to leave the steel palace built entirely according to Diablo's wishes. In the spacious and bright hall, martial lords sat in their positions. Although they couldn't compare to monsters that easily reach 100 meters, the imposing presence each of them radiated was like towering mountains or profound ocean depths, unfathomable. What happened? Why the hurry to gather us here? Shouldn't there be no active disaster beasts within the territory now? One of the martial lords in the hall asked casually. With such a relaxed attitude, he was already one of the most serious ones present in this hall of uncontentiousness. The others were either meditating with their eyes closed, whispering among themselves, or worse, staring blankly into the sky. Lord Mu wants to go home. Feng Baichuan, who had summoned these martial lords for the meeting, noticed their laziness but didn't mind. He just smiled as he conveyed the information he had just received. At once, the hall fell silent. Even the most relaxed martial lords suddenly raised their heads and all looked towards Feng Baichuan. What's going on? Wasn't he doing well? Why does he want to go back now? That lord is very unhappy with his current situation. Under the intense gaze of so many martial lords, Feng Baichuan felt a heaviness in his body, but at least he could still explain. What is he unhappy about? According to the guess of the Dragon Sparrow, Lord Mu may be dissatisfied with our current security arrangements for him. What did you do to him? We placed him in a military base in the Great Desert and set up several legions around him. Plus, every time he goes out, we have 2 martial lords escort him. What are you doing? Treating the lord like a criminal? No wonder he's unhappy. Hurry up and withdraw the army. Do we really need to discuss this? You're worried about the souls of those disaster beasts suppressed in him, right? If you're worried about this, then deploying the army for protection will only result in unnecessary casualties. I can't think of another outcome. If those things really broke free, you wouldn't be able to stop them, and even us going would be futile. Chapter 59, Encirclement. Everyone, eliminating the factors that cause Lord Mu's dissatisfaction is one thing, but that's too passive. We need to take the initiative. A clean-faced middle-aged martial lord stood up. Bai Xuancheng, what initiative do you want to take? Jiang Zikong narrowed his eyes at the younger lord whose tone was somewhat sharp, his expression unfriendly. Shishao martial lord, please don't be impatient. I know you feel indebted to Lord Mu and wish to repay his kindness. But please rest assured, I have no ulterior motives against him. Bai Yu's grandfather Bai Xuancheng smiled as he looked at Jiang Zikong, who was glaring at him, feeling relaxed and pleasant. He glanced around at the martial lords present and spoke again. There's no need for me to say much. You should all understand how important Lord Mu is to our government. However, this situation today reminds me that Lord Mu is not of our race but an outsider from another realm. Guests will inevitably want to go home one day, but our government currently cannot do without him. What Bai martial lord means is that we need to control him. As soon as Bai Xuancheng finished speaking, one of the martial lords thoughtfully chimed in. Hey, I never said that. I'm just saying we need to figure out how Lord Mu arrived in our territory and how he will leave in the future. We must clarify all these matters. Although it's somewhat hard to admit, we must now accept that we have a significant dependency on Lord Mu. If he leaves, how are we supposed to suppress and seal those disaster beast souls that we cannot handle? And how should we deal with the corpses of disaster beasts that could originally be transformed into sources of life? Alright, Bai Xuancheng, stop pretending to be noble. I'll play the villain today and cut to the chase. For both our government's sake and for us, Lord Mu cannot leave and must remain in our territory. The souls of disaster beasts must be suppressed, and the life sources converted from the corpses of monsters also cannot be in short supply. For us and our descendants, this resource, which is absolutely free of future troubles, must not be lacking. A martial lord stood up, speaking domineeringly, and directly made a decision with an indifferent attitude. What are you trying to do?
Containing his anger from hearing the discussion among the martial lords, Jiang Zikong could hardly contain his fury.
Hasn't Lord Mu helped our government a lot in recent years? And now you're discussing how to forcefully keep him here? What do you have to say for yourselves? Jiang Zikong, have you lost your mind? Is this the place for you to speak about loyalty and righteousness?
Jiang Zikong's words received no support from the martial lords and instead drew disdain from many, with one even mocking him directly.
Old martial lord, please sit down. This is not the time for you to settle personal debts.
Once His Highness Mu leaves, the impact on the Zhenghua will be immeasurable. If such a precious resource as life source is lost, how are we to deal with the souls and corpses of those disaster beasts? If we can't seal them in time, the souls of those disaster beasts will escape and hide between the mountains and cities. Before long they will wreak havoc again, and it will be our Zhenghua's citizens who will suffer. Father, please sit down and let these lords finish speaking. We didn't even plan to deal with His Highness Mu, we just want him to stay a little longer.
Although it may go against his own wishes, it's unavoidable. At this moment, the great Yan martial lord couldn't help but persuade his father. A bunch of ungrateful, heartless scum, I refuse to associate myself with you.
Seeing that no one present agreed with him, not even his son wanting to oppose him, Jiang Zikong was immediately enraged and stormed off.
Hey, old lord. Don't mind him, let him go. What if he goes to find His Highness Mu? Is the military base where His Highness Mu is stationed accessible to just anyone? Ah, that's true. General Feng, when did His Highness Mu first appear? You must have some relevant information collected, right? Yes. Then let's see it.
Thus, all the martial lords present received the footage of Diablo being monitored when he first arrived in Zhenghua. However, he appeared in the water initially, and thus there were only some pedestrians' written descriptions of the capable youth Luo who pulled him out.
I can't see any useful information in this. All I know is that he appeared suddenly.